Pick Me Up is the hardest game in the world, featuring a tower with 100 challenging floors. Here, players can only gacha for characters ranging from 1 star up to 7 star. 7 star is the highest. What keeps people playing is that every character in the game has their own thoughts, just like a real human being. And when a character is sacrificed, they can never be revived. Yisoo used to be a famous, top-ranked pick-me-up player worldwide, a man with the potential to clear all 100 floors of the game. But after an unexpected accident, he was pulled into this brutal game world. Here, he realized that the characters in Pick Me Up aren't just AI, they are real people who have been summoned, and when they die for real. The challenges on each floor are terrifyingly difficult. The comrades who stood shoulder to shoulder with him fell one by one, making him wonder, is this game meant for animals or what? Anyway, let's not waste time, let's get started. Sorry, the story begins with an introduction of the characters. My name is Momontag. I'm a mercenary. Do you guys have any idea where the hell we are? I'm Lai. I own a carpentry shop in Adora. As for where this is, sorry, I have no clue either. I'm Grid, a clerk at an antique shop. Hansi, I don't know where we are either. I'm Jenna. I live in the forest. I have no idea what's going on. Yisoo, I'm a farmer, and me neither. We've got zero information. So that means 11 people, and none of them have a clue why they're here. Where is this? Is this a dream? Or did we all take too many drugs? It's harvest season right now. Yet, could we have been thrown here by some mage? Maybe to turn us into lab rats? Stop talking nonsense. The only thing we know for sure is that we're all rookies. Maybe if we keep talking to each other, we'll find out more. As they were chatting away, a girl suddenly appeared out of nowhere and said, "What are you all babbling about? Master is about to open the space-time rift. So, get ready to fight." Everyone was shocked to see this tiny girl, barely 10 centimeters tall. One of them asked, "And who are you?" She replied, "Call me Yisoo, a fairy tasked with managing this place. Please follow the rules if you don't want to get hurt. Are you the one who brought us here? Why do you need to know?" The guy started fiddling with his sword and continued, "Can you really be so calm after kidnapping people like this? I'll force you to spill everything you know." Yisoo sighed and said, "Please stop if you want to stay alive. A tiny creature like you has a pretty big mouth, huh?" Yisoo suddenly flashed a creepy smile. "Huh, why do you always have to make things complicated?" But this guy didn't care about her warning. "I'll teach you some manners." The hot-headed guy immediately tried to cosplay as a hero. And zap. A notification appeared. Momontag, a 1-star hero, has returned to the embrace of the goddess. His battle soul will be remembered for eternity. Cause of death: suicide due to stress. Didn't I warn you to stop if you wanted to live? If you just listened to me, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. If anyone else among you intends to attack me, prepare to meet your maker. That was just self-defense, got it? The crowd panicked. What the? Avena is dead? Did he really just die? What the hell did you do? If you wanted something, you could have just said so. What I want is for you to listen carefully. Obey my orders, fight well, and win. That's it. Simple, right? A notification appeared. Setting up team. Matching. Heroes, Lai, Marilyn, Kelko, and Jackson have joined Party 1. Finally, Master has started the game. Everyone, get ready. Space-time rift opening. Lai, Marilyn, Kelko, Jackson. See that door? Go through it if you don't want to end up like Momon. Suddenly, Yisoo spoke up. Wait. Hold on. You again? What do you want now? Surely you want us to climb the tower, right? The Game Master should at least summon some weapons for us. We're all 1-star heroes. That's suicide. You don't want to send a suicide squad in there, do you? The red-haired girl Jenna didn't understand. Tower? What are they talking about? Yisoo continued. A 1-star hero just died. That's a huge loss. Can't you at least give us some basic gear for protection? Looking at the dead body of 1-star Momontag, who only had level 1 basic sword skills, lying flat on the ground, Yisoo felt it made sense. Right after that, she pulled out a console that looked like a computer and chatted, "Master, the heroes currently have no equipment. Could you provide them with some gear to fight better? Heroes without equipment, when entering battle, will be equipped with a default old wooden sword. If you put items in the inventory, the heroes will use those. Don't forget, you can request custom weapon registrations. Master, preparing to perform 10x summon. Cost, 50,000 gold. Water has received an E+, rank iron sword. Water has received an E rank earth bow. Water has received a D+ rank wooden staff. Your name is Han, right? What do you know about this place? Not much more than anyone else, because I haven't been here very long. Not long? Isn't this guy? The only thing I know is that if you're too slow, you die. It's best to start gathering weapons from the house over there. It's about to begin. Begin? What do you mean? Yisoo immediately replied, Battle. You just said battle, right? I'm completely useless at fighting. When I was a kid, I didn't even know how to throw a punch. Just grab a weapon and we'll figure it out. I grabbed this one first. That's mine. A moment later, the group had equipped themselves with weapons. What? The body disappeared. Magic did it. Shut up, all 5 of you, go through that door. As soon as they touched the door, a surge of electricity shocked the old man. What the hell is this? Quit messing around and just get in there. Jenna knew just by looking at him that he was the protagonist, so she had to follow him, right? He'd been suspicious since chapter 2. He checked and tested a shield. Right in the middle of this chaos, should I follow him? You know what's going to happen next, don't you? Why do we need weapons? Where are we? And what's up with that little fairy? You sure have a lot of questions, but right now, you just need to charge onto the battlefield and take out all the enemies. As for the rest, you'll have to find those answers yourself. Suddenly, the system announced that Marilyn had returned to the goddess's embrace. Her spirit would be immortalized forever. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. Why is the system constantly announcing that these people are getting wiped out one after another? Is this why they're only 1 star? What's wrong? Did something just happen? Silence. Team 1 has been wiped out. A bunch of useless trash. Couldn't even make it past the first floor. They're all dead. Setting up formation. Assembling heroes now. Han, 1 star. Lai, 1 star. Marilyn, 1 star. Kelko, 1 star. Jackson, 1 star. You've all been assigned to Team 1. The rest of you, get out there. Is it our turn already? We haven't seen anyone come back yet. Excuse me, ma'am? I've got arthritis. I can't walk very well. Could you please remove me from the team? Arthritis? But you were walking just fine a second ago. It just flared up again. Honestly, these idiots. Jenna also noticed Han's actions. Seeing that Han didn't object, Jenna dragged the guy with arthritis along. Just keep moving. We'll fight and survive together. I told you I have arthritis. What exactly does she want us to prepare for? I've never even held a spear before. Keep it down. Shut your mouth and get ready. Good luck, everyone. As he was being dragged away, he was still screaming, My stomach hurts now. Let me go, please. As soon as they stepped inside, the scene shifted to a waiting hall. Where is this? A temple? And what does this say? Main dungeon. Your current challenge is floor 1. Tower of Salvation, main dungeon. Current floor, 0. The gate is opening, please prepare. Han immediately shouted to keep everyone in line. Don't lose focus, it's starting. Han's aura flared, enveloping everyone. In the blink of an eye, they were teleported to a vast open field. Where is this? What are you thinking? We're on the battlefield. In front of them was a group of level 3 goblins, licking their lips. Floor 1, mission type, suppression, target, eliminate all enemies. I told you, fight and live, or don't and die. So, heads up, and as soon as he turned around, the whole bunch had already bolted. God damn it! Hey old man, I thought you said you had arthritis? Looks like you're cured. Jenna, 1 star, is panicking. All stats reduced by 30%. Dazan, 1 star, is panicking. All stats reduced by 30%. After running for a while, all 3 of them slammed face first into some kind of invisible wall. Why can't we get out of here? Let me out. I need to take a dump. What is this wall? Get rid of it. How embarrassing. I shouldn't have expected anything from these losers. Jenna turned to ask Han, Can we escape if we beat all the goblins? Do you know how to use a bow? My old man was a hunter. All right, I'll rush in and fight head on. You provide support, fire from the back. Can you do it? Let's go. Right after that, the goblins came swarming in. At this moment, Han started a little confession with the viewers. Honestly, I've never swung a sword or used a shield in my life. My name is Han Yisoo, but my real name is Han Yisoo, and it seems I've just gotten stuck in one hell of a game. Big Makeup, a mobile game released by the studio of Mobius Corporation. The goal of the game is to conquer a 100-floor tower, support heroes by crafting materials, and build bases. You need to clear the tower using strategy and tactics. Just yesterday, I was living a normal life. Big Makeup has reached 100 million downloads. Thanks to the support of masters around the world, Big Makeup has surpassed 100 million downloads. A special event will take place. Event Info 1. Receive 100 gems for logging in from the 27th to the 5th of the second month. Chance to receive 1,000 gems. 2. Masters will receive 1 summon. Scroll for a high-grade hero upon login. When summoning high-grade heroes, you are guaranteed at least a 3-star hero. 3. At the end of the event, a new dungeon with extreme difficulty will open. 4. New dungeons appear. This piece of junk game finally has a decent event. Hero ranks range from 1 to a maximum of 7 stars. I am extremely unlucky. Even after using thousands of free summons, I've never pulled a hero above 5 stars. Dungeons can drop fate scrolls at a low rate, which are needed to create 7-star heroes. No reason not to participate. 4. Big Makeup is different from other character building games. In this one, they set down harsh rules. No matter how much love and care you put into a character, once they die, they are dead for real and cannot be resurrected. That means even if they are a 1-star or a 6-star, once they're gone, that's it. You have to scout the dungeon first, using a disposable team. The newly appeared dungeon has opened. Suddenly, a bunch of warnings appeared. All 38 team members felt terrified. What are they so afraid of? It's no big deal. I just need to watch the boss's attack pattern. Diora, 6-star, is worried. Right now, inside the screen, a new level 999 monster is slaughtering his whole team. What is that? A bug? Clearly a system error. The system kept announcing that you had failed. The whole team with 6-star characters had all gone to see the afterlife. They were wiped out before they could even see how it attacked. I didn't learn anything at all. Suddenly, the monster turned its gaze toward Han and wore a creepy smile. Found you. This scene made his blood run cold. What was that? Is that another one of its attacks? The game should have ended by now. Suddenly, his vision went black. What? I can't see anything. A system board appeared. Create new account. Account? Please choose a name of 2 to 6 characters. What is this saying? What's this? This name is already available. Will you use this name? Water? Is it trying to write whatever? I don't have a choice. What is it doing? It just agreed on its own? Water. Welcome to the world of Big Makeup. Play the tutorial. After completing it, you will receive a reward. A small village in the Hem territory. In this place, a boy named Yisoo Han opened his eyes, and the scene had changed to a place of war and fire, a peaceful land for all mankind and non-humanity. Tanya, a mysterious enemy, has invaded this peaceful land. Hey, Master, if you want to save the world, climb the tower. Countless heroes will be by your side. Tutorial Mission 1. Defeat the goblins invading the village. At the same time, a goblin appeared. Han still didn't understand what was going on. What was that message? Is this actually real? But it didn't take long for me to realize. This really was the truth. The goblin lunged forward, swinging its sword at Elodie. Elodie raised his blade to parry, clenching his core with everything he had. He swung back with all his might, knocking the goblin's weapon flying. But I couldn't shake the feeling of having killed another living being. Stage 1. 1. Star cleared. Level up. Rewards are being sent to your mailbox. What in the world is going on? Is this inside the game? This scenery. It's pick me up. Master, before continuing to the next stage, try summoning an ally. Tap the Summon tab in your menu. A special first-time service is giving you 500 gems needed for a high-level summon. What the hell is going on? Immediately after, a girl appeared wearing full armor, a super VIP-looking sword strapped to her side. Master, you've received a 4-star hero, C. Summoned? That was just one pull? I thought I'd be summoned too. Just like a hero, called for a pick-me-up player. I had been summoned. I'm Yisoo, 4-star, level 1, EXP 0 out of 10. Class, Knight. Strength 1,919. Intelligence 1,010. Vitality 1,819. Agility 2,222. Skills. Combat Logic 101. Sword Technique Saber Intermediate 101. Knight's Resolve 101. Yisoo? I am C. A knight? Yisoo? What a strange name. Not Han Yisoo. Let's try creating a team with your heroes. Drag and drop the heroes into the squad tab, and create a unique team. Master, a 2-star and a 4-star? Now that's a team. Master, take me and C into the dungeon again. Are you a newbie? You don't look like much. This is my first time. Unlike me, who had never held a sword before, the 4-star hero C wiped out 5 goblins in a heartbeat. Stage cleared. C leveled up. Rewards are being sent to your mailbox. Check your mailbox. MVP of this match, C. It was an absolute difference in skill, because between us, there's a 3-star gap. I had nothing left to say, but the problem was, what happened next? Master, your heroes have bravely completed their battle. The final tutorial awaits you. The way to make heroes stronger is by synthesis. The door has opened. Tap the synthesis tab in your menu. I'm screwed. At this moment, Israt suddenly appeared and said, "Hey, are you not going? The master is waiting." Elodie was surprised. "Israt? That's right. I'm Israt." "No, wait. How do you know my name? Who are you?" "Heh. I definitely knew her. Because I played Pick Me Up so much." "Me? I'm Han Yisoo." "Han Yisoo? No way. Not Han Yisoo? What? Why do you look different from the picture?" "Han Yisoo was born in Toria, on the Him Peninsula." "That's not right. I'm Han Yisoo, born in Seoul, Gungseogu." "Now, send me back." While I was talking nicely. "No, no way. You're from Earth? Don't tell me you're from Mars?" Israt immediately panicked. "How the hell did this happen? I'm going crazy. Just go in first." "No way. If I go in, I'll die." "You can't die. You're just being synthesized. It's the same thing. Anyway, just get in there." "Damn it, it's starting." Synthesis. Increase power by combining two heroes. One of the two heroes becomes a sacrifice to boost the other's stats. In this process, one of the two heroes is guaranteed to be destroyed. The problem is, I'm a 1-star hero, and she's a 4-star knight. A normal player has no reason to save me and kill C. Am I about to die? Who would be stupid enough to synthesize a 4-star hero with a 1-star hero? Synthesis complete. Elodie was surprised because he wasn't the one being synthesized. C was disappearing into the light. "Why are you disappearing? This makes no sense. You're a 4-star hero and I'm just a 1-star. But I wasn't the one chosen. That's all there is to it. I leave it to you, Han." With those words, she vanished into thin air. Elodie stood there, stunned. I didn't understand anything. Returning to the present, Grid has returned to the goddess's embrace. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. The formation was in chaos right now. "Don't lose focus. If you do that, you'll die." Jenna turned back toward the enemy and screamed, "Hey, you old geezer, keep fighting. A monster is chasing us." Elodie kept fighting, his whole body full of determination. Anyway, I survived. I got lucky because C died due to the master's stupid mistake. It's no surprise with a piece of shtot game like this. So, what about the last two? I'll take care of one, as others thought. "What are you doing?" And right then, while distracted, Elodie was ambushed by a goblin. Elodie lost an arm. I don't know why I was summoned in to pick me up, but I know one thing. I, Han Yisoo, was summoned as a 1-star hero, Han Yisoo. Right before entering this world, that bugged out, level 999 monster was laughing loudly. "That BTCH, I'm sure it was the one who dragged me here. You messed with the wrong person." After wiping out the goblins, Elodie sat on the ground in pain. Jenna walked over to check on his arm. "When I get back, I'll be fine." Players don't have much of a voice in combat because most battles happen automatically, by the heroes themselves. Even so, the game boasts 100 million players globally. The reason is that they can observe this world like a god. He looked up, staring straight at the player, asking, "Is it fun?" I'm also a player who liked Pick Me Up, creating tactical items and strategies, nurturing heroes and finding hidden elements. Even if you call it a sheech game, don't give up. 5th in the world, Han Yisoo, Master of Masters. Let's see me survive until the end. Level cleared, Jenna leveled up. Rewards, 2,000 gold, 2 iron ore, 2 stones. MVP of this match, Han. The other 9 guys had kicked the bucket. The next morning, Elodie woke up earlier than the roosters, starting a new day by running 100 laps around the field. While running, he thought, I have to accept this. This is the time for me to stop acting like a kid. I'm inside Pick Me Up. I was born and summoned as a 1-star hero. There are 2 ways for a hero to die. Dying in combat, or through synthesis. And I am a 1-star hero. Being a 1-star hero is truly hopeless in Pick Me Up. We are just props. The most useless props. 6 stats that are terrible and growth potential that is incredibly low. At this rate, I won't be able to escape the danger of being synthesized. Han Yisoo, 1-star, level 5, EXP 4,450, class, apprentice, strength, 1,515, wisdom, 1,515, vitality 1,515, dexterity 1,515. No skills yet. I must become stronger, survive, take revenge, and return. Health, 15 out of 15. Agility, 15 out of 15. Still no skills. I have to get stronger, survive, take my revenge, and make it back. If I don't get stronger, Everything else is just wishful thinking. I don't know what's going to happen from here on out. If I don't adapt soon, I'm a dead man. If I don't come to terms with it, I'll just get swallowed whole. This reminds me of that hellish military service. Being physically strong isn't enough. I need to be mentally sharp too. I won't survive if I can't keep a cool head. You've got to learn to survive on your own while you're still young, don't forget that. Even without your parents or any other AI around, you can still manage to pull through. Try to remember those tough times. Jenna curiously walks over and asks, "What are you doing? Training to kill monsters? Why on earth? Why are you being so rude?" I've come such a long way to find the master. But suddenly, Jenna goes quiet for a moment. I've been thinking all night about what I need to do from now on. First of all, we can't escape this place, can we? Because my father was a hunter, I used to enjoy archery in my free time. I won't get in your way. No, I don't think anything will change if I just sit around crying. You know how to survive here, don't you? Was yesterday your first real combat? That's right. I've just been stuck inside all day. So, how do you use the bow? It's decent. Jenna Sarai, a 1-star hero. Level 2. Experience, 5 out of 20. Class, Apprentice. Strength, 11 out of 11. Wisdom, 11 out of 11. Vitality, 11 out of 11. Dexterity, 11 out of 11. Skill, Apprentice Archer. She just gained 4 stat points since yesterday. If her growth is slow, but she's got a prerequisite skill, even as a 1-star, and despite being a bit shaky from her first fight, she still managed to shoot down a goblin. She doesn't seem like the type to just give up her life, and she has a clear goal to follow. Alright, a diamond in the rough. I'll help you. Jenna reaches out her hand and says, "My father used to say that if I wanted to survive, I had to choose someone to follow. He was a good father, wasn't he? Please, help me." Han also reaches out to shake her hand, agreeing to cooperate. The system announces, Jenna, a 1-star hero, has gained favor with Han, a 1-star hero. A friendship between the two has been created. Tip: heroes who befriend others receive extra rewards when in the same party. Han thinks, something feels off here, and feels a bit uneasy about this message. ISO, are you there? Ugh, what is it again? I'm busy. You appeared faster than someone who's supposedly busy. No matter how many times you're asked, you won't tell me, right? If you're curious, climb the tower yourself. The answers are all inside the tower. Could it be that I'm the only one who can see the status window above her head? ISO suddenly gets tongue-tied and hastily denies it. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're saying. I can clearly see it says 257. Shh, I guess you can see it, huh? Is it because your existence has been upgraded? When they become a... I shouldn't say that. I was certain after seeing her reaction. I'm the only one who can see the game messages and the messages from the master. ISO, what will we have to do if the master leaves the game? The master? I can only pray they don't leave. An accident happened when the master tried to connect me and it wasn't a normal accident, either. A 4-star ending up combined with a 1-star. The odds of a 4-star hero appearing in a free summon are 1%. Fortunately, 1 in 100 of them didn't make it just because of a small mistake. Pick Me Up is linked to the phone, so the players can't even restart it. It's already been a week since the game started, and since they logged in. Is the time here different from Earth? Don't ask. I'm not answering you. So that means time does pass differently here than on Earth, huh? Thanks for telling me that. Give me more tips next time, okay? Ah, you trash. A 1-star can't touch me. She can only interfere in self-defense or when a hero refuses the master's orders. I have to figure out the rules here one by one. If I don't, I'll die. That's the only law in this world. Jenna asks, confused, what are you two talking about? We have to raid to the 100th floor of the tower. There's an existence called the Master who can give orders through ISO. We have to follow them and carry out the quests. Once we reach the 100th floor, we can get out of here. That means we have to keep fighting monsters. That's why we have to train. We need to become even stronger. Will just the two of us be okay? The Master can use money to summon AIs like us. They're planning to summon a lot of people. Our choices from here on will decide our fate. But ultimately, our fate still relies on the Master's decisions. After training all day, I realized another rule here. Essentials and food regenerate the next day. And if I think about what I want, it appears in the wardrobe the next day. And of course, things like guns won't appear. There are other rules regarding the fruits of training. Things I didn't understand when I played Pick Me Up are now becoming clear. There are times when heroes of the same rank have different combat capabilities. They all share one thing in common. They're too lazy to train. Training doesn't increase stats or level. It improves skills and restores your abilities. I hadn't thought about that from the start. Now that I think about it, I don't think they're all just AIs. If a master is skilled, they classify the main heroes into 3 types. First, a master might not even glance at a hero who is easily panicked. Second, skills. A high-ranked hero summoned has many skills, while most low-ranked heroes have hidden potential that the master must find. Third, physical condition. That's what I'm doing right now. And with that, 3 days have passed since I started training. The master has connected to the game. By now, my stats should have gone up a few points. I've gained 2 new skills, Apprentice Swordsman and Shield Technique. I've gained 2 skills through training. I've tried my best. Get ready, the master is here. They're already here? What are you talking about? It's been 3 days, master. I'll start summoning. I'm looking for a hero. The master is summoning a new hero. A party needs 5 people, so they're going to pull 3 times. Master has received Hero Aaron, 1 star. Master has received Hero Toby, 1 star. Master has received Hero Jensen, 1 star. 3 people step out, looking just as clueless as the previous group. Jenna hastily warns the newcomers. Everyone, we have to prepare for battle. We'll teach you guys after we're safely through this. Prepare for battle? Who are you guys? ISO immediately appears to announce, Spatial Rift opening. Jenna, pick a weapon before it's too late. Hurry. Yes. Since everyone died last time with their gear on, I'm all out of backup weapons. The newcomers flipped out, yelling at ISO, Hey, you AI, where the hell are we? Send us back right now. Jenna tried her best to hold them back, saying, Stop it. It'll only get worse if we pick a fight with her. But they snapped. Are you in on this too? Did you guys bring us here? It wasn't me. I got dragged here too. You're just wasting your breath. You'll realize that in a few minutes. My wife is waiting for me. Send me back. I'm just a poor farmer. I don't have any money. You grabbed the wrong person. Then, looking at the portal, he asked, Are you guys not going in? Are they just gonna die? As long as they don't mess with ISO, they should be fine. And just like that, ISO shoved the whole group of newbies into the gate. A moment later, everyone teleported to the 2nd floor. Floor 2. Quest. Suppress the target. Wipe out all enemies. The 3 newbies were terrified, but Han didn't care. Jenna, you ready? Yes. The monsters on this floor were goblins, plus a few wolves. Seeing the monsters, all 3 newbies panicked, their stats dropping by 30%. Jenna started breathing heavily. Her stats dropped 30% too. You're scared, too? Did you eat something bad? Don't scare me like that. Just take care of the 2 goblins, I'll handle the wolves. Jenna, 1 star, already stopped panicking. So, you were only scared for a second, huh? Thank goodness. Unlike her, none of the newcomers had any intention of helping out, just as I thought. As soon as that thought crossed my mind, the monsters lunged to attack. Han got into position and jabbed a wolf. Still alive? Is it this piece of trash weapon? He braced himself, swung with all his might, and turned the wolf into gore. After sending that wolf to the afterlife, another one charged in, trying to give him a loving bite. But Han managed to raise his shield just in time. He swung his sword, but the wolf leaped backward, dodging. Han didn't miss his chance. He dashed forward, lunging. With one more strike, swift as lightning, sending the last wolf to the grave. Checking on the 2 goblins, he saw they had already been turned into pincushions. Wow, you've become a real archer, haven't you? How many did you shoot? Stop. It's already dead. Han and Jenna leveled up and became the MVPs. Han's reward, 5,000 gold, iron ore, and 1 wolf hide. Congrats on clearing floor 2. Moving on to floor 3. What is this? It's just like when we went up to floor 2. We're going up to floor 3 now. If the master is reckless, they'll push us straight to floor 3. But if that happens... Wait, what happens next on floor 3? Seeing the notification that the master had logged out, Han let out a long sigh. ISO appeared, stretching. Finally got out of there. Wait, we're the ones who have to fight, right? Can you even get tired? 1 floor per day? It seems time here is 3 times slower than in the waiting room. They'll probably log back in after 3 days. My intelligence dropped by 1 point, but my strength increased by 2. I still have 4 stat points to spend, but my level is going up nicely, which means my physical stats are improving. The master isn't forcing the progression anymore. If I stayed stuck in the recovery state from floor 1, it would put everyone in danger. At this moment, the 2 newbies kept pestering us. Why do I have to fight? What the hell is this place? And what was that about monsters? I already told you, we have to fight to survive. Think whatever you want. How can I fight monsters when I've never even held a weapon before? You think we know how to fight? 1 star. A normal person. Someone living far away from the battlefield. I think I understand why 1-star ratings are called trash. 2 star. Momon. He said he used to be a mercenary. The more experience a summoned person has in combat, the higher their star rating. High-star mercenaries won't panic at all. Just a little. Maybe. But if you throw a 1-star mercenary into the middle of a battle, 100% of the time, they'll lose their minds. But it's not like those with 3 stars or more. They jump straight into the fight. They're summoned with combat knowledge. Do they even know what their objective is or why they have to fight? I think I know. Based on her attitude, I'm sure Jenna. After arguing for a while, she was also getting fed up. Those two. Why aren't you helping at all, Han? Why should I bother with those useless people? We should advise them and make them teammates. It's better than nothing, right? Hey, they'll disappear soon. You'll see. It's not because they'll be killed, but if they keep going like this, they'll just vanish. You and I will keep fighting in the next battle. Leave them alone. Hey, I wanted to ask you guys something. Han didn't care. He turned around coldly, walked away, and said, "Ask someone else. You're annoying." The brown-haired guy got triggered, grabbed Han's collar, and shouted, "What did you say? Tell that to my fist." Immediately, Han punched him, breaking his avatar of a bastard. You guys are just chilling while we have to fight out there. See? I did what you wanted. Happy now? Huh. The next day, training continued. After the basic exercises, we started weapon training. Like I said, I used a wooden sword, and Jenna practiced archery, Han's super-level swordsmanship. Those other 2 or 3 people didn't come to the training field. They wandered around trying to find an exit, but of course, they couldn't find one. Meanwhile, Jenna and I were practicing sparring. Jenna drew her bow and kept firing arrows at me. I wasn't falling behind, using my sword to deflect almost every single arrow, but one of them planted itself straight into my leg. Are you okay? I told you, don't worry about me. Don't think the normal rules where you lived apply here. Wounds heal fast. Ha! I gained the pain resistance skill. Keep training. I won't stop. Pain is good. It's proof that I'm alive. Awakening a skill. Hero Han's basic swordsmanship and basic shield mastery have merged into a new skill. Han gained basic sword and shield mastery. Welcome to the pick-me-up. Get to the plaza when the master appears. You want a beating? Perfect. Just training was making my skin crawl. Why does it feel like you're learning faster than me? I'm pretty good at this stuff. And those other guys kept resisting. Let us out. I'm sick of eating potatoes. You're planning to make us fight more, aren't you? I don't want to. No way. Yisoo got angry, veins popping out on her head. A bunch of them. Those guys were lifted into the air. I'm asking nicely here. Don't make me catch you. Write an apology letter right now. Get over here. Don't make me come over there to get you. Today, you're dead meat. Spare me. All right, get your ass over here. Yes, ma'am. Cut to scene on floor 3. The monsters are still goblins, but this time they brought extra gear. Their weapons and tactics have improved. It doesn't matter. Just fight like we practiced. These goblins aren't our opponents anyway. 1/1 down. Yup. Clearing the stage, Jenna leveled up and got the MVP bonus, 7,000 gold and iron ore. Man, I think I'm getting used to this. But honestly, it's getting a little boring. Looks like they still refuse to fight. Whatever. I wasn't planning on sharing the EXP with people who won't lift a finger anyway. If they don't fight, they don't get the EXP. It's a shame to waste time on disobedient heroes. Maybe I should try the lucky spin. That usually makes them behave better. Floor 1, testing again. Looks like Master is getting ready for the lucky spin. It's not over yet, is it? They brought us back to the floor 1 safe zone. Seems Master isn't totally heartless after all. Just like the ones I saw on floor 1. Clearing the stage, MVP Jenna gets 1,000 gold. Master, you aren't going to let us rest, are you? If I clear these quickly. Stage 2 cleared. 1,000 gold. Stage 3 cleared. 1,000 gold. I'm exhausted. Master isn't going to send us out again, right? I swear I'm gonna lose it. How much longer do I have to babysit these losers? Don't worry, today will be the end of it. The end of it? What do you mean? They don't look like they're about to change. I don't think Master is going to keep dragging around such dead weight. Master is starting to synthesize. Those 3 are starting to panic. Where is this place? Drag and drop the heroes you wish to sacrifice to the hero you want to upgrade. The sacrificed heroes will vanish. Goodbye, you losers who didn't know how to seize the opportunity. I see plenty of opportunities here. Even if the little things don't show up on the screen, Master surely knows everything. They must know who's fighting on the front lines, who's proactive, and who's just lazy. Jensen, get into the synthesis room. Move it. Nothing will happen to you. What's going to happen if we go in there? We'll probably be judged based on what we've done so far. I haven't done anything. I was just dragged here out of nowhere. Just get in there. ISO nodded, too. This is the first time we've been on the same page. So, what do you want me to do? Help you? If you had at least pretended to fight, things would be different. I'm sick of you. Get in there and get it over with. This isn't fair. Right after he said that, his body slowly faded into nothingness. Synthesis complete. Jenna leveled up and gained the Hawkeye skill. What just happened? That guy turned into light and just disappeared. In this place, the useless ones die to empower the others. Now it's my turn. I wonder which one of you two is next. Next up are Han and Toby. Toby is literally peeing his pants right now. You're sending me home, right? Tell me I'm going home. Home? Huh? Sure. Keep telling yourself that. Synthesis complete. Toby turned into light and vanished. Han leveled up and gained the calm skill. I walked over to the blonde guy and said, "You're lucky." So, if Master thinks you're useless, you just disappear in there? Why are you so sad? You're the one who didn't want to be left behind. If I become useless, will this happen to me one day, too? The higher we climb, the stronger the monsters and players we have to face. Either we die at the hands of the enemy, or we die being sacrificed like that. Is that it? You seem to know everything. If you want to survive, do exactly what I say. Stick close to the strong ones. Scene change to the second day. Jenna walks up to me and bows 90 degrees. Please, take care of me. What happened to you? You said I should stick to the strong ones. So, I'm going to get close to the strong ones. Please, I'm counting on you. I can't believe it. If you work hard, you won't die. So don't worry too much about it. Please take care of me, too. I'm sorry. I've been such an idiot. I just spent all my time causing trouble. No matter what happened, leaving you two to fight alone was the most cowardly thing I could do. But from now on, everything is going to be different. How can I trust you? If you want, I'll even kneel if you ask. Just please. It seems he's finally determined. Have you ever fought a monster before? Before coming here, I had never fought a single monster. But you're so skilled. It all comes down to your resolve. Resolve to win, or just resolve to survive. Take this spear. It's not my specialty, but I heard it's the easiest weapon to use. Try using it. Do you know the basic theory of melee, mid-range, and long-range combat? Melee uses swords, mid-range uses spears, and long-range uses bows. That's the basic theory, right? Since our team only has 3 people, that's the most efficient way. What are you doing? Get ready to fight. Fight? You're not going to teach me? I've never used a spear before. What am I supposed to teach you? I learned how to fight on my own. So, learn it yourself. Be grateful you even have a sparring partner. I only had a training dummy to practice against. After getting beaten up a lot, the blonde guy swung with all his might, but he closed his eyes and just swung wildly. I immediately punished him with a kick to the gut. You're in a fight, and you close your eyes? My life wasn't even threatened yet, and this is all you can do? If I were a monster, you'd be dead already. It's my first time. Isn't it a bit too harsh to treat me like that? I don't want to have to look after anyone else. If you guys can't keep up, I'm just going to leave you behind. Do you have a family? My little sister is waiting for me. At least you have someone. I have nobody. So, what happens if you don't make it back? The blonde guy gritted his teeth. I just laughed. Your spirit looks a bit better now. System. You have chosen the blacksmith as a secondary facility. Weapon Levi 1. Do you want to construct it? Costs 500 gems. I can finally walk around, and now the blacksmith is open too. If you're going to be here, get out. Who do you think you are? Calling me whenever you want. I'm sick of that attitude. Try to fix it. You're the one who sends tips to Master, right? Can you get online? If you can, hack the system. You must be able to use it, right? That's right, I can. My hobby is browsing the web. So, the tips you send are being used as a foundation? After summoning items 10 times, the training facility level 1 unlocks, then the blacksmith. How do you know that? That post is really popular on the Pick Me Up site. Don't you know? The one Han Yisoo posted. You know Han Yisoo? Of course, I'm a user of Pick Me Up too. You must be stuck in the lower floors. Lord Han Yisoo is a master among masters, the god of war of Pick Me Up. If he had 7 stars, he'd be at the top of the world. Why do you like Han Yisoo? Because he's the one who makes the impossible possible. Ho. Making the impossible possible, huh? You're a pick-me-up player, and you don't even know that? While Yisoo was rambling on and on about Han Yisoo, Han just doused her with a bucket of cold water. Sorry to break it to you, he said. Iso shot back. What the heck is that supposed to mean? Han grinned smugly and replied, I am Han Yisoo. I'm Han Yisoo. Han Yisoo. Han chuckled, his eyes gleaming. I'm Han Yisoo. Iso, hovering next to him, was stunned, stuttering. You. What are you saying? Are you trying to scam an AI? She spoke up to verify. Account number 466319131, Han calmly explained. To prevent any risk of the pick-me-up account being hacked. Only the account owner and the server know it. Check it yourself if you still don't believe me. Do you need me to read out the museum account number too? Iso opened the system to double-check. No way. You're Han Yisoo? That's ridiculous. Can this be real? A moment later, after checking, Iso said, In that case, pass me a pen and paper. She shyly added, Please give me your autograph. You idiot. This is amazing. With this, I'll be a VIP member of Ragnar Han Yisoo. Han took the pen and paper, signing it while confusedly asking, What the heck is Ragnar Han Yisoo? Iso excitedly replied, It's Han Yisoo's fan forum. It's the best of the best. To become a VIP, you need Han Yisoo's autograph. He continued, That's a thing? First time hearing about it. Suddenly, thinking of something, Iso asked anxiously, Wait, what about all the things we've said to Han Yisoo until now? Are you being serious? While signing, Han replied, I'm only a 1-star right now, so who cares about that stuff? Iso said, deeply serious. Wait, Nipperham. What will happen to Nipperham without you? I'm curious about that too. Nipperham was the name of the lounge system in his account, which had 13 floors in total. They were all waiting rooms with a capacity of up to 20,000 people. All the infrastructure there was of the highest quality, suitable for levels 18 to 22. Han thought, feeling helpless. Even so, what does it matter when the real me, the master, is actually here and not? Iso panicked, clutching her head. So, what's going to happen to those 20,000 people? Han said, sounding resigned. If you're that worried, why don't you let me go back? Iso, dejected, replied, I can't do that. He continued. I know. I also know you're just an intermediary manager, doing miscellaneous chores. He asked further, but the owner of this lounge, VKPAT, is someone from Earth, right? And the heroes being summoned aren't artificial intelligence either, are they? That's right. This connected world is a bit different, but they are all human. Master VKPAT didn't know that we are all human. He was just a real player actually enjoying pick-me-up. All the heroes had to face every danger just to satisfy their entertainment. Looking up at Iso, Han continued. More importantly, can I go back if I reach the 100th floor? Geez, I don't know. You don't know? Han continued, seeking more information. Next question. Who brought me here? Iso said, her voice sounding helpless. I can't answer that. Not getting an answer, he felt a bit annoyed. Sorry. It's fine. Like you said, I'll find out for myself while climbing the tower. Besides, within your authority as master, what can you access? Right now, I can give instructions to open and close these facilities, and support a few other activities. Are all the master's lounges the same? Each room is slightly different, but overall they're the same. Han fell into thought. Do 100 million worlds really coexist? He linked everything together, summoning Mobius. The system, which had created countless heroes by combining thousands of templates, was actually just a lie. Quantum artificial intelligence. The heroes, who were said to be AI, were actually humans. The dungeons the system once mentioned that it had created countless content, containing hundreds of millions of worlds. If every world in the game was actually a real world, it meant my unconscious choices could kill a hero. After a moment, he called out, Iso. Iso? Hearing his voice, Iso nodded eagerly. If you want to climb the tower, remember my words well. That's how you can succeed in climbing the tower. That evening at the training ground, watching the two of them train, Han made a personal judgment. Jenna is a genius. Her growth rate couldn't possibly be that of a 1-star. Even though she had never used a dagger before, she could get used to it very quickly. On the other hand, Eren was quite slow. At this rate, sooner or later, he would die. After training, Jenna smiled and said to Han, I went easy on Eren, but it still seemed a bit too much for him, didn't it? Hearing Jenna's words, he felt annoyed. Stop being so arrogant and follow me. What's wrong? You aren't going to teach your number 1 subordinate today? Iso appeared, scolding Jenna. Who do you think you are, following Han around like that? The two started arguing. I am the number 1 subordinate. Get lost. I'm his number 1 subordinate, right? Before she could finish, Han waved his hand, grabbing Iso. You sly old fox. You know this is an AI, right, Master? Ugh. Do you have nothing else to do? Anyway, Han Yisoo's #1 subordinate is me. Remember that well. He looked at Yisoo, feeling helpless. I shouldn't have said I was Han Yisoo. Jenna looked at the screaming Yisoo, confused. What's wrong with it? Don't pay it any mind, it's just a bit stupid. Walking to the warehouse, he ordered Yisoo, Yisoo, you said you have authority, right? Open the warehouse. Okay, wait a second. The warehouse opened, pitch black inside. Iron ore was piled up on the floor. The system announced, Han, 1 star, has successfully collected 6 pieces of iron ore, C grade, 4 pieces of C grade wood from the warehouse. After picking up the items, he continued, Yisoo, activate the forge. Yes. Jenna pulled the cart behind him, curious. What are you planning to do? You can't just keep using a rusty iron sword forever. He realized, after exchanging words with Yisoo, that he was a mix of a master and a hero, and if that was true, then he could invade territory. This was the master's authority. Yisoo and Han stood in front of the forge. Yisoo asked, Han Yisoo, what are you doing? Are you going to craft Evatin or Berzionak here? The system announced, insufficient facilities, penalty applied. Insufficient blacksmiths, penalty applied. Insufficient blueprints, penalty applied. Terrible success rate, continue refining, yes. Looking into the forge, Yisoo said, of course, the forging method will be. Han continued. Manual, the system continued, asking, please choose the difficulty of the puzzle. Super hard. Yisoo watched Han's choice, anxious and stressed. You've already got 3 penalties, just watch, he explained. This is a mini-game for masters. Most masters wouldn't choose this, but the rewards are huge. The system announced a 3-minute time limit. Yisoo stared at the puzzle in fear. I couldn't even see the shape of it. Han reassured her. It's a piece of cake. As she watched him solve it, her eyes filled with admiration. Wow, as expected of a master craftsman. Truly legendary hands. You only see these once in 1,000 years. Han quickly rearranged the boxes, his speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. The system announced, success. Amazing. Han had successfully forged the longsword. Yisoo screamed in awe. He looked at the sword with a neutral expression and continued working with his godly skills. Han created a series of items by solving the puzzles. Finished, he stretched. These are all just C-grade items. I guess that's as far as I can go with these materials. You're not making any more? Just a little better and they'd really stand out. I don't want any unnecessary misunderstandings from the master. The next morning, the wind blew through the forest. Jenna was practicing with her new bow. Every arrow she fired instantly took down a monster. The squad had reached the 4th floor. Jenna marveled. This elasticity is absolutely perfect. With gear this high quality, those who come after us will definitely try to steal it. Han reminded her, if you use the personal weapon option, that won't happen. Looking at the horde of monsters, Jenna complained. The master is being a bit unreasonable. It's just the 3 of us attacking them. Han assigned the tasks. You, take care of that Haji. Aaron, you protect Jenna. I'll handle the rest, boss. As soon as he finished speaking, the monsters rushed to attack the 3. Aaron panicked, slashing wildly and screaming, AIHA. The system announced, Aaron is panicked. All stats reduced by 30%. Han saw the notification and sighed worriedly. This damn kid. He's too worked up. Aaron continued to slash and scream without noticing what was behind him. Jenna rushed in from behind, reached out, and gave Aaron a hard slap. Calm down, she scolded. You'll die if you fail again. Are you fine with that? Aaron stared blankly, blood dripping from his nose, saying nothing. Han rushed out to block an attack and yelled, Stop panicking, I'll try. The 3 combined their strength to wipe out the monsters. The system announced, clear. Aaron leveled up after the battle. Aaron threw up everything in his stomach. The motherly figure sighed. Even so, I didn't have any standout performance just now. What's going to happen to me? He looked at the system notification. Aaron had been added to the favorite list. Han explained, since you were added to the favorite list, it looks like you'll live. Really? Really? Regaining his spirits, he shouted happily. I'm alive, Jenna teased. #1 subordinate. It seems like #2 subordinate has grown up too, huh? Which subordinate? Han muttered to himself. Subordinate, huh? He thought. To be more precise, #1 subordinate is Sirius of the Nifu region. Han recalled the past. 5 members of Squad 1 were all 6-star and level 99. At the same time, they possessed 5 divine artifacts he had created himself, along with a few ultimate skills. If I climb the tower, there's a chance I'll meet them one day. Since this is an automated game, CJ, the Vice Master, will be able to manage. If not, there's also Unet. Both of them are so smart and sharp that I've wondered if they're really just artificial intelligence. But come to think of it, they aren't AI at all. In another city, Sirius asked, "Do you really have to go, Unet? You should know that we need to make the most of every second we have. I won't ask for much in this farewell, but I hope you'll keep an eye on the investigation. And I also need you to take over the rest of my duties." Turning his back to leave, CJ said, "I trust you with the Master's territory." The system announced, "The mansion has leveled up. Hero capacity increased. The cafeteria is finished. The training ground has been upgraded. The 3 annexes have been merged. The infirmary has been upgraded." Jenna looked at everything changing and exclaimed, "Oh my god, what the hell just happened?" Aaron marveled, "Could the Master be an ultimate mage? Think about it. If that's true," Han continued, "the Master is just spending a little bit. He has no other choice. This is when things start to get interesting." Han analyzed in his head. From the diverse feedback from the heroes and the exciting battles, the Master will feel that they are real people rather than statistics made from zeros. And he won't be able to stop feeling that way because he is a real human being. In short, after we cleared the floors, the waiting room gradually became complete. Han spoke his thoughts to Yisoo. "The Master's active time is quite fixed. He's highly likely a office worker. It seems he watches the attacks quite often, and occasionally he has enough money to spend." Yisoo held an item and laughed greedily. "Isn't this better then? Meeting a master who's a broke student? He even bought the $65 pack." Han thought sarcastically. "Big makeup. Unlike other games, it doesn't reward gems after completing missions, and the game company almost never has any events to throw gems at the players." He said, "Because the amount of free gems players receive is quite limited, they surely value paying players more." System notification. Master has started a 10-pull summon. Aaron was surprised. "Summoning again?" Han calmed him down. "We've seen the house already, haven't we? It's time to meet the new guests. There are 2 ways to summon. Summoning with gold, also known as normal summoning. Summoning with gems will be premium summoning, right? Of course, summoning with premium in-game currency is more effective." The newly summoned crowd was surprised. Where is this? What the hell is going on? I was just at home." Han frowned. "Does anyone know what's happening? I don't know if this is real or a dream." He pointed his sword at the man opposite him. The man was startled. Who are you people?" Han said coldly. "Silence. I don't intend to explain it to you right away. I'll only explain it to those who can survive and think calmly." Hey, Yisoo shouted loudly. "My orders. Everyone, pay attention. Is there a carpenter here? If so, step forward. Who is a carpenter or a crafter? Is there a chef here?" He was bewildered. "Hey, why are you suddenly doing this?" "Wait, you at least have to explain a little." The girl standing nearby asked, "What is this situation? And what the hell is that tiny thing?" "Shut it." Jenna looked at Yisoo, wondering what she was doing. Han explained that the facility had just been upgraded. If those people who died earlier had been summoned now, they might not have had to fight. Han explained to everyone that the system inside the waiting room was changing, accompanied by the system's team division announcement. "If you don't possess any special abilities, then you must push yourselves. Pathetic amateurs aren't worth wasting resources on anymore. Master has finally started separating the useful ones, and he's purging the 1-star nobodies by sending them all into the dungeon." Yisoo pointed the way. "Get into that door, now." Han added, "If you can't adapt, you'll be wiped out." Perhaps he's just testing the first floor. The door slowly opened. The system announced, "John has returned to the embrace of the goddess." Seeing the notification, Han said, "That's one dead already." Jenna scolded, "If you had just explained things properly to him, maybe he wouldn't have had to die, right?" Han replied, "No need to waste words on the dead." From the lowest level, the system announced, "Tessie has returned to the embrace of the goddess." Han counted. 2 fallen already. At least 2 people should survive. The others stayed behind, terrified. Dika, Sickler, Chloe. She wants us to fight those monsters? No way. I can't do that. No way. Aaron, join in. I'll fight too. Yisoo interrupted. What? There's no place for you. Get out of the way, Jenna whispered. Is Aaron always like this? Han sighed. Yisoo, consider adding Aaron as a team member. He lacks actual combat experience, so it wouldn't be a bad idea. The system notification pinged. Han received it and called out to Aaron. Aaron, helping out is fine, but don't let it become a habit like me. Aaron nodded, signaling he understood. I get it, Jenna complained. I want to go home and eat a real meal. I haven't eaten anything but potatoes since I got here because of this damn master. Hearing Jenna, Han felt exhausted. He wondered if she even knew how to read the room. Look at the sky. He's watching us. Just like God watches over the world. Her words made Jenna jump in guilt. Han laughed to reassure her. Don't worry, he must be very busy. He doesn't have time to eavesdrop on everyone. He won't be able to hear us. I'm sure it'll be filtered and narrowed down before it gets relayed to Master. The system announced the quest was complete. Everyone walked out of the portal. Han asked Aaron, Any trouble? How many goblins did you take down? Aaron replied, Just one. All right, fine. You understand me, right? Let's head to our quarters. Jenna followed, asking, Are we finally liberated from the potatoes? Are we going to the cafeteria? Jenna exclaimed, Oh, look around. It's been upgraded, Jenna said. The facilities are definitely better. There's a canteen, which means we can finally eat proper food from now on, right? Just as long as Master doesn't see you lot as useless. She cheered. So, we're basically being treated to a high-end roast lamb dinner. Aaron requested, I want to eat turkey, boss. Han, feeling helpless, asked, Did you forget I said I'd kick you out if you were useless? The meal was still potatoes. Jenna and Han looked at the bowl of potatoes with disgust. The old man nervously explained, There's seasoning, but the only ingredient we have is potatoes. Han glanced at the old man. This guy claims to be a chef? The man was terrified by Han's glare. He sat with his arms crossed, fuming. He doesn't even have cooking skills? Does no one have cooking skills? He turned to the girl opposite him. You're Chloe, right? Me? From now on, you'll be the one cooking. A prompt appeared, forcing the girl to accept. The old man hurriedly said, Wait! Let me try again. Han was weary. You're quick, but you should choose a lie that's easier to cover up. He warned the old man, This is the only time I'll let it slide. A moment later, a table full of hearty food was served. Jenna exclaimed, This is so delicious. I didn't know potatoes could have so many different flavors. Chloe replied, feeling shy. That's because I added a lot of seasoning. While eating, Han said, Listen up, I won't repeat this again. You guys can pass this on to the next group of newcomers, if you don't want to walk around and end up dead. After a while, the others were skeptical and asked, Is that really true? I'd never fought before I came here either. All right, let's cooperate with each other. Another person asked, So, will the two of us be doing different work? Han answered, Enoch, Chloe, you two will be the carpenter and the cook. You two will help us in other ways. The old man said nervously. I can help with carpentry too, Han continued. If that's another lie, I'll suggest you as the first sacrifice for synthesis. I think you'd make perfect material. His words left the old man speechless. Han continued explaining to everyone around him. It's true that those who fight have a higher survival rate, but don't get too complacent. There are only a certain number of positions, so if more talented people are summoned than you lot, you'll have to keep fighting. Night fell at the base. The next day, Han's daily life was slightly disrupted. Only 3 people? Let's check them out. Killed Hansen and Dika? 3 teenagers joined the training. Jenna explained, I bet the rest are hiding somewhere, panicking. Han said, sounding resigned. I'm bored of fighting Aaron. A change of pace is good too. He evaluated them in his head. Aaron is a bad role model because the kids have started calling him bosses now. The stat difference between us is about 7 to 8 points. It's like comparing a child to an adult. There's no way I could reach that level in such a short time. If this were Earth, Jenna's archery skill as a newbie was already at level 5. Her proficiency in swordsmanship was also at level 2. Aaron's spear mastery had reached level 2 as well, but it hadn't progressed any further. He was the first to arrive in the training group and the last to leave, but his skills didn't improve quickly. These 3 kids each reached level 1 in swordsmanship. Perhaps because they're around the same age, they're quite close, but these kids are much better than those idiots from before. After training, Rit said, You're really strong, boss. Han explained, That's because my level is higher. Level? You'll know soon enough. A few days later, more teenagers were summoned. Han explained that it was because my level was higher. My level? You'll find out soon enough. A few days later, more teenagers were summoned. This time, you didn't even have to lift a finger. Aaron and those 3 kids handled everything. Only one person died during the purge. Jenna cheered. Look, the population is growing. It'll just keep growing, Han replied. Jenna asked, puzzled. But why isn't Mather coming to the 5th floor? We cleared the 4th floor a long time ago. I think it's because the 5th floor is a completely different league, Han explained to Jenna and the rest of the team. The members for that floor haven't been assigned yet. Every 5 floors, the difficulty spikes. Simply put, it's like a boss level. There's a good chance even I wouldn't survive it. Who knows how many people would die. Even after the purges and training, I didn't see the need to tell Jenna just how brutal the difficulty would get from here on out. 3 system notifications chimed. Floor 4, Subjugation Mission. Objective: eliminate all enemies. A wave of monsters charged in. That young guy lost his cool. It's all on you guys. Someone else calmed him down. Stay cool. Han, you're leading everyone. You guys with the shields, just hold the line, you don't need to attack. Swordsmen and archers stand right behind them. The shield bearers charged forward, shouting, "Ha!" Even the weak have a way to fight by setting up a defensive formation. They charged in to help, fighting the monsters as a unit rather than individuals. Eren stabbed a monster, and it shrieked, "Swords!" Eka watched everyone fight, lost in thought. I'm not joining in. I could clear this stage easily, but if I intervene, they won't be able to practice their formation. System notification, stage cleared. I still don't know what the mission for stage 5 is. There are definitely going to be some stages I can't clear on my own. The young guys were high-fiving. See? What did I tell you? It was a breeze, Jenna boasted. Not bad at all. Han agreed. Yeah, Mather's playing more and more. During the second 10 pull, he got a blacksmith and a tanner to activate the forge. The blacksmith, tanner, and carpenter worked together to create gear. Most of it was E-rank swords and shields, which were distributed evenly among the newly summoned heroes. That helped them survive much better. The main team got higher-grade gear, and the 3 who weren't fighting very well were merged together. They were the ones who skipped training and always looked for ways to slack off. Dopfer was among them. He was a guy who'd lied about his class. A few days later, one of them complained, "Are we really going back to the 4th floor today? I want to move to the next stage." Han asked, "Yisoo? Are we doing floor 5 today?" "Probably." Jenna chimed in. "Wait, we're really going to floor 5? Yeah, this one will be a bit different. Being relaxed is fine, but if you're too relaxed, you might lose your heads before you even notice." Understood. The system opened a new gate. A dilapidated, abandoned town. The group of 5 arrived. Eren said to Han, "Boss, I don't see any monsters." Han replied, "We'll head into the middle of the city and assess the situation first. Get into formation." "Yes, sir." Han scanned the surroundings. The whole city was empty. Not a single monster in sight. There were no civilians here either. "This isn't a subjugation mission," Rit shouted. "Boss, over here." In the corner lay a long-dead human skeleton. Eren was confused. What is this place? There are houses, but no people. Jenna inspected it. "This is dried blood. This mission is different from the ones we've done before," Han warned. "Those were just warm-ups." He ordered Jenna, "Can you climb that bell tower?" "Yes, I can." Jenna climbed the tower. Han shouted up, "See anything down there?" The whole city. She saw something and held her breath. "I really hope my eyes are playing tricks on me." Eren grew impatient. "What is it, Grandma?" "Wait, hold on," Jenna said in a worried voice. "Is it going to be okay? Can we survive this?" She shouted down, "There are a lot of goblins outside the city." "Looks like they're heading this way," Han asked. "How many?" Jenna replied, "Thousands." The system announced, "Survival mission." Eren screamed in disbelief. "Thousands of goblins? Are you sure you aren't seeing things?" "I wish that were true." Han ordered her to come down. Eren was terrified. "Boss, is the system glitching?" Han reassured him. "Don't panic. The mission isn't to wipe them out. It's just to survive. We just need to hold them off for a certain amount of time, and we'll be fine." "Wait, we can't hide?" Han replied, "We can't get into the houses. We have to keep moving." Eren asked, "How long do we have to hold out? 10 minutes? We just need to hold on for 10 minutes once we engage." "Well, that's not impossible then." "Han, you're making me nervous." "This is bad luck." The timer appeared. Yes, he analyzed the situation. If a survival mission is given on low floors, the team's survival rate is only 9%. Han shouted, "We can't move down the main road. Run into the alley." "Yes, sir." On higher stages, that wouldn't be an issue. But on low ends, it's known as the Hero Crusher. Rit asked anxiously, "Isn't there any better place?" Han replied, "Every building is ruined, so there should be gaps. We don't have time to find somewhere else. We have to defend here." He explained to everyone, "Because this alley is narrow, we'll only have to fight them one by one. Even if there are thousands, it won't matter. Yes, we'll give it our all." Han assigned positions. "I'll handle the left. Eren, take the right. Zid and Zid, watch our backs. Fight in turns if it's not necessary. Don't jump in to help. Use that time to recover your stamina. Understood?" "Yes, sir." "Jenna, stand at the intersection of these 3 paths. Try to save your arrows. Don't fire unless I give the order. Yes. Set up barricades before they get here. Remember, if we let even one side slip, we're all dead. Yes, sir, he thought worriedly. 30 minutes. Since this isn't a waiting room, the time flows just like on Earth. The timer will only start counting down once we engage the goblins. The first one already caught the scent. It turned, mouth wide open with hunger. It charged. Han jumped back, cursing, "Damn it! We haven't even finished the barricades." He swung his sword, slashing through. The ones behind it rushed in all at once. They're coming. Since they're piling in, use the bodies of the ones in front to block them. Yes, understood. Han charged forward. One hand held the shield, the other hacked at the goblins. He stared at the charging horde and cursed. "Son of a bitch," Jenna said. "Han, tell me when you're tired." It was like a loop. Block, then stab. Han replied to Jenna. "They're just as stupid as they look." They rushed forward, screaming, "Ah, you bastards," Aaron asked. "We just need to hold out for 10 minutes, right?" Han frowned, annoyed. "Have I ever lied to you?" 26 minutes and 48 seconds later, they were still shoving each other to rush into the alleyway. Don't die pointlessly in a place like this. By late evening on the 5th floor, the goblins were still throwing themselves onto Han's blade like moths to a flame. While fighting, Han shouted commands. "Rit, switch with Zid." Rit replied, exhausted. I can still hold on." Han roared, "Shut up. Switch now." Han thought, fuming. "Damn it, my stamina is still way too low. These guys are all at a lower level and don't even have skills. They'll get tired fast if they move too much. One strike is enough. Step by step, no wasted motion, save as much energy as possible, stab, slash, then stab again. These monsters are weak. They're just bottom-tier mobs from the 1st floor, but the problem is, they're too many. Packed like ants. Don't they know how to fear? They just keep rushing in like they're trying to commit suicide. Keep switching. Hansen, all right, now is the most dangerous moment, he shouted. Jenna, support. Rit, remember to pick up your arrows right after you shoot. Jenna immediately fired her arrow. I've been waiting for that. Jenna, cover the goblins at the entrance too. You hear me, right? Aaron said. Boss, didn't you say there were only 10 minutes left? While still fighting, Han replied, You idiot, only 5 minutes left now. A goblin rushed forward and was taken down instantly. Jenna, annoyed. Don't come over here. I'm already pissed off. She was struck by an attack and screamed. The system notified, Rit is bleeding. Stamina will gradually decrease. Han ordered, Rit, switch with Hansen. Hansen cheered. Hang in there, Rit. Han continued. Don't think about anything. Just take his place. Hold the goblins back. But, stop crying. You'll get treated when we get back. The system notified. Rit is terrified. Stats reduced by 30%. Rit cried, My hand! My hand! Han continued to fight, kicking Rit in the head. You crybaby! Han roared. Get a grip, you damn fool! Are you trying to drag us all down with you? I'm sorry, Han continued ordering. Jenna, stop the bleeding for Zid. Zid, remember, Hansen will die if you don't switch with him. Yes. Han rushed forward, fighting the monsters like a madman, cursing constantly. Get back, you damn dogs. The goblins kept rushing in as if there were no limit. Hansen screamed as a notification popped up. My sword can't hold up anymore. Can I switch? He said. Fine. I can fight. Then switch. Hansen, check your sword. Han realized. Sure enough, it's better than a rusty iron sword, but it's still just a regular iron sword. Even though the blade was dulled, it could still be used to bash. While fighting, Han said, and if you feel like you can't use it anymore, then you still have your shield. Jenna, switch with Aaron. Aaron disagreed. But I can still, Jenna said. Just rest while you can. Don't be stubborn. Only 3 minutes left. Just hold on for 3 more minutes. Damn it. Why are these 30 minutes so long? Aaron, switch with Jenna. All right, Aaron reassured. Don't worry, 10 seconds of rest is more than enough. Hansen, switch. Yes, Han said in a rushed tone. Jenna, fire arrows toward Hansen. Huh? But, damn it. I'm almost out of arrows, he shouted. It doesn't matter. If they break through on that side, we're dead anyway. Just fire them all. Jenna fired her arrows. All right. One goblin was hit by an arrow and died instantly. One was hit but didn't die, and it rushed at Rit. Zid worried. Rit said, Zid, save me. Zid had been stabbed in the stomach by a goblin. Tsh. He spat out a mouthful of blood, eyes wide. Jenna immediately fired an arrow, taking that goblin down. She looked in shock at Rit collapsing. Who? The system notified. Rit has fallen into a critical condition. Life is in danger. Han rushed over, screaming, Damn it all. Jenna worried. What should I do? Should I pull it out? Rit screamed in agony. Damn it. It hurts. No. If you pull it out. Hansen, call Rit. Rit, come help me for a second. Only 30 more seconds. Go. Just go. Another one holding a spear rushed in and poked at Han. Luckily, he dodged, swiping his hand against the spear shaft, pushing the goblins back. He ordered. Hansen, go deal with the ones on the left. Leave this to me. But sir, Zid is exhausted, so he's resting now. Stop complaining and go. Hurry. The system notified. Zid has returned to the arms of the goddess. Hansen obeyed. Yes, understood, Han said to Jenna. Jenna, Zid is really dead. Forget it. Come over here and help me. Yes. Han held his shield against the goblins rushing in. The system notified. Awakened skill. Novice short sword mastery has reached level 2. Jenna asked, how much time is left? Han swung his sword repeatedly, answering, I don't have time to check. Just keep killing them. The system notified. Soul of the fighter has been awakened in a desperate situation. Novice sword and shield mastery reached level 5. Pain tolerance reached level 2. Composure reached level 2. Han complained. These weird awakenings will be useless if we die here, he roared. Arg. The system notified. Hansen is losing blood. Hansen cried for help. Sir, help me, please, I beg you. I don't want to die here. He was crying and screaming. Sir. Han looked over, reluctant. Hansen was holding off the goblins while crying for help. Sir, help me, please. Han rushed over. Jenna, Aaron, move with me. Jenna worried. But what about Zid and Hansen? If you want to mourn for them, you have to survive this wave first. The system notified. Hansen has returned to the arms of the goddess. They ran into the alley, and all 3 of them stopped. Jenna said with a look of despair. Are we going to die here? Han roared. Don't say such unlucky things. He said, Jenna, climb the wall behind you. She was confused. You're telling me to run away alone? Han continued. What are you talking about? You climb up, then I'll climb up after you. They're coming. Don't stab. Han swung his sword. Killing them one by one wouldn't hold them off. He rushed out. A row of goblins had been slashed to death by him. Jenna called down from above. I'm up. Hurry up. Jump up, he told Aaron. Aaron, you go up. Jenna leaned down, reaching her hand out. Grab my hand, Aaron replied, exhausted. Ugh. He grabbed Jenna's hand. Jenna used her strength to pull Aaron up before a goblin could stab him. Han said, Jenna, hold on tight. Don't let him go. He glanced over, looking extremely tense, and turned to scream. I'll chop your legs off. Aaron screamed in pain. Ah! The system notified. Aaron is losing blood. He's dying. Pull him up, quickly. The system says Aaron is in critical condition. His life is hanging by a thread. Han looked down at the goblins and remarked, They're climbing over each other to get up here. Pretty clever, actually. Clever? What do you mean? Han snapped. Tell Jenna to use Aaron's spear. Stab anything that gets close. The 2 of them gave everything they had to keep the goblins from scaling the wall. Keep them down. If they make it up here, we've got nowhere left to run, Jenna screamed in panic. I dropped the spear. What do I do now? Are you seriously asking me that? Use your feet and kick them, Jenna asked. There are still too many. How many more minutes? I can't hold out much longer. Han, tell me, how much longer? 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds more. It felt like an entire hour had passed. I'm not lying to you. Just trust me, and try to hang on a little longer. But this time, he wasn't lying. Just a little bit longer. The clock counted down 32 seconds. A creature reached a hand up and lunged over the edge. It grabbed Han's weapon. He swung his sword, aiming to slash it, but suddenly, another one stabbed a blade into his stomach. It let out a bloodthirsty laugh. Han screamed in pain. Gah! He was furious, his body trembling from the agony. You bastards! The creature pulled the blade out, and Han let out a gut-wrenching roar. The room door clicked shut, falling silent. Han collapsed onto the bed, face buried in the pillow. He was exhausted. I didn't think I'd be crying over someone who went down. Being part of the vanguard, climbing the tower, death is just part of the job. Thinking back, did he really learn a berserk skill? He started analyzing what had happened. Calm and berserk can't exist at the same time. This has to be a system error. Calmness helped him keep his head clear. Berserk means letting go. In return, my strength skyrockets. Maybe it has something to do with being a master, yet also being a hero. He wasn't sure, but he didn't want to think about it today. He closed his eyes to rest. Starting tomorrow, things are going to get busy, he told himself. So for today, I'll just lie here and rest. The next morning, at the training grounds, Jenna was working as hard as she could. Watching her train, he found it odd. You're always late for training. You're usually sleeping in. Why are you different today? Jenna replied. I don't want to die. Watching Jenna, Han thought. She picked up a new skill yesterday. Plus, she's talented and works hard. And then there's Aaron. He's been through so much, but he hasn't learned a single skill. Shifting his focus to his own training, he looked at his progress. Only 5 points per session. Well, that's not exactly surprising. I've only reached 3 stars. I'll hit level 10 soon, the highest rank for a 1-star hero. I need to aim for a 2-star promotion as soon as possible. But Han felt annoyed when he felt Jenna touching him. What are you doing? Jenna stared, whispering, Wow, check out those muscles. Get your hand off me. Jenna got a tap on the head and grumbled. I'm not wearing them out or anything. They will wear out. The more he watched her, the less he could believe she was actually like this. After everything that happened yesterday, she was still acting this goofy. Jenna looked at the training grounds and guessed, Aaron probably won't show up. Doesn't look like he's coming. Forget him. He's probably moping in his room. He was close with those 3, she mused. Usually, waking up early to train is the right thing to do, Han agreed. Exactly. Those 2 love to train. He looked at the others with annoyance. They're nothing like those half-hearted losers. They're too busy trying to avoid getting killed to even focus on training if a master jumps in, he said, with a hint of regret. Rick and Hansen had potential too. If I had coached them a bit more, they could have been very useful. The 2 who died yesterday. It should have been some of them, not those 2. Just then, Aaron arrived at the training ground. Sorry, I'm late. He looked devastated. You seem to feel guilty. Huh? If I could have been just a bit stronger. Han cut him off, caring enough to speak up. They didn't fail that level because they were weak. It wasn't your fault. It had been a month since he arrived in this world. It felt like only 10 days back on Earth. He could feel everything happening in this world much better now. Back in the day, he used to log in 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. He'd play the game to watch how things played out, while also checking out strategies for clearing the lower floors. It all depended on the difficulty, the squad, and the skills of each character in the 5-man team to make decisions over time, Yisoo boasted. Everyone seems to be doing well. Take a look at Han's example. He survived the 5th floor perfectly. The master is very satisfied with him. Jenna whispered into Han's ear, Why is she so focused on you? Oh, that's a secret. Yisoo scolded those nearby. And you all, train harder. You won't always be lucky. Rely on your own strength to survive. Han turned away quietly. It's best if I steer clear for a while. System notification. Squad 5 has been initialized. Han, Jenna, Lewis, and Jeffrey of Wynn. Yisoo announced, The spatial rift has opened. Get ready to go. Jenna looked worried when she saw the notification. The other 3, I don't even know them. How could they arrange it like this? Han reassured her, Don't overthink it. You'll get used to each other once the fighting starts. The spatial rift opened. A countdown. 11 hours. Han crossed his arms, muttering, Just as I predicted, it's unlocked. The man asked nervously, We're going to fight alongside you? Wait, Han asked. What's your name? The man replied, I'm Owen. To be honest, in our current condition, we won't be much help. Han said, before entering the dungeon. Don't worry, you won't have to do much punching or kicking. A light appeared in the dungeon. The system announced, Squad 4 has entered the daily dungeon. They would return after collecting 10 materials. The 5-person squad was teleported inside. System notification. The type of dungeon changes daily. Remember to check carefully. Jenna looked around, guarded. Where are all the enemies? Could it be a special mission like on the 5th floor? Han pinched Jenna's cheek and pulled it. What are you doing? He answered. It's funny, don't you think? I don't find it funny at all. Han picked up a rock and explained, This is what they call a daily dungeon, a place for gathering materials. Owen looked at the light and asked, So what is this? Han replied, A dumpster. Or, truthfully, you could consider it a shopping cart. System notification. Han has collected trash. He snapped a tree branch to explain further. Whatever you collect, just toss it in there like these branches. System notification. Han has collected branches. Now they'll be stored in our inventory. Used for crafting materials. System notification. Ding. Owen looks surprised. That's it? Jenna, next time, are we really just doing this? We don't have to fight anything? You're different. Just follow me and let's go hunting. Jenna sighs. Tisk. And here I thought I'd finally get to do some light work. She calls out to Han, who's walking ahead. What are we hunting? Wild boars? Deer? Or maybe rabbits? Do we get to eat meat now? She spots a strange deer grazing and her eyes light up. Found our target. Meat. Wait for me. Every arrow he fires hits the target dead on. Jenna runs over, gazing at it in awe. Looks delicious. Han asks, do you know how to butcher it? Of course I do. How long do you think I've been living like this? Jenna says while working. After letting the blood drain out like this, you peel the skin off and remove the organs. Han says nothing. He gives her instructions before heading off. Make sure you gather everything and put those materials into the spatial gate, alright? Don't leave anything behind. Where are you going? Hunting, obviously. I'm sick to death of eating potatoes. He heads to a strange spot in the dungeon where a waterfall glimmers. He checks the time and calculates. About 30 minutes left. Once the time is up, the whole party will be automatically summoned back. He spots the creature grazing and mutters, found you. The blue-horned king, it's a rare monster. It only appears in stone forest dungeons. Its low-rank attributes are used as crafting materials for promotion, and it doesn't always drop them after a fight. It's easy to find in areas with a high drop rate. Han leaps into the air. Another deer spots him, but before it can run, he delivers a single slash and lops off its head. Another one sees this and charges at him, but he handles it quickly. Standing before the blue-horned king, he says, your lovers are all dead. It huffs, visibly annoyed. Han points his blade at the king and challenges it. Come on, let's go. Elsewhere in the dungeon, someone screams after seeing something. Oh my god, it's a monster. The other person is terrified. A monster? What is it? Eyes glowing a deep, bloody red emerge from the bushes. The man looks and says, wait, aren't you Han? He walks over, carrying the head of the blue-horned king. Didn't recognize me? Han throws the head onto the ground with a thud. Jenna exclaims, how is that deer so huge? Han says, I'm exhausted, so give me a hand with this. He asks about Jenna's progress. How many did you catch? 2 deer and a wild boar. The people in the waiting room can eat as much as they want. Jenna looks at the blue-horned king, puzzled. But why did you bring its head back? It's not like it's tasty. Can't I just cut the horns off? Look closer. I just noticed, even though it's a female, it has horns. You can tell just by looking at the head, whether it's male or female. Obviously, I've been living in here for a long time. System notification. Jenna has awakened the old forest hunter skill. Han watches Jenna working on the king's head, thinking, she awakened another skill. He looks at the stone again. She'll probably rank up easily. That evening, back in the waiting room, everyone is excited to see the dining table. Oh, meat. How long has it been since we had meat? Jenna happily links her arm with Han's. Looks like everyone is thrilled. They ate the whole deer. Now that we're done, follow me. It's time for the daily dungeon. This is a system that changes the dungeon's location depending on the day of the week. Today's location is the Sinmi RL Plateau, a dungeon for gathering more attribute stones. System notification. The party is entering the Sinmi RL Plateau. Jenna asks, but will gathering materials actually make me stronger? If you want to get stronger, you have to find something called an attribute stone. So we're here to find those? Jenna walks to the edge of the cliff, looking at the dungeon landscape, happy. Look at this view. The breeze feels nice too. Han looks down and notices something. He mutters, the tree of life? I saw this in a drawing once. It's the main ingredient for making healing potions. I should collect those later. Sounds of battle echo through the dungeon. Jenna and Han are working together to fight a wolf. A moment later, it's knocked down and lies still. Jenna says proudly, we're strong enough to take down a wolf now. Yeah, Han warns, but who knows if others smelled the blood? No way. Just be quick. Yeah. She asks Han, what do we do with its fangs and claws? Pull them all out and set them aside. System notification. Collected grade D wind attribute stone. Jenna sighs. It's so peaceful here. Wipe the blood off yourself before saying that. Jenna smiles with a hint of regret. I wish it could always be like this. Hunting, gathering herbs, having food, and sleeping under a roof. Oh, if Master wasn't here, it'd be paradise. Jenna's comment makes Han freeze. Hey, I'm the former Master. She wishes the Master never came. Han listens to her in silence. Do the others in Niflheim think that too? That it'd be better if the Master didn't come? He asks Jenna. You don't want to fight? He reminds her. Fighting on the front lines isn't the only thing. There's a lot more work to do. Stop daydreaming. Are you planning on taking me somewhere else? If the situation keeps improving, what more could I wish for? She says something that makes Han realize something. Everything really is exhausting, isn't it? Hearing that, he laughs. A few days later, the morning sky is clear. System notification, Floor 6 exploration mission. The party has been moved to the Floor 6 forest. System notification. Dika is joining the party. He says, I'm looking forward to working with you all. Dika looks around. Doesn't look like we're going to the daily dungeon today. Han assesses the situation. Scouting? Another rare mission? Dika reports. I don't see any enemies. Is it like the 5th trial? Han warns him, don't be loud. Everyone get low and don't make a scene. All 3 of them hear the warning and lie down flat. Han is frustrated. I said, stay low, not lie down like that. After assessing the situation, Han says, looks like there's nothing here. We'll clear the trial if we meet the requirements. Yes. 3. Level 8 goblins are talking in the forest. One asks, do I have to kill those ones? Another notices. Wait a minute. They have a horn. That means they could call allies for help. Han asks Jenna, who is scouting in the trees. Jenna, do you see anything else? It looks like there's a goblin village nearby. A scout just jumped down from the trees and reported a massive gathering, probably around 100 of them. Han figured it out. It's like they're trying to trap us. If we rush in without scouting, they'll definitely ambush us. He started assigning roles. Jenna, pick off that goblin on the right. Aaron, just keep throwing your spears at whoever I flush out. Turning to Dika, he added, as for you, if anything goes wrong, jump in and back us up. Roger! Jenna's arrow pierced through the foliage, striking a goblin dead center. As they screeched in panic, Aaron threw his spear at one that was caught off guard, pinning it right through the head. Another one grabbed a whistle, preparing to call for reinforcements, but Han slashed its head off in one swift move. I'm not letting you call for backup. The system announced that the stage was cleared. Dika stood there, stunned by how fast everything happened. Is it already over? Not yet, Han said, already moving away. I'm going to take a quick look around, he muttered. There has to be a clue about the next stage in here. Since this is an exploration quest, there's no way there's only one objective, even if the tasks are randomized. But that doesn't mean you can't plan ahead. Back at the Goblin Village, they were training a wolf. He hid behind a fence, watching. He assessed the situation. Is this really just a small goblin village? Suddenly, one of the creatures noticed his spot, peering through the cracks in the fence. By then, the other 4 had already returned. Jenna asked, why did you run off by yourself? I wanted to check the surroundings, Han replied. He recounted the times he had found hidden hints in the main dungeon. The quest chain started with an exploration quest called The Flow. What does the flow even mean? He still didn't get it. He wondered if what he just saw would provide a hint. How annoying. It's not even time yet, but the flow appeared earlier than I expected. Chloe called out to him. Han, we've got a big problem. Some people who look pretty strange have arrived. He replied, this isn't our first time dealing with newcomers, is it? No, these guys are different from the ones before. They're armed, and the vibe they're giving off is just weird. The system notification popped up. High-grade summoning initiated. A link to the Wolfmane Mercenary Guild has been created. You realize the connection between these 5 summoned individuals and yourself is extremely strong. Han asked, Yisoo? Did Master Yisoo spend money? Chloe replied excitedly, yes. He bought the high-grade summoning beginner package for $50. That's 2,500 gems and 50,000 gold. Han thought to himself. So these guys were summoned through the high-grade package. If it were me, I would have rolled for them before clearing the stage. He gathered all 5 of them into a party, then turned to Chloe. Chloe, go back to the kitchen. They won't eat you. They're just a bit unusual, he said, walking away. He announced the party disbandment. No matter how special these newcomers are, it doesn't change much. In the courtyard, the wind blew leaves across the roof. A beautiful girl with black hair was leaning against the wall. Jenna went over to greet her, making the girl jump. Hello there, the girl, startled, stuttered. Hello? Jenna introduced herself. I'm Jenna Sarai. What's your name? The girl replied, I'm Edis Cullen. Jenna waved her hand over to Han, introducing him. That's the handsome guy over there. He's a bit grumpy, but he's actually pretty kind. Han felt annoyed. Shut up. Looking at Edis, he assessed her, just as I guessed. Being a 3-star hero, she already has a class assigned, a typical rogue type. Strength and vitality are low, but her agility is high. Looks like she uses short swords more than bows. He approached her. So, your name is Edis? I'd like to talk to you for a moment. Right now. Is that okay? Han placed 2 cups of water on the table. Edis held the cup and asked, You seem to know a lot about this place. Han replied, There are some things I know, but not everything. What about you? Do you remember how you got here? I don't really know, she said. All I know is that I was summoned here to fight. That's it. The more I try to remember, the more my head feels like it's being hammered. Han asked, Do you understand anything about synthesis or other things? Edis answered. Synthesis? Sacrificing one card to strengthen another? Han thought. Just as I thought. The amount of information they possess depends on their rank upon summoning. Looking at your clothes, I can guess you're a mercenary, Edis recalled. I used to be part of the Wolfmane Mercenary Guild. Jenna marveled. Wolfmane? That's such a cool name. I remember doing a mission in Hanzi, but when I woke up, I was here. Han estimated that, since she was a 3-star hero, she must have been higher ranked than the other mercenaries. Even though she was a mercenary, she was still different from the basic mob unit since she was a 2-star hero. Jenna exclaimed. That's so awesome. That sounds cool. Edis felt embarrassed. Really? She started to say more, but a voice interrupted. Evan, Dragon, Wei, Benin, Edis, Master is calling for you. Get out here now. Han reminded her. Looks like you and your friends are being called to the plaza. Heavy footsteps stomped onto the stone courtyard. Who is it? A bulky, blonde-haired man stepped out. Who's calling my name? Edis stood up. Looks like Master is calling us. Let's go. The blonde man bit into a large piece of meat and bragged. It's been so long since I've tasted meat like this. I want to see what that guy looks like. As he left, he slammed the door shut, making a loud noise. Chloe was frustrated. That guy said he wanted meat and just walked off with the whole leg. That was enough to feed all 5 of us. Jenna was furious after hearing that. Then we have to make him give it back. Han stayed calm. Let's go to the plaza. System notification. Party 5 will be renamed to Wolfmane. Adding heroes to Wolfmane. Evan has been selected as the leader of Wolfmane. One person worried. They look really strange. They're carrying weapons, Han replied. I carry weapons too. But I just get the feeling they're bad people. Oh, really? Yeah, and you have no idea. This commotion is nothing yet. Yisoo called out. Listen up, newbies. Get in there. Master is waiting for you all. Got it. We'll do our best. Han thought. They might look like bad guys, but they're also very strong. He looked over at Jenna. Jenna, what do you think? Jenna remarked. Edis seems kind, but I'm not so sure about the others. He asked the guy from earlier. So, what do you want me to do? Protect you guys? The man said. We'd be very grateful if you did. Han smirked. For free? The man said in a forced tone. Well, aren't you strong? Han retorted sarcastically. Weren't you guys just belittling the training earlier? Why are you asking for my help now? If they look so strong, why don't you get down on your knees and beg them? Isn't that the survival strategy you always use? Inside, he felt nothing but contempt. Forget about Aaron. These guys aren't even as good as Dika. They usually just slack off on training and eat all the meat. Jenna wondered if they could have learned a trade from Chloe or other artisans, but these guys just keep posturing, doing the bare minimum to avoid being merged. Han shot them a menacing glare. Get lost before I lose my temper. Terrified by his threat, they scrambled away, leaving the group of 4 behind. Han spoke to a dejected Aaron. Listen, Aaron, while you were on the verge of death from anemia, they were just being lazy or sleeping their lives away. There's no need to feel sorry for them. Look, Dika, your eyes are all swollen. He looked at her. You just finished a fight, right? Dika looked surprised. How did you know? Your eyes are swollen like mountains. How could I not? Aaron explained it was just a sparring match, at her own request. Han sighed. All right, I get it. Go inside and rest. Glancing over, he asked Jenna, and what business do you have following me? The system announced. Stage cleared. A group of 5 walked in, led by Evan, followed by Dragon. He spoke with an arrogant tone. Just a bunch of small fry, he said with contempt. Goblins? Is that all the kids play you have to challenge me with? Evan saw Han and asked, Who are you? Han replied sarcastically, Who am I? That's none of your business, Dragon shouted. How dare you be so rude, you brat? Jenna retorted. You guys were the ones being rude first, Evan asked. Who is that woman? Evan introduced himself. I am Evan Dejak of the Wolfmane Mercenary Squad. And who might you be? Islatan. He probed, checking for weapons. Are you a mercenary too? Han sat in a chair and mocked. Nope, just a farmer. Evan was skeptical. A farmer? Evan continued asking if the previous summoning event included the entire local population. Exactly. Evan looked on with a calculating gaze. I see. The system announced, initiating 10-fold summon. Han was confused. Summoning 10 at once out of nowhere? He realized Evan was doing it out of necessity. The portal opened. The system announced, starting merge process. Master, please drag and drop the heroes you wish to sacrifice for the merge. Everyone was clueless and confused. Where is this? What's going on? Yisoo was furious. Oh my god, Master. You are such an idiot, Yisoo ordered. Dragon, Diamond, Lesico, get into the merge chamber now. Hearing his name, he snapped. Who are you and how do you know my name? Before he could finish, Yisoo cut him off. Master said, get in there, so shut up and do as I say. Dragon grabbed him by the throat. You're Diamond, right? You look just like him. He was terrified. Jenna was shocked. No way, Han replied. It's possible, but they were just summoned. Evan ordered Dragon to bring one more person. Dragon shouted, which one of you is Lesico? Han looked at Jackson, dragging two people away, realizing he had been played. Even if it's your first time spending money on this game, Jenna said to Han, this is wrong. You should at least give them a chance. Right now, Master was making a huge mistake. They were one-star trash, sure, but there could have been potential individuals among them. He sacrificed them all without even checking their stats. Dragon stepped out of the portal, laughing confidently. I can feel power surging through my body. The system announced, Dragon, leveled up. Then, voices called out, Evan, Soryo, Daniel. Everyone was terrified. What just happened? Please, Master, I beg you. Evan immediately ordered his group to catch them, not letting anyone escape. He asked Edis, what are you waiting for? Are you a member of the Wolfmane or not? Edis stayed silent, causing the group to grow awkward. Grabbing her sword hilt, Edis drew her blade. Han told Yisoo, Yisoo, give Master a hint. Even if they are 1-stars, it's a huge waste to merge them without testing them first. Yisoo hurriedly called out, System, give me a minute. The system announced, Tips. Han closed his eyes, exhausted. I've been through so much since I got here. So many things have happened. Enough to change a person. Dragon snapped, shouting in Han's face. Who do you think you are to meddle in our business? Meddling? I'm just giving advice. He laughed defiantly. What? Feeling guilty? Jagan swung his axe to strike Han. You motherfing bastard. An arrow whistled past, forcing him back. Jenna held her bow in warning. I missed on purpose that time, you piece of trash. Evan was furious. Did you just raise a weapon against us? Edis tried to intervene. That's enough. Stop it. Evan cut her off before she could finish. Shut your mouth. He pointed his sword at Han. Do you know who we are? Han remained calm. I know exactly who you are. Han sneered with contempt. You're just garbage. The system announced. Evan has shown hostility. Dragon, Wei, Ben have shown hostility. Han and the Wolfmane have become enemies. Yisoo stopped them. Stop immediately. War between heroes is strictly forbidden. Do you want to be punished by the Master? Han said. I don't think it's forbidden. Indeed, it wasn't forbidden. But Han posed a question. Tell the truth. You guys aren't real mercenaries, right? Evan frowned. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Of course we're real mercenaries. We only act when we're hired. Han immediately denied it. Nonsense. You're just a bunch of thugs, Evan warned. You're crossing the line. Are you that eager to die? Han said to Yisoo, Yisoo, these guys are just dead weight, no matter how high their level is. Sometimes evil heroes get summoned. These guys don't just disrupt the lounge's order, they lower the efficiency of clearing stages. In other words, they're garbage that needs to be cleared out. Yisoo hesitated. But, he ordered, open the duel system. The system announced. Han challenged Evan to a duel. Evan was confused. I've never met anyone as crazy as you. What did we ever do to you that you'd go this far? Han said bluntly. The reason? Because you guys are just trash that needs to be disposed of. No one wants you here, he recalled. Earlier, you asked about the local population, right? That's because you're terrified that someone strong enough to deal with you might exist. That's your fear. And once you were sure that no one could oppose you, you immediately moved to sacrifice the newly summoned 1-stars. That wasn't enough to satisfy your hunger, right? Am I right? Evan asked back. Oh ho, so you're saying you're ready to be sacrificed? Jenna was confused. What's going on? Han explained. It's not complicated. If I win, I absorb him. If he wins, he absorbs me. Evan smirked. The system announced. Evan has accepted the duel. He pointed his sword at Han. Challenge accepted. Let's do it. Han thought. Master is just a coward, isn't he? Jenna, lead the others into the mansion, Han ordered. Are you sure you'll be okay on your own? Jenna asked with genuine concern. The system notification flashed, highlighting Han's immense confidence. Han stretched his arms to warm up. You think I'm going to lose? Jenna stood back. Fair enough. The system signaled that Evan had accepted the duel. The one-on-one match between Han and Evan was officially underway. It starts now, Han declared. The match ends when one of us surrenders. You agree to those terms? Evan accepted Han's challenge with a sneer. As you wish, he looked down on Han. I'm not going to kill you though. After all, I still need a fresh sacrifice. Han turned to Yisoo, hide us. Don't let that guy interfere with our duel. She was anxious. Are you sure you'll be okay? Before she could finish, Evan lunged at Han. You fool! The fight has already begun, and you haven't even drawn your sword? Han stayed silent, carefully sizing up his opponent, looking only at the stats. Taking this guy on wasn't exactly a smart move. He was at level 2, his strength stat was nearing 20, and his beginner-level swordsmanship had already advanced to stage 3. However, the system pinged. Han had entered his berserker state. His eyes shifted, and a wild, manic grin spread across his face. Don't get cocky just because of a tiny difference in our levels. He effortlessly dodged Evan's attack, grabbing the guy's arm with one hand. With his other hand, he grabbed Evan's head. Evan panicked. Han slammed him down into the stone floor so hard it shattered. Han drew his sword from its sheath, spinning it a few times. This thing is perfect for dealing with people who don't know their place. Holding Evan's head down, he thrust his blade toward him. If you move like an idiot again, you're dead. Evan screamed in agony. Ah, Han whispered. Surrender. Evan was trembling in fear. I. Han pulled the sword back. Say it louder. I can't hear you. Evan wailed. Ah. Wei intervened, trying to stop him. Stop it. We lose, okay? Just let Evan go. Han turned around, completely ignoring him. Let him go? Have you ever thought about letting anyone go when you're consumed by the hunger to devour them? Wei denied it, saying it had nothing to do with it. Han shot him a threatening glare. If I say it has to do with it, it does. This is a duel we both agreed to. Why are you sticking your nose into this? Whether it stops or not is up to the participants. The match only ends when the loser admits defeat. Evan groaned, struggling to speak. I, sir. Han quickly covered his mouth. If he doesn't say the full words, it's not over. He threatened him. This guy is my prey now. Don't worry about his life. Just go to sleep. Benin drew 2 blades from behind his back. He cursed, You maniac. Do you think you'll have a good life after doing this? Do you even know who we are? You mean the Dire Wolf mercenary group? Han asked. He looked at Edis. Edis? Are you sure they're the Dire Wolf mercenary group? Edis looked conflicted. That was their name in the past. But now they are just. Han smirked with utter contempt. Now you're just a bunch of low-life bandits, right? With the way you roam around and treat people. Why do you still hang around them, Edis? Edis hurried to explain. I'm only doing what my father asked me to do. Han, still holding Evan down, extended an invitation to Edis. Think about it carefully. Edis, do you really want to play with this trash? Or do you want to join our side? Edis was hesitant. Dragon heard this and cursed. You bitch! How dare you show your tail to the enemy? Are you that desperate to die? You pathetic fools. You're so loud. Dragon kept shouting, while Evan's hand desperately reached for his sword. You bastard! Edis, you know what happens to traitors in the end, don't you? Han grabbed Evan's head and slammed it down. The final days of this trash look like this. Crash! Then he continued. Join our team. I need one more person. And the situation right now is quite convenient for you. Dragon heard this and threatened. Edis, you know the price of betrayal. Edis heard her name and her legs trembled. She closed her eyes to think. When she opened them, she made her final decision. She chose to side with Han. That's right. Everyone needs someone to follow. You made the right choice following me. The system announced, Edis has left the Dire Wolf mercenary group. The Dire Wolf mercenary group has been dissolved. Han spoke to the remaining members. I have no reason to see you guys anymore. Get lost, Benin cursed, while Evan cried out in pain. His words slurred. Help. Sir. Han asked, Are you sure you'll be fine after surrendering? I swear. You're going to be swallowed whole by me regardless. Evan kept up his arrogant tone. You'll regret messing with me. You're getting annoying now. Just surrender already. The rest of the gang couldn't take it and rushed at him. Yisoo stepped in to block them. The duel isn't over yet. You're not allowed to interfere. The 3 of them were furious, ignoring Yisoo entirely. Get out of the way, you sewer rat. You bitch. If you get involved, I'll kill you too. They had fallen into Han's trap. Great. You idiots. Goodbye. Yisoo laughed coldly. You won't get a second chance. As soon as she finished, all 3 of them, Dragon, Benin, and Wei, were slashed into pieces. Yisoo looked annoyed. I told you not to interfere. System notification. Dragon has returned to the embrace of the goddess. Wei has returned to the embrace of the goddess. Benin has returned to the embrace of the goddess. Cause of death. Sudden death due to stress. Yisoo finished her mission and asked for praise. Han Yisoo, what do you think? Was I cool? How was that? Was it okay? You did great. Evan was shivering, his mouth missing several teeth. I surrender, the system announced. Han has deactivated his berserker state. He was exhausted. My head hurts like hell. Is this a side effect of the berserker state? I think I should limit using it unless I'm in a real life or death battle. The system notified him that Han had defeated Evan in the duel. Evan would be absorbed. He felt drained and uncomfortable. Master, just tap the screen, Yisoo said. Han laughed. He wants to cancel the absorption? He shouldn't have agreed to this duel in the first place, then. Looks like he didn't even know the duel system existed. Right, a total noob. Didn't have any money for top-ups, and he plays like an idiot. The system announced, beginner-level sword and shield mastery and pain resistance have been upgraded. Han was upgraded and exclaimed, doesn't feel too bad, huh? Yisoo worried. What now? Will Master quit the game? When these 3-star units, that I just pulled from the premium pack, hadn't even been optimized for the royal board yet, and I already sent them to the graveyard. Master thought, feeling bitter. Now, all that's left are 1-star trash. Han reassured himself that if he were to quit the game, he would have done it already. With the game synthesis, he lost a 4-star hero. The system announced the hero had reached the maximum level. If you want to level up a hero, you need to increase your own rank. He walked away, muttering to himself, how pathetic. Judging by the way he summoned, 10 free summons to save money, and now the few 3 stars I got from my first recharge are already dead. I really am unlucky, aren't I, Master? But then again, if people like them keep showing up, the lounge won't be able to function normally. You'll thank me later. You guys are only good for manual labor. You've got no brains. Han assessed that he was currently at level 10, and he had the ability to increase stars through synthesis. He was the MVP in almost every battle. If they were stupid enough to cause trouble for him in this situation, then climbing the tower would be impossible. Thinking for a moment, Han asked himself, what the fuck? What are you going to do if you want to deal with me? You have to be decisive. The lounge returned to its normal state. Han walked into the kitchen. As he entered, he saw everyone standing there. Rika's eyes lit up. You're amazing, boss. Han felt annoyed and pinched Jenna's cheek. What the hell is this? Did you make all this, Jenna? I told you not to say unnecessary things, didn't I? Ow, 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 Jenna retorted. You're so annoying. I'm just telling the truth. Whatever, just drop it. The fat guy spoke up, looking embarrassed. Han, we heard everything. Thank you for that earlier. About those guys with the swords who threatened to kill us. Others chimed in. Yeah, those guys were real scumbags. Han explained. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. We already know everything. From now on, we will also. Han narrowed his eyes. I only save newcomers. He walked out of the cafeteria. This has nothing to do with any of you. You mean? Han gave a dangerous smile. Master is very angry right now. Yisoo raised his voice. Summon Louis, Jeffrey, Owen, Andio, and Duncan too. You 6, get out here and face me right now, he smirked. This guy reads the situation fast. That's why his attitude changed so quickly. The fat guy reassured everyone. Everyone, stay calm. It's fine. It's just the usual. We're just gonna go hunt some goblins. Jenna wondered. Usually, for a standard squad, Master only calls 5 people, but he just called 6. I wonder what for, Han answered. What else? For synthesis. This news hit like a bolt of lightning to everyone present. The fat guy panicked. You mean, we did our best. Han called out to Aaron and Rika. Do you guys think they worked that hard? While you were sweating, blood, and tears at the training ground all day, what were those guys doing? Jenna, have they ever helped you hunt? Jenna thought for a moment and replied, Master, I think they helped me carry the meat I hunted. Hearing that, he mocked them. Even livestock can carry loads. It seems you people are only worth as much as livestock. One person felt insulted and shouted back, What do you mean? Livestock. Han gave him a strike. Don't run your mouth anymore. Ouch. Yisoo repeated, sounding angry. I said get to the town square immediately. Are you deaf? Just because I let you off once doesn't mean you can take advantage of me. The fat guy begged. Please, help us. Master will listen to your opinion. Jenna was curious. Master, who are you going to synthesize them for? Han guessed. It must be Edis. She was just summoned, so she's still low level. That would be the best choice. The others wailed. I'm not going. I said I'm not going. Just one more chance. If you give me another chance, the system announced. Synthesis successful. Han leveled up. Learned skill. Weapon mastery. Han said, let me say this one more time. Who you were before you came here doesn't matter. Don't go around thinking that others will carry you. And don't expect anyone to protect you. If you want to survive, prove your worth. That statement terrified them. One person trembled. I don't have any talent for fighting. I just held a sword, and my hands were already shaking like this. What am I supposed to do now? Do you want me to die? Han opened up an option for them. Chloe, Enoch, Walter. If anyone appeals to you, teach them a trade. The blacksmith uncle said, blacksmithing isn't a trade you learn in a day or two, you know. However, Han smiled and said, if they have the willpower, they'll learn it on their own. If those guys try to hit you, just tell me. I'll beat them to a pulp. If you want to learn how to hunt and process meat, learn from Jenna. And if you want to learn woodwork, go to Enoch. There are many ways to survive. It's just that you guys haven't done anything useful. The system announced. Master confirmed. Synthesis complete. Well then, goodbye, Master, Jenna complimented him. You're so polite. Me? You're funny. You're teaching them how to survive, Han noted. She's not wrong. If they do as I say, they won't die stupidly anymore. Earlier, it was just Walter getting angry. But if not today, they'll be eliminated eventually. The 10th floor is approaching. By then, the second squad will start to become important. Instead of a filler team that's all bark and no bite, he wanted a team strong enough to rival the first squad. The next morning, at the lounge, Chloe brought over a tray of hot bread, greeting him, Han. Han looked at the tray, curious. What's this? Bread. This woman told me she used to be a baker. Holding the bread up, Han said, I don't remember having any flour in the storage room. Chloe smiled happily. She made them by grinding potatoes into flour. That's good. The more food we have, the lower the stress levels in the lounge will be. There must be flour in the Miro Highlands daily dungeon. You two can tell the others to go find it themselves. The door opened. Han took the bread, opened the door, and called Edis. Edis, come to the training ground with me. The two went out to the courtyard and saw Jenna practicing archery. Han called out, Jenna, spar with Edis for me. Remember to use daggers. Jenna was annoyed. But my preferred weapon is the bow. Just don't whine. Jenna spun the knife around a few times, built up momentum, and rushed to attack Edis. Jenna took the initiative. Edis could only dodge her strikes. Edis was surprised. How can a kid be this strong? Jenna denied. I'm not a kid. You can tell by looking. I'm grown up. Edis quickly jumped to the side, dodging Jenna's blade. Edis changed direction and lunged at Jenna. All right, come on then. Both moved so fast that only dust could be seen swirling around. A moment later, Edis was out of breath. Huff, huff, huff. Edis admitted defeat under Jenna's blade. She asked, were you two mercenaries? Are you from some famous martial arts family or something? Huh? No way. I'm just the ordinary daughter of an ordinary hunter. We weren't this strong at the beginning either. We were definitely much weaker than you. We only started getting stronger once we began training here, Han continued, nodding at Jenna. If those idiots over there didn't pick up bad habits and actually worked hard to level up, I'd be in real trouble, Edis. Right now, you might be weaker than us, but you possess top-tier skills and a faster leveling speed than the one-star crowd. We just need you to keep leveling up, and you'll definitely catch up to us before long. Hearing this, Aaron chimed in from the side. Total scam. That's a total scam. I've been training until my body is falling apart and I still can't catch up. Han acted as if he didn't hear him and continued. Regardless, how strong you become depends on how hard you work. Don't you dare get lazy with your training, even if you were an AI before. Edis wiped away some sweat, lost in thought for a moment. I will keep that in mind. On the training grounds, the AIs were also practicing very enthusiastically. Everyone seemed to realize the situation, so they had started training harder. And it made sense no one else was going to help them. Around here, if you have no value, you get tossed aside, Han mused. Even so, the number of people who actually exist is small, so for support roles like carpentry and blacksmithing, if they don't do a good job, they'll be merged soon enough. Turning around, he noticed a young man practicing with a sword. Han called out, Hey, you. The young man turned and replied, You called me? What's your name? He introduced himself. My name is Roderick. I was just transferred here in the latest summoning round. I heard what you told everyone yesterday. Han continued. You look all right. What did you do before coming here? Roderick replied. I was a porter for a group of mercenaries. I carried luggage, stood guard, or set up camp. Han kept probing. You look like you know how to fight for someone who just did that kind of work. Because I wanted to become a mercenary. Hearing that answer, Han smiled slightly and raised his sword in front of Roderick. Well then, pick up a sword. Let's see if you have what it takes to be a mercenary. Hearing that, Roderick accepted immediately. All right. That evening, the trial for the new recruits began. Matter. Didn't care if he needed assistance or not. Aaron volunteered to join but was refused. 2 people died, and 2 more were merged. Roderick was merged and leveled up to rank 3. The others went to the dungeon every week as usual. The mine where you could get fire attribute stones was still closed, and at dawn that day, Han's group gathered. Jenna was confused. Why dawn? I'm so sleepy. Han stood opposite them. Does anyone know why I called you all here? All 5 of them tried to think. Dika raised his hand to speak. To choose the team members? Jenna was surprised. Isn't Matter the one who chooses the teams? Han explained. I can suggest a few things. Even Matter can't refuse. He brought out a cup containing lots, and now everyone stared at the cup. Han smiled, his voice sounding dangerous. We're going to draw lots. We'll pick teams by drawing lots. There are 6 of us, so we'll split into 2 teams of 3. Dika looked at the cup, deep in thought. Han reassured them. Relax. I'm not going to throw anyone away. He looked at Edis. I'll assign 2 people as team captains. I'll be one, and Edis will be the other. Edis was confused. Me? And what about Jenna? Han was blunt. Not Jenna. Jenna argued. What about me? I'm good too, Edis asked. But why split into 2 teams? What if one team dies? Or the 2 strongest ones end up on the same team? If it's not like that, will we be short on people? Han explained. Matter will take care of that. The 5th floor is an example. The power gap between members was too wide, and the whole team was in danger because of Zid and Zid. Couldn't keep up. There's no need to split into many teams if you can clear the whole floor with just one, but after that, we'll need many people for special missions. Maybe we'll need 10 or even 100 people, and it will be very troublesome if we don't develop enough team members. Plus, we need a reserve team in case the main team is wiped out. Before, I chose randomly, but now there is a summoning rule. I hope Matter has learned it. Drawing lots began. Han stated the rules. Red goes with me, blue goes with Edis. No need to be happy or sad. It's all the same whether you're with me or Edis. Setting the cup down on the ground, Han said, draw. The atmosphere on the training ground became tense. Jenna was happy red. Blue would make me sad. Aaron stood next to Jenna. I got red too, so no need to check the remaining cards. Dika and Roderick looked at each other, hesitating. Edis joked, look at your faces. It seems I'm not very trustworthy, huh? Dika hurriedly explained. No, it's not like that. It's just that I know. Edis smiled helplessly. I haven't been here long, and I don't have much combat experience either. Objectively speaking, the power gap is just too large. But there's nothing else we can do. Han, leading the red team, goaded her. Edis, you'll be left behind if you can't keep up. Edis, leading the blue team, was confident. Of course. Yesterday I saw them get merged, so don't worry. We won't lose. The system notified. Hero is proposing a fixed team. Elsewhere, on the 7th floor, bloodthirsty goblins were waiting. The system notified. Floor 7. Mission type. Suppression. Goal. Eliminate the enemies. The first team stood amidst the goblin horde waiting to pounce. Aaron looked at the goblins, relieved. Thank goodness, it looks pretty easy. Han was confident. He instructed, Jenna, just stand there and watch. I'll kill them all myself. The goblins charged. Han stood alone, sword in hand, ready to face them. He took a deep breath. The system notified. Han has entered frenzy state. He dashed forward, sweeping away the goblins. The goblins hadn't even touched him before they were sliced in 2. Han's eyes glowed brightly. Spinning around to pierce the one opposite him, he wiped out the whole horde with just one blow. One remained, standing there, shaking in fear in the rain. Han sheathed his sword. Jenna asked for his opinion. Should I finish it off? Chances are this is a chain mission, so we can't complete it right away. Han let it slide. Leave it. There's only one left. It can't do anything. Start searching. He looked around to assess the situation. The first strange thing was that it was raining. The second was that there was a river. And the third, there used to be a dam here. The system notified. Mission completed. Aaron leveled up. Jenna ran after him and asked, Is that it for today? I'm going to take a shower. Do whatever you want. Aaron, what are you going to do? I'm heading to the training grounds, Han cautioned me. Don't overdo it. You'll wreck your body. He suddenly realized something. Han changed his tone. Aaron, don't go. The system notified. You have selected the rookie power package. He realized this was the 3rd time Master used money. The system notified. If you want something, pay for it. Mobius respects your decision. Fine. Han assigned Jenna to bring the drawing papers from his room. Place them on the table. Aaron, bring Edis here. The summoning portal opened. Someone new was arriving. Han walked away, telling Aaron, Aaron, you're staying here, right? Instead, take Edis with you. Got it. Someone new was coming soon. The system notified. Master, high-tier summoning is about to begin. Han smiled as if he had predicted it. I knew he'd choose that. Although some people never spend money just to win, but no one pays to only win once. When starting to play Pick Me Up, players are often fascinated by observing the AI, granted autonomy for the heroes. The process of watching the heroes' reactions when clearing stages or in the lounges is quite interesting for new players. The joy of observing the heroes, the thrill of supporting them through stages by giving orders and guidance, and considering tactics and strategies. As the PvP rank rises and the lounge upgrades, the volume of content increases. The heroes' behaviors also gradually change. Playing with their lives like this must be quite fun. System notification. Master, high-tier summoning is about to begin. Beep, beep, beep. A rare summon. Master just successfully summoned Ivanka. A rare summon. Master just successfully summoned Roderick. A white-haired man stepped out of the portal, asking, "Who are you people?" The blonde girl glanced around. Whoa. She clumsily tripped over her dress, fell onto the courtyard, and stumbled. Jenna approached to check on her. I've brought many. What is she doing down there? Is she hurt? Han explained. Don't mind her. She can stand up on her own if she wants. What kind of outfit is that? She's not hurt. She's just embarrassed. Edis whispered to Han. She's a noble. A noble? You know, with my experience as a mercenary, I think she's a young noble lady. I wonder why she came here. That girl was so embarrassed she couldn't stand up. It was a sunny day. Roderick had somewhat grasped the core concept of Master's summoning and synthesis. However, he lacked any knowledge about levels or high skills. He was the protector of a great city. Apart from saying that he always felt a sense of responsibility, he had no distinct personality. Roderick shared, I always feel like I have a duty to do something. Like I'm being hypnotized. I need to stay here to fight nameless enemies. No, Han replied. I'll explain the specifics after the draw. Both Edis and I need to recruit more personnel. If you draw the blue ticket, Roderick will join you. If it's the red ticket, then it'll be Ivanka. A veteran or a noble lady? Who is the better choice? It's pretty obvious. He asked Jenna to bring him the tickets. Yes, coming right up. Han glanced at the cup. If the ticket on the right was red, then the one on the left would be blue. He looked over at Edis, who was wearing a winning smile. Damn it. Looks like Edis saw it too. Jenna placed the cup of tickets on the ground. Go ahead and pick. Han quickly lunged. Edis did the same. Both had the same idea. The left ticket was the answer they needed. Ivanka looked at Han, bored, and suddenly unleashed a fire spell. Before he could pull, Edis quickly snatched the red ticket. Han laughed. Why don't you let go? You saw it too, didn't you? Edis retorted immediately. In your dreams. Of course I saw it. Han looked at Ivanka. Are you a mage? Ivanka used her fire spell to introduce herself. This is a brief introduction about me. Edis warned. Try being a good person for once. A mage suits my team much better. Don't you want that protector? Jenna, on the side, was excited. Wow, a mage. It's real, Han replied immediately. What a shame. I've never been a good person. Fire magic pairs very well with archers. In Pick Me Up, warriors and rogues can be upgraded by 1 star through proper nurturing, while mages are completely different. They are individuals that can only be obtained through paid summoning. The rate of summoning a mage is extremely low. Ivanka watched the two arguing and was annoyed. Hey, what are you two doing? It's not fun at all. I'm not a specimen for you to evaluate. Jenna only then noticed the cheating. Wait, now that I look, you two peeked, right? Cheaters. She took the tickets and shook them. Drawing tickets should be based on luck, Ivanka asked. What are you guys doing? Han answered simply, It's simple. We're deciding which team you're joining. So, I'm joining whose team? Compared to the man next to you, you're a bit slow on the uptake. Ivanka was furious. What do you mean grasping? I was just dragged to a completely strange place. Roderick, standing next to her, reminded her, Think carefully. What do you think they are trying to do to us? As if realizing something, Ivanka fell silent. Got it now, right? She felt disgusted. This isn't good. Being treated like a toy. Roderick nodded in agreement. Jenna announced again, All right, this time, no more cheating. Let luck decide fairly, Han sighed. Luck? There's no fairness in that. Don't argue. Fine. No matter the result, don't hold a grudge, Edis agreed immediately. Of course. Both pulled 1 ticket each. They stood there in silence, saying nothing. Han was the one who pulled the red ticket. He boasted, That's settled then. Any complaints? Edis was annoyed and said nothing. 1, Han announced to the two of them. Ivanka, you're joining my team. The system notified. Ivanka has successfully joined Team 1. Roderick successfully joined Team 2. Jenna noticed a man being dragged away by Yisoo. Let me go, he screamed. Master Han, didn't you say you'd let us live if we worked hard? This is too much, Yisoo snapped. Shut your mouth and get over here now. You, the mage who just joined, hurry up and come over here. Han blurted out. He can't learn any support skills. Ivanka, get over there. His eyes turned emotionless. If you don't want to fail and become something as disgusting as them. System notification. Synthesis successful. Ivanka leveled up. Ivanka stood silently, saying nothing. Han warned her, if you fall behind, you'll end up just like them. There's no escaping the synthesis process. If you want to survive, you have to push yourself harder. Han's voice blended into the chaotic noise outside. Yisoo shouted, Hey, idiot, get over here. Roderick sighed at the intense cries for help. Han announced, It's your turn, sir. Those people right there? They are your synthesis fodder. The system announced, Roderick, level cap reached. Yisoo flew between the spatial rifts, chanting the command, Spatial rift, open. Ivanka didn't understand, so Han explained. He's testing the new member's potential. Yisoo ordered, Team 2, move into the spatial rift. Edis looked back at Roderick. Follow me. You're going to be the protagonist of this fight. He nodded. Understood. Staying back, Han gathered more intel from Ivanka. Hey, mage, what kind of spells can you cast? Ivanka snapped. Why do you want to know? Han threatened. Don't want to fight anymore? Just answer me. Ivanka, terrified, stammered. Wait, why do I have to go in there? Han said matter-of-factly. Weren't you brought here to fight? As a 3-star hero, you should understand that, right? Ivanka retorted. You're so annoying, fighting in a strange place without even knowing why. You need a reason to fight? If you don't fight, you'll end up as synthesis material, just like those guys you absorbed earlier. Hearing that, Ivanka's fearful eyes turned to Han, filled with irritation. So, I'll ask again. What spells can you use? You asked for a reason to fight well. If you don't fight, your end will be the same as those you merged. Ivanka was bewildered and fell silent, processing the information. I'll ask you one more time. What kind of magic can you use? This time, Ivanka provided the necessary details. The strongest fire spell I can cast is a level 3 fire ring. Han continued. I already knew you could use fire magic. What else? Can you use teleportation or any support spells? Ivanka sneered. Support spells? I don't know any of those. Why would you ask a fire mage to use support magic? Good grief. So you don't know any other spells? Yeah, so what? She laughed, her voice boastful. If you saw my magic, you'd be stunned. No support spell could ever compare to it. Han looked at her with a hint of disappointment. It's a bit of a shame. You'd better be as good as you brag. A defensive system is more versatile than an offensive one. I asked because even though she's a fire combat mage, there's always a chance she awakened other types of spells. But it doesn't look like it. Either way, a combat mage is still just a mage, Han said in a commanding tone. From now on, you're fighting with us. Understand? Ivanka replied reluctantly. Even if I'm reluctant, I understand. Do you have experience fighting monsters? Of course. My nickname is the Witch of Rivl. Han felt confused. Are they letting low-level fodder in just to test their abilities? Looking at Edis's expression, it seemed Roderick was stronger than he thought. He turned to Jenna and Aaron. It's our turn now. Get ready. Yisoo announced. Group 1 will enter the spatial rift. Han said confidently. Let's go. The system announced. Climb the tower and save the world. Ivanka looked around, still in disbelief. Han muttered. We should probably head to the 4th floor. The stages on the higher levels are likely locked. If we want to test her potential, the 4th floor should be enough. There are harpies and goblins there. What I want to know is how she uses fire. Magic. Han assigned the mission. Once the battle starts, we'll just stand back and watch. We'll see how good you really are. Ivanka was dissatisfied. What are you saying? Han goaded her. Any one of the 3 of us could single-handedly conquer the 4th floor. Are you not confident just because your level is low? You said I'd be amazed when I saw your magic, didn't you? Ivanka explained. That's true. But I'm special, exceptionally special. Either way, just watch and you'll see. Yisoo said excitedly. Then let's get started. The system announced. The portal will open in 10 seconds. Get ready, Han said. Yisoo looked reluctant. Good luck, Han. Han suddenly noticed something. Han was surprised when the portal in front of him displayed an unlock symbol. He cursed, "Matter, that bastard." The system announced, "Main dungeon. Current trial is floor 8. He quickly informed everyone, "This is the 8th floor. Everyone, be careful and draw your weapons." Jenna was bewildered. "Didn't you say we were just going to watch? Didn't you say we were going to the 4th floor? Aaron was also surprised. "Huh? Why is it suddenly the 8th floor? Han shouted, "Shut up, all of you." He tried to stay calm, thinking, is he angry about what happened last time? Is he holding a grudge just because I killed a 3-star commander? He's trying to give us a hard time. Or does he want to say that testing abilities on the 4th floor is boring? Ivanka noticed her surroundings, feeling a sense of familiarity. "HUH? I think I've seen this place before." Han turned and shouted, "Everyone, get out of the way!" Ivanka was dazed, not understanding yet. HUH? She was startled to see arrows flying toward her. At that moment, Han appeared behind Ivanka, pressing her down. "Don't just stand there." An arrow grazed Ivanka's cloak. Han gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." The system announced, Floor 8, Mission Type, Conquest. Objective, eliminate the enemy. Han looked ahead, assessing the situation. Not just one, but nearly 30 of them. This is going to be troublesome. He ordered Jenna, fire your bow." One of them was hit by an arrow and fell. Han scanned the terrain and realized that the ground here was uneven. He assigned a task to Aaron. "When they charge at us, dodge to the side, and then attack. Can you do it?" Aaron replied, "Yes, I'll try." Han turned back to look at Ivanka and shouted, "Ivanka!" She shifted her gaze behind him. He realized it instantly and raised his shield, blocking an attack from a goblin. Blocked that one. He turned to the other side. A goblin riding a horse, holding a scythe, lunged at him from behind while he wasn't looking. It swung in a wide arc, aiming to take Han out, but he dodged. He raised his sword and slashed, killing the goblin. After taking it down, he looked behind him. A swarm of goblins on horseback, wielding scythes, was chasing him. Han could only retreat. He used his shield to push the goblins back and shouted for Aaron. Aaron thrust his spear, killing the goblin behind him. "Got it," he replied. Elsewhere, another goblin was aiming its crossbow, ready to fire. Aaron spun his spear, swatting away the incoming arrow. Han held his shield low to block the enemy's attack and shouted, "Ivanka, cast your spell." Ivanka was flustered while trying to cast. Han barked, "Don't make me repeat myself. You said you were a mage, right? Just kill them all." Ivanka replied, "I need time to chant." "How long?" 1 minute. Han didn't want to drag this fight out any longer. "Then hurry up." He swung his sword with astonishing speed and power. The strike was so fast it left a blur. Ivanka closed her eyes to focus, holding out her hands to chant, forming a red orb. La Grande Seduce. Han realized what spell that was. He continued shouting orders to the group. "Aaron, block the arrows fired at Jenna. Cover her so she can fire back at them." Aaron spun his spear, creating a shield that deflected the arrows. "Got it." Some other goblins attacked from the side, trying to stop Ivanka from chanting. Han realized the situation was looking grim. "Damn it! They're prioritizing the mage. I can buy some time, but blocking all of them is going to be tough. Maybe I should use my magic shield to tank a few arrows." He turned and yelled at Ivanka, "Can you put up some magic barriers?" But, as if she couldn't hear him, Ivanka remained silent, focused on her chanting. "Can't you hear me? Or are you unable to answer?" Jenna warned. "If you keep standing there, you're going to get attacked." Han calculated quickly in his head. "No way. Forget the shields. She can't even move while using her magic. She has to stay still to chant." A wolf rider opened its mouth hungrily. A goblin riding a wolf charged at Han, who quickly used his shield to block it. He pushed back the attack, but another one lunged in for a sneak attack. Han could only dodge. Clang, they charged in, disregarding their own lives. He slashed his sword, cutting down that goblin. The wolf rider next to it let out a roar. "Ga fu." Han smirked. "Pretty persistent, aren't you?" Planting his feet to build momentum, he lunged forward, thrusting his sword through the wolf. With another swing, Han stretched his leg out, bracing himself against the side. The wolf had been slain. Someone called out, "Big brother." Han turned around at the sound and saw Ivanka chanting right in the middle of the goblin horde. She can't move while chanting, can she? A goblin swung its blade, aiming at Ivanka while she was still chanting. Luckily, Han pulled Ivanka down just in time to avoid the blow. Thump! Ivanka complained. "Hey, what are you doing?" Han scolded her. "You're such a pain. Why would you stand out in broad daylight to chant without any protection at all, huh?" Ivanka heard him and replied, annoyed, "A pain? Don't you see I'm turning all that mana into fire?" Han changed his tone, turning gentle. Right. Let's move. See that forest? Run straight for it, Jenna said worriedly. What if we get blocked like last time? Han replied. We'll worry about that when we get there. He grabbed Ivanka's hand and ran. Han assigned tasks. Once we get into the forest, start chanting immediately. Aim your magic at our previous location. Ivanka was being dragged and felt pain. She cried out, My hand! My hand hurts. Slow down a bit, Han asked again. Do you understand? I understand. Jenna was out in front and noticed something. It looks like we can get in through this way, he realized. So this is the connection between the forest and the plains, Han shouted loudly. Ivanka, get into the forest, now. Ivanka was annoyed. Why are you yelling at me like? Han pulled Ivanka forward. He kicked her toward the front and shouted, Does it matter if it's loud or quiet if you're dead, right? Aaron said with concern. Big brother, you should get in too. It's dangerous. Han's hair changed color. He said, Just wait there. I'm coming in right now, the system announced. Han's berserk state has been released. He calculated that just today, he had already had to use berserk twice. Even though it was tough on his stamina, he needed to buy some time. A goblin used a crossbow to shoot at him. Han quickly used his shield to block it. Another one, taking advantage of the distraction, rode a wolf and charged at him. Panic! It's too fast, the goblin slashed, grazing him. Han could only dodge. Arrows were fired simultaneously. He fell backward to avoid them. He realized, these guys are actually probing me with tactics? Finally, Han decided, if that's the case. He stepped back to get momentum, lunging forward to slash down all the wolf riders. I just need to destroy that mobility you're so proud of, and it's over. Big brother. He held his shield to absorb a goblin's attack and retreated quickly to avoid another blow. Aaron called out anxiously. This time, Han couldn't dodge in time. He took a hit from their attack. The system announced, Han's berserk state has been released. He was pinned down under the feet of a wolf rider. Damn it. My blood! The goblin raised its spear to stab down. Han saw it, but couldn't dodge in time. Suddenly, a spear from somewhere pierced and killed the goblin. The goblin that was hit tilted its body, causing the spear to graze past him. Taking that opportunity, he used his sword to stab the wolf's throat. Suddenly, other wolves lunged forward. Aaron lost his composure. Damn it, let me block them. Han reminded him. Don't come out here. I'll draw this crowd away to buy time. You and the others just focus on hitting the ones running toward you. Han was losing patience. Hasn't she finished chanting yet? Jenna announced. Big brother, she's done chanting. Han ran, leading the monsters elsewhere. Suddenly, he jumped, successfully dodging the goblin's blades. As he landed, he kicked another one to build momentum, then used his shield to push them all to one side. Get out of the way! In the forest, Ivanka had finished chanting. Her hair burst into flames. The grass began to catch fire. The goblins were still in pursuit. Opening her eyes, Ivanka read the final command. Blaze! Flames erupted from the fireball in Ivanka's hand, spreading and firing out in a red streak. Han ducked behind his shield to avoid the blast. Wherever the fire went, the goblins died. Han watched in awe. Impressive firepower. The fire swept through, clearing out the goblin horde. Jenna marveled. Is that magic? Han looked back and assigned tasks. There are still a few left. Aaron, Jenna, cover her. We're going to wipe them all out. Jenna and Aaron replied in unison. We're waiting for your orders. Han raised his sword to block a goblin's strike. He felt uneasy. Damn it, I'm exhausted. But if raw strength isn't enough, I'll just use my skills and try to dodge. He leaned over to avoid the blow, his shield hand striking another one. An arrow was fired, killing a goblin. Han saw it and was surprised. Jenna smiled proudly. See? I'm pretty good, right? Below, Aaron lunged upward, driving his spear with a sharp clang one down. Aaron said confidently, If you run out of steam, I've got your back. Han chuckled. Getting a bit cocky, aren't we? As the remaining goblins charged, Jenna leaped high, striking from above and gracefully dodging their attacks. Pulling a dagger from her sheath, Jenna jammed it hard into their necks. One fell, and a frantic wolf beast lunged straight at Ivanka. Ivanka kept her eyes squeezed shut, chanting. Just as the beast let its guard down, an arrow whistled through the air and pierced its eye. Jenna let out a sigh of relief. Ha, ha, that was way too close. She shouted, Ivanka, wake up, we need to move. Ivanka just held her hands up, forming a ball of fire, her eyes still tightly closed. Jenna kept screaming, Hey, run. She's still mid-chant. She snapped her eyes open. Han, go. Get Aaron to follow me, damn it. Just run. Yes, sir, Aaron shouted back. Ivanka clenched her fist and roared the final incantation. Burn. The fireball dropped right into the pack of goblins, exploding violently. The shockwave of flames swept across the entire forest. Han ducked behind his shield. If we don't clear out, we're gonna get wiped out too. He stood up, squinting. Is it over? Wait, I see something. Han's eyes widened. A single goblin was still standing, charging straight at them. Damn it, there's another one. Ivanka raised her hands, chanting her final command. Destruction. A ring of fire swirled into a massive vortex. It wiped out everything in its radius. Jenna was blown back, clinging tightly to a tree. The fire washed over the forest, turning the woods into a blazing inferno. Everything inside the vortex was incinerated. Ivanka stood there, admiring her handiwork. Han was stunned, speechless. Where the fireball had landed, a deep, scorched crater remained. The system chimed in. Aaron looked on, completely shell-shocked. More than 20 goblin knights in one hit? Is that really magic? Jenna was awestruck. That's incredible. Ivanka laughed, boasting, this is the absolute power of fire magic. Didn't I tell you? You'd be shocked to see what I'm capable of. She introduced herself again. I am the personal mage to the Count of the Rivel region. Ivanka Rivel, Kuok. As soon as she finished, she collapsed. Jenna panicked. Ivanka, Han explained. She's out of mana. Using that much power will do that to you. Han assessed the situation. And during the chant, she's practically defenseless for a full minute. Her teammates have to be right there to protect her the whole time. Aside from not being able to use defensive spells, her vitality and agility are below 1 star. I've fought alongside plenty of mages, but a mage like her? That's a first. And honestly, while situations like this aren't exactly new, they're definitely rare. Firepower is her only answer. If I had to compare her, she's like a tank with no armor and no wheels, just stupidly pouring everything into the cannon. Huge firepower, but zero flexibility or defense. Still, she's undeniably powerful. It's only a matter of time before we build a balanced squad for close, mid, and long-range combat. The next day, after logging in, the first thing Master did was build a facility specifically for mages. The system announced, Building Facility. Please select your desired structure. Magic Research Lab constructed. Research functionality unlocked. Alchemy Lab constructed. Synthesis of various items is now possible. Library completed. Mages can now study and improve their knowledge. Excellent. The 3 auxiliary buildings, the Magic Research Lab, Alchemy Lab, and Library, have been merged into a new magic castle. Why do I have to do this? Ivanka panted and complained. A high-quality mage like me, forced to go through this barbaric training? I'm a brainwork professional. Han followed behind, saying, then just eat potatoes. Meat is fuel for physical class types. Ivanka shrieked, you selfish jerk. You dare value food over my intellect? Han thought, it might not help her chanting, but she needs the conditioning to dodge attacks on her own. He surged forward. Pick up the pace, Ivanka argued back. Why? Why do I? She kept whining. It was honestly getting annoying. On the battlefield, there are only swords and spears. Stamina is an absolutely vital factor. He sized her up. And it's better than that tight, uncomfortable outfit of yours, too. This is a magical item from my family's heritage. A magic item that boosts fire damage. The dress Ivanka wore was supposedly a special magical artifact, crafted by her family specifically for her. Han continued. Look, it's an endurance drill, but this isn't even the hard part. Every day, you're running 3 laps around the grounds. And I'm not cutting you slack just because we're going slow. Compared to my usual training, I could write you a whole essay on how easy today was. Ivanka cried out for help. I don't need this hellish training. Han sped up, teasing. Looks like Ivanka only wants potatoes for dinner tonight. I'll go tell Chloe. He thought to himself. That master guy. He does nothing but sit and watch. But gotta admit, watching how things are playing out now is pretty fun. Currently, the distance to reaching the 10th floor wasn't too far. Luckily, they had managed to secure a mage, and the magic castle had been unlocked. Thanks to all the dungeons they'd cleared yesterday, they possessed all 3 types of dungeon materials. Every week, their gathered materials were stored in the warehouse, just waiting for his orders. It was finally time to craft some consumables, like potions. The system announced, Master has logged out. Finally, he's gone. Han turned away, not forgetting to delegate, Jenna, don't let her escape. Jenna ran alongside her, cheering, Keep running, Ivanka, go, go, go. Crafting potions was originally a high-level task requiring a pharmacist and an alchemist. But just like the weapon forging process, if you use the mini-games, you can still craft them without needing the actual skill points. Han walked into the level 1 magic castle. So this is what it really looks like. He picked up a book to read. It has guides for specialized jobs here, but I can't read any of it. He started making potion bottles. Han tossed all the ingredients into the cauldron. The mini-game for potion crafting was a rhythm-based one. The system announced. Han tossed all the ingredients into his mini-game pot to craft potions. It's just a mini-game, the system announced. Brilliant success. Han successfully crafted a low-grade health potion. A resounding success. Han successfully crafted a low-grade mana potion. Yisoo's eyes lit up. Whoa! Just as Yisoo expected. Han looked at the results. He counted 6 health potions and 2 mana potions. Master, you might be skeptical, but this is still better than hoarding potions and dying because you ran out of supplies. The next morning, in the waiting hall, Han announced, "Our team now officially has a mage." Well, yeah, that's true. Because we won't have another chance to draw lots. Han asked Jenna and Aaron, "Do you guys know why I brought this charcoal stove here?" Han raised his hand and spoke loudly. "Lean in and take a look at what I'm about to do." Jenna and Aaron couldn't believe their eyes as Han thrust his hand into the burning stove. The two of them were worried. "Big brother, what are you doing? You're insane, Han. If Ivanka has the ability to control fire magic, we have to get used to the flames too." Han counted in his head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. After 10 seconds, he pulled his hand out. "Phew. I'm okay." He looked at his hand as it slowly began to heal. Han explained. "Besides, we'll recover quickly anyway since we're in the waiting room. Ivanka uses fire magic, and we'll be fighting right beside her. So, what do you think will happen if we don't get used to it? We'll be roasted alive before the enemies even get to us." Jenna couldn't accept it. So that's why you're making us do something like this?" Aaron frowned. "How long do we have to do this, man?" Han replied. "Until you guys can withstand it." Jenna and Aaron couldn't believe it. "We have to do this crazy stuff just to get better fire resistance." Han reminded them, "Think back to the 5th floor. Remember what happened when we weren't prepared?" Aaron was terrified, but he still put his hand into the stove. Han grabbed Aaron's hand. He whispered, "Wait until you find a spot where nobody's watching to do that. I don't have any perverted hobbies, you know. Seeing you scream in pain was just an example. I get it now." Jenna was shaking. "I don't want to do this. I'm in the back doing long-range attacks anyway." Han took Jenna's hand and gave a devilish smile. "You don't want to? Then let me do it for you. If I hold your hand and we put it in together, it won't be that hot. Putting it in slowly will hurt less." Jenna panicked. What the hell is this? Are you planning to run away every time Ivanka uses her magic? She can't even protect herself or move while she's chanting her spells. If we aren't right there to protect her, she's basically dead. She couldn't even dodge a snail if it tried to attack her. If you don't want to waste the mage that we were so lucky to get, then learn this fire resistance skill until we reach the 10th floor. I'll be learning it too." Jenna agreed. "Yeah, I guess so." But as she drew her dagger, Han continued, "Aaron, sorry, but you still have one more exercise to choose from." He spun his dagger around. "Stab yourself with the knife. How's that? If you can handle the pain, you don't need to do it like I did. Everyone can find their own method. It will help you endure the pain. It's definitely going to be terrible, but you need to do it. Even though health potions can restore your health, they often come with intense pain. If you want to fight while using health potions, having the ability to endure that pain is absolutely essential." Jenna backed away. "No way. Even me? Not you." Her saying that made Jenna breathe a sigh of relief. Han was indifferent, but sooner or later, you're going to have to learn how to endure pain. "What? Please, let me be the last one. You're going to learn switching." Hearing Han say that, Jenna was confused. Switching? He assigned the task. Practice until you can switch between your bow and short sword, as fast as possible. That way, you can fight freely at both long and short range, depending on the situation. Jenna protested. "But I'm better with a bow than a short sword." "Then change that starting now," he decided. "The old melee, mid-range, and long-range formation is gone. From now on, we're creating a triangular formation with Ivanka in the center as our main damage dealer. We'll start training tomorrow. Even though it really doesn't suit you, if it's only Aaron and me tanking the damage, it won't be enough to protect. Ivanka, you need to guard another side during the fight." Jenna frowned. She's being protected way too much. Is this what they call princess protection? But we can't ignore this approach if we want to use Ivanka properly. The composition, for the most effective group in this game, is a dual mage system. It would be even better if we had an additional support mage to heal and create shields for the group. There's still the 9th floor, but there's a high chance we'll take a little break. The 9th floor might be given to Group 2 so they can gain experience climbing the tower. As long as the quest chain exists, we can't level up with just one group. If there's a sacrifice, there will be no one to replace them. Developing a secondary team, with various members, is common knowledge. So the master probably already knows. Subjugation, survival, escort, breakthrough, assassination, defense, containment, pursuit, anti-escape. A hint has been given. The 10th floor is a difficult level. There will be a quest there that requires at least 2 groups to cooperate. Because it's a co-op quest, it will be more dangerous and difficult than anything we've experienced up to now. Han practiced his fire resistance skill on his own. We can't be lazy during the preparation phase. Cough, cough. He cursed. Damn it. The system notified him. Han has learned the fire resistance skill. The next day, a voice rang out. What? Han repeated. What do you mean what? You're currently not useful for anything. So you definitely need to master your techniques, shorten your casting time, and reduce the amount of mana you use. Ivanka was annoyed. How dare you say such insulting things? Han changed his tone to a cold, icy one. You don't like it? Ivanka gritted her teeth and accepted it. She turned away, sulking. Fine, I'll do it. Okay? Han noticed that Ivanka's fire magic followed a 3-layer structure. The first layer is creating the flame and firing it forward. The second layer is burning by detonating the flames. The third layer raises the explosion vertically high up. The more layers, the more he does it, the more energy it drains. And while the effects are certainly powerful, she needs to keep pushing herself to the absolute limit to achieve that kind of efficiency. Han walked up to Jenna with his sword drawn. Jenna, let's get started. The whole group is closing in on the 10th floor. Everyone's been training, with higher and higher intensity from dawn until late at night. Jenna fired an arrow toward Han. All right, here I go. He slashed his sword, splitting the arrow in 2, just like always. At some point, he had stopped using a shield to block and started training by dodging and parrying arrows with his blade instead. Jenna remarked, It seems like this training is really making you stronger. You're improving fast, Han. Han was serious. We're in the middle of training. No need for the compliments. He turned and sliced another arrow in half. The system notified him that he had learned the novice sword parry skill, and his level had increased to 6. He was satisfied. All right, I finally got the skill I wanted. Jenna lunged from below, aiming for Han, while her other hand quickly pulled an arrow from her quiver, drew her bow, and held a dagger in her teeth. Jenna took aim. Switch! Han quickly dodged and pointed his sword at her. He realized something. Even though her potential was just 1 star, she had immense promise. Her learning speed was truly exceptional. If he hadn't known about this game beforehand, he never would have been able to keep up with her. Han offered a compliment. Not bad, Jenna. She teased. Oh? Who was it that said we don't need compliments during training? Who was that, huh? Hearing that, Han pinched her cheek. Annoyed, she thought, I really want to smack him. A typical 1-star hero would only be at Aaron's level. Even though he had leveled up his novice spear mastery to level 3, that was about as far as he could go. Aaron hadn't been to the training grounds in a while, just staying in his room trying to master pain resistance and fire resistance. Ivanka was likely practicing what he asked in the Magic Castle's special training grounds. Even though her fire output was reduced slightly, her spells were already quite strong. Unless the situation absolutely required it, she only needed to use the first of the 3 stages of her technique. The training grounds were currently welcoming a few newly summoned 1-star recruits, but they were all completely useless. Both Team 1 and Team 2 didn't even have 5 members each, but it seemed like Master had no intention of recruiting new heroes. It looked like he wanted to pick up the free ones, like them, to level up the AI that actually needed it. The next day, Edis's team returned after infiltrating the 9th floor. Han checked in on them. Looks like you guys had a rough time, huh? So, what was the challenge? Edis replied. Conquering a goblin village with about 50 of them. He asked again. Anything else? Was there anything special about that place? If you saw anything strange, let me know. Edis paused, deep in thought. The ground. The ground was a muddy swamp, like it had just rained. Just mud, that's all. I didn't have time to notice anything else. Yisoo called out to Han, Jenna, Aaron, and Ivanka. It's your team's turn. Let's burn through this. The system notified them that the dungeon was cleared. He mused. There's nothing left to train on the 4th floor. With their protective strategy, his level was 10, Jenna was 8, Aaron was 6, and Ivanka was 4. Everyone's levels had reached the limit for the current floors. They had upgraded as much as they possibly could on these lower levels. The equipment workshop helped with the comprehensive development of the team's gear. The rank E leather armor had been upgraded to rank D by attaching extra metal scraps. Aaron and he had received extra swords as support weapons. The two from the training grounds were added to teams 1 and 2. Even if they lacked combat experience, skills, and the capacity to keep up with the team, there was no other way. The 10th floor wasn't far off. Yisoo came to check in. How's it going? Han Yisoo, have you predicted the upcoming challenge? You'll handle it easily, right? He was exhausted. God only knows. I don't know what you're here to help me with, but stop saying useless things. Yisoo remained very enthusiastic. But you're the master of this game. If I were a god, I would have conquered all 100 floors a long time ago. You jerk. Master of masters. It was true that he was one of the highest-ranked players in the game, but even so, after 2 years of grinding, he had only reached the 88th floor. Dozens of his squads had been wiped out by unexpected challenges and random traps. Masters of this game only progressed through failure. It was just that Master hadn't tasted failure yet, so he didn't know the pain of it. Han worried internally. If it goes on like this, the moment he experiences failure will be my final moment too. The two teams gathered in the plaza. Ivanka was confused. Why are there so many people gathered in the town square? Why are they here? Didn't that kid call them here? Han replied. She'll call them soon enough. Don't ask questions. You always act like you know everything. Han calculated the time. It had been 30 minutes since Master logged in without giving any instructions. It showed he was considering something. The system announced, "Do you want to begin conquering the 10th floor?" Han thought to himself. Does he want to conquer the 10th floor, or is he considering waiting longer? The new members aren't used to the team yet, and I've reached the level 10 limit for a 1-star, but I haven't fully mastered everything. My skills still feel like they're lacking something. He calculated that if Master gave him about another week, he could upgrade his skills to the limit for a 1-star hero. Then we could conquer the 10th floor with a much better advantage, but that wouldn't be like the Master I know. Yisoo announced that a spatial rift was opening. This is our reality, not Master's. He realized, right, in the end, this is just a game. Even if we all die, he just needs to get more heroes. Han warned the new recruit, when the battle starts, find somewhere to hide. He argued, but I can fight, too. A level 3 with Novice Spear Mastery level 1? In this stage, you'll just be a liability. If this battle were a week later, maybe. The system issued a warning. This is a difficult challenge that requires the participation of 2 teams. Han thought about the tactical room. He doesn't even know how to use it. It's a bit complicated for a beginner. Han gave an order. Yisoo, tell him to take the items from the storage. Okay. The system warned. Master, there are items that can be used. That's right. Keep them in storage, and let the heroes carry these items. They'll use them when needed. Han calculated in his head. We have a total of 6 health and mana potions. Splitting them 3 per team is perfect. He spoke up and asked, Adis, how are your preparations coming along? All done. Any last wishes? Edis, you're joking around a bit too much, man. The mana potions are primarily for Ivanka. Han demands. Edis, there's a chance we'll get separated in different areas, so we need to regroup as soon as possible. Edis asks, what do you suggest? Han explains, just head toward the center. If you don't know where that is, navigate from a high vantage point. Yisoo points a finger, annoyed. You guys, try not to get in my way. I'll be keeping a close watch. Han corrects him. Don't control them. Seriously, you really think you can? Yisoo hesitates, but Han gives a light, reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'll help you clear this 10th floor. Open the portal. Someone is sitting in the corner. What? What's the point? We're all going to die. Everyone's going to die. There's no way we can win. We're all going to die. The women, the children, everyone. No one is escaping. We're all dead. Before he can finish, Han kicks him from behind. Thud. Who are you? Han asks. Who the hell is this idiot? The man is panicked. A ghost. Right, it's definitely a ghost. Jenna stands next to Han and says, this guy. I don't think he can see us. The man stops. Wait, guy? Jenna continues to him. Hello? Can you see us? Hey, buddy? Over here. Han realizes this is an NPC. Han figures out this is the ruined city used as the challenge for the 5th floor. But the difference here is that it hasn't collapsed yet. Jenna realizes the discrepancy. Wait, isn't the timeline a bit weird? Everything shouldn't be like this. Han brushes Jenna's questions aside. This isn't the first time the timeline has been strange. Let's talk about that later. The important thing is that we've been summoned here. I've assigned tasks to everyone. To survive, we have to complete the mission. Han continues to delegate duties to the team. The mission hasn't started yet, so let's use this time to gather information. I'll give each person 5 minutes to scout the area as much as possible and report back to me. After 5 minutes, come right back here. If you're late, you'll be left behind. Understood? The gray, overcast sky creates a gloomy atmosphere throughout the city. Han is on the bell tower, evaluating. This is probably the best place to observe the battle. Huh? He looks at the soldier behind him, trembling. He judges that the soldier's morale has hit rock bottom long ago. Ah, I don't want to die. Looking out, he sees the goblin army in front of the walls. There are a few thousand goblins in the forest to the north. Is that the siege tower? Thank God, it doesn't look like they have any siege intent. To the east, there are a few hundred goblins, and that giant wolf we saw on the 7th floor. They don't have any siege intentions at all. He looks at the enemy formation. He compares it with their side. In contrast to them, the people gathered outside the castle are all the manpower they have. The enemy outnumbers them 10 to 1. No, even more than that. No matter how he looks at it, it's a hopeless situation. Finished observing, Han steps down from the tower, but there's still no mission description. If this is a survival mission, our survival rate is actually pretty high. Assuming it's a survival mission that requires us to stay alive for a certain amount of time, it'll be much easier than the one on the 5th floor. There are a bunch of NPCs we can use as bait. Plus we have a mage who specializes in area of effect spells. Yisoo will return soon. Back with the team, he says, Team 2 has joined as well. Edis. This mission. Ding! The system announces. Warning, warning, warning. Han is surprised to hear the alert chime 3 times. 3 times? Does that mean high difficulty? The system announces. Floor 10. Mission type, defense. Objective, protect the city from collapsing. Knowing the mission, Han curses. Damn it, it's not survival. It's defense. He calculates, counting both Team 1 and Team 2, there are 10 of us in total. Adding the number of those NPCs, the total manpower is about 360. He finishes calculating and announces, everyone is here. After sharing the information we've gathered, we will discuss the details of the mission, the objectives, and everyone's roles. Jenna says, first, for my part, even though I talked, to the people in the city, no one answered at all. She thinks back to what she saw in the city. It feels like my bag is heavier. Am I getting old? Jenna points out her assessment. This means we can see and interact with the NPCs, but they can't see or hear us. Aaron adds, the evacuees are currently gathered in the center of the city. Meanwhile, the north and east gates are being attacked by the goblins. The south and west are weak. There are no gates, so we are basically trapped. This means if the outer walls fall, everyone here will be wiped out. Edis asks, what's the mission, Han? He says, I hear it. What do we have to do this time? Is it? Han is silent, then replies, our mission is to defend. Defend? He continues, our mission this time is to protect the city from the enemy invasion. In other words, we have to wipe out the goblins. But Edis and Yisoo, upon hearing this, react, no way. Roderick offers an opinion. What if we temporarily retreat? After escaping the walls and reassessing the situation, we can launch a guerrilla attack on their rear. Han immediately shoots down his idea. No. He continues, I suspect that destroying the entire enemy force is necessary for this mission to succeed. And that's the failure condition. He turns to the statue and says, it's on that side, in front of the bell tower. The statue of the commander is glowing. The twin goddess statue is something that often appears in special missions. He continues, it has nothing to do with killing goblins. If that statue is destroyed, we lose. Roderick is thoughtful. Unbelievable. We have to kill every single enemy, while also protecting that statue. Han crosses his arms and replies, and if by any chance we fail this mission, he says bluntly, we will all die. Roderick asks, even if we escape the city? That's right. No matter where we are, once the mission fails, we will die without exception. Han has a headache. This is truly a very tricky situation, but as long as it's in the game, no matter how impossible the mission looks, there will always be a way to complete it. Han analyzes the strategy. Even though the goblins are swarming, they only have those siege towers as their main equipment, and what's more, only the ones in the north have them. That means, if we can successfully hold the line in the north, we'll buy ourselves enough time. He finished his thought and assigned Edis's team. You're heading to the northern outer wall to assist with the defense. Do your best to destroy or push back the ladders they're using to scale the walls. Edis asked back, is that really all our role is? Seeing Edis looking frustrated, Han asked, you seem dissatisfied. Tell me, what's the problem? Edis explained, No matter how hard we try, there are only 5 of us. I don't think just our team and the 300 NPCs already there is automatically going to mean the city is fully protected. Han reflected on her words. She wasn't wrong. The combat power of the second team was only on par with about 50 human soldiers. He continued, as long as they don't have other siege weapons, their only entry points are those crude ladders. If you succeed in defending the most treacherous position on the wall, the effectiveness of the defense will increase significantly. Edis countered, that's not what I meant. Even if we can stall for time, there's no way we can actually wipe them all out. Han agreed. I know, he thought helplessly. Even if both teams worked together, it wouldn't change the outcome. Even if they held out a little longer, the city would eventually be breached. It all came down to the sheer difference in numbers, a 1-to-10 combat ratio. Even counting our own teams, it's still 2-to-10. Based on what I remember from the 5th floor, they have no intention of retreating. In other words, winning this battle is impossible. But there must be a clue. Han asked, Jenna, there's a river to the east of the city, right? Try to remember the 7th floor. He recalled the heavy rain on the 7th floor. Was there a dam that broke? Because of the broken dam, the current was extremely violent. All the clues from the 5th to the 9th floors pointed directly to the eastern dam. There has to be a reason the game is steering us toward this. But destroying a dam on a river, so far from the city, what would that even accomplish? He clenched his fist in frustration. Damn it, there's so little information. Jenna seemed to recall something. Jenna clapped her hands together and said, I remember now. I heard something. I heard the sound of horse hooves from the other side of the river. Jenna recalled that day. It was raining hard. She seemed to have noticed something while looking across the river from this side. Han realized what that meant. Edis realized it too. Han pinched Jenna's cheek and scolded her. Why are you only saying this now? I'm not that sharp, she whined. He called out to Edis. Buy as much time as you can. If the outer wall falls, retreat to the inner wall. Use the soldiers and the refugees as meat shields if necessary. No matter how tough it gets, lock the city gates and try to hold out until we return. Edis remained calm. I can't show weakness while you guys are doing the harder job. She accepted the mission. All right, we'll hold on for as long as we possibly can. Jenna hadn't quite caught up yet. Huh? That's all for the strategy? Isn't that a bit too brief? What are we supposed to do? Han replied. Unlike you, Edis has a brain, so she understands immediately. Pack your things. We're heading to the eastern gate. Aaron asked, Commander, we're retreating? There are thousands of goblins out there. It's dangerous. That's right, but we still have to go, Han continued. If we just stay rooted here, sooner or later, we're done for, he explained to Aaron. The dam we encountered on the 7th floor was already destroyed. If the sound of horses Jenna heard was reinforcements, then it's possible. The reason the city on the 5th floor was destroyed is because the reinforcements couldn't cross the river due to the raging waters caused by the broken dam. That means what we need to do is go outside through the eastern gate, break through the goblins, and stop the dam from being destroyed. Jenna found it hard to believe. If that's the case, no way. That's right. Han drew his sword, his voice firm. We're going to flip this game board. Right now, at the city gate. Hurry, move the refugees into the castle. Line up properly. Don't push, just one by one. Ivanka turned to look. We're only just getting past them. Han took the lead and added, we've only just left the inner city. The hard part is out there. That was the outer gate. He quickly gave orders. Jenna, climb the wall and scout the situation outside. Understood? Aaron, get ready to open the gate. Understood? Ivanka, start chanting. The moment the gate opens, unleash your spell. Understood? He turned to see Suron. This guy's here too? Aaron pulled the pulley to open the gate. A few soldiers panicked and ran out. What's that? The gate's opening. Did the goblins get in? No. It's opening on its own. It's turning by itself. What's going on? Stop it immediately. Jenna, standing on the wall, shouted down. Commander, there are piles of goblins outside the gate. Won't they swarm in when we open it? Doesn't matter. Get down first. Ivanka's magic will clear the path for us. We'll stop the soldiers from crowding in. The soldiers were confused. What is this? Is it possessed by demons? Stop. Stop right now. Jenna kicked at the feet of the soldiers standing in the way. Ivanka stood in the middle of the gate and chanted, Ignis Intergio. The gate slowly groaned open. An arrow flew through the gate. Han caught it just before it could pierce Ivanka. The goblins stared into the city, looking ferocious. Han hurled the arrow back at them. Hey, look at that. The soldiers tried to stop them but were kicked aside by Jenna. Is that magic? Where did you come from? I won't let you. Ugh. Another soldier cried out in fear. The goddess has abandoned us. Rain began to fall. Han looked up at the sky. He turned to look at Ivanka. Han wondered, "Your scroll. It's going to get wet. Will it be all right?" Eren shouted, "Hooah!" The gate opened, and the goblins charged in. Han yelled, "Blow them away!" Ivanka recited the incantation, and a burst of fire erupted. It scorched the goblins before they could even step into the city. Han warned, "Don't burn the gate. Make it explode outside the city." Ivanka continued the chant. Explosion. The goblins were engulfed in flames, burning en masse. Phew, Han called out to Jenna and Eren. "You two heard the order. Move out." "Understood, we're heading out." Ivanka is losing strength. Han reminds her to take a sip of the potion every time she unleashes a spell. "I know," she replies. And Han continues to watch over her. "There's still a lot to do. Can you handle it?" Ivanka, feeling heated, retorts, "I can. What do you think I am? An AI. I can still use my spells at least 100 more times," she says with confidence. "Hey, Suron," Han calls out. Suron still hasn't regained his composure. "Yeah." Han turns back and asks with a smile, "Do you still want to follow us?" The system notifies them that Suron is panicking. Han simply tells him, "Go to Edis. She'll show you what to do if you want to stay alive." "After this battle, I'll train you, L," Han says slowly, stepping outside as the gate slams shut. "Fine. Close it if you want. The escape route's blocked anyway. The only path left is forward. Facing him are thousands of goblins. I'll wipe you all out," he commands, getting into position. Han assigns the tasks. Ivanka, use only first-tier spells. Weak firepower is fine. Just spread it as wide as you can. "Understood," Jenna says, worried as the rain gets heavier. "They'll push through the flames and crush us." Before they can even prepare, the goblin army charges at the four of them. Han starts counting. 20 seconds until Ivanka finishes her incantation. 4. A goblin lunges at him from above. 19. Han slashes it away. 18. Two others fire arrows at Ivanka. 10. 7. 6. Han jumps over, using his shield to cover Ivanka. 10. 5. 4. He kicks a stone from the road at them. 13. 4. On this side, Eren is using his spear to impale them one by one. 10. 21. 19. Nearby, Jenna uses her dagger to stab one in the throat. 8. 7. 6. She switches to her bow to fight. 5. Eren is struggling a bit. 4. Han throws a spear to help Eren from afar. 3. 2. He pulls his sword out of a goblin's body. Han orders, "Protect Ivanka's line of sight. Switch positions." 1. A burst of fire erupts, creating a red path. The goblins are wiped out instantly. Han runs ahead and commands, "Move out." Even though I can feel the extreme heat through my armor, I can still endure it. Thank goodness Ivanka is part of the team. But because of the rain, the fire is extinguished quickly. The surviving ones keep rushing forward. "Ivanka, chant again." The wall of fire is vanishing fast. Han continues to run, his hand swinging his sword, cutting down the goblins. "Eren, cover my right side. I'll handle this spot myself." He continues counting. 20 more seconds. The three continue to surround and protect Ivanka. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. A goblin lunges behind Han. He slashes it down immediately. Switch positions. Ivanka's fire erupts again, forming a path. Han commands, "Keep pushing forward. Treat the flames like a shield." In this way, they reach the river. Thousands of goblins are burned beneath the fire. The commander stands on a ridge, looking down. He takes a step, the firelight casting his shadow on the ground. The goblin holding a blade steps forward, raises his weapon, and lets out a loud roar. He shouts something loudly. Ivanka continues her incantation. Burn! Dozens of goblins are incinerated by the wall of fire. Han commands, "Keep moving. Right now. Attack." A bloodthirsty look flashes in the goblin's eyes behind the flames. One throws a spear at Han, but he dodges it just in time. Huh! He turns and stabs it with his sword, killing it instantly. Han feels something is strange. The goblin's attack pattern has suddenly changed. Are they still rushing in despite the fire magic? He bursts forward, clearing a path. "If you want to rush in, I'll hack you to pieces." Han notices something. He realizes it must be him. The goblin commander says something else. He thinks he must know that Ivanka's spell has a delay, so he's ordering the monsters to charge regardless. "We can't let this continue." "He clearly knows our plan," Han curses. "Damn it. Why does he have to be so smart?" He glances over. Although Eren and Jenna still look okay, they won't last much longer if this keeps up. There's not much oxygen left, and they're surrounded by flames. Fire resistance only increases heat tolerance, It doesn't provide total immunity. Han makes a decision. He slashes the goblins while calling out to everyone. Everyone, gather here, Han says briefly. I'll only say this once, so listen carefully. We cannot lose now. There is only one chance. Eren is confused. The only chance? What are you talking about? Han explains. I'm talking about the chance to tear that monster apart. The goblin commander shouts again. He targets Ivanka while she's chanting. The soldiers obey and rush at her. They attack the circle of fire they created. One has already broken through the flames. Han lunges forward and kicks it away immediately. Another is shot dead by Jenna's arrow. Han rushes. Ivanka, are you done chanting? Burn them to ashes. Ivanka continues her incantation. Burn. A wave of fire shoots out, wiping out the goblins in its path, but they immediately charge again. Han thinks, using one spell doesn't seem strong enough. But he hasn't finished. He launches himself down, creating a powerful shockwave. Not done yet, you bastards. The commander looks on, surprised. Ivanka continues to scorch them. The fireball explodes, wiping out the goblins within its range. Everyone, move forward quickly. Eren, hold the shield for Jenna to fire. Her eyes are highly focused. The arrow is released. Jenna aims straight at the goblin commander. The arrow pierces the commander's head, and he falls. At the same time, Ivanka is exhausted and passes out. Han catches her immediately and picks her up. Ivanka wakes up, wanting to say something. Shh, don't say anything. Han realizes that no matter how powerful the magic is, it can't destroy all of them. If they keep getting surrounded without time to recover, the whole team will be wiped out. However, they aren't the goblins' targets. The fortress is. The rest of them are just obstacles in the way. Are they willing to die for the fortress, or die to remove obstacles? Han wonders. What will they do next, now that their leader is dead? The goblins immediately stop their attack on the four. They ignore the circle of fire and rush toward the fortress. Han realizes. They chose the fortress? A while later, by the river, Han feels relieved. Escaped. He sighs. Eren sits down, exhausted. We're this far away, and they're rushing toward the fortress, so they probably won't pay attention to us. Ivanka grumbles. Couldn't you have put me down more gently? Jenna pants. I really thought I was going to die. Han is deep in thought. Everyone managed to survive, because their leader was killed. If he were still alive, the plan would definitely have failed, and he would have killed us all. He instructs them. Let's rest a bit and use the healing potion. Put some on your burns and take a sip. Each person only has one bottle, so don't use it all. Jenna sighs. Ah, what a waste. Han calculates. The northern fortress is still being besieged. The outermost bastion is still holding out. I wonder if Edis's team can still hold on? He steps forward. This is just the beginning. He stands silently before the dam. A few goblins approach. Han sighs. They won't even let us rest. He commands, everyone, prepare for battle. Barely even had a moment to rest. A massive foot slammed into the grass. Eren, Han, and the others were suddenly caught out in the rain. Han chuckled. Right on cue. A goblin charged forward, clutching a club and stomping with heavy, thunderous steps, letting out a roar. They brought a big guy this time, Han assessed. Looks like a tough one. Listen up, I'm giving the orders, Han commanded. Ivanka, set up a firewall to hold them back. Eren, protect Ivanka. Ivanka trembled. But the goblins, I don't know if I can hold them off. What about that massive monster? My firewall won't even scratch it, Han snapped. Quit the chatter and get moving. I'll take care of the big pig myself. The goblin slammed its axe down. Han dodged in a flash, his heart pounding in his chest. One hit from that thing would be the end of him. He swung his hammer in a wide arc. The beast took a moment to wind up for another strike. Han leaped aside, avoiding the blow. With that kind of raw power, a shield won't do much good anyway. Even if it takes time, I have to chip away at it slowly. It was already hemmed in by the wall of flames. Jenna leaped up, firing arrows from above. Han landed, and the monster's massive hand reached out, trying to snatch him. Han slashed at its arm, and the goblin let out a roar of pain. Jenna, standing back, unleashed a volley. The arrows whistled through the air and embedded themselves deep into the beast. The enraged goblin swung its club wildly. It's working, Jenna said with a smirk. Since it's so huge, it's a much easier target than those run-of-the-mill goblins. It couldn't dodge, so they kept up the assault. But then, a yell echoed out. The arrows just bounced off the goblin's hide. They weren't doing any real damage. Jenna backtracked. Never mind, take it back. The regular goblins were way easier. Han analyzed the situation. It isn't dodging because it doesn't need to. Unless you hit a vital spot, you're not going to hurt it, so save your arrows. Jenna panicked. Does it even have a weak point? She screamed in terror. Oh no, there's another one. Han spun around, his face tight with stress. What? Damn it. Eren is already tied up with the other goblins. If another one of these shows up, we're done for. If we keep this up, we're going to lose the upper hand. Han made a quick decision. He lunged at the goblin. Guess I have to risk it. It punched down, and Han braced his shield to take the impact. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain, his focus razor sharp, and dove to the side to escape. Ignore the pain. He surged up from the side, stabbing upward with his sword. The goblin shrieked. Han smirked. This one is still standing, huh? Well, not anymore. He found the weak spot. The beast, furious, swung its hammer again. Han jumped, using the momentum to spring right in front of the massive monster. Han drove his sword into the back of its neck. The goblin wailed in agony. Han calculated. Too hot. Still haven't hit the spot deep enough. He held up his shield to block. He surged forward again, slashing at the weak point. The depth didn't even matter anymore. The blade sank deep into the goblin's neck. Han yanked the sword out, blood spraying in an arc. One down. He looked over. Next is Eren. He saw the other one closing in, heading straight for Ivanka. What? Jenna, fire an arrow. Draw it away. Jenna shot an arrow, but the monster kept charging straight for Ivanka. The goblin's foot was about to crush Ivanka while she was in the middle of her incantation. It's too late, Han screamed. Ivanka! She tumbled backward, surprised. What is it? Han realized something. The 7th floor. The dam must have collapsed. Something slammed into it. Debris lay scattered everywhere. The goblins didn't have weapons, but they had the raw strength to shatter walls and buildings. Han cursed. Damn it. It's not aiming for Ivanka. It's going for the dam. It's trying to break the dam. Han shouted. Jenna, pull out your blade and hit its neck. Han lunged forward in a rage. You think I'm going to let you do that? You're dying right here. Han slashed across the goblin, and it let out a final, agonizing roar before collapsing into the river. Water geysered 10 meters into the air. Han exhaled. That was close. But then, a hand reached up from beneath the water. Han gasped. What? The goblin surged out of the water and smashed into the dam, splitting it in two. Eren called out, Han, I've cleared the rest of the goblins. What do we do now? Han stood in silence, not answering. After a moment, he replied, We've lost. If my intel and predictions are correct, there are reinforcements hiding in the woods on the other side of the dam. But now that the dam has collapsed, they can't cross the river. If this keeps up, the 10 people from squads 1 and 2, along with the 360 guards at the castle, will have to fight over 3,000 goblins. He stood lost in thought. Someone shouted, Han, Han. He hadn't noticed them calling. What should we do? Han was under immense pressure. What do I do now? Eren patted his shoulder. Boss? Han gripped his sword tight. He turned. Let's fall back. We need to come up with another plan. He wondered if there was even another way out. Suddenly, Ivanka said, Wait here. Han blinked. What? Ivanka raised her hands and began to chant. Rasut Serradius. Mana swirled around a massive boulder nearby. Han watched in shock as Ivanka finished the incantation with a surge of energy. The boulder lifted off the ground. Ivanka put all her strength into a throwing motion. The rock slammed down, wedging itself between the two broken ends of the dam. Han stood frozen. Ivanka. Ivanka smirked. Object manipulation is one of the most basic incantations. Why wouldn't I know that? Han barked. I thought we were done for. If you could do that, you should have told me sooner. Ivanka grumbled. Why are you yelling at me? Wait. Why are you getting mad at me? If it weren't for me, the mission would have failed, you know. Han pinched her cheek. Who told you to hide your skills, Ivanka? I told you to tell me every single spell you know. She pouted. That spell is so simple. Why would I need to tell you? Han softened his voice. Whatever. We're alive because of you. He reflected. In the end, if it weren't for Ivanka, this operation would have been a disaster. There was only one problem left. Jenna looked back, panicked. B-boss, the goblins are coming back, Han swore. Damn it, they called the whole swarm. A goblin lunged with a spear. Han ducked, pulling his sword back to build momentum, then swung up, slicing the creature in two. 2 down. He calculated. The battle's been going on for a while, and there's still no sign of reinforcements. I'm getting worried. He blocked a blow with his shield, brow furrowed in tension. What if I'm wrong? What if there were never any reinforcements in the first place? He shouted an order. Damn it! Ivanka, drink the rest of your potion. Use your magic on both of them. A goblin leaped into the air, charging toward Ivanka. Han shouted, Desperate, Ivanka! Ivanka stood frozen in shock as someone riding a horse leaped over and sliced a goblin in two. Ivanka was stunned. The horse came to a halt, and the goblins froze as well. Han was panting with exhaustion. A stranger in silver armor stood there. Han looked over at the stranger. The goblins charged. The man shouted, "Iron cavalry, show them your power! Charge!" A legion of cavalry thundered across the river. Han was astonished. Cavalry? From the forest across the river, an entire army charged out. The system notification chimed. Allied NPC, Iron Cavalry, has joined the battle. Han commanded. Eren, Jenna, don't just stand there. Regroup with Ivanka. Han assessed the incoming force. There were roughly 500 cavalrymen. Even though they're outnumbered, they're far stronger than the castle guards. Eren cheered. Boss, they're pushing them back. Whoa, that's incredible. It looks like we don't have to lift a finger anymore. Let's just stand back and watch, shall we? Han mused, wishing they could do the same. He looked at the surviving horses. Hey, do you guys know how to ride a horse? Ride a horse? Obviously, boss. No. I mean, can I learn it now? What? Seriously? Masters cannot directly interfere in the battle, but they can influence it. For instance, he could request the basic horseback riding skill book. The system notified Han of the purchase. Once purchased, the hero will immediately learn the skill. Will you buy it? A book appeared before Han. Horseback riding was one of the skills available in the shop. Even if he couldn't learn skills for direct combat, he could pick up supplementary skills to assist during the fight. System notification. Skill awakened. Han had acquired the horseback riding skill. He kicked his feet and leaped onto the horse. Eren was surprised. I thought you said you didn't know how. I know now. Han smiled. All right, we've closed the gap in strength. Now, move out. The entire troop turned back toward the fortress. Our counterattack begins. Han calculated the time until the city gates would collapse, and the goblins in the east weren't a major threat yet. We need to prepare for the enemy forces equipped with siege weapons from the north. The cavalry headed north. I have the same thought. If they just followed the cavalry, could they succeed? No way it would be that easy. There's no way this hellish game would end like that. Han ordered his squad to veer off. We're leaving the battlefield. Eren was confused. What? Shouldn't we be protecting the north gate? Han replied. Do you really think it would end that easily? Follow Ivanka. He turned back to say. Move out of their arrow range. We're heading for the northern forest. Understood. Looking at the sky, Han thought, the rain has stopped. Perfect timing. The whole team sprinted toward the northern forest. Han looked into the forest, just as I thought. The goblin cavalry is preparing an ambush from the woods. If we use Ivanka's magic to block their path, we can stop the attack. The footsteps of a massive ogre echoed as it advanced toward the fortress. A swarm of ogres charged madly. Han said to Eren, see that? If we let those wolf-riding goblins join the main force here, we're going to have big trouble. Our cavalry won't be able to stop them effectively without support. Han rode his horse quickly toward the northern forest. He called back to Ivanka. Ivanka, do you have any magic left? Ivanka replied, I can do it, but the spell won't be very strong. Han instructed Ivanka. Forget power, focus on range. He continued to inform everyone. From now on, we're going through the northern forest. Riding fast toward the woods, Han shouted to Ivanka behind him. Use your power and burn the entire forest down. At that very moment at the fortress, soldiers were dying in heaps. Suran struggled to kill each goblin. Thwack! Suddenly, one grabbed the hem of his cloak. He panicked. Ah, I'm going to fall. Edis rushed over, slicing the goblin to save Suran. Suran turned to thank Edis, who was still tensely fighting. Focus on the fight. She turned forward and looked back. It was the leader of the cavalry, shouting, all troops, prepare, a cavalry legion has arrived. Show them the burning power of the Iron Cavalry. He commanded, attack. The reinforcements immediately wiped out all the goblins in their range. Edis stood at the castle gate, overjoyed. It's reinforcements. Han did it. She shouted while fighting to encourage everyone. Keep holding on. Victory is almost ours. Understood. On this side, Ivanka continued to cast her fire spell. A wave of flames erupted, incinerating everything in its path. Fire engulfed the entire forest. Some wolf-riding goblins scrambled out. After finishing the incantation, Ivanka looked very exhausted. Han worried, if she uses any more magic, she'll suffer from mana overload. I guess Ivanka's role ends here for now, he calculated. At this rate, we'll burn the whole forest down, but that's fine. Turning his horse away, Han thought to himself, honestly, this is for the best. The forest is the ideal breeding ground for goblins. Burning it all will help clear them out. The city's defense line started from that spot. About 100 surviving soldiers were fighting on the northern ramparts. The city's defense force had suffered heavy losses before the cavalry arrived to support them. Half of the cavalrymen had perished in the goblin ambush and the subsequent battle against the remnants of the goblin cavalry. If they hadn't burned down the entire forest, perhaps the whole cavalry regiment would have been wiped out. But even without considering that, the cavalry was truly powerful. Even while placed in an extremely disadvantageous position in terms of numbers, their skills were enough to overcome the gap in strength after a while. The cavalry had wiped out all the goblins attacking the city. Just like that, their mission was over. The soldiers cheered for victory. Long live the goddess. Suran and Roderick hugged each other happily. We survived. Ivanka happily raised her hand and called from the ramparts. Han led everyone back with a relieved mood. We didn't suffer any casualties. No messages notifying anyone's return. Under the goddess's embrace, no one had to die. Jenna smiled brightly. We're different now compared to when we were on the 5th floor. Han felt glad inside. That's right. We aren't who we were in the past anymore. Let's keep moving forward. Jenna was confused. Why haven't we headed back yet? Wasn't the mission supposed to be over? Han seemed to realize something. He whipped his head around, on high alert. He was recalling the battle outside the city walls. Back then, the goblin commander was dead, and the cavalry had won. Han wondered, we wiped out all the monsters, so why hasn't the completion notification popped up yet? Why isn't it appearing? There's nothing left to do. He felt a sense of dread. What the? The system notification seemed to be loading, everything frozen for a split second. Han tensed up, scanning his surroundings. System notification? Restoring? Suddenly, a new prompt appeared. A critical error has occurred. You have been disconnected. Hey, wait a second. Everything stopped. Then, a voice Yisoo's call echoed from somewhere behind him. Han spun around. 2 silhouettes were standing there. Unknown entity, level 999. Han was extremely tense. He remembered that horrific memory. The unknown creature offered a wicked smile. Han realized it was that very bastard and cursed under his breath. This jerk. He recalled the old days, his party filled with carefully selected 6-star members. We were the ones who cleared the 88th floor in Korea. By using heroes no one else had even considered, I climbed to the top 5 globally. This game was entirely based on gacha mechanics, skills, and combat. The heroes would charge into battle and fight their own fights. You could issue a few simple commands, but the heroes would decide for themselves which skills to use. For many unknown reasons, some things just couldn't be done while in the heat of combat. However, if this were truly just a game based on star ratings and player luck, I never would have made it this far. The thing that drew me in the most was that you could overcome luck with skill. Han's gaze became murderous, but it's all because of that damn thing. Level 999. Even with max level 7-star heroes, the cap is only 99. This makes absolutely no sense. He gritted his teeth in anger. You son of a bitch. He spotted something. The 2 figures turned to leave. One, with his face covered, was level 15. He laughed defiantly. I'll be waiting for you. Han's face was etched with tension as the dark priest turned toward the unknown entity. He turned and stepped into the flames, vanishing alongside the unknown entity. System notification. Restoration successful. Reconnecting to the server. We apologize for the inconvenience. Jenna looked at Han, concerned. What's wrong? Your reaction was... Han shouted, Jenna, hurry! Get on your horse and ride into the castle, now. Jenna's eyes widened in surprise at his command. Han urged her on. Don't hesitate. Move! Han took Ivanka with him and spurred his horse into a gallop. Aaron chased after them, calling out, Boss, what the hell is going on? Han explained, it's not over yet. A dark priest. A monster that wasn't reported on the lower floors. His ability was elsewhere. A dead soldier's hand twitched. There were no reports of this in the lower floors. It must be something else. In another place, the hand of a fallen soldier began to twitch. The sound caught another soldier's attention. Suddenly, a writhing mass of flesh erupted from the corpse. The dead soldier had transformed into a monster. The surviving soldier screamed in terror at the sight. He shrieked as he faced the monster's gaping maw. Ah, the fallen cavalrymen are transforming. Aaron was shocked. That's Han, Hector. No matter what happens, ignore them. Just keep riding for our starting point. Han's brows were furrowed in intensity. Necromancy. In certain special cases, they can turn corpses into undead. They won't stop attacking until their heads are destroyed. Edith stood on the city gate. Commander, someone run and open the gates. A monster like this appearing on such a low floor shouldn't be possible. The soldiers were startled. What? The gate is opening. Close it. Close it now. Aaron and Jenna managed to get inside just in time. The horses skidded to a halt. Jenna was confused to see Han so calm. He lifted Ivanka off the horse and instructed Jenna, I'm counting on you to look after Ivanka. Ivanka cried out, "Ugh, hey." He yanked the reins and turned back. Assemble with Edis in the castle and protect the goddess statue. You guys can hold them off if you lock the gates tight. Keep it that way until I get back, okay? Jenna shouted. What are you doing? Aaron added, his voice trembling. Boss, you can't do this. Boss, how are you supposed to survive against monsters like that? Everyone watched as Han rode back out of the city gates. He roared, Aaron! Han frowned, reminding him, pull yourself together. You're going to live and come back to me. Or do you want to become food for that writhing crowd? Aaron was stunned by Han's words. He made up his mind. I'll come back with you, boss. Jenna worriedly asked, You'll survive and come back, right? Han gave a faint smirk. He left, his voice full of confidence. Is that even a question? Ivanka shouted her last words before the gates slammed shut. Don't die, Han laughed. You too. Now, he was all alone outside the walls. Han drew his sword, closing his eyes for a weary second to collect his spirit, then opened them. Alone, he faced an undead army of over 3,000. The undead lunged. They looked disgusting, but they were nothing if they only came at him one by one. He decapitated them one by one. Han knew it would be the end for him if he had to face them all at once. His only plan right now was a monster raised its hammer and smashed it into the city gate. Han cursed. Damn it! Did that guy just resurrect too? He worried that at this rate, the gate wouldn't hold. A pack of undead wolves charged. Han spurred his horse to run. An arrow struck a wolf right behind him. It was Jenna on the wall, providing cover fire. Han felt a sense of relief that girl. The gate couldn't handle the hammer strikes. The soldiers watched in terror. The gate was smashed off its hinges. The guards were panicked. A massive undead monster stepped in, accompanied by others. The soldiers screamed and fled. Han was tense. The gate's been shattered? He spun his horse around and took off. I have to deal with the one who cast the spell. He disappeared into the smoke of the forest. It's burning. I'm heading there. If that's what happened. Han gritted his teeth. Fine. Just wait. He flicked his sword, killing every undead in his path. He promised himself, I'm going to kill you. The movements of these things were based on two simple principles. 1. To destroy the goddess statue. 2. Their craving for living things. Their combat skills and physical prowess were even worse than when they were alive. But their hunger for flesh increased abnormally. It would be even more troublesome if they were left alive, because they would only get stronger, and there would be even more corpses. Nearby, an object was created completely at random, just to counter the attackers, facing thousands of monsters. I'm so exhausted. At times like this, I wish I could just split myself in two. Edis's leadership skills are honestly even more reliable than my own. Even in a situation like this, she's still showing incredible combat prowess. Our only top priority right now is to protect the idol. If the outer walls are breached, they need to immediately fall back to the inner walls and defend within the city gates. If Jenna and Aaron use the experience they gained from the 5th floor, they might be able to hold out even longer. The citizens are screaming in panic. What the hell is that? They're desperate. Let us in. I know there are still rooms in the inner wall. We have nowhere else to run. Please, save us. How long that side can hold out doesn't really matter. I don't know if I can take out that dark cleric quickly. System notification. Han's fire resistance skill has increased to level 2. Han reached the edge of the forest. Some monsters were still alive and lunged at him, but he immediately sliced them in two and took a gulp of a recovery potion. Han stared at the invisible wall. So this is the edge of the map, huh? He spoke up. I know you're there. System notification. Macon is falling into a panic. Suron is terrified. Macon has returned to the embrace of the gods. Edis is bleeding. Dika is terrified. Han listened to all the system notifications as they popped up. Something lunged at him. He saw it. It looked like a drill. Han immediately raised his shield to block, but it pierced right through the shield and impaled his shoulder. Han assessed the situation. The Dark Cleric's combat ability is quite low, but it's the type of monster that usually shows up on the middle floors. Their power is much different on the lower floors. For example, right now, black arrows are constantly flying at him. Han can only dodge them quickly. If he didn't want to get hit, he had to jump to evade, then turn back to slash at those black arrows. He used his sword to parry the attack. A strike came from behind, grazing his shoulder. Han thought to himself, I would have been dead if not for my bulletproof vest. System notification. Han is bleeding. He's going to lose his stamina quickly. He assessed the situation, breathing heavily. This isn't good. Every time I take a breath, smoke and bone shards get into my lungs. I'm running out of time before my consciousness fades and my team gets wiped out. That AI voice rang out. I want to talk to you. Han replied. Talk? Sure. What is it? You are very different from us. Han swung his sword horizontally. An explosion occurred. He launched his sword, and there was a pained cry. Guak! He pulled out his dagger and spun it around. The black arrows appeared again, attacking him. System notification. Han is entering a berserk state. He surged forward in anger, dodging the attack, and lunged straight at that unknown monster. But Han's eyes weren't normal anymore. He gritted his teeth in fury. Han raised his dagger high, spotting the mage controlling the arrows. The black arrows shot out. They pierced through his armor and into his body. They went right through his gear, piercing his flesh. Han ignored it and charged forward. The mage was caught off guard. He lunged straight in, plunging the dagger into the mage, slashing a line right across the mage's front. Blood splattered everywhere. He frantically stabbed at it. A moment later, the mage was unrecognizable. Han returned to his senses. He breathed raggedly, his eyes filled with pain. He coughed up blood and sat down against a tree, exhausted. System notification. Floor cleared. Where am I? His vision began to blur. It's not over yet? Then this is the end. Han slowly closed his eyes. I don't know anything anymore. His eyes shut tight. I'll probably die before the idol is destroyed. System notification. Sauron has returned to the embrace of the gods. Han couldn't accept it. Damn it, what kind of bullshit death is this? I get dragged to an unknown place, about to die, and I have to endure this the whole time? Han closed his eyes, his breathing growing shallow. Over there, Jenna was still fighting, Aaron was still fighting, and Ivanka was too weak to even wake up. Sauron died after being bitten. Macon died. His arm sliced off. Roderick was still trying. Aaron, at this point, had become desperate. The silver-haired old man was exhausted too. Edis was wounded in the arm, breathing heavily. The idol still glowed despite being stained with blood. A blue light appeared. Han wasn't dead yet. He was teleported back to the waiting room. System notification. Floor cleared. System notification. Among the hero's masters. One hero is preparing for an upgrade. Once the materials are gathered, craft the upgrade stone and recover the lost fragments of memories. Adventure Dungeon has been unlocked. Collect 10 adventure stones and other rare materials. Master, congratulations on completing floor 10. The name of the waiting room will be changed to Tony. Han slowly opened his eyes and looked around. The room was lit up. Han looked up at the ceiling and thought to himself, I'm still alive. It was night in the waiting room. Aaron was sitting alone in the dining hall. Aaron was startled by the call. Why so sad? Aaron turned back. Boss, you're awake. Everyone was worried sick. Han stood beside him and continued, What's there to worry about? What are you thinking about to end up looking like that? I'm thinking about the reason we fight. Han reached for a glass of water on the table. The reason we fight? Huh? Aaron recounted his thoughts, his face pained as he remembered them after leaving the gate. The corpses had swarmed the city, and Han held his glass of water, thinking, the NPCs must have all died up there. He must be under so much stress again. Aaron pushed his chair back and stood up. I'll take my leave first. Han sat down and asked, Are you planning to go into tomorrow looking like that? Aaron gave a tired smile and turned away. By then, I'll have gotten my spirits back. Aaron left the dining hall, leaving Han alone to sit there, lost in thought. The AI voice spoke up, sounding impressed. Wow! A lavish spread of food was laid out. Jenna said happily, What's this? Why are we eating so well? Chloe replied, Master Han told me to prepare the most lavish meal possible with the ingredients we have. Han picked up some bread. He asked, Why? Don't you like it? Jenna laughed heartily. Of course I like it. You can't work on an empty stomach, right? He glanced at Jenna's status. Han sighed in relief. Thank God, Jenna is back to normal. Aaron is doing better too. He glanced over at Ivanka. She was okay too. He turned to Dika and saw the boy was still feeling uneasy. Dika, it's going to take this kid some time to fully recover from the stress. System notification. Welcome to Pickup Master. A hero is waiting for an upgrade. Hero upgrade possible. Han began construction on the synthesis room. The upgrade room has been completed. Starting item synthesis. Synthesis complete. ISO said happily. Congratulations on the upgrade. She chattered on. With this, you've finally moved past level 1. Alright, let's aim for 7 stars and crush this tower. Han held the stone, deep in thought. I wonder if I can even reach 7 stars. Every time ISO speaks, she just brags. Haha. Aside from ISO, who else has even reached 7 stars? Han looked at ISO, feeling weary. If that's the case, then Sirius would have hit 7 stars by now. I've already tried everything I possibly could, but I've never received a 7-star hero. There must be some specific condition that needs to be met. The system notified, Master, The upgrade process is about to begin. Additional facilities in the synthesis room, the upgrade room. After entering this, I'll be upgraded to a hero. 2 stars. So this is the gateway to the second floor. Han entered the upgrade area, one of the places a master couldn't normally see. After placing the hero and the materials into the upgrade chamber, after a while, the hero would emerge having been promoted to the next level. A master could never know what happened during that interval. Han placed the stone on the stone table, and a burst of light blinded him. The table glowed, and light shot out from the stone, beaming directly onto Han. He squeezed his eyes shut. A moment later, he opened them. Memories came flooding back. My child. A woman was cradling a baby. Good child. Such a good child. Han reflexively drew his sword. Who are you? But an invisible wall blocked his path. I can't even get close to her. He looked at the child. I don't even have anyone to call family. The woman kept soothing the infant. Such a good child. So good. So good. He denied it. That baby isn't me. That baby is Han. Yisoo. The child who was supposed to come here. Not me. Han turned away, feeling confused. I don't know what this situation is. Wasting time here won't get me anywhere. Opening up before him was a completely new place, the Star Waiting Room. He was surprised. It wasn't just one facility. It didn't look like a master's waiting room at all. A portal opened up. Yisoo appeared. Han was bewildered. Looking closely, he realized it wasn't Yisoo. She was smaller and seemed unable to speak. He spoke to it. Are you telling me to go into the space-time rift? Prove your ability. Upgrade dungeon. Han was panicked. This was a system notification. The upgrade dungeon was opening. Warning, warning, warning. Han was teleported from the waiting hall. The system notified him. Han was terrified. He was disoriented. What is this pressure? He slammed his sword into the ground, gritting his teeth to endure it. The system notified. Han has entered a state of madness. The system notified. Han has escaped the fear. He breathed heavily from the pressure. He heard a voice. Oh, an unknown entity, level 999, stood before him. We finally meet. He pointed his sword at the figure. How the hell is this bastard here? That's right, we finally meet. But damn it, you have no chance now. This was the person who wiped out the Diora Guild's rank 5 and 6-star members in under 10 seconds. The figure provoked him. Aren't you going to charge at me? You must be pretty angry, right? Han retorted. If you're just going to spout nonsense, send me back. The figure laughed. Ha ha. Good. Very good. If you hadn't held yourself back like that, you would have been dead long ago. Han clutched his head, still gripping his sword. My head hurts. Is upgrading a hero always like this? The mysterious entity stepped forward. You know that's not the case. You are a special existence. This place is a gift for you. My stage is set for the glorious dance of the big makeup just for you. Han stared at the transformed figure. What are you? The figure chuckled softly. Allow me to introduce myself. For some reason, she looked very similar to Yisoo. I don't know how I should introduce myself, Han thought. Yisoo might look like this if she grew up. He was furious. Introduce what? I know you're just a piece of trash. She sat down, looking dangerous. That's just a deception. Do you think I look a lot like Yisoo? It's not that I look like her, it's that she looks like me. She pulled out a card. She is just a copy of me. If you count carefully, there are 479 billion of them. She threw it toward Han. Doesn't that look like the total number of game downloads? Han caught the card. President, Mobius Gop. He snapped. Are you mocking me? It's not like I only have 1 or 2 names. Each of them is used depending on the situation. Han stomped the ground in anger. She laughed lightly. That's a bit rude. Han drew his sword, pointing it at her. Was it you who brought me to this place? That is also a possibility, isn't it? She still smirked. Don't be so resentful. I didn't expect you to be summoned into this game either. It was unexpected, just an accident. I don't care what your situation is, he threatened. Take me back now if you don't want to die. Her face showed contempt. Only 1 star, and you dare to threaten my life? Are you dreaming too big? Han frowned. It will change over time. Her gaze turned dangerous. If that's the case, then killing you here might be the answer. She kicked forward. Black arrows shot out again, piercing Han's body. He gritted his teeth in pain. Blood seeped from the wounds. Han's face darkened. She snapped her fingers and praised him. You didn't even blink when the spear touched your heart. How brave. After the snap, the arrows retracted. Han sheathed his sword. What do you want? He wondered. There had been many chances to eliminate him in the game, but she had brought him here. Maybe she has a different motive. She stood up and replied, Nothing much. I just wanted to have a conversation with you. An invincible player. Han Yisoo, ranked 5th in the world. I'm a fan of yours. You have no idea how much. Your gameplay has impressed me. Every time I watch, Nipperham is also the company's top priority observation target. How could I possibly see someone like you and not have any interest? I came here to tell you a truth about this world, Han Yisoo. What do you think about the plot of this tower climbing game? The plot is one of the elements that users don't really care about in gacha games. They always pay more attention to the content and gameplay. Same with me. To be honest, the plot in this game is quite outdated. It doesn't have much to explore regarding this world. After evolving a hero, even just a little, most masters don't even know that the world exists. As she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers. A scene appeared behind her. She asked, "Do you know where this is?" Han replied bluntly. "I couldn't care less," she continued. "My apologies. I've strayed from the topic. This is the 6 districts of Tanya within the Him Peninsula, Neo-Sa City. Even though it's a city we discovered on the 10th floor, as you can see, it's been completely destroyed. This is Sukiya, Kaya, Edora, Peonia, Marian, Ikadia, Lingia, Hanzi, Arantia, Sydnea, and even Badia. This is the current state of every region within Taria right now. Do you think Niflheim is any different?" She snapped her fingers again. The scenery vanished. All 6 districts connected to Mobius have ended up like this. Over 100 million worlds, all facing destruction simultaneously. This is a book whose ending has already been decided. A tragic ending. Everything is headed toward an end. The characters in this book all hope for a different conclusion. What they need to do is quite simple. 1. They must pull an AI from outside the book into it. They need to fix and rewrite the story. Even if the installation and the probability of the ending become a chaotic mess, even if space and time collapse and shatter, a higher dimensional entity can alter causality just through observation. That is why this game was created. Matter Han Yisoo finished speaking. Han remained silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "I was wondering what kind of grand plot you were going to share with me. So, what exactly is the reason you're telling me all of this?" She reached out a hand, proposing, "I want to form a partnership." Han looked puzzled. "A partnership? You want me to save the world with you?" Just as he finished his sentence, he lunged with his dagger, stabbing it straight into her head. He drew his sword, his face cold. "I was wondering what you were planning to say, but you just kept rambling on with nonsense. Think about it, Han Yisoo. Do you accept, or do you refuse?" Han snapped. "Shut your mouth, you bastard. After dragging me into this world and making me endure all of this, and now you want a partnership? What kind of game are you playing?" Han replied, "I won't cooperate with you. If you intend to kill me, just try it. At least I'll get to bash your head in once. You are so crude. It breaks my heart. Ha 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 ha." No, Han blamed himself. He had been deceived by everyone, but he couldn't kill that monster right now. He only had 1 star and was at level 10. No, if he wanted to try and kill her, he would have to become stronger. "I don't want to talk to you anymore. Just send me back." She replied, "You're hurting my feelings. I used a great deal of intervention to bring you to this place, Han Yisoo. I truly value you compared to the other players in this game. Even if one were to place a top-tier ranker before you, they would only be like a spark before the power of the moon. Do you know why? It is because you have achieved a unique feat that no other player has." The system notified, "Master, trust in your bond with the heroes. I know you." Where this phrase appeared, that was a notification after clearing the tutorial. You are the only one who understood the meaning of that phrase among 100 million masters. You are the only one. The previous space dissolved, and another scene appeared. Do you know where this is, Han Yisoo? This is the trial on the 80th floor of Niflheim, the place where you became a master 6 months ago. Out of 100 million players, only you and 4 others could reach this terrible, difficult challenge. This was the reason why the 6th place ranker Han recalled the memories of that floor. This floor had left him incredibly surprised. "The 80th floor," he asked, confused. "Why are you showing me this?" She sat down and replied, "Simple. Let's watch this scene unfold." Another chair appeared beside him, and an invitation was extended. "Sit down. You'll be comfortable with it," she continued. "What do you think? Seeing it with your own eyes, rather than through a screen. It's magnificent, isn't it? The trial on the 80th floor is a first conquest type. Nothing is revealed to the players beforehand. There are random trials, and the difficulty is based on RNG. But when reaching the 80th floor, even the AI rankers were defeated in a truly miserable fashion. Among them, the 80th floor is also known as the Wall of Lamentation. He recalled, "Me too, wasn't it? I was like that too." Turning to her, he said, I already know how to clear this floor. What do you mean? Show me the video of me clearing the 80th floor, Han. A glass of lemonade was offered. Nothing. You'll know if you keep watching, won't you? Han took the glass, deep in thought. After reaching the 79th floor, he had thought he could clear the 80th floor immediately, and except for his main team, he had suffered a humiliating defeat, and most of his power had been wiped out. Hell. That was the only word he could use to describe it. The environment was so harsh that no life could thrive. That was the state of the 80th floor. Shards of chaos, shards of despair, shards of envy. Han looked at the scenery and said, those are the shards, the things that made the 80th floor become like hell. She agreed. Exactly. You know a lot, don't you? So, do you know this? The difficulty of the game can be based on the account, and the summoning rates are also completely different. Seeing Han's surprised expression, she continued. Han Yisoo, the reason you have never pulled a hero over 5 stars, do you think it's because of the probability? No, you didn't pull high-level heroes because of bad luck. There are simply no more heroes left in Niflheim. It's similar to the difficulty. Niflheim is one of the few accounts rated at grade S internally at the company. It's the worst of the worst. It's a mystery how you, Han, were able to climb to the 88th floor. Han drank his water in silence, saying nothing. A beam of light shone out before him. He stood up in astonishment. The strongest warriors in Niflheim. Footsteps emerged from that stream of light. From rank 5 to rank 1, they were all here. They appeared on an island floating in the air, surrounded by a horde of monsters. They saw the people and immediately lunged forward. The monsters immediately charged at the warriors. The system notified. Strategy room effects have been applied. Base level, 10. Map of the trial is being projected onto the tactical screen. The effects were turned on. Arrows jumped around the islands within the trial. The arrows moved continuously. They jumped over, planting flags on different islands. The arrows glided, dividing the zones within the trial. She smiled and praised him. The tactics and plans you created on the 88th floor were interesting. Get as many sub-items as possible and attack the enemy. The plan was complex, but the goal was simple. Look directly at them. See how they act, and what you mean to them. 5 warriors stood surrounding the map of the trial. One warrior said, "That's why you're the one and only master, Han Yisoo." He continued, "What are your orders?" Another replied, "As always, perfect. No need for any extra tweaks." The commander ordered, "Failure will not be tolerated." The other replied, "Obviously, for our sake as well as his." The system announced a freeze. Time remaining, 10 seconds. Someone opened a book. "We have sworn." The system announced, "The battle will resume shortly. Prepare yourselves." An archer hero spoke up. "The Bow King, Niku guys." Another, holding a spear, said, "The Spear King, Nidal." The system continued counting. Mission will resume in 8, 7, 6. A sword-wielding hero added, "The Sword King, Redigion." 5, 4, 4. The Eye King, I nexted. 2. The last one said, "I am the Flame King." Agencium. The system announced, "Mission start." The wall opened, and the monsters charged in. They attacked the Flame King first, but were blown away by Sirius's blade. Watching from the sidelines with a glass of lemonade, she remarked with admiration, "Haha, how impressive. They really pledged their loyalty to you. They're all 6-star heroes. You could say they're the strongest on the server. Except for 7 stars, no one can compare to them. I assure you of that. You've really helped the people here, Han. What about Niflheim?" "Haha, well, their stats aren't the truly important thing. It's what they think of their master," she continued. Like heroes climbing a tower, constantly evolving, they start to realize the truth. And then, they fall into despair once they learn that. Someone treats them like toys, or like pets. Will they still be loyal to their master then? Glancing at Han, she continued, "But you're different. You actually manage their waiting room. Only you, Han Yisoo. You are the king of Niflheim. Even now, the heroes of Niflheim are frantically searching for you. Even knowing you've fallen here, just think about it. What kind of heroes go on a rampage across the lands just because their master disappeared? Are the heroes in the waiting room the same way?" Hearing this, the woman shook her head and gave a faint smile. "Your way of playing is certainly unique, and quite intense too. Though, I never expected it. Who would have known a master would appear who doesn't even use the synthesis room?" Han looked over, annoyed. "You're thinking that a normal master would use the synthesis room to control their heroes, right? When heroes don't follow orders or become useless, normal masters get rid of them without a second thought. Because of that, heroes run away from the waiting room out of fear. Even low-rank heroes can show their talent. Masters use them as fodder for higher-tier heroes. Personally, I've never pulled a 5-star, and I've only ever managed one 4-star. Everyone calls it a dead account. Even when people told me to delete it, I kept playing. I've grown used to that absurdity. He remembered his childhood one winter day, standing alone, watching a father and son walking together happily down the street. Returning to reality, he said, "It's not that I don't use it. I only use it when necessary." She continued, digging deeper. "Other masters don't fuse them multiple times a day. You're the only one who's different. In fact, it has been effective. The way you run the game is truly special. Before you became famous, most masters treated their heroes like toys. They use them until they're bored and then discard them like disposable goods." Images of everyone in the waiting room flashed through Han's mind. Even if their level is low, if they have potential, I won't abandon them. If I ruled the waiting room through fear, it would soon collapse. Reward them when they prove useful. Punish them when they fail. "Ah," she continued. "Have you realized the truth yet?" She smiled dangerously. "These heroes are just people, too. I don't know how you found out, but it's impossible if you keep playing like this." Her eyes flashed as if she understood everything. "That is my conclusion. The heroes are so authentic that it's hard to believe they're just characters created by a program. They provide different reactions to every command, and the way they act is never the same. But everything stops at it just being hard to believe. You've never thought they were actual people." He told himself, "This is just the most effective strategy. That's all." Han crossed his arms and continued, "So, you like my style? Is that what you're trying to say?" "That's right. I've wanted to talk to you at least once. It's a shame I couldn't do that when you were still on Earth too." Han gave a cold laugh. "I also find it a real shame. If I had met you on Earth, I would have buried you 6 feet under." He stepped closer. "You've already collected my resentment. If nothing else happens, I promise I will never forget this." "You've really made my blood boil," she provoked him. "Really?" He leaned in, asserting, "Tanya or Niflheim, it has nothing to do with me. I'm an Earthling. Don't go projecting your own situations onto others." She laughed. "Nothing to do with you, you say? The heroes of Niflheim would collapse if they heard you say that." Han turned away. He didn't care. They could do whatever they wanted. He calculated, "Ignore what she says behind your back. This is truly interesting. If she simply wanted me to climb the tower, she wouldn't need to bring me here." The Niflheim team, Han is actively launching attacks. "We actually haven't taken any casualties up to floor 88 and the demon wall where the number 1 is. Floor 90 is practically in our hands." He decided, "I won't cooperate with her," Han thought. "But while we were in the middle of those things, I got dragged here." His eyes filled with anger. "My only wish is, get lost and get out of my sight before I lose all my patience." She replied, "You could have become the warrior to save Mobius, but even if not, that's fine too. I just wanted you to be safe and reach my place. With that, I can overlook the humiliation to this extent." Han asked. "The Dark Priest, appearing on the 10th floor, was that your doing? If it was, so what? Don't get so angry. From floor 15 onwards, I won't interfere at all. Even if I don't do anything, your Tauria will greet you with a shock." Her eyes glimmered with amusement, just like the S-rank difficulty in Niflheim. "No matter how well you do, the chance of a master giving up is about 90%. Well, if I lend you a hand, that might change." Hearing this, Han went silent. "I'll put my own name on the line to guarantee this. If you can climb to the top of the tower, I'll send you back. And one more thing, I'll transfer half of the Mobius Corporation shares I own to you. You'll become one of the major stakeholders of a mega corporation that could topple the global economy." "Han, a major stakeholder of Mobius Corporation?" she repeated. "Anyway, do we have a deal?" "Han, you're annoying me. Just stop showing up in front of me." Han pondered. "If I go back, I should treat myself." He frowned. He couldn't trust her. "So you're going to hate me to the bitter end? Why?" Before she could finish, Han threw a knife at her face. "I trust myself. The higher I climb, the more the truths I don't know will be revealed. I don't need to rely on trash like you. I'll use my own strength to make it back." After thinking this, Han smiled and replied, "That is my answer." She started to blur and fade. "Heh heh heh. Fine. The backbone you've got, at least you need that much, or you'd never have been able to climb this tower. I'll forgive your insolence. I'll forgive you. You've started climbing the tower, so I'll show you this." A portal appeared in front of him. The portal slowly opened. The real introduction to big makeup, prepared just for you. As she spoke, a flood of light emerged. That light expanded, covering everything. A scene unfolded. A land where humanity and demi-humans lived together in harmony. That land was Tonia. Images of people harvesting rice, children playing on the fields, filled with peace and prosperity. Then, an enemy never before recorded began their invasion. The lands were swallowed by the power of darkness and finally torn to pieces. She explained, "Do you know why the difficulty of big makeup is so high? It's because you have to reverse the tide of a battle, where the outcome is already fated to be a loss. Change its destiny." Han Yisoo. However, there is still one ray of hope. That is you, Master. The images shifted to familiar faces. If you want to save the world, climb the tower. Many heroes will walk this journey with you. Believe in the bonds with your heroes. The future of this world lies in your hands, Master, she repeated. In your hands. Of course, it's in your hands. The future of this world lies right in the palm of your hand, and your master's as well. Can you truly climb to the top of the tower? A feat no one has ever accomplished? Many enemies will block your path. Mysterious lands hide ferocious beasts. Han looked at everything, confused. What the hell is all this? She said, "Keep climbing, Han Yisoo." Another portal opened. No, we. Han stepped forward alone. The last thing she said was, "I'll be waiting for you." He turned back coldly. "Get lost," the system announced. "Congratulations, Master, you have awakened the forgotten hero's memories." Completing upgrade, Han, move out. He returned to the synthesis room, wondering, "Is that it? It's over?" The system announced. "Your level and skill caps have increased." Seeing Han walk out, Aaron asked, "Oh, you're back? So, what were you doing in there all by yourself?" Han replied, "Just upgrading. You'll get to experience it soon enough." He asked about the situation. Did anything happen? Aaron smiled and replied, "Same as usual, business as usual." Looking at Aaron, he thought, is this person's younger sister Nina? That's why Aaron has to return. His goal hadn't changed at all. Climb the tower and return to Earth. Han slumped onto his bed, exhausted. If anything has changed, it's just that I feel even more disgusted. No matter who you are, no matter what your name is, I will definitely repay this debt. The next day in the lounge, the system announced, "We apologize to all masters for the unscheduled system shutdown. Several days ago, the circuits on the lower floors of the tower all lost connection. An unexpected apology regarding the server crash was released. He could confirm that it was related to the thing that appeared on the 10th floor just before we cleared it." The system announced, "Error compensation, happy." It shot confetti. Han Yisoo, congratulations on leveling up. She paid attention. "Hey, you don't look too happy. Did something happen?" Han was irritated. "I met your true body, Yisoo." Yisoo looked puzzled. "True body? What do you mean?" Han asked. "You're also a CEO of Mobius Corporation, aren't you?" Yisoo was surprised. "No way. How much do you know?" Han smirked. "I don't really care, and nothing is going to change. I'm going to climb the tower. You just need to help me do that." Yisoo agreed. Okay." Seeing Yisoo pull out a gold card, Han was confused. "So, what is this?" Yisoo proudly showed it off. "Do you know what this is?" "A gift card. You can get anything you want with it." He looked at the card, disbelieving. "A gift? You're giving this to me? It's exactly from the master." Even that idiot realizes how amazing Han Yisoo is. Gifts are things you can send to a hero when they do something you like or reach a milestone. You have to use gold, depending on the value of the gift. Higher tier gifts might even require gems or high-level materials. Usually, you have to use premium currency, but if you use a gift card obtained through events, you can do it for free. Han looked at the card, pondering. "A gift worth under 10,000 gold. The master thinks that's my value." Han handed back the card. He'll probably be quite surprised. He didn't do anything special, yet his heroes are actively climbing the tower. Give it to him. "I don't need it. Give it to someone else." Yisoo was flustered. "You." The system announced, Han has declined the gift. Yisoo was surprised. "Really? But with this, you could own anything. Delicious food, flashy clothes, cosmetics to boost your attractiveness. Money can buy anything." Han laughed. "Not everything can be bought. 10,000 gold can't buy any decent items in the shop." He turned and walked away. "Why are you following me? I'm going to sleep." Yisoo called out. Wait! The system announced, "Warhorse statue purchased with gift card." Yisoo handed the warhorse statue to Han. He was disappointed. "What the hell is this?" Yisoo was helpless. "It's a gift from the master." Han threw the statue on the ground immediately. "If you're going to give gifts, everyone should get one. If you only give it to one hero, then the others will start feeling resentful. Rewarding the right achievements is something that, deciding whether a master is actually any good depends on the heroes they have and their unique personalities. You can't just hand out gifts randomly, that's not enough. Using gifts the wrong way is even worse than not using them at all. Han retreated to his bed, muttering to himself that he knows and keeps track of the personalities and preferences of the top 100 heroes in Niflheim. Han smirked, sitting up like a warhorse. So, what are you thinking, Master? Are you panicked, or are you really not thinking about anything at all? Yisoo announced that a space-time rift was opening. Han calculated that his low level or ranking wasn't the issue. The biggest problem was his internal rival. Let's clean this up quickly and get out of here. This master guy is a problem even if he is just a newbie. He needs to wake up, doesn't he? He observed that Ivanka's death count had reached its maximum. That was due to the repetitive training schedule and her experiences on the 10th floor. Master kindly said, "First, we have to take care of our heroes." Ivanka looked annoyed. Where are we going this time? Han calculated that in their current state, they couldn't possibly clear the 11th floor, so it's probably going to be the 8th or 9th floor. Master still hadn't realized the true nature of Pick Me Up, the gate to climbing the tower to save the world. Han watched, feeling baffled. No way. Does he have the "I'm too good" disease or something? The system announced. The main dungeon is currently challenging the 11th floor. The gate will open in 10 seconds. Please prepare. Han confirmed it with a sense of helplessness. He's really going through with it. Tell everyone to get ready. We're hitting floor 11. Jenna looked surprised. What? Floor 11? Are we going to the next floor already? A term coined in the player community, the "I'm too good" disease, is a condition where a master dumps all the strategic work onto the heroes and then deludes themselves into thinking that clearing the stage was thanks to their own skill. Normally, he should have rearranged his heroes on the lower floors before aiming for floor 11. Immediately take us to floor 11. He knew the master was completely misunderstanding things. The system announced, floor 11. Han was fuming. He is definitely not a good player. Can I even make it to the 100th floor with an idiot like this? At floor 11, a gloomy graveyard scene appeared. The surroundings were full of human bones. They all rose in unison. These were skeletons. Jenna drew an arrow and asked, "Skeletons? Do you think we should handle this first?" Han ordered, "Take your positions." Yes. One reason Pick Me Up is called a trash game, an RNG game, is that the difficulty of the first few floors depends entirely on luck. If you roll good heroes, then the player will clear it easily. If not, the player will have a tremendously difficult time. Which category does Master fall into? Ivanka recited her chant, and flames erupted, turning the skeletons into ash. His first 4-star hero had teamed up with him. Even the 5 characters connected to that hero were already dead. But that didn't mean he had no luck at all. He was very diligent in the early stages. He kept developing facilities, training heroes, and crafting items too. Jenna complained, "These skeleton mobs are so annoying." "He's following the strategy I used before," Han noted. Starting from the 5th floor, he completed the missions. That should have been failures, thanks to me. And just like that, he started going off track, bit by bit. Without any planning, he used 5 special gacha pulls at once. And he didn't even develop new members. He took them straight to the 10th floor. There was an even bigger mistake. Master mistook the hero's skills for his own. He thought he was the reason they were able to clear the stages. A master who only relies on heroes and the game, wanting to be called the best. System announcement. Challenge complete. Han leveled up. Finally, Han wiped his sweat. It's been a while since I leveled up. That evening, in the lounge, Han called Yisoo. Yisoo answered immediately. "You always answer whenever I call, huh?" Yisoo said proudly. "Hey, of course. So, what's up?" Han crossed his arms and made a request. "I want to know a few things." Yisoo agreed. "A few things? The things I can talk about are limited, right? You're going to say that, aren't you? I've already heard everything from her, so you can't tell me information outside of that scope?" Yisoo sounded conflicted. That. Normally, I couldn't. Finally, she relented. "All right, I'll make an exception for you." Han started with his first question. "What's her name?" Yisoo was confused. "She is your origin." Yisoo replied, "The manager has many names, totaling up to hundreds of millions, depending on the world she is in. If you want to know a name in Tanya, her name is Taile." Han repeated. Taile? He pondered this. Different name for every world? So, her name in Niflheim must be different from here. After completing the 10th floor, the name given to the lounge depends on the master. The name here is Tanya, while my account is Niflheim. Rank 4 is Raglancet, and rank 3 is Ezekiel. If what Taile said is true, then every master holds the fate of a world in their hands. There are 100 million worlds right now, and the number is still growing. Han continued to fish for information. Next question. What is Mobius? ISO was puzzled. Mobius? Are you talking about our company? Our company? Han immediately denied it. Not that company. ISO's eyes widened, confused. Han explained, it's a spiral universe, connecting thousands of parallel worlds. He linked the information together. That's why every account has different missions, and there are no duplicate heroes among players. Han continued. So, each master is assigned to one world? I think I'm starting to understand her identity a little bit. He continued asking, is Master a human? ISO confirmed the information. A human? Of course. Only humans on Earth can become masters. Han clarified. That's not what I meant. I'm asking if TAILE has any influence on Master. ISO was surprised. Influence? Influence on Master? ISO rushed to double-check the information. Wait a second. Let me go check. Han rested his head, muttering to himself, finding out about Mobius. I don't need to think about that right now. The fire was still burning in the room. A while later, ISO returned with the news. Don't worry, Master is 100% human. Han was skeptical. Can I believe that? ISO insisted. I've confirmed it with other managers from the very beginning. To do that would require complex conditions, and it's too risky. Han was silent for a moment. He replied, understood. At the training ground in the lounge, he pieced together the information he knew. Master is just a normal human, not influenced by AI. Roderick lunged at him. I'm coming at you! So, what he's doing right now is just Master's normal playstyle. Han quickly dodged the blow and countered. He affirmed, it can't be a mistake. A blow came from behind. He dodged it. In the end, Master really does suffer from the I'm the best syndrome. Han dodged quickly and counterattacked. He was certain there was no mistaking it. A strike came from behind, but he evaded it. In the end, Walter really proved he thought he was the best. Sajin strikes downward, but Tay steps up, deflecting the blow with his shield. If these symptoms get any worse, he's going to be in real trouble later on. He keeps dodging Sajan's attacks, but just as he avoids one, Roderick lunges in. Han blocks with his shield, all while having to sidestep Edis's strikes coming from behind. Every blade just barely grazes him. Trying to take on 3 at once is too much, Han thinks. I'm only at the first stage of my condition. He gathers his momentum, leaps into the air, and prepares his next move. We can cure him! Jenna and Aaron both charge at the same time. The two teams start their mock battle, knowing the most effective strategy is to eliminate the hero the Master relies on the most. The Edis team is fighting with everything they've got, too. Han realizes what's happening as the system notification pops up. Welcome to the pickup. ISO calls out to Han, Jenna, Aaron, and Ivanka. Jenna is excited. Are we going to the 12th floor? We're really speeding things up now. Aaron, however, feels something is off. Isn't this a bit of an odd move? It's way too early, Han calculates. We only climbed to the 11th floor yesterday. Not even 24 hours have passed on Earth. The ISO announces that a spatial rift is opening. If they are being sent to the 12th floor, Han plans to clear 2 floors in one day. Jenna notices Han standing still and asks, "Oh, you're not coming in?" Han turns to ISO. ISO, which floor are you sending us to? The ISO scratches her ear. The 12th floor. Han frowns, thinking, just as I thought. Heroes have the right to demand things, and they can resist the Master, too. And there are times when they just don't listen to orders. Han crosses his arms. I refuse to participate. The system notification rings out. Han has refused to participate. ISO panics. What? Han replies, I'm not going. She asks again, are you serious? Han retorts, do I look like I'm joking? Jenna is stunned. He said he's not going. Can he even do that? Aren't orders mandatory? Han replies, did I not mention it before? Everyone has the right to refuse, though there are consequences. Jenna can't believe it. This is my first time ever hearing that. And the others who got dragged in, despite screaming that they didn't want to fight? Han answers, they just don't know how to refuse. ISO tries to stop him. Please, reconsider. It's too dangerous. Han laughs. And you won't throw us into the dungeon again, right? This is the ISO, begging. Not again? Han replies, I know what you're going to say. He thinks to himself, even though he can refuse to participate, he can't refuse the synthesis. If the Master goes crazy, Han will just be turned into synthesis fodder. But Han is firm in his decision. I am not going. Ivanka is worried. Then what about us? Are you saying we have to fight alone? Han speaks to the 3 of them. Everyone can decide for themselves. I won't stop any of you. Aaron grips his spear tight and turns back toward the waiting room. If you aren't going, then I'm not going either. System notification. Aaron has refused to participate. Jenna sighs, exhausted. You should have said something sooner. This is such a hassle. System notification. Jenna has refused to participate. Ivanka is terrified. Wait. How am I supposed to clear this alone? System notification. Ivanka has refused to participate. Team 1 is out of control. Han smirks, punishing the instigator. ISO is panicked. I didn't know about this. Han remains calm. I knew. Jenna turns to Han. So, what do we do now? He stays silent, not answering. After a moment, Han says, just wait and see what the Master does. The Master seems completely blindsided. System notification. Team 1 is unable to operate. He would never have imagined that heroes would refuse to follow his orders, even though he might have known this through online guides. However, he probably didn't know. ISO calls out to Edis, Roderick, Xena, and Dika. Dika leads Team 2, confused. I thought you guys already left? Why were we summoned? Han turns around and replies, we decided not to go anymore. Edis wonders, why? How did you do that? Edis exclaims, that's so dangerous. Han replies, I know. She continues, if you don't prove your worth to the Master. Han cuts her off. I'll die. As Edis voices her thoughts, do you think the Master will like it when someone doesn't listen to his orders? Are you planning to commit suicide if the Master tells you to? Han counters, I think you're fighting to stay alive, aren't you? That makes Edis fall silent and think. Han knows that. There's no such thing as a hero having loyalty. They all fight just because they don't want to die. And Edis says to Team 2, we are going, and we need to become stronger. Besides, I don't want to be synthesized either. Team 2 enters the spatial rift. Jenna is curious, what's going to happen to us now? Han says bluntly, I don't know. It depends on the Master. Jenna finds that strange. That's not something you usually say. Han gives a warning. I'll tell you one thing. If I get synthesized, give up immediately, and never disobey the Master's orders again. That way, you guys won't die. Yeah, Jenna says confidently, but you won't die, either. Right, I have to admit. You're right. Han smiles proudly. They have really grown up. System notification. Dika is bleeding. Xena is bleeding. Dika has entered a state of fear. Han assesses. Looks like the 12th floor is a lot harder than the 11th. A while later, Edis's team emerges from the spatial rift. Han asks, how did it go? Edis is silent, not saying a word. She calls his name, Han. Edis asks seriously, how do you disobey orders? Han replies immediately, easy. System notification. Edis has refused to participate. Team 2 cannot operate. ISO is panicked. Everything is getting worse than I thought. Han agrees. Exactly. Both of his main teams are unusable. He won't be able to participate in main dungeons, weekly dungeons, or exploration dungeons. The waiting room is paralyzed now. He turns to his own team. We didn't follow the Master's orders, but let's just keep doing things as usual. We won't stop training. He asks ISO. All dungeons will be open in 3 days as compensation for the errors, right? We need to restock our potions. Jenna and Aaron need to level up too. We can enter the weekly dungeons whenever we like, so let's go. ISO is worried. Are you sure? What if the Master quits? Han turns and walks away, unconcerned. He can do whatever he wants. If he can't solve this, then we can't climb the tower anyway. ISO is extremely terrified. What if he synthesizes Han Yisoo? Han is calm. I'd rather die peacefully than die from working myself to death. It's not that hard to solve this problem. Just like in the hints, he just needs to synthesize the hero causing it. Of course, the hero's stress will hit its peak while their mental state hits rock bottom. But they will never disobey the Master again. He can buy items or upgrade facilities to boost their morale. Han and his team turn and walk away, leaving ISO behind. Of course, he isn't that smart. The next day, they enter the weekly dungeon to collect 10 elemental stones to level up Ivanka and Han. Jenna and Aaron Team 1 splits into 2 groups to enter 2 different dungeons, and just like that, the whole group collects 1 basic elemental firestone. After that, the team continued their training. Han assessed himself, noting that his shield-wielding technique had reached level 6. I need a special training regimen to level up further, he thought. I either need to find an opponent of equal skill to spar with, or impose some restrictions on myself. Han then gave an assignment to Ivanka. Since she was only proficient in one type of magic, he had her practice control spells until she mastered the skill. Ivanka argued back, but I only know how to use fire magic. Han threatened her. Do you want to eat nothing but potatoes every single day? That day, he didn't log in. and neither did he the next. Yisoo was distressed. Master still hasn't logged in. Did he quit? She wondered. Han replied coldly, I don't know. The system chimed. Download successful. Welcome to pick me up. Yisoo was so happy, she almost cried. He's in! Edis stood in the corner and remarked, maybe he changed his mind. Han replied, I don't think so. If being the best was that easy to fix, it wouldn't be so famous. Clearly, he figured he would use all the gems he had acquired, along with the rewards, to overhaul his attack squad. The system notified, Master has started a special summon. Master has obtained hero, Stein. Master has obtained hero, Mazel. Master has obtained hero, Tasir. Edis announced. It seems some new heroes have joined us. Han stood up calmly. I know. Edis continued to suggest, if there are AIs like Roderick or Ivanka, we need to split up the squad. Han refused immediately. No, we don't need to do that. Why? They won't join our group, you know, Edis said, feeling puzzled. Han walked away, saying, You'll see, a man was arguing with a girl. B, can we talk now? He asked. She retorted, Talk? No. You smell like an old geezer, don't you know? The man grew angry. What did you just say? How dare you speak to me like that? Just because I've been going easy on you? The system notified. Tasir has developed hostility toward Mazel. Mazel has developed hostility toward Tasir. She snapped back. You think I'm weak just because I'm a woman? You son of a... Hostile relationship established. Han watched the three of them with a weary expression. They had just arrived and were already ready to fight. A young man in armor ran over and asked, were you here first? Han replied, That's right. He held up his hand to introduce himself. I'm Stein, a novice knight. Would it be okay if you stopped those two? They won't listen to me, the young man pleaded. Behind them, the bickering continued. Why should I? You're just a chicken. The young man was shocked by what she said. What was that? She continued. I agree. Why would anyone listen to a lucky guy with a good family background? Hearing her say that, Stein became furious. I can forgive insults directed at me, but I cannot forgive insults to my family. System notification. Stein has developed hostility toward Mazel and Tasir. Edis walked over, eyeing the arguing group. What's wrong with these people? Han looked indifferent. They probably just don't like each other. The chemistry between heroes is very important. There are heroes who, when combined in a squad, increase stats. But there are others who, when combined, actually decrease them. Stein drew his sword and lunged at the other two. Even though it was rare for them to fight the moment they were summoned, the man named Tasir also whipped out his scythe. I'll teach you some manners. The scythe was blocked just before Stein could strike back. Yisoo appeared, scolding them. What is wrong with you people? Are you insane? Do you want to die? Tasir glanced at her. Hey, who are you? Yisoo introduced herself. I am Yisoo, the representative for the master. Don't do anything stupid. I am stronger than all of you. Hearing that, the young man held his head in frustration. Master, Yisoo repeated. Regardless, fighting in the waiting room is forbidden. I'll let it slide this time, understand? Mazel waved her hand. Then deal with those two. I don't want to see them. She turned and pointed at Han. If I have to be in a squad, I prefer that guy over there. Yisoo said loudly. You don't have the right to choose the squad. Only the master is allowed to. System notification. Stein has joined Squad B. Mazel has joined Squad B. Tasir has joined Squad B. Opening a spatial rift, Han turned away. Edis asked, Where are you going? To sleep. She continued. What about them? Han replied. They won't be coming back. The system chimed repeatedly. Stein has entered a frenzy state, attacking allies. Mazel has entered a frenzy state, attacking allies. Stein has killed an ally. Listening to the constant notifications, Han felt annoyed. I'm trying to sleep here. These notifications are really noisy. System notification. Squad B has perished. You have failed. Yisoo appeared, her eyes welling up with tears. System notification. Master has exited the game. See you next time. Tears and snot streaming down her face, she lunged at Han. Look, Yisoo blathered. What do we do? What do we do? What if they delete this account? Han joined in. That's very possible. Yisoo grew even more anxious. What will happen to me? To us? She sobbed. If the master doesn't log in for 5 months, the account will be automatically deleted. You know that, right? We can't just leave it like this, Han said calmly. Well, if we convert that into time in the waiting room, we have about 1 year and 6 months left. Yisoo became hysterical. The waiting room cannot function without the master. I don't have the authority to interfere. I will disappear forever. And I haven't even lived that long yet. Han reassured her. Don't worry too much. It hasn't been confirmed yet. Yisoo continued. But, 2, Han replied. Don't worry. If he intended to stop playing, he would have stopped when he synthesized the 4-star characters. Hearing that, Yisoo stopped crying. Really? She wiped her tears. All right. I'll trust you, Han asked. But why are you so worried? Will you die if we don't climb the tower? Yisoo confirmed. That's right. Hearing this, Han was stunned. You'll die? Yisoo said, honestly, I will cease to exist. Han was silent, not saying a word. He calculated, wait, if it's 6 months, then we don't have much time left. The next day arrived. System notification. Buy whatever you want. Mobius cheered for the master's choice. You have selected the triple gold package. At this moment, Han and Eren were still training in the yard. System notification. Master has started summoning. The gate opened. Light appeared. System notification. Master has obtained Nokin. The young man walked out of the gate. What is this? Oh ho, there are women here too. System notification. Master has obtained Why Not. This place is okay, but I want to eat something first. System notification. Master has obtained Gerald. As soon as he stepped out, he challenged, Who is the leader here? Lead us to where we can rest. Han smiled lightly and said to Eren, Looks like these guys need to be taught a lesson. Do you want to do it? Eren refused immediately, but a blonde guy stepped forward. You're an AI. If you don't want to die, Han smirked. You talk too much. I can hear you from the training floor. Han turned to Edis. Edis, go teach them a lesson. Jenna, try to be a bit gentler when their group gets here, okay? Suddenly, a young man drew his sword and lunged at Han. What? He was furious. No, not them. Leader Han turned back and punched the guy in the face, making his mouth bleed. Han reflected. 3 times. Looks like they still haven't learned a thing. He decided to just pick 2 1-star characters to round out the squad, using a strategy that mixed high and low-level heroes. Putting them in the same group requires making the best of what you have. Doing 5 pulls is always better. System notification. Team composition combined. Han stood looking at the guy. He flashed a smile. Welcome. Sorry for teaching you a lesson as soon as you arrived, but it looks like you're heading straight into battle. He opened a space-time rift. The group of 3 returned from the rift. Han evaluated the trio. This time, they didn't seem hostile toward each other, even though one was seriously injured. But they had passed the test without any AI dying. It seemed they understood their roles in the team. Han handed them reward vouchers. Well done, here is the master's reward. A few days later, in the waiting hall, Jenna was worried. Isn't this too dangerous? What do you mean? Jenna continued. Those guys. We should reclaim the place that was stolen from us. The blonde guy turned back, looking at something. Han walked past, making him flinch. The guy turned away and left. Han said to Jenna, Ignore them. After a while, even without a mage to balance the team, they weren't doing too badly. The trio continued to grow stronger without any AI dying. It seemed the master's plan was proceeding smoothly. The blonde guy bragged, Do you know why they weren't sent away? It's because the master threw them away. If we get any stronger, we could synthesize them. Well, except for that mage brat. We'll add her to our group. Another guy was confused. Doesn't the team have enough people already? The first guy continued. We have 2 useless ones. We can just drop one. Han, standing nearby, chuckled softly. Oh, that sounds interesting. Yeah, that's the plan. The guy flinched. You, what are you doing here? Han replied. Just drinking water. Go on, keep going. The guy brushed it off. It's nothing. I was just going to sleep. Han evaluated them. They lacked the ability to work as a team. They treated the 1-star characters in their group like animals. The master must be pleased. Despite a few obstacles, the trio finally cleared the 14th floor. The 14th floor they cleared the 13th and 14th floors easily, but they had faced trouble on the 12th. Or maybe they were just lucky? No one in the trio was above level 10, but the master kept forcing them to continue. And when the trio arrived at the 15th floor, we're going to get synthesized. Ivanka worried. Shouldn't we try to do something? They'll catch up to us if things keep going like this. She continued. I don't know anything. So you do something. Han replied. I'm already on it. I won't need you guys to switch groups. Ivanka said immediately. I don't want to be with them. This is so wrong. Han replied. Then just wait until the opportunity arrives. Walking beside Ivanka, Han asked, Have you mastered telekinesis yet? Ivanka said proudly. Of course. What do you take me for? An AI. Turning around, Ivanka pointed, and the training equipment lifted off the ground. Visualization and intention, those are basic telekinesis skills. Han praised her. You did great. Ivanka was exhausted. Her eyes were spinning. But the master didn't take any action. The lounge had enough equipment, but the number of people had reached the limit. Some facilities were unlocked after clearing the 10th floor, but none had been built yet. He needed to level up the system, but right now, he had no intention of doing so. The master's intention was to focus everything on the trio. The preparation to clear the 15th floor was going smoothly. The trio realized they were favored by the master and began showing their true colors. Now they just kept berating Chloe to get more meat for their rations, taking Robbie's spot on the sofa, and doing many other petty things. But if they succeeded in clearing the 15th floor, they would become even more violent. The master called for the team to gather at the square. The blonde guy sneered. Huh, it's time. Let's go. Piece of cake. A system notification appeared. Noken, Winton, Gellin have been granted a low-level health potion. Jenna was furious. Even gathering is so slow. Giving them things we made. The master is just too much. Han replied, we can make more. I don't think there's any AI here when we reach the 10th floor. Everyone watched. This is better, right? Opening a space-time rift. The guy pointed his finger directly at Han's face. He was arrogant. You son of a bitch. I'll see you when I get back. I'll tell the master to punish you. You'd better be ready. Huh, Han calmly said. So, when you get back. Edis mocked him. You're really asking for it, Aaron worried. What if they succeed? Han replied. If they clear the 15th floor, we'll stop resisting. If not, we die. He calculated the probability of the trio clearing the 15th floor. It wasn't 0. There would come a time when the 15th floor was cleared by the Suicide Squad. When that happened, our resistance would be meaningless. The master would regain confidence and wouldn't need us anymore. If they return and listen to the master, without resisting, of course, I'll be synthesized on the 15th floor. All right, let's go kill everything. Our synthesis, after they clear the 15th floor, or they fail. Looking at the surrounding scenery, the blonde guy was confused. Huh? It was a gamble. He was tense. This was happening while the 5 of them were on a mission. Outside, everyone was waiting for the results. Both Jenna and Aaron looked anxious. The girl named Edis was no exception. She stood there anxiously with her arms crossed, waiting for news. Even old man Roderick was silent. This wasn't just because of those guys, but everyone's fate here depended on it. 5 minutes had passed, but no notification appeared. This made Han a bit worried, but it was also a sign that they hadn't encountered danger yet. However, the very next second, a message appeared that surprised him. All 5 members of Team B have perished. At that same moment, something horrific had actually occurred inside the squad. They were wiped out instantly. The mission failed. The time they spent inside was just 5 minutes. Han was certain the 15th floor was a special mission. However, that wasn't all. The very next second, a massive earthquake hit the entire waiting hall within the territory. Jenna screamed in terror. What's that? What's happening? Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Master, do you want to log out? As Master tapped the button, Yisoo hurried to explain that the earthquake was his doing. Master threw his phone aside and logged out the moment the mission failed. Yeah, fair enough. That was to be expected. Since his $90 just vanished into thin air, Yisoo grabbed Han's shirt and started bawling. Something's happened. What do we do now? Han, speechless, reminded her. Hey, people are watching. Let go, Han, he said calmly. The show's over. Let's head back. Jenna stood nearby, puzzled, and asked, What about Team Ba? He replied indifferently. They've been wiped out. Instead of clearing the floor, they got annihilated the second they arrived. We have absolutely no intel on floor 15. What a waste, Han thought to himself. Jenna seemed stunned. They just left, though, Han replied coolly. That's all their skills amounted to. From that day on, Master Watford didn't log in for a long time. Meanwhile, the sound of Han training echoed through the practice grounds. Suddenly, Yisoo's voice rang out, calling for Han Yisoo from behind. Naturally, the one most worried right now was Yisoo. The little fairy was genuinely terrified that her beautiful body might vanish. If this kept happening, she'd be done for. She thrashed about, crying her eyes out. What do I do? What do I do? Han gave her an annoyed glare. If you've got so much free time, go to sleep. Just live like normal, wake up, eat, train, eat lunch, train, and keep training until dinner, Han answered calmly. Despite his composure, our Yisoo was clearly panicking. It's been 10 days. None of you one-star guys are doing anything. You just eat and drink all day because Master and the others are gone. So there's nothing left threatening the hero's safety. That's made everyone lazy. No one. Not even one person wants to go to the dungeon anymore. Han wiped his sweat, calm as ever. 10 days in the waiting room is 3 days in real time. Suddenly the system chimed. Download complete. Welcome to Pick Me Up. As she was busy feeling sorry for herself, a beam of light suddenly appeared. It was none other than the moment Yisoo had been waiting for all these days. The first login after a 10-day absence. Han asked in surprise. Wait, did he really come back? However, the moment was short-lived. A beam of light flashed and immediately died out. The system announced, screenshot taken. The image saved to the gallery. The flash left Han squinting. The master logged in just to take a screenshot and then bailed on this game entirely? Yisoo looked disgusted, clearly unhappy. It took him this long to log in, and he didn't even do anything? Then she started overthinking. Is master really trying to give up? Han, standing behind her, couldn't help but sigh at her expression. It's not like he didn't do anything. He took a screenshot. Yisoo asked worriedly. Why would he take a screenshot? Han looked at the poor girl, who looked like she'd seen a ghost, and added some encouragement. Why not? For the memories, right? As he placed his wooden sword into the weapon chest, Han asked out of the blue, What are your hobbies? Yisoo, hovering nearby, answered innocently. Surfing the web, museums, VIP stuff. Hearing this, Han smiled slyly. So, you can connect to the internet? Yisoo replied innocently. Of course. But as if she suddenly realized something, she crossed her arms and glared at Han. Wait, before Yisoo could figure it out, Han flashed a sinister grin, his eyes lighting up. I'm going to need your help with something, Yisoo. That night, in Han's room, he asked about Isoo's access capabilities. Yisoo shrieked in shock. Wait! Are you planning on using the internet here? Han lay sprawled on the bed, hands behind his head. Can't you? The tiny Yisoo hovered nearby and replied. It's not that I can't. Hearing that, Han looked at her skeptically. Then why are you hesitating? He knew Yisoo could access the internet, but interfering with posts would result in a penalty. Tiny Yisoo looked anxious. Roughly an hour. If I'm just browsing the forums, but if I send messages or start editing, the time will be cut much shorter, Han mused. Sounds like a pain. Tiny Yisoo looked peeved. Tell me about it. I hate it. I haven't checked the Han Yisoo fan forums in ages. Han sat bolt upright. He told Yisoo to give him direct access. Yisoo looked flustered, but what choice did she have? For Han Yisoo, and for herself. Power of friendship, let's go. Yisoo hesitated, then suddenly slapped both hands against her cheeks. All right. It seemed our tiny Yisoo had made up her mind to help Han. She appeared in a black outfit, a headband across her forehead, and hair in 2 braids. Fired up. Using my power for Han Yisoo, she shouted. Hiya! Fairy power. The next second, a high-end device appeared right in front of Han. I'm sorry, but I can't hold this for long, Yisoo said, her voice trembling. Han sat beside it, expressionless. Did you really have to do that pose? Yisoo snapped. Focus. This is my focus pose. Hurry up, she ordered, her voice shaking. If you're tired, don't say anything. I'll finish this quickly, Han replied coldly. This time, he intended to access the Pick Me Up forum. It's been a while since I checked this place. Let's see. Help wanted. Han searched vigorously. Very quickly, what Han was looking for appeared. He flashed a confident smile. It was a cry for help from Master Watford. To put it briefly, Watford wanted to ask everyone how to deal with his territory. His waiting room was full of 1-star trash, while the 3- and 4-star characters were all dead. More than anything, the characters had no desire to do missions or follow orders. Naturally, along with the sob story was a very realistic photo. 2,000 of these guys, Watford had uploaded. He mused briefly about his own handsomeness. Who even drew this, he wondered. However, looking at the comment section, it was truly hopeless. Most of the comments were mocking Watford for his brilliant, and I mean that sarcastically, decisions. Basically, everyone figured whoever was carrying that waiting room must have a broken back. Some even wondered by what miracle he managed to clear. Floor 14. Enough playing around. The little one was about to crash, so Han got down to business. He planned to send his cloud-saved data to Watford and help him figure out how to play. A few minutes later, he was done. Your post was successfully sent under the name Han Yisoo. Now, Water's playstyle is bound to change, Han thought to himself. Naturally, the crowd before the screen couldn't help but marvel, their chat scrolling non-stop. That guy, Water, must be the president's kid to get such dedicated support from Han Yisoo, they speculated. Han Yisoo watched the screen and muttered, I really should have posted anonymously. Meanwhile, Yisoo had reached her limit. The moment the file finished sending, Yisoo shut down, collapsing like a soulless doll. Done. Huh? Good, Han replied. Very good. With that over, it all depended on Water now. Yisoo asked, puzzled. Han, what the hell took you so long? She learned that he had sent Water a guide on how to play, along with some other miscellaneous things. Hearing that, I suddenly perked up. Yisoo was instantly recharged with energy. I want that treasure too. No way. Is it the Book of Heaven? Yisoo, a total fangirl, eyes sparkling, kept rambling. Rumor has it that it contains solutions to clear stages that the community hasn't even finished yet. Are these the walkthroughs written by Han Yisoo's own hand? Is it really the book that contains everything about pick makeup? Why would you send that to Master? Han, losing his patience, pushed her away. Get off me. No, of course not. That's a total pipe dream. It was just Han's rough notes on how to play, plus some of his own explanations. Yisoo, on the other hand, was still basking in joy, tears streaming down her face. So it was real after all, Han thought to himself. He couldn't exactly say it contained everything about pick makeup, but it did hold everything he knew about the game. However, he wasn't even sure if Water would read it. It was several books long, and he hadn't written it for anyone else to read in the first place. If that guy actually read the whole thing and managed to figure it out on his own, then things are about to get interesting. Han let out a calculated smirk. Either the guy would get bored and quit, or he'd try again the next day. True to everyone's expectations, Water logged back in. The loading process finished. Touch. Welcome to Pick Makeup. Just then, a blade spun in midair and landed right in Han's hand. He thought to himself, it's finally here. Just then, Yisoo suddenly appeared outside. Han Yisoo, Master's gift, used 5,000 gold to buy a warhorse statue, giving a warhorse statue to Han 2 stars. This time, the gift he brought Han was a warhorse. However, what was truly shocking was that Han actively accepted it. Give it here. Did you take the wrong medicine or something? Even Yisoo, standing nearby, was stunned. Are you planning to smash it again? Heck no. It was just that. Before sending the document, Han had modified it slightly, stating that players must gift their favorite hero a warhorse statue 2 or more times to get a system notification. Han 2 stars was overjoyed upon receiving the warhorse statue and increased his affection level. So, everything is clear now. Water read those documents and showed his resolve. I don't need a master who doesn't know how to listen. An eye appeared in the sky, observing Han. If he really wants to climb to the top of the tower, at least he needs to be on my level, rising above 100,000 active accounts. Otherwise, he won't be able to handle me. He might not understand all the notes, but Han, holding the horse statue, said, if you have that kind of will, then I'm willing to help you become the best you can be. System notification. Squad 1 is no longer out of control. Han Yisoo, what if the master still doesn't change? Yisoo asked. That's impossible, Han replied coldly. When is the next opportunity? He asked further. Yisoo, suspicious, said, you mean to use the internet? That depends on the speed of collecting 10 interference points. Han, while putting on his boots, asked, and what exactly is an interference point? It's what Mobius uses to disrupt causality and the laws of nature. When the master logs in and takes action, interference points are collected. 10 interference points are accumulated faster when you clear a floor, Yisoo explained patiently. And the game too. Yisoo, clutching a bag of gems, said happily, these are the physical form of interference points. Each gem contains the energy of creation. Is it like the power of money? Han asked, slinging his sword over his shoulder. Yisoo, full of excitement, said, human money can create deep hatred. People who spend a lot are usually strong, but they get hated by others. Virtual money is good, but cash is even better. If you bring cash to headquarters, you'll get a 1% bonus. Han walked away and said, sounding sarcastic, 1%? How stingy. It's been a long time since we went out, hasn't it? We've been resting for way too long. Han walked out while his team waited outside. System notification. Squad 1 is active. Clearly, their truce proposal had been cancelled, and they were ready for new missions. System notification. Awesome, Master. You've changed your mind about the heroes. Our Han took the lead and asked, you girls are itching for a fight, aren't you? Jenna spoke up. I don't really care, but this is fine too. Ivanka, standing behind, also spoke up. Not necessarily. Han glared at her, and Ivanka immediately felt sheepish and changed her answer. It's itchy, right? Definitely itchy. Aaron suddenly asked, Sir, even if Master changed his mind, our team still only has 4 people. We're still missing 1 member. Not too surprised by his teammate's question, Han smiled and replied, don't worry about that. Just then, Yisoo announced to Edis, Master wants you to temporarily join Squad 1. At that, Edis walked down the stairs and asked, you rescinded the truce? And what about the Master? Han crossed his arms and replied, as you can see, you'll know later. System notification. Squad 2 is active. Edis smiled and said, "All right. If everyone says so then." System notification. Edis 3 stars has joined Squad 1. At that moment, Yisoo began to open a space-time rift. Edis announced, "I can't stay here long." Han just replied gently, "I'm not asking you to stay long. You can go back to lead Team 2 once we clear Floor 15. System notification. Main dungeon. Current challenge floor. Floor 8. System notification. The portals will open in 10 seconds. Prepare yourselves." The whole team slowly stepped into the space-time rift. This time, the team was transported to Floor 8 to test the formation against some goblins. Mission type, suppression. Goal, eliminate all enemies. Han smirked and said, "Time to show off what we've been practicing." Just then, a troop of beasts appeared. Level 9 Goblin Beast Riders, 27 in total. Ivanka used her power to invert them. The beasts were instantly stunned. Quite a few were defeated by a single blow from her, but they didn't lose their spirit at all. They continued to charge like a starved pack of beasts. Jenna, also on the team, didn't lag behind, as every arrow she fired from her bow dealt massive damage. With the sheer power of Ivanka coursing through her, the monsters were struck with fear once again. A massive blaze erupted instantly. She engulfed the entire horde. She only needed 10 seconds to cast that, instead of the usual 40, Han thought to himself. Han struck while keeping a close eye on the last one, slicing the beast in half with a single blow. Edis watched as they wiped out every last monster. While she hadn't lifted a finger, she asked, "So, Edis, why did you even bring me into the party?" Edis stood there, helpless. The system notification popped up. Aaron's stage cleared, 1 star. Ivanka, 3 stars, leveled up. Reward, 5,000 gold. C-rank beasts. 3. Han mused. With Jenna's current firing speed, I can finally trust her to cover our rear. Jenna called out to Edis, "Are you bored?" Edis turned back and replied, "Watching from the sidelines is fun enough." Even though Edis was still getting used to the team, her intelligence meant she'd find her own role soon enough. The system announced MVP, Ivanka, 3 stars. Ivanka was now using her magic with more skill and flexibility than before. It was a total transformation. "She's not like she used to be," Han noted. Ivanka nudged his shoulder and said, "That's enough for today, right? Casting all those spells has me completely drained." "We aren't done yet," Han replied, pulling Ivanka along. "But I'm exhausted," Ivanka protested helplessly. "Don't worry, you won't have to do much," Han said. "I don't trust you. You've tricked me way too many times." No matter how much she resisted, she couldn't escape Han's grip. A notification appeared. "Master, we've found a member suitable for research. Why don't you try starting some research? Achievements from research are the foundation for smooth operations." This time, Han led Ivanka to the magic hall. Ivanka asked, "Why did you bring me here?" Han replied nonchalantly, "I told you, you won't have to push yourself too hard." Han wanted Ivanka to handle the research process here. The system notified. Research and development. All research is currently at level 0. Pro tip. You can collect 10 research points by assigning a member to the lab. Try upgrading the corridor to your liking using those points. The system prompted, "Researcher list suggestion. Ivanka, 3 stars. Do you want to set Ivanka 3 stars as your researcher?" The master quickly pressed yes. Almost instantly, Yisoo appeared, startling Ivanka. Ivanka clutched her chest, shouting, "Don't just pop out of nowhere. You scared the life out of me." Yisoo replied coldly, "Get used to it. It's not like I wanted to be here either." She pointed to a desk over there and instructed Ivanka that she just needed to solve the problems and drop them in the bin when finished. Looking over the research papers, Ivanka immediately realized these were the same things she'd studied at the Magic Academy. Of course, even though she didn't want to, having to redo it all was unavoidable. Yisoo threatened her from behind. "The master commanded this, so do as he wants. Unless you want to get taught a lesson." Meanwhile, Han wandered around looking for books, though he couldn't read a word. Ivanka had to sit with a mountain of research papers for hours on end. "You've earned 1 research point." A notification popped up after Ivanka put the paper in the bin. 10 points per hour, and it costs 10 gems per hour? Han squinted. 10 points an hour? That's terrible. The efficiency is bad, but I guess I expected that. She doesn't have any research skills. The system notified. Research duration set, 3 hours and 1 minute. Pro tip, researchers will become dissatisfied if you make them work for too long. Don't forget, they have their own lives. Yisoo mocked Ivanka. "You have to do this for 3 hours every day." 3 hours? That's so headache-inducing. Looking at her expression, anyone could tell Ivanka was extremely annoyed. "This isn't easy. I'm trying my best to solve this stuff here. Treating me like this is no different than being a slave." As she spoke, Ivanka showed her clear frustration. It seemed like this task was too much for our Ivanka. Faced with her obvious irritation, Han just stayed silent, observing her anger. It wasn't completely without reason. Her schedule was already quite packed. However, Han would handle the difficult parts. He closed his book. There was a way to keep Ivanka motivated without wasting time. Yisoo, a request for the master. A notification popped up. Han, 2 stars, wants a fur cloak. Do you agree? Costs 3,000 gold. The master immediately pressed yes. Instantly, a fur cloak appeared. With just a fur cloak, everything was resolved. Ivanka was instantly bribed, just as predicted. Things that can't be solved with money can be solved with a lot of money. And this money belongs to the master, guys. If you don't like it, give it back. Sigh. Our Han really doesn't get what girls want. Who said I didn't like it? I'll do it, alright? Ivanka snatched the cloak, grumbling. In the following days, there was a huge change in Han's party. He kept taking members into the dungeon daily to collect 10 materials. Weapons were also being crafted and upgraded regularly. A third squad with new recruits was formed. All of this showed he had followed Han Yisoo's instructions meticulously. The master had definitely changed. Han rested his chin, deep in thought, when Ivanka suddenly called out to him. She was trying to lure Han into learning magic with her. She felt he was very smart and would pick it up in no time. Even though I only specialize in fire magic, I have knowledge of other things. Are you interested in learning magic? Han asked. Learning magic? Ivanka replied. It'd be hard if it were just me teaching, but there are plenty of magic books here, so it's definitely possible. Of course, Han had thought about this before. As a 2-star hero like him, his current job was just introductory. From 3 stars and up, heroes could choose their own paths. And obviously, Han could become a warrior. But if he met the conditions, he could unlock the path to a hidden class. One of those was the magic swordsman. However, he figured that being a hidden class didn't mean it was strong. He refused. No thanks. I prefer to focus on just one thing. Ivanka smiled. If you change your mind, let me know. Are you asking me because you don't want to do the research alone? Han asked. It was like he hit the nail on the head. Ivanka turned beet red with anger. What a conceited assumption. Ivanka looked disappointed and pouted, but she still looked incredibly cute. Then suddenly, she asked what my life was like before coming here. Han replied nonchalantly, Me? Just a farmer? Who would ever believe that? These two are talking without even looking at each other. The conversation ended quickly. Focus on your own work, Han said. Han knew she was the daughter of a famous family before being summoned here, but that family had been destroyed by war, Han thought to himself. Just then, Ivanka was racking her brain, spinning her pen, when suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. It was a sign of something. Both of them jumped up. Ivanka asked fearfully, What was that? Han calmly observed the reaction in front of him. It's starting, he thought. The system announced, Heroic Reaction Research reached Level 1. Perhaps this was the result of Ivanka's many hours of hard work. The goddess has blessed the waiting room. Thousands of rays of light fell from the sky. One ray landed right in front of Ivanka, leaving her stunned. 3 research choice cards appeared. Water had chosen to unlock Heroic Reaction Research for 30 points. What is this? Ivanka felt dizzy and unstable, saying, I don't feel well at all. Only then did Han tell her to open the stat window. As she read it out, an information board appeared right before her eyes, surprising Ivanka a little. Han explained that this was her information in numerical form. The others are dying because they don't know the exact mission, nor do they know the conditions to clear the stage, because they can't see this system. In short, Heroic Reaction Research is the system that allows heroes to see their own status information. Strength, intelligence, agility, speed, and skills. Can you see it? Han asked Ivanka. She was still in shock. She stammered, Intermediate magic, control arts. Wait, are those my skills? Follow me. We should tell the others. The door opened. The scene before Han was Eren constantly screaming, I'm losing to a ghost. Eren was running away from what he thought was a ghost. Seeing Han, he clung to him like a drowning man grabbing a straw. Help me, man! There's a ghostly light chasing me. Don't be stupid. It's not a ghost. Saying that, he held Eren back. Then what is it? Eren shouted helplessly. Just then, the orb of light entered his body. Eren groaned. Ugh. Contrary to Eren's reaction, Jenna immediately recognized the system Han had just mentioned. So, this is what you're always looking at? Han asked in surprise. You knew? Jenna replied happily. Sometimes I hear you muttering about it, so I just followed your lead. Cut to, Everyone is discussing it together. Han explained everything about the new system to the whole team. Jenna spoke up. So there are things like levels, stats, and skills. And we get stronger because of them? Aaron said. I used to feel like I was getting stronger after a battle too. It must have been because I leveled up. Ivanka was still stunned. Unbelievable. Even a great mage couldn't do something like this. Suddenly, she turned to Han. How do you know about this? We've never even heard of it. Han slowly sipped his water and replied, I just happened to know. Upon hearing that answer, Ivanka said with an incredulous look, Happen to know? That sounds so dumb. Jenna laughed and said, He got here before all of us. Anyway. Ha ha, that's right. I'm the most experienced person here. Right now, he couldn't let them know the truth. Ivanka's suspicion grew even higher at his attitude. That's really suspicious. She stared at Han, then sighed. If you don't want to tell us, fine. Evtsini duller. Everyone has secrets. And honestly, your advice was really helpful. Jenna added, Yeah, the boss is super helpful. His advice is top-notch. That's why we're sitting here right now. Ivanka turned to her. You're really good at sucking up. At Ivanka's words, Jenna said smugly, That's not sucking up. That's a survival strategy. If you guys can survive to the end, you'll find out the obvious truth. I'll tell you everything. Han thought silently. Maybe it's time to say goodbye. He smiled to himself. The next day, Jenna announced the news to everyone in the waiting hall. Even so, not everyone could see their stat board. Perhaps because the research level was still low, only those who were superior could see it. At the training ground, Jenna was training very hard. Every arrow she fired flew straight and true. Han, as usual, sought out Jenna to practice. Every arrow she fired, he used his blade to deflect them all, not missing a single one. Is that a skill too? Jenna spoke up. Correct. Han walked slowly toward her. Jenna seemed frustrated, saying, No, not even close. I couldn't even hit a single shot. Han replied gently, Don't you think that if there's a deflect skill, there must also be a penetration skill? Penetration? How? Jenna asked in surprise. Before she could finish her sentence, Han made a sudden move. In a split second, he was behind Jenna. Jenna stumbled and dodged. Are you trying to kill me? In the waiting room, it's not a problem. You won't die immediately in the waiting room. He lunged forward. It's going to be very hard to level up your skills if you don't increase the intensity. Focus more. As he spoke, Han slashed toward Jenna's midsection. Jenna struggled to dodge. Wait! Jenna slowly drew her arrow. Han continued. You shouldn't be tiring yourself out just by training like before anymore. From now on, use real weapons, not practice ones. No more rules. The goal of training is to beat your opponent until they're near death. The sound of weapons clashing echoed throughout the training room. Naturally, some other characters nearby were witnessing the scene. That guy Han is amazing. It's unbelievable. Han was a farmer before? Pretty sure that's just blowing smoke. How could a farmer have that kind of level? Seriously? Meanwhile, inside, the sparring match was still very intense. Jenna said in surprise, Wait, what's this? Are you planning to surrender? Aaron was waiting. Han asked seriously, Wait, am I training both of them at the same time? From the corner, Aaron spoke up. Oh no, it's fine. I'm okay. He has an unbeaten record of 32 losses. I'll try a little more, Jenna said. Your record is 19 wins, 18 losses. Jenna shook her head to regain her focus. I'm coming. Having said that, Han lunged forward. For a moment, the tip of a blade pointed at Han. However, he managed to dodge the dagger just in time. Han was surprised. That one-star short sword was actually a dagger that Jenna had just thrown. Her eyes were shining bright. As if she'd just mastered a new skill, the system sent out a notification. Jenna, a 1-star, had just learned Detect Weakness. An arrow whistled toward Han, and he quickly used his dagger to deflect it. Then Jenna buckled. Where did you learn that? Han asked. After asking, Han realized she had figured out that skill just from his hint. I just thought of it when you mentioned having a piercing skill. I just tried it out. You know? She learned a whole new skill just from that? Interesting. I'm coming at you again, Han said. It won't be that easy, Jenna replied confidently, drawing her bow and aiming. Her tactic was to make him dodge the first arrow, then use the second or third to target his weak points. Or she could add in some decoys. Using feint shots would make dodging way harder, Han thought, struggling to evade her attacks. She can actually control her arrows like that? Dealing with her is going to take way more effort. Just then, a system notification popped up. Jenna's basic archery skill has reached level 6. Han was startled. Another skill leveled up? Suddenly, a barrage of 10 arrows flew toward him. Are you kidding me? Han desperately used his shield and sword to block, feeling the weight of the moment. Am I actually going to lose? He was starting to feel hopeless. Meanwhile, Jenna was wearing a satisfied smile, her eyes sharp as a hawk, locked onto her prey. I can't believe it. Is she even human? To be precise, she was the true monster of this territory. Anyone who could push the pick-me-up boss onto the back foot was clearly no ordinary person. Everyone outside was watching and whispering about their training session. The one most worried was Aaron. He truly understood the gap between a genius and a regular person now. Amazing. So that's what a genius is, Aaron muttered to himself. His hands couldn't stay still either. He gripped his spear tightly. It seemed like his mind was filled with complex thoughts and anxieties. He was gritting his teeth. The sounds of the bow and the clashing blades filled the training ground. The duel between the two remained intense, with Jenna continuously firing volleys of arrows. Faced with Jenna's relentless assault, Han couldn't seem to find an opening. I can't even close the distance. I'm only using my shield for emergencies. The whole point of this training was to gain new skills. He needed to do better than just acting like a target. Just as he thought that, an arrow zipped right past his head, followed by a whole new barrage. Man, the author must be lazy. Just copy-pasting for speed, he thought. If I can see through the arrow's trajectory, Han thought. Right at that moment, an arrow flew toward his face. The system notified him. Awakened. Han's counter arrow has reached level 3. Han's basic swordsmanship has reached level 7. Han learned the clairvoyance skill after his previous ones awakened. Han suddenly countered with incredible speed. With the author's pet halo shining on him, he defeated his opponent in an instant. The training ground went dead silent. Now, let's establish who the real monster here is. 19th win, right? Han held his sword to Jenna's neck and laughed. Jenna was speechless. What a monster. After such a productive training session, Han had learned several new skills, and his old ones had leveled up significantly. Over there, Jenna and Aaron were asking each other about their skills, and they found out. Aaron only had 3 skills: basic spearmanship, pain tolerance, and fire resistance. Jenna, on the other hand, well, don't even get started. She had more than she could count. Basic archery, basic dagger, quick swap, rapid fire, detect weakness, hawkeye, quick move, and so on. Aaron felt dizzy just hearing that. He stopped Jenna from listing more. Han chimed in to comfort him. Having a lot of skills doesn't necessarily mean you're stronger. It also depends on your level. If you have a skill that isn't compatible, it can do more harm than good. My Berserk and Calm are examples of that, though that's a special case. Still, Jenna has 9 skills. She's definitely top tier, Han thought. On the other side, Aaron looked at Jenna, deep in thought. Back at the plaza, a notification appeared. Begin combining items. Basic Fire Essence Stone. Basic Water Essence Stone. Basic Wind Essence Stone. Finished product. Basic Promotion Stone. Success rate, 87%. Synthesis method, automatic. The system asked, Master, would you like to proceed with the combination? Master immediately hit yes. A boom sound echoed. That's the power of spending money right there. The system announced. Combination failed. Materials not refunded. 87%, and it still failed? Han looked disappointed. Jenna, sitting next to him, asked with a smile. So, am I getting promoted now? Han looked at Jenna and said, You're 2-star already? Time flies. A system notification. Synthesis complete. You have received a basic promotion stone. The notification echoed. Master, start the advancement. Han tallied things up. I'm level 12. Ivanka is 8. Aaron is 9. And Jenna is 10. Unlike his pensive mood, Jenna asked innocently, I won't die, will I? Wait a second. Above all, Han was pretty sure Jenna's promotion would be different from his. Since he was a special case where the system intervened, he figured she would see things he didn't. A few hours later, Jenna successfully promoted to 2-star. However, the look on her face when she came out didn't seem quite right. After asking, he found out that during the promotion, Jenna had seen the forest where she lived engulfed in a sea of flames. Han knew that was a nasty sight, so he told her to forget about it. Hearing that, Jenna gave a weak laugh. Ah, ha ha. Yeah, what a terrible dream, right? Han kept probing. Anything else besides that? Jenna said the feeling afterward was like a heavy burden had suddenly vanished. That was it. By now, after 2 promotions, he had partially guessed how the star ranking process worked. It seemed to be a process of awakening forgotten memories. It meant all the heroes were suffering from memory loss. At 4 or 5 stars, they would realize the truth. They would know why they were summoned here and what happened to the world. That was the reason high-ranking heroes possessed vast amounts of knowledge and understood almost everything. Not long after, Eren was also promoted. Even though he didn't know what Eren had seen through his memories, he began training even more frantically. "Hey, you're not going to rest?" Eren asked after finishing the training session. "I still have work to do," Han replied gently. "You really are much more hardworking than I am. I need to push myself even harder." Eren looked at Han and said, "Don't overdo it, or you'll burn yourself out." Han just replied, "I'm fine. Even though I've gotten stronger, I feel like something is still missing." He let out a long sigh, and for a moment, he let himself slip into a berserker state. He attacked the dummy like a beast that had lost all control. Eren watched him silently, lingering for a while, but then eventually walked away. Han stood before the dummy, thinking, "This isn't right. Sure, I'm stronger, but I can't focus my power exactly where I want it." The berserker state boosted his power, but it lacked precision and composure. If I could combine these two skills, everything would be perfect. Like basic sword and shield techniques, if the skills are compatible, they should fuse. Han was so deeply focused that he didn't notice Edis approaching until she spoke up. "Training this hard so late at night? That's impressive." Edis leaned against the wall and waved at Han. "What are you doing out here at this hour?" Han turned to ask, his attitude completely unsurprised. "I wanted to ask you a few things before we head into the 12th floor. Your team members are all people who have never fought before, right? Jenna used to be a forest ranger. Eren is a hunter, and you're a farmer, correct?" Edis asked as she walked closer. Facing her question, Han coldly replied, "Yeah, so what?" Edis's expression darkened. She wanted to know if Han had ever killed anyone before, but perhaps it was a redundant question. Han retorted, "Your group already climbed to the 12th floor. Are you questioning how determined we are?" "Exactly. Just to survive." Edis's eyes held a hidden depth when she asked this. "I'm only here because of the lives of others. 3 lives had to be fused for me to exist." Han's face was terrifying at that moment, colder than ice. "I'm sure you have your answer now." Atis was slightly taken aback by his blunt answer. She looked away and said, "Right. Basically, you're the one who killed those mercenaries back then, aren't you?" "Are you trying to insult me?" Han asked. Edis covered her face. "No. Han continued. "Anything that appears within the tower floors is a monster. All you have to do is kill them," Edis said. "You might feel that way, but your teammates don't." Han kept training while he spoke. "If that's the case, then I don't need to find new teammates." Edis hesitated. "No, I understand them better than anyone. You don't need to worry," Han said. "All right." Edis seemed to have conceded to him. The next day, the whole team was sent to train as usual. Han read the command to open the spatial rift. Jenna, standing beside him, asked, "Do you think it's the 11th floor again?" Han replied quietly, "That was enough. This time, it's definitely the 12th. The system announced, Main Dungeon. Current challenge, Floor 12. Doors will open in 10 seconds. Get ready," Han told Jenna. "Just do what you have to do, no matter what happens." "I know," Jenna replied calmly. "If you know, then do it well," Han said. Their team was immediately teleported to the 12th floor. Floor 12, mission type, conquer. Objective, eliminate the enemy. "Where are the enemies?" Jenna asked, already in a combat stance. However, Jenna stopped, looking dazed and frozen as if something in front of her had caught her off guard. Jenna's eyes widened. She couldn't believe the truth. "Stop!" a soldier shouted. "Drop your weapons and identify yourselves." The target they had to eliminate was Human Warrior, level 11. Number of enemies, 13. "What?" Jenna hesitated. "Human warriors?" Everyone on the team stood motionless at what was unfolding on this 12th floor. Edis gritted her teeth, feeling a sense of bitterness. Now Han surely understood Edis's question from the day before, and the reason why her second team had struggled so much on this floor. Everyone on the team looked toward Han, as if waiting for an answer. Eren shouted, "Boss, they aren't monsters, they're human beings." Faced with that, Han replied coldly, "So what? You're not going to fight them?" Eren remained defiant. "It's not about that. We should talk to them first." "Yeah," Ivanka chimed in. "I agree. We could gather information about this place. If we do that, we might be able to pass the challenge without having to fight. We could resolve everything peacefully." Han asked coldly, "You're not planning to fight?" "I just want to avoid unnecessary bloodshed," Ivanka replied. "What about you?" Han asked Jenna. In this situation, it was difficult. Even she was very confused. They aren't NPCs. They can see us. But even so, they are still the enemy. "What are you all waiting for? Raise your weapons," Han commanded. "Boss, Eren, was still very dissatisfied with the captain's decision. If you're not going to fight, are you planning to stop me? With that, Han drew his sword and pointed it at his own teammates. The look in his eyes was truly terrifying. No one on the team could utter a word. Han held that gaze for a moment, but then he suddenly sighed. Do whatever you want. Thank you, boss. Eren lowered his head and volunteered to be the negotiator with the soldiers on the other side. Just like that, he approached them with his spear. I'm Eren. I want to talk to you. A soldier on the other side replied, Same here. We're not sure how, but we were suddenly dragged to this strange place. Eren asked, How did you all get here? It's hard to explain. Too many things have happened. You guys come closer so we can talk easily, the soldier suggested. They still stood in a ready-to-attack stance. I'll do that, Eren replied. Put your weapons down first, the soldier said. My comrades are very confused too. We have no intention of fighting at all, so don't worry. We just want to talk, the soldier said. Eren lowered his weapon. The captain behind him barked, Are you stupid? You're just doing whatever they say. Han reached out to stop Eren. Why don't you do the same? Put your weapons down, Han yelled at the soldiers on the other side. We can't do that, the soldier screamed back. Why? You only want us to drop our weapons, huh? What kind of game is this? Han wasn't one to back down. He shouted back with equal force. A soldier said something to their leader. Then, the leader said, All right, but the three of us will come over together. As you can see, we've put all our weapons away. I hope you all will cooperate. The commander reached out his hand. Han, without hesitation, dropped his weapon. Does this satisfy you? A soldier walked over. That's good. Now we can have a proper discussion. But you know what? One soldier muttered. I could hear a voice echoing, non-stop in my head. No matter what I did, it wouldn't go away. The soldier stepped closer toward us. Even right now, that voice is still ringing. Oh? What is it saying? Han smirked and asked. The soldier suddenly looked. He drew the sword hidden at his waist. I'll kill you all. His face twisted into a grotesque mask, his eyes bloodshot, as he charged at us immediately. The soldiers behind him also drew their crossbows, attacking from a distance. Han kicked his sword up into his hand. I dealt with situations like this back when I was a matter. Heroes died for nothing because they hesitated to strike. He lunged forward with his sword, landing a single blow. Han's blade pierced the soldier's throat before he could even swing his own weapon. Jenna gasped in shock. Han immediately threw his sword to the side. The remaining soldier, having only just raised his weapon, didn't even get to pull the trigger before the sword struck him right between the eyes. There's no concept of cooperation here. It doesn't matter if you're facing AI or what they look like. The last soldier raised his crossbow to attack. A second later, he took a dagger straight to the forehead that was Edis's strike. In the blink of an eye, 3 soldiers were down. Eren jumped in surprise. There's only one goal, kill or be killed. Still want to talk? Han turned to Eren and asked again. Eren, I'll give you a moment to think. Of course, the answer this time was to fight. Eren took up his weapon, determined. This stunned Edis. Jenna, what about you? Kill or be killed? Jenna asked herself. A moment later, she grabbed her bow and drew it. Fine, I've decided. Arrows flew one after another, and the soldiers fell like wheat. I'm ready, Ivanka said. See? I was worried for nothing. Edis laughed. Han replied immediately. Obviously. It doesn't matter if the enemy is human or monster. The number one factor I prioritize when building a team isn't talent or strength, but spirit. People who will do whatever it takes to survive. Because those are the only ones who are true monsters. The soldiers kept charging like madmen. They aren't normal, Edis warned. Han replied coldly that he had known that for a while. Jenna used her archery skills. Eren attacked. Ivanka provided cover, and Han delivered the final blows. Suddenly, Han shouted Ivanka's name. Hearing this, Eren felt a wave of intense heat behind him and quickly dodged to the side. Ivanka used her burn skill. Her flames erupted in a clean line, striking the soldiers and incinerating every last one of them. Jenna also immediately unleashed a volley of arrows to support the team. Eren followed the path of Jenna's arrows, charging in with his spear to finish them off. On this side, Han used his shield and blade in perfect coordination. He swung his sword and finished his opponent. Their armor is tough, but they have no formation or organization. Han looked at the soldiers with cold eyes. Suddenly, one soldier spoke up. Wait, please, spare me. Spare me. I have a wife and daughter waiting at home. I have to go back to them. Go back? How? Han asked. Just then, the soldier's eyes glowed red like a beast. How? What do you? He suddenly clutched his head and screamed. A second later, blood spewed from his mouth, and he collapsed backward. Ivanka spoke up. There's something very strange about these people. They've been brainwashed. I've seen this a few times before, but this is the first time I've seen this many people brainwashed at once. They don't even realize it. Edis replied, and last time, if I counted correctly, the people you met last time. Han turned to look at Edis, deep in thought. Edis answered immediately, that's right, I'm sure I killed them, these people. They're the same ones we met last time. Han instinctively looked at the soldier's blood. It was black and thick, just like hers. An image of a girl flickered in Han's mind. However, it was too early to be sure. There were still too few clues. Han touched the blood on the ground. A notification appeared. Stage cleared. Jenna. Edis leveled up. Rewards. 3,500 gold and fabric. MVP was Han. After that, the team was quickly teleported to the waiting lobby. Before leaving, Han didn't forget to give instructions. For the next mission, we all need to get used to this. I'll do the same next time. You mean get used to killing people? Aaron asked. Yeah. Monster or human, it makes no difference, Han replied. Just as Han predicted, floors 14 and 15 were filled with humanoid monsters. Their equipment and formations might differ, but they all had one thing in common. They showed clear hostility toward us. Actually, that thankfully helped us kill the enemies without hesitation. But fighting human enemies made the tension rise much faster than with normal monsters. It seems the higher-ups also realized that, and didn't force us to push too hard. They let us rest after each battle. A few days later, we had leveled up enough to challenge Floor 15. Since Ivanka and Edis's initial rankings were higher than the others, their experience accumulation was slower. That's a disadvantage for high-ranking heroes. The equipment production workshop had also started operating again. Now I could carry more things after getting a fabric bag. Basic potion for Han. Han was carrying a basic potion. Don't drop it, Yisoo said from the side. It's expensive. Then, suddenly, the potion bottle in little Yisoo's hand slipped out. With a sound, the bottle shattered to pieces. The red liquid inside spilled out with it. A notification appeared. Basic potion broken. Note: sometimes items you possess can break or be damaged. You just said it was expensive, right? Han looked at Yisoo as if he wanted to eat her alive. Terrified, our little Yisoo stuttered in response. It's not. I don't know. They made me work overtime at the matter. So I was a bit dazed. But anyway, it should be fine. Yisoo looked toward Ivanka, Aaron, Edis, and Jenna. Everyone, carry your health and mana potions. If you want to survive, remember to listen to Han. What are you doing? Han asked, his expression helpless as Yisoo pointed at them, issuing orders. Yisoo replied, we have to act tough. If they rebel, it's going to be trouble. And finally, the moment arrived. The 15th floor portal appeared. Conquer the tower and save the world. I don't know the exact details of the mission, or what this one will be. It isn't a conquest mission like the 10th floor, Han thought. A second later, he turned to his team. Just do what we always do, and we'll be fine. Jenna replied, we just need to do as you say, right? Don't rely on me too much, Han answered coldly. But you're such a solid pillar of support. Your leadership and situational awareness are incredibly reliable, Edis added. My total stats are 107. That's on par with a 3-star hero. Han, 2-star, level 15. Experience points 38 out of 120. Occupation, rookie. Strength, 35 out of 35. Intelligence, 10 out of 10. HP, 32 out of 32. Agility, 30 out of 30. Skills, basic swordsmanship and shieldmanship level 7. Insight level 4. Fire resistance level 2. Pain tolerance level 4. Calmness level 4. Ferocity level 3. Horse riding level 1. It's been 2 months since I arrived in this place. I haven't rested for even a moment. A notification screen popped up. You have used the recording feature. You can record your challenges in each stage. Recordings can be viewed at any time, but you need to purchase this feature first. He wants to see the records of the star challenges, Han thought. Good habit. Notification. Will you use 300 diamonds to purchase the recording feature? Yes. Congratulations, Master. Now you can view the recordings of heroes at any time. That will help improve judgment and situational awareness, even if it's not needed for this current mission. It will also be necessary for climbing to higher floors. There are 2 things to note about this mission, Han said. First, it's a special mission. Remember the goddess statue on the 10th floor? It said we'd fail if the statue was destroyed. The 15th floor mission has a similar condition. Team B entered and died within 5 minutes. They probably hadn't even started fighting yet. They failed without knowing why, and the consequence was that all members died. So, what should we do when we go in? Edis asked, confused. The first thing we need to do upon entering is find out what the mission is as quickly as possible, Han said seriously. He added, we must be sure we find a way to complete that mission. Han calculated in his head. There wasn't much time, estimated at around 15 minutes. 15 minutes? Jenna asked, startled. Team B went in and died in just 5 minutes. Do you understand what that means? Han said coldly. We will fail if we go in there and do nothing, and we will all die. That's the second point to note. Time flows differently inside the stage and the waiting room. If we account for that, we have about 15 minutes. 15 minutes in the stage equals 5 minutes in the waiting room. Time is very short. In other words, this mission is especially strict regarding time. A notification appeared. Main dungeon, challenge floor, 15. The dungeon will open in 10 seconds. Heroes, please prepare. Before entering, Han said to his team, once inside, we'll spend 3 minutes gathering information before starting the mission. Light emerged, and the heroes officially stepped onto the 15th floor, a floor that was still a mystery. The scenery revealed a blue sky, beautiful houses, and crowded streets. People were walking slowly, showing that life here was very peaceful. The team appeared in the town. This floor is a city too? Han observed as he walked. Suddenly, a group of people was gossiping about something. Really? You don't believe it? I told you. It's true. You know who he is, right? Then I have to go immediately. They don't see us? So, they are NPCs, huh? Han thought, this place is too peaceful, not like the 10th floor. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Floor 15, mission type, protection. Target, protect a specific individual. Han gritted his teeth, thinking, they want us to find one person among this crowd? Han's expression showed clear tension and a bit of bewilderment. Perhaps Team B panicked when they saw this crowd. They didn't know what the mission was or who the enemy was. They had never been to the 10th floor, so they might have thought the goal was to kill the residents here. There are two possibilities for their death. One is being attacked by the enemy while attacking civilians, or the person they were supposed to protect died. In other words, if we don't want to suffer the same fate as Team B, we must quickly find that person as soon as possible. Thinking this, Han quickly turned to everyone to describe the mission in detail. The goal is protection. The whole team needs to quickly find the person who needs protection among this crowd before they are taken down. Who are we supposed to protect? Jenna looked at the passing crowd. There are only humans here, no monsters. Does anyone know the layout of this place? Han asked. Yes, I do. Back when I was a merchant, I came here once, Aaron replied. This place is called Adik. It's a place where many roads intersect, so trade is very bustling. So, it also belongs to Thao Nia? Han thought to himself. Is there any notable place in this city? There is a sanctuary of the Saintess in the city center. It's a famous spiritual site called the Silver Temple. If you don't count the Holy City, it's one of the 3 largest temples. The Silver Temple? I've heard of it, Jenna said excitedly. They say it's huge. So are these people heading there? Han looked at the surrounding people and asked. Aaron nodded. It seems like an event is about to take place. Suddenly, Han called Edis. Edis, let's go to the temple. Help me pinpoint its location. I understand, Edis replied immediately. Then, using her strength, Edis leaped off the terrain. In a blink, she was at the highest point of the city. Edis immediately looked around to assess the situation. At this moment, at the city gate, a large crowd was gathering. Everyone was heading into the citadel. The guards here were very strict. Suddenly, a guard noticed Han's group. Stop, you are not allowed in, he said. Han raised his leg and kicked him quite hard, causing him to go silent. The guard next to him turned pale. Oh my God! He quickly tried to blow the alarm whistle, but before he could, he took another kick from Han. Han now looked like a wild beast, leaving Aaron. I was so stunned I couldn't even stop the captain. Hold on, sir. But by then, Han had already taken down 2 gate guards. Even now, do you still not get it? Han scowled and said, they can see us, which means they're enemies, the 10th Recon Squad. Other soldiers on the 10th floor can't see us, but these guys clearly can. That means they aren't your typical NPCs. Or maybe that's not the case. Ivanka spoke up. True, that's possible. But don't worry, I won't kill them, Han added. Ivanka was speechless, looking at the 2 guards Han had knocked out. Leaving them half dead like that is basically the same thing. Looks like our Han was a bit too rough again. Talk about bad luck for those 2 guards. Is that really the Silver Palace? It sure was. A man holding a staff slowly stepped out onto the balcony above. He stood on the balcony, looking down at everyone gathered below. The crowd went silent, and he cleared his throat. He slammed his staff onto the ground. Everyone, pay attention. Keep order, he shouted. As the staff hit the ground, sparks of magic flew everywhere. Ivanka instinctively looked up at the light. Then, a voice boomed. The successor to the sun is about to appear. Don't cause a scene. Use your mana, Ivanka whispered. We're out of time. We have to storm the Holy Palace, Han said. Storm the place? Jenna asked in a panic. An event held on a stage this grand meant the person they needed to protect was the main guest of the ceremony. Wait, Han thought. You aren't allowed in. A gate guard yelled when he saw Han's group. They were about to push inside. Han, with a cold gaze, prepared to draw his sword and said, Move, unless you want to die. They're armed, the guard screamed. Are you rioters? The guard roared. Rioters, huh? Han smirked. He kicked 2 goddess statues, shattering them in half. The statues crashed down into pieces. Is this what you call heresy? Han said with contempt. However, this act infuriated the guards. Kill them. A notification popped up. Human soldier, level 13. Quantity unknown. Enemy rank. Indeterminable. Just as I thought, Han said, with an intrigued look, while Ivanka, standing next to him, just held her head in defeat. You're so reckless, she thought. Do you guys believe in religion? Han asked. No, Aaron replied. I only believe in myself. And in you, Jenna said. We're going to break through these guys and head inside. The person we need to protect is probably inside the shrine, Han said. Wipe out these heretics. The guards shouted as they charged. Both teams went all out. Han and Aaron immediately grabbed their weapons and lunged to break the encirclement. Han used his shield to block a guard's strike. A second later, he took the guy down in agony. From behind the fallen guard, another one holding a spear lunged right at Han's throat. With one clean strike, he cut that guard in 2. The soldiers behind didn't seem scared at all. They kept rushing in, but before they could even get close to Han's group, they were already sent to the afterlife by his blade. Keep moving. No need to finish them all off, Han said. Stop them. Protect the Holy Palace, one guard ordered. We don't have much time. Don't kill everyone, Han commanded. The target is probably somewhere inside the palace. I don't know why, but they're going to die soon. Only a few minutes left. Han kicked the door open. If we can't find them in the little time we have left, we're all going to die. Quest. 15th floor. Protection mission. Protect a specific individual. Ivanka, Han yelled. I know. She immediately used her magic. Ivanka manipulated the surrounding objects to barricade the door. Outside, the soldiers tried their best to push through, but it was useless. Han's team had entered the building safely. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Who are you? A person holding a book gasped in surprise. How did you get in here? The notification window didn't change. It wasn't him. Han muttered to himself. Using his clairvoyance, he said, That hallway. It looks like the entrance. By now, the soldiers outside had caught up. Who do you think you are? Han commanded. You guys take the right. Follow me. I'm going left. Han rushed forward. Got it, Jenna replied. Catch him. A guard lunged. Your luck just ran out. The soldier swung his knife at Han, only to be met with a fist straight to the mouth. Han sprinted through the seemingly endless staircase. It made sense if they didn't find the person they needed to protect quickly. Everyone would die. Where are you? That old man isn't the target. Could it be the descendant of the great sun? That must be it, Han thought to himself. At the top of the stairs, there was a door glowing with light. A soldier in full armor stood guard. I am Kai von Charles, enemy of the family. In the name of the holy knight entrusted with the mission by the saintess, I will. Han sprinted right past him, as if he were air. Huh? Wait. I was introducing myself. Hey, don't ignore me. That guard was truly pathetic, getting ignored so heartlessly. Han was now racing against time. Where are you? He kicked open a door, but the scene inside was just an old man eating a chicken leg. Where is he? Han was nearly losing his mind. Once again, another unlucky guard stood behind a door and got hit by Han's kick. Suddenly, someone walked into the hallway. However, this person didn't see Han. This puzzled him. Can't everyone see me? He estimated there were less than 3 minutes left. No time left. Han burst through a door. A scene of flowers appeared, with sunlight shining everywhere. There was no one there. Han panted, looking like he had lost quite a bit of energy. He stood still, quietly observing his surroundings. It was a garden full of flowers, but there wasn't a soul in sight. In front of the flower garden was a door with silhouettes of people. It sounded like a few young ladies were talking. Suddenly, a few soldiers appeared. Han immediately grew vigilant. A group of heavily armored soldiers was slowly surrounding him. They stood ready for battle, backing Han into a corner. One soldier held his sword across his chest and said, "For the peace of the holy shrine." In another place, Under the warm sunshine, a girl was standing and observing the surroundings when suddenly, a voice spoke up. "My lady, the people are already waiting in the square." The old man appeared and spoke to the saintess, but she asked, "Isn't there trouble going on in the garden right now?" The old man replied, "It's just an intruder, your ladyship. My men will handle him. Please, do not worry." Back in the garden, Han was fighting off 3 guards. Their strength was no joke. A single glancing blow left a rather deep wound on Han's face. A few drops of blood splattered onto the beautiful flower petals. It was clear Han was being overwhelmed. They were on a completely different level than the soldiers down below. 1 versus 3, no matter how strong Han was. In this situation, it would be tough to take them all down. One guy launched an attack, but luckily, Han blocked it with his shield just in time, taking advantage of the guy's opening. He slashed his sword decisively into the man's leg. Blood sprayed out, and the soldier screamed in agony. Han attacked again. This time, the guy was officially taken down. That left 2. Meanwhile, the other 2 didn't let Han rest. One attacked from the front, while the other went for the rear. However, Han swung his sword with a powerful motion, countering them both. Another one went down, and the last guy immediately lunged at Han with his sword. As they clashed, Han had to use both his shield and sword in perfect rhythm. He relentlessly targeted their legs so that no one could move anymore. Han thrust his sword right into the helmet gap of the last soldier. Blood splattered everywhere. Before his blade could even rest, he had to keep fighting against more enemies rushing in. The sound of weapons clashing echoed, clanging with a bone-chilling coldness. These guards weren't pushovers either. Their strikes were as fast as a 6-armed monster. Perhaps Han had reached his limit. His eyes began to glow. Han swung his sword in a wide arc aimed at a soldier, but the guy easily blocked it. Han's body began to emit a blue light, and he swung his sword so fast that the blade became nothing but a blur. The soldier also immediately used his sword to parry. Han's blade shattered into pieces, but his will remained unshaken. He kept on fighting. Han swung the broken blade, and the last remaining soldier was quickly taken down. The scene was soaked in blood. Meanwhile, the one hailed as the descendant of the sun was standing before her people, speaking, "I am deeply grateful for the opportunity you have given me. I will never forget this favor." The old man behind her replied, "That is only my duty, your highness." The goddess would be pleased to hear this as well. Suddenly, the door behind them swung open. The old man spun around and gasped, "An intruder!" "Yes, it was our Han. How did you get past the guards?" the old man demanded. The old man immediately raised his magical staff to attack. "What the?" Han exclaimed in shock. "Die!" the old man shouted, aiming his staff. But the person he intended to attack wasn't Han. It was the girl. Han didn't hesitate for a second and swung his sword. The old man sensed the killing intent behind him and turned his head. In one strike, Han took the old man down, severing his head from his neck. However, even though his body was no longer whole, his hand still gripped the staff. Magic released a sinister red glow, aimed straight at the girl. The beam was so powerful it sent debris flying, causing the people below to scramble in panic. Han stood there, a few strands of hair fluttering in the wind. "He didn't intend to attack me. He's aiming for the girl we need to protect." "Who are you?" the girl asked, dazed and terrified. "You don't need to know." Han walked toward her. "Are you an assassin? Were you sent to kill me?" the girl screamed, sensing the danger. Han quickly pressed her head down. He lunged forward, slashing through several incoming arrows with his blade. The arrows fell to the stone floor. The girl was saved in the nick of time. "What is happening?" the girl asked. "Stay down," Han ordered. On the building opposite them, 3 hooded figures were aiming at their position. They pulled more arrows from their cloaks. One fired a projectile. As the arrows flew toward the girl, Han immediately blocked them with his shield. "Poison-tipped arrows? You're really trying to push me, aren't you?" There was no doubt about it. They were targeting this girl. One of the attackers was immediately taken down. Just as another tried to rush the girl, it was Edis's attack from afar. Han also lunged forward immediately, and another enemy quickly fell under his blade. However, one suddenly rushed toward Han's flank. He threw a ring-shaped shuriken. Han blocked it with his shield just in time, and the guy was swiftly finished off by Han. "Man, this wall is ridiculously high. It took me forever to climb over," Edis said. "There were 2 more, but we took care of them already." Edis looked over at the girl and asked in surprise, "Who is this girl? She looks familiar. Who are you people? This isn't a place you can just trespass into." The girl stood up and said, "Get out of here right now." Before she could finish, a shuriken flew toward her. It missed. "Are you sure about that?" Han said. "You'll die if we do that." "What on earth is going on?" the girl asked, trembling. "If you want to live, come with us, or die right here. What's your choice? Han and Edis looked at the girl, waiting for her answer. After considering everything that had just happened, she made her choice. Fine, the girl said. A notification appeared. Quest complete. Special NPC Frisia Larkner has joined the party. New quest objectives generated. Quest objective: escape. Escape the city with Frisia Larkner. An escape mission? Han thought to himself. I knew it. As if they'd let us finish this level that easily. Edis, prepare to break through the encirclement. As Han picked up his weapon, he said, I'll hold off the enemies. He raised his crossbow. At that moment, Ivanka, Jenna, and Eren arrived. Han, there's no time. The soldiers have already swarmed the area below. Jenna reported in a panic. Remember this girl's face. This girl is the one we have to protect, Han said. The girl beside him snapped. I'm not a kid. Han added. She gets really mad when you call her a kid, you know. Our Han really knows how to get on people's nerves. Ivanka looked at the girl. This girl. How surprising. To think I'd meet you in such a situation. Who are you? Do you know me? Frisia Larkner asked back. Han brushed off the interruption. It didn't matter who the AI Edis was. Right now, she was busy tying a rope to the railing. Listen up, she commanded. We're going down using this rope, and we'll have an escape route ready. I've already mapped it out. The left flank has the fewest guards, and the terrain there is incredibly complex, she explained. It's perfect for slipping away. Han nodded. Fine, we'll take that path. The order will be Edis first, then Eren, me, Ivanka, and Jenna. Ivanka, conjure a wall of fire to block the enemy from closing in. Eren and Edis, you two head down first to make sure the landing zone is clear. Han barked the orders. Ivanka immediately cast her fire magic, and a wall of flames erupted. The soldiers saw it and shouted, It's a mage! Target the mage first. I'll go ahead then, Edis said, before rappelling down. Eren followed, and then it was my turn. Han turned to Frisia Larkner. Come here. Me? Frisia Larkner gasped. Who else? Han replied coldly. Hold on tight and don't let go. Han grabbed Frisia Larkner and slid down the rope. A volley of arrows whizzed past. Thankfully, no one was hit. The arrows just grazed Frisia Larkner's hair. She clutched Han tightly, eyes squeezed shut. We're down. Get off me now, Han said. This feels just like those romance movies, Han remarked. Hurry up, he called out as soon as Ivanka touched the ground. Meanwhile, Eren was fighting off soldiers to clear a path. He was more spirited than ever, but suddenly, a dagger flew out and embedded itself in his side. Blood began to flow. Eren winced, knowing he'd been struck. The soldiers, seeing his injury, prepared to swarm him. A system notification flashed. Eren, 2-star rank, has been afflicted with bleeding. His health points will steadily decrease over time. Han was shocked to see the alert. He shouted in a panic, Eren! I'm fine, Eren replied. He stood tall, continuing to trade blows with the soldiers, determined to clear a path for the team. Jenna was the last one to slide down, supporting. I thought I was going to lose a layer of skin if I didn't die first, but we made it. Edis was working hard to clear the way. We've secured the target. The rest of the team is safe too. Now we just need to get out of here to finish the mission. If you don't want to die, run to the left, now, Han screamed. Don't let them escape, a soldier yelled from behind. Catch that witch and her hunting dogs. Witch? No way. The girl turned, surprised. I think they mean you, Han said. A soldier lunged from the front. However, Han took him down in a heartbeat. They were being surrounded from both sides. The situation was becoming impossible to predict. Kill them! The soldiers roared as they charged. On Han's side, Edis led them down a different path. Han asked, What about the exit? Edis replied, I know where we're going. If we follow this path to the end, we'll emerge on the outskirts. Behind them, Ivanka was using her magic. She manipulated the environment to hinder the soldiers. Boulders, enchanted by Ivanka, came crashing down, blocking the path. They kept running. After a long stretch, Edis spoke up. Let's take a quick break. How can you? The silver-haired girl panted. Han interrupted. We'll rest for 5 minutes, then keep moving. Ivanka's barrier won't hold for much longer. They'll be back on our trail soon. If we get surrounded here, the situation will become even more dire. If Ivanka can boost her fire magic to 3 stars, we might be able to blast our way out. Ivanka was currently drinking a blue potion to replenish her energy. Once she does, we can finish this mission. Eren, how's your wound? Han asked, but Eren's face showed clear exhaustion. Han looked at him and seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Despite the intense pain, Eren was trying to act calm so he wouldn't drag the team down. Han frowned at the sight. However, as you can see, Eren's wound was bleeding non-stop. Furthermore, It was likely poisoned. A purple patch of toxins was spreading further by the second. Holding his side, Aaron said, "The pain isn't getting any better, even after I drank the potion." Jenna spoke up. "Is there any way to heal him?" Han stayed silent for a few seconds, thinking. He looked at the silver-haired girl. Do you have any skills?" "What kind of skills?" she asked. "Recovery?" Han replied. "Sometimes, there are NPCs with special skills, if she has one." "I'm sorry," Han thought to himself. "I understand," the girl replied sadly. Everyone stayed silent, save for the sound of Aaron's ragged breathing. They were all gathered around him. Edis's expression darkened. Jenna clearly showed her anxiety. Ivanka was no exception. Han began to calculate. He's poisoned. He can't be healed by ordinary potions. At best, Aaron can only move for another 10 minutes. And no one brought an antidote. There are no NPCs with recovery skills either. Aaron struggled through the pain. "You said you'd leave me behind if I couldn't keep up. Maybe now is that time." Aaron slowly stood up. "Just leave me here and go on ahead." Han covered his face with his hand, silent and deep in thought. Jenna spoke up. "I want all of us to go together." "That's impossible, Jenna," Aaron said. Aaron recalled scenes from the past. "It's because I'm too weak," he said. "What do you think?" Han turned to ask Ivanka. At this question, Ivanka was flustered and struggled to answer. "It's your decision," she said, but she didn't dare look him in the eye. "If we're talking about efficiency, it's better to leave him here. The target we need to protect can't protect herself. And now we have to drag a wounded Aaron along? It's not just adding dead weight. Protecting 2 people versus 1 is a completely different story." Han remained silent. He took out a potion and downed it in one gulp. Han tossed a bottle toward Aaron. Aaron asked, "What is this?" "Drink it," Han said. "Potions won't do anything," Aaron said sadly. "True, it won't heal you, but it will stabilize your condition a bit. Everyone, give me all the potions you have," Han commanded. He grabbed his storage bag and shoved it toward Aaron. "Drink one every 10 minutes, Han ordered. "That's going to be such a waste," Aaron said. "The decision is mine," Han replied calmly. "We're splitting into 2 groups. Group 1 consists of this girl, Edis, and me. We'll get her out of here. Group 2 is Aaron, Jenna, and Ivanka. You 2 will protect Aaron until we make it out." "So, we're only in charge of protecting Aaron?" Jenna asked which enemies were targeting the little girl. "So if we head in the opposite direction, we should be able to find a safe spot." "Han, boss," she called out. Aaron spoke up hesitantly. "Stay quiet," Han commanded, looking at Aaron. Edis then spoke. "But Han, if we do that, it'll be extremely hard to get past the soldiers at the exit. Protecting the girl will become even more difficult. If that's the case, we'll just choose a new approach route." "A new approach route? How?" "Our top priority is to find and rescue the target. Our new goal is to rescue the target and escape together. A single escape mission." "Fine. I already knew this mission wouldn't be easy," Han said. "We'll blend into the crowd tonight and get out of this city," Han stated with determination. "We wait until nightfall. Then we execute the plan. Since we're splitting into 2 groups, our combat capability will decrease. We can't face them head-on to break through the encirclement," Han explained. "But there are other benefits. With fewer people in a group, our actions will be more discreet. We can escape without having to fight. If we don't need to fight, bringing a mage along is unnecessary. Fire magic attracts too much attention, so we can't bring Ivanka. Jenna will stay with Aaron to help them adapt to the situation." At this moment, Captain Han spoke up. "You 3, head to the city outskirts. There might be search parties at night. You just need to get Aaron out of here." Aaron spoke up with a weary expression. "I'm sorry." To Aaron's apology, Captain Han replied, "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not keeping you alive out of kindness or anything. And you 2, if there comes a time when you can no longer protect Aaron, don't hesitate to abandon him. Your lives are more important than a wounded man. Understood?" Jenna and Ivanka both remained silent at the captain's words. "Break's over. Let's move. You guys head to the right. My group will go left," Han ordered. Everyone then split up to act. Jenna led Aaron in front, with Ivanka following behind. Meanwhile, Captain Han's group headed in the other direction. Just then, Captain Han asked, "Edis, what about a hideout?" Edis, walking in front, replied, "I've found a few spots. The layout of these alleys is quite complex. And we can also go inside the buildings." Han asked in surprise. "We can go inside the buildings?" Edis answered, "I've already tested it." Hearing Edis's response, Han began to think. It seems this place is different from the 5th floor. That's good. The alley they passed through had many people lying around like corpses, along with alluring prostitutes, with pipes between their lips. Suddenly, Frisia Larkner turned back. as if she had noticed something. An old man with a gaunt face, sunken eyes, and a zombie-like appearance approached them. He spoke up. "Hey, young lady, are you lost? This terrified our little princess," he continued. "Or did you run away from home? I can take you." Before he could finish, Edis kicked him in the leg. The surprise attack made him scream in pain. That strike was enough to leave him crippled for the rest of his life. Edis turned back and said, "Even though it's a slum, this place is perfect for hiding. The streets are like a maze, plus there are many buildings. I'll go ahead to find us a place to hide," she said, and then she walked away. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Tip: for long-term missions. There are cases where missions will be extended. Even after the master logs out, the heroes will continue to carry out the mission. A message regarding long-term missions. Watching this, the master must be bored to death, Han thought to himself. This girl. She looks tense, but is still keeping her cool. It seems she isn't an ordinary child. Han looked toward Frisia. If she were just a regular kid, she would have refused our offer from the start. She quickly realized that staying with us is the only way to survive this chaotic situation. Now, night was about to fall. The sunlight was barely filtering through the buildings. Suddenly, Captain Han spoke up. "This place is decent. It even has a back door to escape in an emergency." "Edis, stop. We'll hide here until nightfall. I'll set traps at the entrance. You two, get comfortable, all right?" After traveling a long distance with Han's team, Frisia Larkner finally let out a sigh and said, "So, we're staying here?" But before she could rest, Edis hurriedly headed back out. Captain Han saw this and asked, "You're going back out?" She gave a soft smile and pointed toward Frisia Larkner, saying, "I'll be back. I still have work to do. You're enough to protect her alone. I still need to find an escape route." The scene was now left with just Han and Frisia Larkner. Han sat down on a chair and thought, "Now that I think about it, maybe I should have swapped places with Jenna. I can't do much in a place like this." He looked around the ruins nearby. Captain Han rested his chin on his hand with a thoughtful expression. "At times like these, I find him very gentle, even a bit cute." Suddenly, a voice spoke up, which startled him slightly. "Stop overthinking it." And then he glanced at the princess they had to protect. "Princess Frisia Larkner, that is my name," she said again. With a serious expression, she leaned against the wall. She looked at Han and said, "I am the second successor to the Empire." "So what?" Han asked. "It seems that means nothing to you." Frisia Larkner gave a faint smile, and with her big, round eyes, she looked at Han and asked, "Where are you from?" Han closed his eyes, his hand still propped on his chin, and replied coldly, "None of your business." At that coldness, our princess seemed a bit unhappy. "I already revealed my identity. The least you could do is return the gesture." "Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand," Han replied. "Is that so? Do you come from a place I don't know about?" Frisia wondered. "You could say that," Han answered. Suddenly, Frisia Larkner asked a question. "Are you guys the warriors who saved Nelsa?" Han was a bit surprised by this question. Han thought to himself, "Nelsa. That's the name of the city on the 5th floor." This was thanks to accidentally overhearing a conversation between the NPCs. Not letting Han answer, Frisia Larkner patted her head and said, "So it is true. I saw it in my dream." "A dream?" Han asked skeptically. Frisia Larkner answered quietly, "In my dream. I saw it in my dream." "A dream?" Han asked, skeptical. Frisia Larkner replied quietly, "In my dream. There are warriors fighting valiantly to protect a city. I can't see their faces, but I can feel them." "You're talking about the people from those dreams, aren't you?" The survivors in Nelsa said a group of people protected them. "Princess Frisia." Frisia murmured as she set her crown down. "They said if it weren't for those warriors, the city would have fallen." But strangely enough, they couldn't see the warriors' faces. Sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting a melancholic shadow on the face of Princess Frisia. A hint of something flickered in her expression, and she continued, "For the past year, I've been having these strange dreams, as if they're warning me of some evil omen. Everything is collapsing: the empire, the 4 great families' cities, the smaller towns, and even the villages. Everything across the 6 lands is being consumed by fire. Those dreams have made me certain that the end for these 6 lands is fast approaching. You know, bizarre things are happening in every corner of these 6 lands. Mysterious plagues, parasites, and monsters. I suspect the invasion of Nelsa was part of it. Monsters don't usually encroach on human territory like this." Faced with Princess Frisia's confession, Han didn't offer comfort or advice. Instead, he calmly asked, "Why are you telling me all this?" At that question, Princess Frisia didn't hesitate. "I need power." "Power?" Han asked. Frisia looked at him with the serious expression of someone bearing the heavy responsibility of succeeding the Empire, power to save this world. Her gaze was steady, filled with iron determination. Han glanced at her and asked, "So, you're asking for our help?" "That's right," Frisia replied. Han leaned back, hands behind his head, and said lightly, "I don't understand why you're asking me. Don't you hold extraordinary power as a princess of the Empire? Surely there's a long line of knights, ready to die for you." Faced with Han's question, Frisia replied with a bitter look, "I'm just a puppet. All I have is the label of princess. I have nothing else." She bit her lip to keep the tears from falling. "No one listens to me. No one follows my orders," Han interrupted. "You have money. Just hire mercenaries." Frisia spoke up loudly. "Then I will hire you. I'll pay whatever you want. It's true I'm just a puppet, but I don't lack money." Faced with that tempting offer, Han remained remarkably calm. "Hard pass. Find someone else. If you've got the cash, you'll be able to hire plenty of capable people." Frisia gripped her crown tightly and said bitterly, "No one believes me when I tell them about my dreams. They won't even listen. But you're different. You didn't laugh at my story. That's why I want to hire you." Frisia smiled and said. Han said nothing, but deep down, he felt annoyed. If the explanation he heard during the last advancement was correct, then this level is the city's past. The image of a faint girl appeared in Han's mind. He needed to change the story with them. Even if the settings and probabilities were disrupted, even if time and space were tangled and collapsing, even if he wanted to help, it wouldn't make a difference, Han thought to himself. This girl is just an NPC. Once this mission ends, we won't have anything to do with each other anymore. "Once more," Frisia asked, "you don't want to?" Han said, "I have my own business to take care of." "What business?" Frisia asked, surprised. Han smiled, eyes looking into the distance, and replied, "You probably wouldn't believe it." Frisia showed a curious expression as the sunset light filtered through the gaps. Captain Han wore a cool grin and said, "We aren't from this world." "Huh? What do you mean? You came from another world?" Princess Frisia asked in surprise. "Anyway, I've got nothing to do until tomorrow morning. Might as well chat with this girl a bit." Han laughed and said, "Yeah, it's a dump of a place. The reason we're here is to complete a mission. In that world, we are given tasks, and if we fail them, we die." Han looked at Frisia and said, "This mission is to protect a hostage. At first, we didn't know who the hostage was, but now, we know it's you. If we don't protect you, we'll die." Frisia stared blankly, disbelief written on her face. She asked, "Wait, hold on. So, you come from another world, but you're here to do a mission?" Han said calmly. "Exactly. Once the mission is complete, we'll be forcibly transported back to our old world. That's why I said I couldn't help you, Princess." Princess Frisia, with a suspicious look, said, "What an absurd story. Another world? Or are you just lying to refuse my offer?" Facing her suspicion, Han glanced at Frisia and said, "Believe it or not, that's up to you. Not my concern." Frisia instinctively laughed. Her expression softened a bit. "All right, I believe you. You're warriors from another world." After she said that, he fell silent and didn't utter another word. Then, Frisia spoke up again. "Because you didn't laugh at my story, I won't doubt yours. I understand everyone has their own reasons. I won't try to convince you anymore. You do your thing, and I'll do mine." "What is your thing, exactly?" Han asked with a hint of curiosity. "This girl." Han looked at her with skepticism, then suddenly spoke up. "You're the one who summoned the people to the square, aren't you?" Frisia nodded. "You mean the Silver Palace, right?" "Yes, I was planning to give a speech." At that moment, Han abruptly stood up, hands in his pockets. He asked seriously, "What for?" Frisia turned to look at him and replied, "To expand my influence. Compared to my brothers, I have nothing but the title of princess." Hearing that reply, Han looked at the girl and thought, "Influence? Huh?" He wondered what was going through her mind right now. If not for them, this girl would have surely died already. If the missions of the player, if this makeup truly holds some deeper meaning, then this NPC is definitely worth saving. He paused to think for a moment. "I'm Han," he said. Princess Frisia Larkner looked a bit surprised, murmuring the name to herself. "Han," she repeated softly, not saying anything else. She smiled quietly, her cheeks starting to flush. "Thank you, Han. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be standing here right now." To her show of gratitude, Han replied coldly, "We aren't done yet. I understand," Frisia Larkner answered. "Do you have any leads on why they want you dead?" Han asked. Frisia Larkner answered quietly, "No." Suddenly, he held out his cloak toward Princess Frisia Larkner. She looked, taken aback. Han spoke up. "Your outfit is way too conspicuous. Wearing that is like walking around as a human billboard." Frisia Larkner took his cloak, not forgetting to ask, "What's a billboard?" Perhaps the term was completely foreign in her world. As Frisia Larkner looked at Han's cloak, she asked innocently, "You want me to wear this? What about the clothes I'm wearing now?" Without a moment's hesitation, Han said, "Throw them away. There's a dump over there. Don't you want to?" Oh, our Han is just so blunt. How could he say something like that? In front of this somewhat fragile girl, Frisia Larkner said, with a hint of sadness in her voice, "No. I guessed it would come to this. I just need some time alone." Frisia Larkner spoke, and Han walked outside quietly. Before leaving, he glanced back at her with a puzzled look. Is she crying? Even if it's only in name, she's still a princess after all. She's only 15, at most. Coming to terms with such a cruel reality must be incredibly difficult. A short while later, Princess Frisia Larkner had put on a new outfit. She had fashioned Han's cloak into a dress. It actually looked pretty good. Touching the cloak now a dress, she couldn't help but ask, surprised. This material is so strange. Han stood in the corner with a three dots expression. He said, "Of course it is. It's covered in bug eggs." He really does know how to joke. But that kind of humor would terrify any girl. Does he even know that? Princess Frisia Larkner turned pale, her mouth hanging open, frozen and unable to utter a word. Faced with that reaction, Han nonchalantly said, "Just kidding." Princess Frisia Larkner was speechless with this guy. "Don't joke like that. I'm still a princess of the Empire, you know?" At this, Han sat back down in the chair from before. Eyes closed, arms crossed. He said, "We leave in 2 or 3 hours. You should get some sleep." Frisia Larkner looked down at the floor in silence. Meanwhile, Han sat thinking about Aaron's group. If anything happened to Aaron, I'd get an emergency message. We still have time. Just hold on a little longer. Outside, the scene had turned to night. Stars were twinkling in the sky, and the moon was beautiful and bright. A truly peaceful night. By now, Princess Frisia Larkner was drifting off to sleep. Perhaps after everything that had happened, she was just too exhausted. Han glanced at her with gentle eyes, thinking to himself that he'd said too much. Suddenly, Edis walked in. "She's sleeping well," she noted. Han asked, "Find the exit?" Edis replied, "Found it. But there's a small problem. Outside, lights are lit, and the exit is heavily guarded by soldiers in full armor." A system notification popped up. Human Knight, level 21. Human Soldier, level 11. Total count, 21. Han and Edis stood hidden in a corner, observing. "That's 22 in total. That's way too many for just the two of us." Edis spoke up from behind. "Should we try a different gate?" Edis asked. Han replied, "That's just a waste of time. I'm sure the other gates are just like this one." He looked at Frisia Larkner standing behind him, starting to calculate. "If it were just me, I could get through easily, but I have to protect the princess. The mission is only complete when I successfully get her out of here. And that knight's level 21. That's 5 levels higher than almost any knight I've faced before. There was no other choice." Watching the soldiers, Han asked Edis, "Do you know where Aaron's group is?" Edis answered from behind, "No, but you know the layout of this city, right?" Han continued. "Back where we were hiding, there was a dress and a crown. Find Jenna and tell her to wear them," Han said, outlining the plan. Edis was shocked. "You intend to?" He didn't explain further. He just said, "We'll use her as a distraction." Based on what Edis had gathered, there was no other way out. If we had time, we could search for another exit, but we don't know how much longer Aaron can hold on. If Jenna disguises herself as the princess and causes a distraction, the soldiers here will move. "All right, I'll be right back." After hearing Han's plan, Edis used her ability and left. Han picked up his shield. "I'll have to leave the shield behind. It's too risky. It might reflect light." Han turned to Frisia Larkner. 1 hour, at most, and we'll be out of here. Stay inside, and when I give the signal, run out." Princess Frisia Larkner asked anxiously. "Even if you get hurt?" Han replied coldly. "Even if I have to lose my life." At that answer, Frisia Larkner quietly replied, "I understand." With a sad look, she gazed at Han and said, "I guess this is the last moment we'll have together, huh?" Han looked at the young girl and flashed a confident smile. Perhaps their eyes met. Suddenly, Han lunged out. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Aaron's condition was getting worse. He couldn't stop coughing up blood. His face grew pale. Ivanka stood by, unable to hide her anxiety, her voice starting to tremble. "How much longer do we have to wait? If it goes on like this, he's going to die." Jenna, standing next to him, wiped the blood from Aaron with a cloth, equally worried. "Please, hang in there. We can't hold out much longer." Cutting to Edis, she was breathing heavily, standing in front of the princess's dress and crown. At the same time, Han lunged out, his eyes gleaming with determination. We'll get out of here before dawn. The level 21 knights were guarding strictly. Han watched from a corner, not blinking. Ready to attack at any moment, he thought to himself. Jenna and Frisia have similar builds. It'll be hard to tell them apart in the dark. A notification appeared again. Aaron, 2 stars, has been hit by a potent poison. Han was startled. Notifications kept flashing. His HP would keep dropping. The hero's condition was becoming critical. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged out. If Jenna pulls off the disguise, if she's discovered, every single soldier will swarm and surround her, putting everyone in grave danger. We need to draw the enemy's attention while keeping Aaron safe. It's a tough call, but we don't have any other choice. If we don't finish this mission fast, Han's body suddenly emitted a glow. A notification popped up. Skill awakened. Han had learned silent movement. He moved like a ghost behind the soldiers. Meanwhile, Jenna and Edis arrived. Edis handed over Frisia's outfit and shouted, "Change into this, quick!" Over here, Han was slipping past the guards using his newly awakened skill, a skill from the rogue class. But maybe fate is on my side. There are 22 enemies here. I don't know how many will leave once Jenna makes her move, but in the worst-case scenario, I'll have to take them all on. Just wait for the signal, Han. Suddenly, a guard turned around, spotting something glowing brightly. A wild whirlwind of fire was heading straight for them. The guards panicked. What is that? Another soldier sprinted over, shouting, "Commander, we found her! White dress, golden crown, just like you said." The commander immediately barked an order. "Go, provide backup. Follow me." The soldiers scrambled after him. 1, 2, 3, 40. 48. Han counted silently. The main group had left, leaving only 4 guys behind. The high-level guard was still standing watch, stone-faced. It's still risky, but better than before. Han lunged with his weapon, looking to end this fast. The high-level guard sensed Han's bloodlust and turned, but before he could even react, Han had already sent his head flying. Han immediately pivoted to the next target. The second guard met the same fate as the first, and then the third. Han threw a dagger, nailing him right in the throat. He didn't even have time to gasp. 3 guards down in just 7 seconds. Han had cleared them out. Han leveled his sword at the last one. "Move aside, and I'll spare your life." The high-level guard stood his ground, arrogantly blocking Han's path. He didn't say a word, just slowly drew his sword. This won't work, Han thought. With my current strength, I can't pierce that armor. I'll have to aim for the gaps in his armor, though it won't do much damage. Han mused, but he didn't hesitate any longer, and charged. No time to gauge his strength. Han thrust his blade forward, aiming straight for a gap at the guard's arm. However, the guard swung his sword, blocking the strike. Han was knocked back. The two clashed violently. Han seized an opening and swung with all his might, but the guard parried the blow. Han gritted his teeth, desperate to pierce through his defense. Suddenly, the guard swung his blade horizontally, forcing Han back. Han spat out, "You bastard! He's not attacking? I intentionally left an opening, yet he won't even counter." He realized the guard knew that, simply stalling for time, would be enough to win. Han raised his sword to eye level, his expression hardening. "Bring it on." At that moment, the system pinged repeatedly. Jenna was losing HP. HP is dropping. Aaron is dying, his life hanging by a thread. "I'm running out of time." The guard noticed his urgency and let out a mocking smirk. A dark aura suddenly enveloped Han, clouding his mind. "Fine then, die," Han growled, slipping into a berserker state. He lunged with lightning speed. He slashed directly at the guard. "My current strength stat is at 40%. If I can't pierce it, I'll just shatter the armor." Han dodged and calculated. Suddenly the system blared. "Ivanka has entered mana overload." Shit, mana overload? That's what happens when a mage abuses magic casting. The heroes were in a race against time. Everything was hanging by a thread. "Damn it, we don't have any time left," Han roared. "Hey, run!" Hearing the order, Frisia Larkner ran for her life. "Ignore what's happening and just go. Follow the path out of the city gate. Hurry," Han shouted. Then, he got annoyed. "And you! Get lost!" Han kicked the knight, sending him reeling. The knight stumbled back, but suddenly turned and rushed toward Frisia Larkner. He swung his sword in a blur, but Han blocked it just in time. "Frisia, run!" Han jerked his head around. There was another ambush waiting on the rooftop. The ambusher launched a throwing knife at Frisia. Blood sprayed as Han took the hit for her. The injury hurt, and a notification flashed. Han has been hit with deadly poison. HP will drain over time. Frisia screamed, "Han!" Han, still in his berserker state, roared like a demon, "Don't stop! Run!" Another notification popped up. Party at death's door, party leader in danger. Seeing the opening, the level 21 knight attacked Han. With his final ounce of strength, Han parried the blow, his eyes turning cold. The knight put all his weight into his legs, preparing for a finishing blow. Han, weakened by the rapidly spreading poison and the constant blocking, was struck hard. Blood splattered everywhere. The force of the blow brought him to his knees, leaning on his sword. If it weren't for my chest plate, my ribs would be crushed. But at least I managed to deal some damage to his soul. He hadn't countered earlier just to wait for the opponent to leave an opening for a decisive blow. The knight was clutching his face in pain, blood streaming down, but the system kept spamming. Edis is bleeding. Her HP will keep dropping over time. Han gritted his teeth. No time! The assassin from earlier reappeared, aiming his bow directly at Frisia Larkner. Han immediately kicked the knight, sending him staggering backward. Having landed the hit, Han launched himself forward, blocking the arrow mid-air. As he flew toward Frisia, he shouted at the assassin, "Where the hell are you looking?" The high-level guard also took this chance to sneak up behind Han. Han nimbly leaped into the air, dodging the attack. Taking advantage of the knight's off-balance state, he dove from above and drove both feet directly into the knight's head. The knight vomited blood and collapsed to the ground. And if you think Han was finished, think again. With every ounce of strength he had left, Han swung his sword at the knight who was still reeling, dazed and struggling to regain his footing as he faced a terrifying sight. The sword was raised high. Han's long hair whipped in the wind, and his eyes burned blood red, while Princess Frisia Larkner was still running forward with all her might, because the lives of the heroes were in her hands now, and time for the mission was running out. Han brought his sword crashing down on the knight. The enemy's armor, hard as stone, shattered into pieces, and blood sprayed everywhere. It was a brutal, chaotic scene. Perhaps having pushed himself too far, Han's sword dropped to the ground as soon as the knight fell, and he suddenly slumped down. Blood poured from his mouth. Damn it, the poison was spreading too fast. This level 15 mission was clearly too much for everyone to handle. Making it this far was a miracle in itself, he muttered helplessly, cursing the game, wondering if everyone would even survive this level, or if it all depended on Frisia Larkner now. He looked toward the city gate, where the hostages and the entire guard team were running ahead, and Frisia Larkner was likely terrified too. But for the sake of the heroes' lives, her only goal was to keep sprinting forward, while Captain Han was already beyond exhausted. For a fleeting moment, he almost gave up, closing his eyes and saying goodbye, thinking, "I'm so tired." As a blue light appeared, his image began to fade. But elsewhere in the city, Edis was using everything she had to fend off the soldiers who were as persistent as leeches. Meanwhile, in a city alley, Jenna was running for her life with a group of soldiers hot on her heels, while Ivanka clutched her head, screaming in agony. Blue flashes of light constantly erupted around her because she had fallen into a state of magical overload. Aaron leaned against a wall, his breathing growing labored as his life hung by a thread, his eyes barely flickering open. Perhaps he was already preparing for death, while, as the sun set, Frisia Larkner kept trying to push forward, though she looked utterly exhausted. Her breathing grew ragged as she kept running toward the sunlight at the end of the road, and suddenly, the crown on Jenna's head fell off. She stopped instinctively, and as the light appeared, her image began to blur, while the system notification popped up. Hostage successfully escaped the city. MVP. Han. 2 stars. Mission complete. Reward. 1,000 gold, 13 iron ores. Everyone from Team 1 returned to reality. Jenna sounded a bit annoyed as she spoke up. "Hey, I thought I was a goner. Was it you who told me to wear this bulky dress?" Han replied calmly. "You don't like it? It was actually quite expensive, you know." But despite Han's nonchalance, Jenna looked frustrated. "It's not about that. Do you have any idea? All those soldiers were chasing me, trying to kill me. Aren't you worried? But in the end, no one died, right?" Han said as a notification appeared. "Video recording finished. Saved to your library. You can share it publicly online with others." Captain Han looked at everyone and said, "You all did great. We made it to the final stage, without anyone dying." Another notification appeared. "Master, do you wish to log out?" "Yes." Han turned to Edis and said, "Especially you, Edis. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known what to do." Edis smiled and replied, "I only did what I had to do." Before she walked out of the gate, "I'm heading back to my team. I don't intend to stay here any longer. The Master will probably summon new members soon too." Han watched her go in silence, because right now, his head was full of thoughts about the entire plan, including using the hostage as bait. If it hadn't been for Edis's information gathering and geographical knowledge, none of this could have succeeded. I guess the person who contributed the most this time really was Edis. Just then, Ivanka yawned and said, "You almost get us killed every single time. I'm going to rest. My skin won't be happy if I'm sleep deprived." Jenna turned to Aaron with a comforting smile. "Don't be sad, Aaron. You were just a bit unlucky, that's all. You aren't a burden or anything." Ever since they returned from the mission, Aaron had been much quieter, his face looking more somber, until he suddenly spoke up. "Hey, I'm sorry. It's my fault." Aaron stopped and looked at Han. Han didn't turn around and said, "You know how it is. Don't do that again next time. I won't save you twice." Aaron asked, "Is there any guarantee that something similar won't happen again?" Han turned to look at him coldly. "What the hell are you talking about?" Aaron asked him seriously. "Do you intend to take me all the way to the top of the tower? No matter how hard I try, it feels like I'll never be able to keep up with you guys. The gap in strength between me and everyone else just keeps widening. What about Ivanka, Jenna, and you?" Han questioned Aaron, who looked downcast, walked past Han and said, "I'm sorry. I was just rambling." Aaron quietly walked out the gate. Watching Aaron's retreating figure, Han fell into deep thought. It's true that we suffered a lot of damage because of Aaron. If he hadn't been injured, we wouldn't have had to risk our lives like that. But the decision to save him was mine. My own misjudgment is what pushed everyone into danger. Aaron is currently level 14. While the level gap isn't huge, stat growth is a different story. Every time I level up, my stats and Jenna's increase by 5 or 6 points. But Aaron's don't change. When it comes to skills, it's even worse. He has few skills, and his proficiency in each one is low. He has good combat potential, but he doesn't know how to maximize it. It's not a major issue right now, but as time passes, that gap will only widen. Eventually, he'll either be left behind due to a lack of power or lose his life during a mission. We don't have much time left together. Aaron lacks the talent. I won't abandon him because we are, after all, comrades. But I'm not irrational enough to keep dead weight in the team. Han looked at Aaron walking further away. If he can't keep up, then he'll be left behind. Outside in the square, it was night, the wind picking up a bit. Both Han and Aaron, each had their own path to take. That had always been an inevitable truth. The scene was perfectly still tonight. It was likely going to be a long night. A few days after everyone returned from the 15th floor, Ivanka shouted with joy, "You're sure about this, right? You won't just feed me potatoes or something once I stop training, will you?" "Of course not," Han replied. "I told you I was serious. Have you ever known me to lie? From now on, you'll train on your own schedule. You don't have to follow the routine anymore." Despite Han's cold and strict reputation, Ivanka couldn't hide her excitement at his words. She looked just like a child who had just received a gift. Then, he turned to Jenna and Aaron's group, saying, "For the next 4 days, sort of like a holiday, the master won't be sending us into the tower. For a whole stretch like that? So, what do you two plan on doing?" Jenna scratched her head and laughed. "I think I'll just stay home and rest, lying in bed from morning till night. I've been training for so long that I've gotten used to it." "I told you, just rest," Han said. "You should do the same, okay?" Jenna replied, noting, "Do you guys notice how gentle Captain Han is? Even though it's a holiday, he hasn't stopped training." Han was running at full speed, thinking to himself that he was wearing about 10 kilograms of weights. "If I don't wear at least this much, I won't be able to grow any further. My physical capabilities have already hit the human maximum. This must be the intervention point that Yisoo mentioned earlier, after I sent water." The guide. The atmosphere in the waiting room had changed completely. The low-level heroes who were always competing against each other just to survive had become much more relaxed because they no longer needed to act that way. Since Water stopped using any more AI, at that moment, suddenly, someone behind him sighed. Han stopped running and called out, "What do you want with me?" The mysterious figure wore a mocking grin and said, "When I first arrived at the waiting room, I heard some interesting rumors." As he spoke, he stepped closer to Han. "I don't care if you're an AI. In the past, whether you were trash or royalty, as long as you were useful, you had to prove it. When an AI said that to me, I felt so pumped. Anything here is possible, as long as I can prove my own value." He laughed, mockingly, gesturing forward, and said, "I even enjoyed death matches, you know." Suddenly, he frowned, his eyes full of anger, and growled, "But what about now?" "Yes." He put on a disappointed face. "I've been listening to those bastards, who aren't even worth dog feed, laughing and having a good time out there." Yes, the person speaking to Han was Velkist. He was a second-generation type, but a more mutated one. He volunteered to train even when he wasn't being fused, just like Aaron, but he was also very talented. The short-haired girl walking beside him drew the sword at her waist and said, "I feel disappointed that I arrived here so late. This isn't what I expected." The guy instinctively licked his blade, eyes wild like a stray dog, and said, "But if you agree, I'd be happy to train that trash over there. I'm sure you won't have any objections, right?" Han replied coldly, "Don't you dare lay a finger on them." Velkist innocently responded, "I'll just make sure to stop before they die, that's all." Han's eyes flared, his expression so deadly serious it was as if he were about to eat him alive. "Whoa, whoa. You're terrifying, man. My bad." Velkist, with a probing look on his face, said, "But you have to answer my question. Everything you said before was a lie, wasn't it? About proving your worth? But maybe that doesn't matter anymore. I remember there was a very convenient function for cleaning out the trash called fusion, but it seems the master isn't using that anymore, right?" To those words from Velkist, Captain Han replied coldly, "Just do what you have to do. You'll find out the results soon enough." Velkist turned to leave but didn't forget to leave a parting shot. "Fine then, I'll wait." As the two left, Han watched them with a puzzled expression. Not using fusion carelessly, that was the rule I followed when managing Niflheim. When I announced my method, many masters followed suit, but everyone failed. Fear was one of the biggest motivators. Without fusion, the heroes won't listen to the master anymore. Images from the past flashed back. A man screaming, everyone, all the AI yelling in fear, heroes becoming lazy and doing whatever they wanted, disobeying the master. The reason we have very few active heroes, while the number of heroes is so large, is exactly that. Han walked and thought, "Are they back from the daily dungeon?" "Oh, it's Enoch the carpenter. Did something happen?" Han asked. "Why did you come to the warehouse alone?" The carpenter glanced over and said, "There's no one working. They just grab a few branches and play around all day. Because of them, I have to do everything myself. This place has changed a lot. Before, people were always dying. This place is becoming too peaceful, don't you think?" the carpenter asked sadly. Han fell silent. He looked up at the light grid that separated them from the real world and instinctively wondered, at this point, water must realize the situation is getting unstable, right? The hero's performance is rapidly deteriorating. Above, where they are separated from reality, is a light grid. There are two ways to solve this. One is mass fusion. If that happens, most second-generation heroes will disappear, but work efficiency will improve. And, of course, if abused, the stress rate will skyrocket. The second way is to create a new motivator instead of fear. A system notification popped up. Current research progress. Hero response research level 1. Waiting room expansion. Research level 0. Dungeon depth research level 0. You have selected waiting room expansion research. Minus 150 research points. On the screen, 3 cards appeared. One labeled Hero Response Research, one labeled Dungeon Depth Research, and the remaining card labeled Waiting Room Expansion Research. A notification popped up. Waiting Room Expansion Research has reached level 1. A card for Waiting Room Expansion Research appeared. The notification appeared again. There are now more facilities you can build. You can change the details of the facilities. Custom settings have been unlocked. Tip: custom settings are for masters who want to change facilities as they wish. Decorate the waiting room however you like. At the training ground, Han was panting after finishing his sword practice. He instinctively smiled. There will be new teams soon. Suddenly, Aaron approached from behind with a very serious face and said, "Sir, if you have time, could we have a one-on-one spar? Would that be okay?" Han replied, "Right now? But you just finished fighting Edis. You wouldn't last a minute." Aaron responded with a hint of urgency, perhaps wanting to get it over with quickly. "Improving your skills is fine, but," Aaron started to say, feeling the urgency. "You really think just working hard is enough to get stronger?" Suddenly, an announcement blared over the speakers. "Everyone, head to the plaza." Han turned to his team, his expression serious. "Stop training, let's move out." Jenna looked surprised. "This is the first time the master has called us all together, right?" Edis chimed in. "Is it a fusion?" Then, Yisoo appeared with a smile. "Is everyone here? Is anyone missing, besides those currently in the dungeon? If you were sleeping and didn't show up, you're gonna get an earful." A woman spoke up. "We're all here, sir," Yisoo replied. "All right, everyone, head to the warehouse." In a quiet part of the building, a man with messy hair stammered, "What? What exactly is happening?" Faced with his question, Yisoo said with an ominous tone, "You guys might just vanish if you get caught up in this. Be careful now." The man, confused, replied, "Get caught up in what? What are you talking about?" Yisoo answered innocently, "We're going to have to renovate this place quite a bit. Everyone in the room suddenly froze, mouths hanging open as if they just heard something terrifying. A system notification popped up. Constructing building. Please select the building type. The entire plaza began to shake. Another notification. You have selected Level 3 housing. Do you want to expand the selected building? Expand Level 3 training center? The most optimistic girl in the team spoke up. It's just like last time, huh? Well, I guess it's time. We've got more people than before. Anyway, a notification appeared. Housing is now Level 3. Maximum hero capacity increased. Edis asked. Puzzled. Renovate? Jenna, feeling confident, explained. I guess you didn't know. There are times when the master builds new facilities. A bathroom with warm water would be amazing. A notification popped up. You have selected the bathroom. Do you want to continue construction? Upgrading housing quality. Rest area has been upgraded. Aaron turned to Captain Han. Captain, what do you think will appear this time? A system notification arrived. Dining hall, the housing sub-facility, has been upgraded. Everyone, Aaron included, grew excited about these changes. Who knows? Han replied. The system announced, fantastic. With the arrival of new facilities, the town plaza has been upgraded to Level 3, but I'm sure it won't be what you're expecting, Han added. His words left Aaron completely stunned. He turned to ask Han why he would say that. Han's eyes were filled with mystery. You'll see soon enough. Seeing this, Jenna stepped in to calm everyone down, telling the team that, in reality, the master was simply constructing additional facilities for the heroes. Given how run down their previous quarters were, wasn't this a great opportunity? As she spoke, Jenna laughed heartily. Her words clearly struck a chord, fueling everyone's desire. You mean the facilities are being upgraded? They cheered like children. Of course they would. They were about to get new places to sleep and more food to eat. Right at that moment, Yisoo announced that the construction was complete and they could head outside. As she spoke, Yisoo pointed toward the door in front of them, which was flashing with strange lights. Following the spirit's instructions, they all moved outside, overcome with surprise and shouts of joy. Yisoo was right, everything had changed. The system announced, lounge upgraded to Level 2. Everyone slowly filed inside. The rundown living quarters of the past had been replaced by a sturdy, 3-story building. The scene before them truly satisfied the heroes. After so much hardship, they were finally experiencing some comfort. The number of floors has increased. You can build new facilities. You can also use the map data on your person. Facility layout has changed. The system sent out a notification. Looking from above, the master's facilities were spacious, elegant, and fully equipped. From the training area being upgraded to Level 3, increasing training efficiency, to the completion of the bathroom, the hero's satisfaction was rising. It didn't stop there. The rest area was finished, meaning heroes would no longer be as exhausted as before. The dining hall was now Level 2. Heroes would be provided with better food. Hearing this, Jenna screamed, "The bathroom! The bathroom!" She threw her hands up and sprinted off, and everyone else followed in excitement. They scrambled to see what the new living quarters were like. Some were even standing there with wide eyes, stunned by the massive changes. Contrary to the glamorous exterior of the sturdy 3-story Oriental-style building, the interior of the lounge was incredibly bare. There was only a set of old wooden tables and chairs. The sofa in the room had vanished into thin air, and the rugs and decorations had suffered the same fate. Even the entire fireplace had disappeared. The beds were gone, too. Everyone screamed in shock. Now, they were faced with the reality of having to sleep on the floor just like everyone else. Jenna was extremely shocked by what had happened. Something definitely felt off. Han, hearing this, replied firmly, "There's nothing wrong here." He suggested that everyone keep moving up the stairs in front of them to the second floor. "Just head up there, and you'll see." The first one to lead the charge was none other than Jenna. The moment she stepped past the stairs, she let out a loud shout, her eyes shining like headlights, nostrils flaring like a bull. That was the look of pure satisfaction. The scene on the second floor was on a completely different level compared to the first. In the center of the room was a sofa set, covered in noble red carpets. With a luxurious chandelier and a fireplace, it had everything. At this point, the group started bickering. They started wondering, if there was this much of a difference, everyone would want to live on the second floor, so how would the room assignments work? Looking at the warm beds and soft pillows, everyone insisted they couldn't possibly sleep on the floor. However, if they just kept yelling without reaching a consensus, everyone would end up sleeping on the floor regardless. If you keep whining like that, everyone's just going to follow your lead. "Hey, is anyone planning on staying on the first floor?" Someone suddenly suggested, "We could move the beds to the rooms people need." But things were never going to be that simple. In the end, Everyone was still wondering how the room assignments would be handled. Everyone wanted to live on the second floor, to bathe every day, and to eat their fill. After all, these were essential needs. The group kept arguing and shouting. Edis held his head in his hands, saying he still didn't understand the master's intent. Just then, Yisoo spoke up, calling the group's arguing completely nonsensical. The group replied in surprise. Nonsensical? The room assignments are really important. Regarding the assignments, Yisoo said, everyone, head to the second floor plaza. That's the master is registering rooms for everyone, and the system is sending out detailed setup notifications for the facilities. At this moment, everyone follows the spirit's instructions. They gather in the circular waiting hall on the second floor. Isa is busy consulting the master's decisions. The second building is for housing, the second-tier cafeteria is active, the first-tier bathhouse is ready, and the first-tier resting area is set up. The second-tier cafeteria management system confirms the available food. Meat, potatoes, and fruits, enough for 35 people. Setup complete. Isa closes the book. I'm going to tell you where your rooms are, so listen up. She officially announces the master's allocation. First up, Han's squad, a group of 4. They get the second floor and can choose any room they want. The crowd immediately murmurs, I knew Han would get the second floor. Next is the second squad, who get the same treatment, plenty of rooms to choose from. Additionally, Chloe, Enox, Hunter, Walter, and Amarin are also assigned to the second floor. Everyone else stays on the first floor. Isa bellows with authority. Naturally, the others shout in protest. To them, this is unacceptable. While the argument is heating up, Velkis's group returns from hunting. What the hell is going on here? I just got back from hunting. Someone had tipped him off about the master registering the rooms. Jenna, having heard about the room assignments, rushes over to Han and whispers, Hey, what's going on? This feels a bit strange. However, Han insists that this is completely normal, even though only 13 people are on the second floor. But there are 30 people on the second floor, Jenna questions. The crowd hasn't cooled down yet. They complain to Isa that there are still plenty of empty rooms on the second floor. Splitting them up like this is a total waste. They start arguing that everyone should live as equals. So, Squad 3 is stuck on the first floor too, huh? Velkis chuckles. Until now, the heroes have all lived the same way. Even though everyone's efforts and jobs differ, mission rewards have always been identical. With current capacity, at least 30 people could live on the second floor. The bickering makes Isa incredibly annoyed. They don't understand the management method the master is using. As long as he has few heroes and is still using fusion, the master's decision to divide them to upgrade the hero waiting room is absolutely correct. Jenna slowly starts to realize this. This division reminds her of the class system nobles versus commoners. Jenna's teammate, Ivanka, understands the master's management style quite well. This division is mandatory if the master wants to manage all of us. Of course, Ivanka doesn't exactly love the master's methods either, but she admits that working this way is actually for the best. Jenna is surprised to hear this. Nobles and peasants, huh? Han finally speaks up to clarify things for Jenna. At least you wake up early and practice at the training ground until late at night. You hunt in the dungeon every day, and over half the meat we eat comes from you. You also participate in all the missions. But those people over there? They're different. Han glances at the crowd that was just questioning them. They don't do a damn thing. Ivanka speaks up, mocking Jenna. Aside from being a bit dense, at least you make up for it with hard work. Edis notes that instead of fusion, the master is opting for a class-based system. Back at Isa's side, the crowd is still furious, demanding a change in decision. They insist they can't sleep without a proper bed while the facilities are still being customized. This feature was only meant for decorating the waiting room early on, until the master realized that heroes have personalities very similar to humans. Basically, Master Walter is following Han's model, or the nickname Han Yisoo he used back in Niflheim. Even though there are drawbacks, it's the simplest way to minimize the need for fusion. Back to Isa, who can no longer stand the anger. She clenches her fist, grinding her teeth. You guys are really pushing my buttons. She slams a devastating punch into the ground, and the area where everyone is standing shatters. Dust billows everywhere. You guys really have some nerve. If this were last month, all of you would have been fused already. Isa threatens, but the crowd still tries to state their case. Do you want to eat my atomic punch? Isa yells. Silence fills the air. Everyone is terrified. No one dares to speak again. No more complaints? Now get lost. They scramble away per Isa's orders. Chloe and Amarin, you two will be the private chefs for the second floor, Isa continues. Hearing this, someone else starts to protest. Complaining about being starved, Isa replies with contempt. That's your problem. Meat is forbidden on the first floor. There are potatoes in the first floor pantry. You can bake them or do whatever you want. This hero, already fuming about being forced to sleep on the floor, loses his temper. Now you won't even let us eat? Isa answers dismissively. Yeah, got a problem with that? She was already annoyed by being dragged here against her will. Being treated like this, how could he take it? So, what are you going to do about it? Isa retorts. The hero grinds his teeth. He draws his sword and lunges at Isa, screaming, "Die!" Just as Isa is about to deal with him, a sword stroke flies out of nowhere. In a single move, it severs the loudmouth's arm. He screams, clutching his bleeding right arm with his left. The severed limb falls through the cold air. The one who struck is none other than Velkus. Seeing his action, Isa is slightly annoyed. What do you think you're doing? Yet, Velkus is quite confident. He believes he's following the rules of the game. As long as he doesn't kill the guy, it'll be fine. Rewind to the previous night. Velkus just arrived and sought out someone who lives here. Like Han, it was Ellen. I don't care who you were before. Velkus didn't think twice about talking to him. Thinking Velkus was like him, he told him everything he knew, including the life mottos Han taught them, that to survive, one must prove they are useful, or in other words, prove their own worth. That's everything Master Han said. He also warned Velkus, if you want to get along here, you must follow the strict rules, especially not bothering Squad 1 and Squad 2. In Ellen's eyes, they are monsters. Hearing Ellen's words, Velkus remembers the scene of everyone training that he had witnessed. If training is all it takes to get stronger, Velkus is confident he can defeat Eren. So, just how strong is that guy named Han? Velkus wonders. However, even Ellen can't answer that question. Since he was never part of their squad to begin with, all the intel Ellen shared just now came straight from Jenna's motor mouth, not him. Have you ever seen a synchronization before? Velkus asked next. Ellen immediately denied it, because by the time she arrived here, the Master had already stopped using fusion. Velkus started connecting the dots, from the synchronization process to how he could grow stronger after every battle, and the fact that the more he trained, the more new skills he would unlock. Finally, the leader of this place, Han, seemed to be plotting something. He flashed a cunning, wicked smile. With nothing left to say, he stood up, thanked Ellen, and headed out. Ellen took this moment to introduce herself, wanting to get to know Velkus and offer him more help. However, he bluntly turned her down, even making it clear that he had zero interest in making friends or learning anything about her. He truly was an ingrate. Back in the present, Yisoo was absolutely furious at Velkus's insane stunt, while he stood there still holding the guy's severed hand, grinning with sadistic pleasure. He insisted that as long as he didn't kill the guy, he was still playing by the rules. He also brought up his understanding of the game's rules and missions, though he felt a bit bummed that he'd only just now managed to join the group. Velkus asserted that proving his own value didn't matter much to him. Clearly, the synchronization ritual was created to weed out trash like that guy. But ironically, the Master wasn't even using it anymore. How strange. Just reattach it yourself. It'll heal on its own once you slap it back on, Velkus said, tossing the arm toward the guy. Hearing these details, the onlookers were terrified. Their faces went pale as a sheet, and sweat poured down their brows. Wait, you don't know how because you've never done it before, do you? Looks like a lot of interesting things went down while I was away. I'm starting to like this place. I'm kind of bored now. Anyone else want to try the feeling of having their arm reattach itself? As Velkus spoke, he raised his blood-stained sword with a sick look in his eyes. Hearing that, everyone figured Velkus was a total psycho. Still, he doubled down, claiming that being a psycho was better than being one of these people who just stuff their faces and rot away. Why did you interfere, Velkus? Han asked, puzzled. Of course, his reasoning was simple. He just felt disgusted, so he acted on impulse without giving it a second thought. Even so, Han knew full well that the guy was lucky Velkus had stepped in when he did. Otherwise, Yisoo would have surely finished him off. Not stopping there, Velkus stepped up to challenge Yisoo about the two-tier system, where the first floor was like a literal dump, while the second floor was like royalty. Yet, Yisoo stood by her original decision, and naturally, Velkus and his team would have to stay on the first floor. Don't worry, I'll make it up there sooner or later, Velkus stated confidently, and Yisoo then summarized the split again. Out of 35 people, 13 were on the second floor, and the rest were on the first. Those on the second floor could use all the facilities as they pleased. The first floor couldn't. And of course, if anyone dared to sneak up to the second floor, the only outcome would be death. Naturally, to get to the second floor, you had to hone your own skills. And the role model Yisoo wanted everyone to follow was none other than Han, the invincible ace. Yisoo spoke of Han like an immortal idol, someone who, according to her, possessed full battle talent, brilliant strategy, and had conquered. Up to the 15th floor. Not letting Yisoo ramble on any further, Han covered her mouth with his hand. To Han, if you want to live comfortably, you have no choice but to prove your worth. Because, simply put, the Master is always watching. As long as they do well enough, the Master will definitely let them move to the 2nd floor. The people there heard this and felt it was way too harsh. Obviously, being dragged here without knowing a thing was already terrible enough. Now they had to live like this? Wouldn't it be even more miserable? Hearing the whining, Velkus got annoyed and made a move to draw his sword. However, Han told him to stop, and Velkus obeyed. It's the same for me. We were all forced into this. That's the reality for everyone. We all have to learn to fight or do something. Han continued to share his perspective, saying that he was exactly like them when he was first dragged here. Han's situation when he first arrived was actually much worse than now. Back then, there was nothing to eat, and a single mistake meant being dragged off for synchronization. Jenna chimed in. You think we train every day because we like it? Han snapped. Only then did everyone realize Han's point. He wanted them to get out there and fight, just like he, Jenna, and the others had done. Exactly, Han replied, crossing his arms. To explain in more detail, Han clarified the current structure. The demand for support and scavenger roles was low. Instead, most roles were combat-based, and obviously, only a few people with actual talent could reach the 2nd floor, with Han being the prime example. Listening to Han, the group split into 2 camps. Half accepted the harsh reality, while the other half denied everything Han said. Just as Han expected, the situation got even worse, as these people were already accustomed to a life of ease and entitlement. Han understood that to change a system, you have to start by changing things step by step, especially when challenging norms that have already become common sense. For any group, conflict was inevitable, and these people were no exception. Bullshit, a burly man with a scarred face shouted. Right after that, the dissenters kept speaking up. They argued that they were expected to go out and fight, yet were treated like dirt. So this system was total garbage. They couldn't accept it. Well-fed and lazy, but when told to go work, they bark about it being unfair. Velkus remarked. Still, the crowd showed no signs of stopping. They even started calling for unity, determined to claim what they believed they deserved. Just then, another person from the opposing group, a man named Alan, stepped in front of Han. You think I don't know your secrets? He said with a cunning smile. This guy insisted he knew how to make the Master change her mind, and that the Master couldn't touch them. Even though Han and his team kept it well hidden, everyone knew this. Hearing that, Yisoo looked exhausted. Her face went pale. Never before had an elemental let the heroes. With that much forbidden knowledge under his belt, that man kept riling everyone up, risking their own lives to fight monsters? You want a comfortable life? That sounds insane. Exactly. Why should we do this? Everyone raised their hands in protest. They chanted slogans, shouting, "We refuse to fight. We can't do this." The wave of defiance spread quickly. Before long, Han received a system notification. Teams 4 and 5 were unresponsive. A large-scale strike had broken out. With the heroes in open rebellion, Han, as their leader, had no choice but to step in. Refusing to fight, huh? You guys really don't know your place, Han said. He began unbuckling the sword belt from his shoulder. Seeing Han's blade hit the ground, Alan broke into a cold sweat. The bravado he had just moments ago vanished instantly. Han kicked the sword toward Alan, demanding he use it to cut off his own arm, just like the man who had been struck by Velkus earlier. If you do that, I'll let you all live. Are you crazy? Alan stammered, unable to find the words. Don't think of it as anything more than paying the tuition fee for the lesson you're about to receive, Han asserted. Alan managed to regain his composure. He kept harping on the fact that they had the right to refuse the Master's orders. Hearing this, Han just smiled. It was true heroes had the right to refuse orders, and the Yisoo couldn't touch them except in special cases. Just then, S spoke up, telling Alan to stop. They had previously refused the Master's orders because it was a situation that required risking their lives. However, Alan didn't see it that way, because clearly, he and the protesters were risking their lives now, too. Han then stepped in to stop his teammate, telling him not to bother talking to people like them. Suddenly, a loud system alert rang out, ordering Velkus, Alan, and Leslie to enter the gate for the synchronization ritual. The synchronization area gate opened immediately. Wait, the previous lines were slightly different. Adjusting flow. The synchronization area gate opened immediately. Upon hearing the names, Leslie and Alan were stunned. Only Velkus remained calm. The synthesis zone? The Yisoo. Did this? Exactly. Hurry up! We don't have time. I.S.O. shouted, urging everyone to follow the order quickly. Alan and Leslie stammered in shock. What? Synthesis? Han just smirked. So, these people knew about refusing orders, but were completely clueless about synchronization. Jenna rubbed her head in frustration, remembering she had definitely warned them already. Not wanting to waste any more time, I.S.O. dragged both of them into the gate. To speed up the synchronization, the gate closed. Leslie and Alan seemed to realize their fate. The system notified them. You will now undergo synthesis. Velkus walked over to Alan, bringing up their previous conversation. Ah, Alan, it's a pleasure to meet you again. Thanks for earlier, you taught me quite a lot. You told me I could ask you anything, right? Velkus raised a hand to his chin. It seemed that the promise Alan made to Velkus, that he could ask anything if he had questions, would become impossible to fulfill from now on. As soon as Velkus finished speaking, Alan and Leslie dissolved into white light, accompanied by their agonizing screams. A moment later, Velkus stepped out, looking refreshed. He had leveled up and learned a new skill. It feels absolutely amazing. However, Velkus quickly revealed his true colors. Watching his body like a predator hungry for blood, he mused, "This still isn't enough, is it? We can keep going, right? There are still plenty of sacrificial lambs left over there. That's enough. The trial is over," Han said, shouting down from above. Having no other choice, Velkus had to accept it. What a shame. But regardless, this was really fun for me, and I hope we get to do this again soon. Hearing those words, the crowd that had followed Alan earlier was terrified. Immediately after, 3 new names were called: Nerissa, Oliver, and Gooder. Walter thought he had been called and complained, saying he worked incredibly hard. So why him? Not Walter, Gooder. Hurry up. I.S.O. barked. Gooder turned, grabbed the collar of the person next to him, and started screaming in his face. Because just a moment ago, he had stood there promising nothing would happen. Lauren could only stammer, insisting someone had told him it would be fine. Realizing the situation was spiraling, Gooder immediately shifted gears, trying to explain himself to I.S.O. I was manipulated and tricked by Lauren. I had no idea things would end up like this. However, it was already too late. The 3 of them stepped into the gate. A blue light appeared. Nerissa seemed calm, while the other 2 screamed in pain. Moments later, the fusion ended. Nerissa smiled in satisfaction. Oliver and Gooder had turned into light, and Nerissa had leveled up. Alan, who now knew what his own outcome would be, hurriedly tried to take back his words. At that moment, the system sent a notification. Team 4 could now operate. However, it didn't end there. Jenna and Lauren were the next 2 names to step into the fusion room. "Save me! Please! Save me!" Lauren screamed in desperation. Jenna wasn't exactly thrilled either. "I tried to take back what I said earlier. Why are you still making me do this?" Lauren kept questioning it, but this was the inevitable path that Han or the Master would take, all to intimidate and make examples out of the others. Adis and Han Yisoo, the names rang out, one after another. It turned out the Master was still using fusion to rule. Say what you will, but fear was a necessity. Han Yisoo rushed to Han's feet, kneeling and begging for help. He knew Han could speak to the Master, so he begged him to stop everything. "Cut off and arm yourself, and I'll tell the Master," Han stated firmly. Those were the same words Han had said before. His steady gaze explained to Han Yisoo that their leader wasn't joking. Stein also ran over, complaining that Han was insane for making them cut off their own arms, but Han held his ground. He reminded Stein of what he had said earlier, that everyone had to risk their lives for this, right? That left Stein speechless. "Can't you just chop it off for me? I can't do it myself." Han Yisoo trembled, pleading with Han. Of course, the answer was no. When he couldn't beg anymore, Han Yisoo turned around and started blaming Han, watching them die in the blink of an eye. However, Han didn't pay it any mind. "I gave you a choice." Clearly, from the start, they had done what they wanted, so Han wouldn't let it slide forever. However, if anyone dared to cut off their own arm, then Han would surely let him live a little longer. After hearing Han's words, many others tried it, though it was certainly not easy. To be able to sever one's own limb requires exceptional skill in swordsmanship or sufficiently high-strength stats. Otherwise, one would have to resort to using a saw. The scene was absolutely horrifying. Long, smeared trails of blood covered the floor. Han and Satan, the last 2 names, echoed. Everyone else had died. Only the 2 of them were left. Reaching the door, Satan trembled uncontrollably and asked Han what would happen to him. "Don't worry, it won't hurt," Han reassured him. Satan cried silently as he dissolved into light and vanished. Fusion complete. Han's stats continued to rise. Not even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth, Han muttered. And so, after the Great Fusion, only 25 people remained alive. Are you all crazy, you monsters? A stranger shouted. Out of habit, Velkist immediately moved to draw his sword to kill him. But Han stopped him instantly. Velkist then spoke up, wanting to teach those with such bad attitudes a lesson. However, Han insisted that it was none of his business and that Velkist had best not interfere. Facing Han's firm stance, Velkist just smirked. Senior, you're really calm, aren't you? I would have already slaughtered them all by now. Velkist then took his leave, though he didn't forget to promise that they would meet again soon on the second floor. At that moment, Han read a system message announcing that Matter had begun the 10-time summon. After Matter's prompt, the gate turned purple. From now on, summoning locations would change based on hero rankings. Free pulls would appear on the first floor, while premium ones would be on the second. The selection process would begin soon. Moments later, the summoned individuals appeared on the first floor. Looking down from above, Han understood that the purge was about to start. At least 2 people would die, and only a few would have the ability to reach the second floor. Han glanced at Jenna's smug expression and warned her to be careful, because you could get kicked back down at any moment. I think so too, Jenna replied. She had also quickly realized that if there were 2 floors, there would certainly be a third, and surely even more new floors. Their rankings would always fluctuate. On the morning of the second day after the reorganization, in the luxurious dining room on the second floor, Jenna was having a meal when she saw Han walk out. You're up? Jenna asked. She also felt that. Breakfast tasted better than usual. Of course, because there are fewer mouths to feed, Han said. Jenna couldn't help but wonder how Chloe and Amarine could prepare meals for 30 people every day. It's very likely their cooking skills have leveled up. The first floor must be fighting right now. Sitting in the dining room, Han looked around. From now on, he could observe most of the other facilities. Clearly, it was easier to watch other areas from the second floor. This might be Matter's way of motivating everyone to try harder. After finishing his meal, Han went to the training area and found Eren still diligently practicing martial arts. When Eren saw Han appear, he greeted him. You're here, Han. Upon learning that Eren had only slept for about 3 hours, Han became incredibly annoyed. After taking a tour, Han learned that the training area was now divided into personal training zones and team training zones. With the ability to lock the personal training room from the inside, Han no longer had to worry about training his berserk skill. Furthermore, the team training area had a special mechanism that disabled the super recovery mode. This meant they could practice true life or death combat. However, when seriously injured, one had to get out as fast as possible. With the upgraded facilities, the team's capabilities would also be enhanced. However, the issue weighing on Han's mind right now was who would fill the vacant spots in the first and second teams. The 2 promising names were Velkist and Nerissa. For Velkist, his personality was insane, and he feared nothing, but he was very talented. His skill was extremely rare, with only a 1% appearance rate, a passive skill that allowed him to convert abnormal stats like rage into strength. If combined well, it would be a terrifying mechanism. Meanwhile, Nerissa was not as good at combat as Velkist, but in return, she possessed a chilling, calm composure. She was good at stealth and gathering information. Her potential was unquestionable. As for the rest, Han sighed, looking down at the heroes on the first floor with boredom. The others weren't worth mentioning. Perhaps the 2 people above were the only viable options. Suddenly, Velkist, who was fighting below, looked up at Han. He beckoned with a provocative look in his eyes. That smug bastard, Han thought. At that moment, the people resting below immediately noticed Han's presence. Senior, can you come down to the arena and teach me? There are only pigs and dogs here who can't even take 1 hit from me, Velkist said. The people injured from fighting Velkist saw Han's silhouette and immediately fled. So you mean you hate pigs and dogs? Han said as he walked down. His entire body emitted a powerful green aura. That was terrifying. To me, you're in the same category as them. If you don't know the method, you can't tame a monster. Velkist screamed, his whole body emitting a red aura just as strong. Both of them immediately lunged at each other, swinging their swords. A loud boom echoed. 2 streams of green and red light intertwined, lighting up the entire area, signaling a world-shaking battle. Velkist's sword strikes created flashes of red light rushing toward Han. However, with his extraordinary speed, Han simply dodged them like a flash. Han lunged toward Velkist and delivered a kick straight to his stomach, causing Velkist to cough up blood. Taking Han's kick head-on sent Velkist flying backward. Even though he was injured, Velkist's face didn't show any pain. Instead, it was filled with excitement. He smiled with satisfaction. After that, he channeled his energy and dashed toward Han like a bullet, his body emitting a powerful aura. It felt as if Velkist had become a different person, but Han still calmly blocked Velkist's strikes. However, Han also understood that he might not need to use Berserk right now, but in the future, with Velkist's progression, things would certainly be different. It truly was an earth-shattering battle between two monsters. The sun had risen high. It was almost noon. Suddenly, Yisoo demanded Team 1 from Han to gather. Ivanka started complaining, clearly exhausted by Yisoo's frequent and repetitive summons. When Yisoo insisted that the spirit was once again requesting their group to enter a dungeon, Han hugged his back and sighed, saying moving up and down the floors was already tiring enough. "I'm getting too old for this," he muttered, but Han immediately shut him down, reminding him that their team was already short-handed. "Then what are we even doing here?" Ivanka asked. It was then that Yisoo announced that the Master had requested them to go on an exploration mission. Upon hearing the word exploration, everyone became curious. It turned out there were 3 main dungeon options: main, daily, and exploration, all of which were always available. Exploration dungeons open after floor 10, but Han only became eligible to enter after clearing floor 15. "I've opened the space-time rift," Yisoo said. "So, head down to floor 1. Jenna suggested using the existing portal on floor 2, but for some reason, Yisoo flatly refused. With no other choice, everyone prepared their gear to head down to the first floor to enter the exploration dungeon. However, according to Han, this mission wasn't particularly dangerous, but it would be very time-consuming. They might be stuck there for 12 days, or even longer. Hearing this, Ivanka looked puzzled, wondering what they would actually be doing in there and why it would take so long. "Go and you'll find out," Han replied, showing that even there were some things he didn't know yet. Ivanka wondered silently. The system sent a suggestion to the Master. Provide funds to the heroes to make the exploration much easier. A moment later, each hero was offered 3,000 gold. As soon as the Master confirmed, the money hit their accounts. Each member had a different reaction. Jenna was absolutely thrilled, while Ivanka reminisced about her glory days, thinking about how valuable this money would have been back where she used to live. As for Eren, he was a bit anxious. "Don't get complacent. We might have to fight," Han reminded his team members. Everyone gathered at the entrance to the exploration dungeon in the Hema region. The system sent a notification to Team 1. They had 48 hours to complete the mission. However, they could stay longer if they could upgrade their research on the dungeon's depth. They were also tasked with collecting a specific number of items. A flash of light erupted as everyone stepped through the gate. The person most moved was likely Ivanka, as she had finally returned to her homeland, the land of Neora. A peaceful landscape appeared before them, mountains, hills, and rivers, all there. A magnificent white city stood before Team 1, leaving everyone in complete shock, because clearly, this was the scene of the land they had encountered on floor 10. Yet, when Team 1 had arrived there before, the place was a wreck, forests burned to the ground and bodies scattered everywhere. And yet, everything was completely different now. Unlike Jenna, who was stunned, Ivanka didn't seem surprised at all. "We've been through so much that even this doesn't surprise me anymore." "So, what do we do now?" "Hunt down and kill the enemy?" Eren asked. "I don't think we need to fight. We'll just have to go and see," Han asserted. This wasn't like the main or daily dungeons with a fixed goal. Sometimes the heroes wouldn't bring anything back, but other times they might come back with nothing but treasures. And so, Team 1 slowly moved into the city. Han noticed the townspeople whispering about them. It seemed like the NPCs could see them this time. Immediately, they were stopped by the gatekeepers. They demanded to see travel permits. Han pulled out some money and dropped it into the soldier's hand. "Is this enough?" The guard immediately looked panicked. He stuttered, trying to reiterate that he had asked for a permit, not a bribe. Seeing the 2 guards hesitating, Han acted bold and spoke loudly, saying they would just go to the north gate instead, as it would be more convenient. Upon hearing that, the 2 guards immediately suggested that Han's group just head on in, of course with the requirement that they just shouldn't cause any trouble. "What a bunch of scumbags," Jenna remarked, though it was hard to blame them when money blinded them. Everyone moved into the city. Neora was truly different from everything they had known on floor 10. Instead of facing collapse, with internal strife and external enemies, there were currently no traces of any battle at all. Ivanka and Eren were waiting for Han's instructions. However, unlike other times, Han didn't give any specific guidance, simply ordering, "Just do whatever you want." Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Even though Han kept repeating that they could gather information on their own and have fun as they pleased, no one believed these were words coming from Han. Han helplessly repeated, "Didn't you hear me? Just go, gather the 10 pieces of information, but do it however you want. Just relax. The master already gave you money. Go get something to eat and walk around," Han emphasized. "Are you kidding me? I can actually do whatever I want?" Jenna and Ivanka stuttered. However, Han stuck to his word, even suggesting that everyone should just take a break, while he would handle everything else himself. Immediately, Ivanka suggested she would leave the city and run as far away from this place as possible. Han seemed to have predicted everything, so he had a special condition for Ivanka. When she returned, she would have to train without rest until she surpassed floor 20. "No, I can really leave? I want to go to the beach for a bit," Ivanka asked again. "Of course, rest assured. We'll be teleported back to the waiting room as soon as the timer hits 0, Han affirmed. Hearing this, everyone made their decisions. Aaron planned to take a little rest, and Jenna wanted to follow Han. However, Han immediately objected. It turned out that while the guy was talking to everyone, he was also eyeing his surroundings. Han discovered there were a lot of mercenaries here. They seemed to be looking for something. There are strangely many mercenaries around here, Han thought to himself. After digging around for a while, Han spotted something on the notice board. It turned out to be a wanted poster for the young witch that Han's group had encountered while fighting on floor 15. That brat, Han thought. The wanted poster clearly listed the crimes: heresy, summoning demons, slandering the royal family, murder, arson, robbery, and rape. They had listed every crime they could possibly think of for the little girl. Han read the poster and laughed out loud. Poor kid. Even though she carried royal blood, she had been stripped of her title for committing those crimes. Suddenly, a young boy walked up and asked curiously, "Are you chasing that witch too?" However, the boy insisted that if Han had such intentions, he was only chasing dreams because the most elite forces had already scoured everywhere. Yet, they still couldn't find her anywhere. Hearing the boy call the person in the photo a witch, Han seemed a bit displeased. However, according to the boy, the act of ripping the heart out of a living child to use as a sacrificial offering for forbidden black magic to summon forbidden creatures. All these details were absolute proof that the girl in the photo was a wicked witch. Forbidden black magic? Han asked out of curiosity. The boy continued, "I heard she summoned those who shouldn't have been called, but I don't know the details. I'd like to hear more, if you don't mind." Han made an offer to the boy holding the wanted posters. The boy immediately made an excuse about being busy to refuse, but after Han pulled out 1 gold coin, the boy suddenly declared himself the freest person in the city. Truly, the power of money is terrifying. So, the two headed to a small eatery where the boy began, recounting what he knew about a person named Frisia Larkner. She was originally royalty, even the heir to the throne, but about a year ago, the wanted posters started appearing. As he spoke, the boy handed over a poster as proof. Hearing the 1-year mark, Han fell into deep thought because that was less than a week from when he met Race. Coincidentally, the seal on the poster was the same mark, imprinted on the armor of the soldiers Han had killed during the battle. After connecting the dots, Han hypothesized that they posted the wanted signs only after Frisia Larkner escaped the city. Surely, she was now wandering around or living somewhere else. "Has the city ever been invaded by monsters before?" Han asked. 2 years ago, a group of goblins attacked, but we managed to drive them off, the boy replied. However, at that time, rumors spread that a witch was the cause, because monsters don't usually live in groups like that, the boy explained. It seemed the real culprit had spread a lot of malicious rumors about Frisia Larkner. Han mused that, from what the boy said, he also learned there had been an epidemic, and on top of that, the monsters went berserk, and the weather turned colder. The most significant change was the dungeon. The word dungeon caught Han completely by surprise. He immediately asked again. It turned out that a few years ago, a bunch of structures looking like historical relics appeared in 6 locations, and they were called dungeons. However, ordinary people couldn't enter. "So there's a special group that can?" Han cut in. "Exactly," the boy replied quickly. "There's also a rumor that there's a strange stone at the end of the dungeon. Possessing that stone grants special power," the boy continued. From the boy's words, Han concluded that the stone he mentioned was the hero's attribute stone. It was the source of the hero's seal, their third ability after stats and skills. "So there must be one here, right?" Han's question left the boy speechless. "How did you know?" Of course, it was all just Han's deduction. The sudden appearance of so many mercenaries here would be strange if they weren't looking for something. Talking is one thing, but that gold coin was a bit much, wasn't it? "Guide me properly to earn the money I paid you," Han suggested. Following the boy, Han was led to the entrance of the dungeon. A man was being carried out. The scene before his eyes was the reason the boy didn't want to come here. The number of wounded being carried out was countless, not to mention those who went missing inside the dungeon. So, the dungeon was located right inside the city, specifically right next to the temple in the city center. It seemed it appeared after the invasion. The two walked closer to the dungeon entrance area. That staircase is the entrance. Easy to spot, right? The boy said while walking, pointing ahead. They wouldn't be standing guard if it wasn't a big deal. This place was bustling. Not just mercenaries, but officials and guards were out in full force. Of course, with the chance of finding all sorts of things in the dungeon. Like gold, silver, jewels, and expensive equipment, the soldiers wouldn't easily pass up such an opportunity. Besides, the council owned the dungeon rights, so they collected fees from entry and took a share of the treasures everyone found. That's why there were so many guards here. The boy asked to leave, judging that his effort was equivalent to the money Han had given him. Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Han that he could find him if he needed to ask about anything. Han thought to himself that he couldn't possibly know where the boy was. The boy, hearing that, insisted it was Han's business to figure out. Once he said that, he ran off. Han started observing the surroundings, starting with the heroes in front of him. With the amount of luggage they were carrying, they probably intended to stay in the dungeon for a few days, even though he really wanted to go inside and explore. Currently, he didn't have enough manpower, so the dungeon would have to wait. Han then turned to look at the mercenaries. They were all observing cautiously, but none showed any intention of entering. According to his deduction, it was very likely that they couldn't get through the gate. In all, only 10% had the ability to pass through the barrier to enter the dungeon. However, if they went as a team, as long as the leader got through, the whole team could pass. Of course, for Han, the chance of passing was 100%. The sun climbed higher and higher, illuminating the clear sky. With nothing to do, he just stood there observing. "You're still here?" The boy from earlier ran back, panting and looking quite annoyed. It was clear he had put all his energy into running back here as fast as he could. "What? I thought you went to work," Han asked. It turned out the boy had gone to exchange the gold coin Han gave him, and it was worth much more than the boy had imagined. It was even some kind of antique. "Want more?" "No way," Han stated firmly. The boy looked angry. Obviously, that wasn't what he meant to ask. Because this time was free, he wanted to offer Han a special service. "Still not interested," Han replied coldly. The boy quickly tried to share information about the witch. "I heard you're very interested in witches." Actually, witches were framed by the ruling class. However, Han showed no interest and didn't want to hear it. "I already know. No need to tell me." Hearing that, the boy was a bit surprised. It turned out he had gone through a lot of trouble to get that information. Despite that, the person standing in front of him wasn't interested in that info at all. Refusing to give up, the kid switched tactics and offered to be his guide instead. He even tried to lure Han in by bragging about his knowledge of all the best food spots. However, Han remained firm, insisting he didn't need any help from the kid whatsoever. "Because you remind me of my younger brother," the kid shouted. The remark made Han stop in his tracks. "My brother, you say?" Han tilted his head, questioning him. As it turned out, the kid already knew Han came from the east, and from his hair color to the look in his eyes, he looked exactly like someone the kid knew. That dark hair and those dark eyes were the only reason the kid had approached Han in the first place. "You're the first person I've seen since that other guy who came from the east. His name is..." Just as the kid was about to say the name, Han cut him off immediately. It seemed Han knew the person, and had some bad memories, so he didn't want to hear the name. "Keep that to yourself," Han said. "It's not like his name is that unique anyway," the kid insisted. Finally, worn down by the kid's persistence, Han made a deal. He'd let the kid lead him to some equipment merchants. The kid happily obliged. After a short walk, they arrived at a spot selling combat gear, where shields, swords, and armor were all on display, gleaming beautifully. Coincidentally, they ran into Jenna there. "Who's the kid, Han?" Jenna asked. As it turned out, she was following the big brother's advice. She was picking out a longbow for herself. Not only that, this bow was enchanted and cost 2 gold coins. Han immediately knew that this magic bow looked fancy but had no real utility. "It's junk," Han concluded. He also told Jenna she should use that money for something more valuable. As he spoke, Han pointed to a display tray of elemental stones, asserting that Mather would definitely love them. If they brought back elemental stones, it would be a huge help, since they were upgrade materials after all. As for the bow, Han suggested Jenna put it back. Glancing at the jewelry cabinet, Han's eyes landed on a rebirth stone, which was radiating a brilliant blue light that illuminated the whole area. The Rebirth Stone would allow heroes to re-experience boss floors that had been locked after they had already cleared them. Although they wouldn't gain any experience points, participants could learn more about that quest chain, and it was a chance to relive remaining memories. But, who was that anyway? Jenna asked, looking at the kid. Don't mind him. I don't even know the guy, Han replied coldly. The kid, seeing that, hurriedly confirmed that they were acquainted, while introducing himself as Han's guide, Josh. Yeah, got it. Bye. Seeing that things were wrapped up, Han pulled Jenna away. However, Josh tried to stop them to pitch a secret investment plan. Hearing this, Han flicked one gold coin at Josh. Catching the coin, Josh was stunned, not knowing what had just happened. You can go now, Han said as he walked away. Josh finally realized this was the investment Han was giving him. He was overjoyed, shouting, "Thanks for the investment." Investment? You trying to start a business or something? Han asked curiously. No. Well, the details are a secret, but Josh promised Han he would definitely pay him back, even though Han felt it wasn't necessary. However, Josh really hated being in debt. He grinned and said, I can't help it. I hate owing people. Then help that little witch girl if you get the chance, Han suggested. Josh was completely shocked, standing there frozen for a long while. Jenna and Han's silhouettes had already vanished into the crowd. What did you say back there? Jenna asked. Only then did Jenna start asking Han about the witch girl. Han finally told Jenna about the girl's background. She was the child they had saved. In other words, she was the princess. Since they still had plenty of time, they took the opportunity to scout around. Before they knew it, the sunset had arrived. Finally, their exploration time was up, and everyone returned to base. Ivanka was the first to complain, as she couldn't reach the beach because the road was blocked. Did you really try to go? Han asked. Of course, Ivanka replied, looking frustrated. That meant they could only move within a specific area. Specifically, the dungeon opened up a new zone every 10 floors. This meant that once they cleared 100 floors, they could go anywhere. Setting aside the dungeon talk and returning to reality, the group didn't know how many days had passed. They noticed some newcomers they had never seen before, guessing it had been about a week or so. Has it been that long? Han replied. That wasn't all. Looking at the scene, it seemed a few more people had reached the second floor. Did you find anything useful at the equipment shop? The group asked curiously. Go get some rest. We're training again tomorrow, Han ordered the team. Hearing those two words, Ivanka looked utterly exhausted, while Jenna was excited to finally take a bath. Only Aaron didn't care. He grabbed his spear and headed straight to the training area. Seeing that, Han called out to him. Han demanded that Aaron rest and not destroy his own body like that. However, Aaron still wanted to beg to train, but faced with Han's consistency, he had no choice but to follow orders. Josh's words about someone who looked like him echoed in Han's mind. In Nepal or M, there were a few people like him. Most of them didn't have a happy ending. Han understood that not everything could be achieved through grueling training. If someone couldn't achieve anything after all that effort, it meant that person simply didn't have any talent. They would either have to find another path or die during a mission. Everyone headed to their rooms in the base's living space. The place was eerily quiet. However, somewhere else, the sounds of clashing weapons and the light from everyone's gear echoed from the training area. Faster! You're too slow! Edis was sparring with a young man. Han and Jenna arrived at the scene to check it out. Looking at the scene in front of the second team, Jenna couldn't help but be surprised, because she previously knew Han's team didn't train with dangerous methods, but this time was different. They were using real swords. As for Han, he noticed another change, the absence of Dika. Even though other members like Edis, Xena, or Roderick were all here training, the first-generation member, Dika, was nowhere to be seen. The system notification popped up, removed 2-star Velkus from Team B, and removed 2-star Narissa from Team B. Adjusting the hero's living quarters, bringing up the housing design menu to drag and drop, dragging Velkus to change hero permissions, checking the facility list, dining hall level 2, bathhouse level 1, rest area level 1. Just then, Han's group is training, but Han suddenly turns around and says, the recruits are here. Indeed, 2 people are approaching from afar, a man and a woman. The muscular ponytail-wearing Velkist speaks up. It's really high class here, huh? It's like night and day compared to the first floor, Han says while sheathing his sword behind his back. Looks like it's time for our team to add some new members. Jenna, standing nearby, chimes in. Should I prepare the drawing slips? Just wait a second, Han says, while silently thinking to himself. Is he really planning to just organize a team that works well? Welcome to the second floor. Recalling the conversation between Edis and Han earlier, Edis had said, It seems Dika was sent down to the first floor because he didn't have the guts to kill an AI. We have fewer members now. With only 3 of us, we can't go anywhere. That's why we've ramped up the training intensity, Master. If only we could summon a few more elite individuals. But it's not that easy, Han replied. So, what are we supposed to do now? Edis says, headache clearly visible. Back in the present, just as Han guessed, the Master is sending 2 new members to this floor. Velkist laughs mockingly. Why are you looking at me like that? You look like you want to kill us both. I just came to say hello, didn't I? But Nerissa, walking beside him, says, that might be true for you, but not for me. She looks over at Han and asks, I'll probably be assigned to Team 1 or 2, right? Han crosses his arms and says coldly, that's a redundant question. Suddenly, Nerissa changes her attitude, placing her hand over her chest to express her desire. I really want to join Team 1, and I'm confident that I won't be a burden. This takes Velkist by surprise. His eyes turn red with anger as he snaps. Is this woman crazy? Know your place, he threatens. Faced with his threat, Nerissa doesn't back down. Her eyes light up. Strength isn't the only value a person can have. I have more skills than just fighting. If you had half a brain, you'd know that. Han steps up and says, you people don't get to choose your teams. Nerissa replies, I know. It will either be the Master, or it will be you two. Having witnessed everything, Jenna asks Han, what's wrong with her? She looks like she's desperate to get into my team, Han replies. How could you tell? He wonders. Then asks Nerissa, why do you want to join our team so badly? Nerissa bows her head and replies, I used to think the rumors were just gross exaggerations. What rumors? Han asks, curious. She continues, the rumors about your team. At first, I didn't believe them, but I've seen it with my own eyes now. Han has a complex look on his face as he thinks, she must have used a replay stone. A replay stone allows a hero to re-enter a completed floor or watch someone else's mission recording. Usually, it's used to re-enter a floor, but the Master opened the recording. Han speaks up. What exactly have you seen? Not too surprised by the team leader's question, Nerissa calmly replies, everything. It turns out the rumors were actually underselling your greatness. Wanting to cling to the strong to survive is completely normal. That's why I want to join Team 1. Faced with her blunt answer, Team 2 looks visibly displeased. Edis asks, well, what about Team 2? Nerissa replies flatly, I prefer Team 1. A member of Team 2 shouts, what do you mean by that? Our team isn't that bad. Velkist interrupts, do you really believe that? The guy from Team 2 stammers, of course, you damn rookie. In the face of Team 2's irritation, Velkist calmly says, who cares? The ones who fit are the ones who survive, not the ones who have been here the longest. You've been here longer than us and you still don't know that? He continues, I also want to be on Team 1. I'm sure I'd be more useful than that woman. I guarantee it. Nerissa speaks up. If you've heard the rumors, you should know that we usually draw lots to select members. That method relies entirely on luck. I think we need a more useful approach. Han asks innocently, you mean, you want me to make the decision? Edis, standing nearby, says helplessly, that would work too, I guess. Han immediately becomes serious and replies, but you don't have enough people. Your team simply can't operate. Edis sighs. I don't want a member who doesn't want to be on my team from the start. Jenna whispers, I have a feeling others won't be happy if you make the decision. Isn't drawing lots safer? You endure it, because at this moment, it's hard for him to make a choice. If it weren't for his personality, he would have chosen Velkist from the start. So, you don't want to rely on luck, and you don't want others deciding for you? You want to prove you're worthy of my team? Then fight, Han says seriously. How can I choose if I don't know your capabilities? Recovery is disabled. Fight until one of you admits defeat. Then I'll decide. Velkist opens the door to the training room and confidently says, I've never turned down a fight. It's been a while since I had a good brawl. Is it okay if I kill her? He asks. Han coldly replies, if you can. At that answer, he reveals the face of a demon, ready to devour Nerissa. Han, watching from outside, says, fight however you want. I need to see what you two are capable of. Just as he said that, Nerissa pulls a vial of purple liquid from her pocket. Velkist can't even force a smile now. Are you insane? Nerissa replies coldly. He said fight however I want. Then she pours the liquid onto her sword. Yes, that poison is a paralytic agent. It can cause full-body convulsions. Nerissa has possessed poison-related skills since she arrived here. In a fighting stance, she says, I've used it many times when dealing with monsters. This is the first time I'm using it against a human. But despite Nerissa's attitude, Velkist still acts excited. You won't have a chance to cut me with that. The system displays a notification. Velkist requests a one-on-one duel with Nerissa. Both sides have agreed. Watching from outside, Jenna speaks up. They look so tense. I have a feeling one of them might actually die. That's possible, Han replies. A notification appears. Do you agree to this duel? Yes, Han says seriously. Begin. Immediately, Velkist lunges forward like an out-of-control beast, but Nerissa remains very calm, launching continuous strikes with her poisoned sword. With quick, agile movements, Velkist dodged the lethal strikes. When their weapons clashed, the pressure was immense. Han and Jenna watched their duel intently. The members of Team 2 were also observing, and the youngest one shouted, "That jerk! He's fighting completely differently than when he fought me, Edis." While watching the match, he replied, he was hiding his true strength. Suddenly, Han spoke up to his team members. Watch carefully. You might learn something. Their weapon proficiency levels are both 4, but in a real fight, they are completely different. A lethal attack from Velkis lunged toward Nerissa. However, she dodged it with incredible speed. Taking advantage of Velkis's opening, she launched a counterattack, but he avoided it just as quickly. Han analyzed their fighting styles with a puzzled look. She's using her positioning well. Suddenly, Ivanka appeared from behind them. No one even noticed when she had arrived. Ivanka spoke up. Aren't they newcomers? They're impressive, even if their levels and skills are still low. Han replied, Ivanka, why are you here? Isn't this supposed to be research hours? Inside the arena, Nerissa was struggling to fend off Velkis's relentless attacks, perhaps because of his superior physical strength. Velkis was aggressively pushing his opponent. Even though Nerissa is a woman, she used her body brilliantly to counter. Suddenly, she threw a dart she had hidden in her sleeve. Some might call it a dirty trick. This caught Velkis off guard. He tilted his head just in time to dodge, and using that momentum, she swung for a finishing blow. A notification appeared. 2-star Velkis has started bleeding. His HP will decrease over time. 2-star Velkis has been poisoned. Partial paralysis effect. The hero's body cannot move properly. Velkis now had a wound on his cheek. His face twisted in anger, and he began to snap. Nerissa said confidently, I win. However, before she could finish, the guy, Velkis, in a fit of rage, lunged forward with an unexpected strike, giving Nerissa no time to react. She took a direct stab to the gut. Nerissa screamed in pain as she was knocked several meters back. Velkis wiped the blood and said, How annoying. I can't move my body properly. I win. See? The duel is over. Any criticism? Velkis asked Han. Well fought, Han replied. I've made my decision, Han said. Then I will. Velkis hesitated, feeling confident. Han paused for a moment. Nerissa will become a member of Team 1. Nerissa, struggling to get up, smiled at the decision. Velkis blurted out, What? Jenna said happily, She's pretty good, right? Aaron, standing nearby, seemed quite confused by Han's decision. I guess only Edis, Roderick, and Jenna understood what had just happened. The match was quite interesting. She intentionally let herself be pushed into the corner to make Velkis overconfident. That dagger maneuver was just a decoy. It was all to set up one single strike. Velkis was too full of himself and kept cornering his opponent. He was too focused on the fight to notice the enemies. Trickery. Velkis still couldn't believe it. He asked again, Can you repeat that for me? Han coldly replied, I don't mind saying it as many times as you like. Nerissa will be a member of Team 1. Velkis, with an ugly look on his face, growled, What's the reason? Han calmly answered, Do you know what the specialty of our team is? We have a swordsman, a lancer, a mage, and an archer. All 4 of us are pure combatants, so we need someone who can adapt to any situation, as well as Nerissa. By now, Nerissa had stood up and wiped the blood from her mouth, looking smug at Han's decision. Han looked at Velkis and continued, I thought you were strong enough to make up for that, but it seems I was wrong. Velkis defended himself. If this lady hadn't used that dirty trick, I would have taken her down in the first 5 minutes. From outside, Han spoke up. I admit you're talented, but we don't need you on our team. That's it. Or, do you want to fight me? Han asked with a smile. Survive 1 minute, and I'll accept you onto the team right now. At that offer, Velkis felt a bit of fear. Han's eyes now held a hint of killing intent. Velkis instinctively grinned. He spoke up, looking at Aaron. Instead of you, can I choose someone else? Han replied, A swordsman and a lancer have different roles. It doesn't matter how strong you are. What matters is fitting the team composition. Velkis, standing inside, asked, Team composition? That makes sense, but... He hesitated and continued. He can't even fulfill his own role. I mean, just look at Aaron. I've watched all of your battles. They're interesting, but there's one person who feels completely out of place on your team. Do you really need a lancer that badly? To the point where you overlook his uselessness? Don't you feel like he's holding you back? At Velkis's provocation, Aaron's expression became complicated. Jenna spoke up loudly for Aaron. Aaron has done very well. Stop talking nonsense. Velkis continued to attack. Maybe you're so talented that you don't know this. But sometimes, comfort is like a deadly poison. What? Jenna froze. Just then, Han said, quiet. Velkis, despite being poisoned, wore a grin full of intrigue. Han quietly said, just as you said, a lancer isn't strictly necessary. We could totally change our team composition if a good swordsman joined. Jenna was horrified. Sir, Han continued, but only if that swordsman is stronger than that lancer. Are you sure you're more useful than Aaron? Velkis confidently walked toward Aaron and said, if I weren't sure, I wouldn't have brought it up. Accept my challenge. He pointed his sword at Aaron. Everyone went silent at his challenge to Aaron. Ivanka, covering her face with a fan, and Nerissa, who was recovering, watched in silence. Han spoke up. Are you sure you won't regret this? Aaron has been here longer than you. If you're arrogant enough to challenge him, you might just end up losing miserably. Velkis laughed confidently. Don't worry. If I lose, I'll go to Team 2, Han said to Aaron. It's your choice. Aaron fell silent. Perhaps because he knew exactly where he stood, Aaron replied, Sir, could you give me a moment to think? Han thought in silence. Because more than anyone, he understood how Aaron felt. It was about time. Lately, Aaron had been pushing himself to his absolute limits, and I know if this keeps going, it won't end well. But Aaron is still very useful. He and I have worked together for a long time, even if he's not keeping up. He's still doing his part well, but to get through this situation, he needs a push. After a few seconds of thought, Aaron says seriously, I'll fight. Velkist says excitedly, good. A notification pops up. Velkist, 2 stars. Requests a one-on-one duel with Aaron, 2 stars. Han, standing behind Aaron, speaks up. If you lose, you won't be allowed to join Team 1. Only the winner gets in. Agreed? Velkist laughs smugly and agrees. Aaron agrees as well. The system notification asks both sides again. Do you agree to this duel? Yes. Inside the arena, Velkist and Aaron are dead serious. Aaron readies his spear, while Velkist spins his sword. Velkist approaches with a smug smile. Both are determined. Their eyes are filled with killing intent as they trade blow after blow. The fight is intense. Outside, Jenna says anxiously, he actually agreed, even after saying he wouldn't? Han replies calmly, it's his choice. Jenna asks, I know, but what if he loses? That guy is pretty strong. Velkist goes all out. But Aaron still has a chance if he uses his knowledge well. Aaron fights back with everything he has. Both have level 4 weapon mastery. Neither gives an inch. They are evenly matched. Velkist has some passives that Aaron doesn't, but Aaron has one advantage. Velkist attacks again. Aaron immediately counters. That experience allows Aaron to land a painful blow on Velkist. It makes him cough up blood, but he still smiles confidently. Fast. Aaron focuses on his defense, not letting his guard down for a second. Outside, a member of Team 2 cheers. Nice. Teach that rookie a lesson. Aaron stays focused on the fight. I don't care who Velkist was before he got here. I only know he has 0 experience fighting monsters. He just arrived, and unlike Aaron, he doesn't have endless combat experience. He's never fought a boss monster, nor has he faced spear users like Roderick or Aaron. Furthermore, in a hero's battle, spear techniques are unparalleled. Aaron repeatedly pierces through Velkist's guard. Velkist uses his agility to dodge one thrust, but immediately gets hit by another. They clash repeatedly. Every strike is blocked. Aaron lunges directly. Velkist barely manages to parry with his sword. When you lose, you're going to be scrubbing the floors for our team all day, the Team 2 soldier shouts excitedly. Captain Edis is speechless. Since ancient times, the spear was a hunting tool, and later, it became a staple in warfare. It's a highly useful weapon. Its wide attack range made it incredibly effective in large-scale wars, but in a one-on-one duel, it's somewhat useless. There's about a 1-meter difference in range between a sword and a spear. While there are advantages, a spearman struggles to react when attacked by a weapon with a shorter reach. It's useless against daggers and lacks the range advantage of a bow and arrow. But that's for normal people. In this place, where people easily surpass their own limits, that logic doesn't hold up. Aaron's long-range attacks repeatedly wound Velkist, this time a gash from his shoulder to his wrist. Aaron changes his stance, catching Velkist by surprise. A powerful swing heads toward him, but Velkist nimbly dodges, doing a somersault in the air. Han watches intently from the outside. No matter how talented Velkist was before coming here, the moment he became a hero, the laws of reality bent. Eren has sparred with me hundreds of times. He's used to fighting people who are essentially monsters. A swordsman and a spearman have very different tactics. Eren attacks once more. If you notice, from the start of the match, Eren has been on the offensive. Jenna watches, with her hand on her chin. He's doing great, but it's not like him. Ivanka, standing nearby, hides her face behind a fan. What are you talking about? At this rate, he'll win soon enough. Jenna replies, that's not it. Look closely. Inside, Velkist is now able to block Eren's attacks with his bare hands. The number of effective hits has dropped. Velkist smiles smugly, as if he's found an opening. Edis sees this and asks, you saw it too? Velkist, tired of just blocking, shouts, how boring. Your technique is precise, Eren, but it's so predictable. Your weakness is that your tactics are too easy to read. Besides, Velkist has an observant eye. Considering he saw through Nerissa's attacks after just a minute of fighting, his observational skills are undeniably excellent. Perhaps he'll soon achieve a skill like mine's eye, just like mine. Velkist closes the distance on Eren. He grimaces and asks, are you kidding me? Eren replies seriously, no. The sheer pressure forces both of them to jump back several meters. Velkist gets angry. Then why are you holding back? Are you looking down on me? Eren doesn't answer. Velkist points his sword at Eren again. He says with a hint of annoyance, I heard that Team 1 fights with the intent to kill, even during sparring. So what is this? Why aren't you aiming for my vitals? Eren stays silent. Outside, Han speaks up. You've gone soft. Although Eren's spear technique is easy to read, Velkist adapted way too quickly. At this point, Eren only has one option left. Han shouts, Eren, since when did you start worrying about the enemy's life? Eren freezes, perhaps because his captain has seen through his thoughts. Do you think you're strong? Enough to go easy on your opponent? Show me everything you've got, Han says strictly. Don't disappoint me. Velkist laughs. He said it himself. All right, Eren replies. He starts spinning his spear, looks at Velkist seriously, and says, don't blame me if you die. Velkist replied with a thrill. Of course. Both of them lunged at each other once more. But this time, the killing intent and determination were even fiercer, their grips tightening on their spears. Eren charged toward Velkist, but before Velkist could even get close, Eren's spear tip grazed his face. This time, Eren was truly determined. Velkist frowned and swiped Eren's spear aside. Eren lunged again, this time aiming a low strike that caught Velkist off guard, leaving him no time to react. The spear tip thrust straight between his legs, making him instinctively flinch in fear. However, it was just a warning strike, followed by a flurry of rapid thrusts. Eren's target was his legs. By now, a few wounds had already appeared on the guy's legs. Velkist jumped into the air, while Eren kept up the pressure from below. A powerful strike was launched, causing Velkist to lose his balance for a second, his spear tip pointing downward. Outside, the scene was peaceful. Jenna looked worried. Han stood motionless, observing, and the young guy from Team 2 stared blankly into the training room. They could only see flashes of light. Ivanka looked away. Roderick silently bowed his head, and the room was filled with the sound of clashing metal. Nobody knew how long it had been. Time outside seemed to stand still. Inside, blood wouldn't stop flowing. A bruised and battered Velkist spoke up. I think I've lost a bit too much blood, getting kind of dizzy here. He looked at Eren, who was wounded in the arm, and continued, but either way, I won, didn't I? Yeah, the blood on the floor was Eren's. It seemed he had a deep wound on his arm, and it wouldn't stop bleeding. With an injury like that, he probably couldn't lift his spear to fight anymore. The young guy from Team 2 shouted, no way. Eren clearly had the upper hand. He glared at Velkist and asked, what kind of trick did you pull? I bet you used some underhanded move. Inside, Velkist calmly replied, I don't know what you're rambling about. As for that, the young guy from Team 2 was still furious. Just then, Roderick spoke up. Enough. A notification appeared. 2-star Velkist has won the match. Ivanka was a bit surprised. I actually thought Eren would win. That's so strange. Jenna, looking worried, replied, he did so well, though. I feel so bad for him. Just one move. Han then said, right, just one move. It's hard to describe it, saying he has keen senses isn't even enough. Once the match dragged on, Velkist gradually read through Eren's attack patterns. It became clear as he took fewer and fewer hits. He easily saw through Eren's openings, but even with countless chances to counterattack, Velkist just waited. He knew he only needed one single strike to win. To eliminate every variable and seize the perfect moment to counter, he endured Eren's assault and struck at the most critical second. His cold, logical observation skills and ability to analyze everything to find a path to victory made him like a wolf lying in wait, waiting for hours for the exact moment the prey let their guard down. Velkus said, "What a shame. If you hadn't held back from the start, this match would have been much more interesting." Eren replied sadly, "I guess so." Outside, Narissa spoke up. "I'm a bit dissatisfied with the result, but I have no objections. Since no one else is complaining, I'll keep my word." Velkus would join Team 1. Velkus opened the door and walked out. "Eren will be removed." The notification flashed. Han, a 2-star, proposed a team change. 2-star Eren will be expelled from the team. "Do you agree?" Han chose yes. Eren of Team 1 was officially dismissed. After the defeat, Eren sat there, stunned. "Eren, you lost for a stupid reason. That I just can't understand. I can't keep you on the team anymore. I think you'll understand why," Han said. Yisoo, looking disgruntled, spoke up. But Eren just didn't want to hurt a teammate. Before the sentence could finish, Han cut him off. "No excuses. We aren't here to make friends. We are here to survive, to defeat the enemy. Anyone who doesn't understand that truth will die. Remember that." That left Yisoo of Team 2 speechless, because what he said wasn't wrong. "In this game, you either win or you die," Jenna spoke up. Captain Han, she didn't want to hear anyone else's explanation, so she said, "Everyone, go get some rest. It's late." Notification: 2-star Eren has been removed from Team 1. 2-star Narissa will join Team 1. 2-star Velkus will join Team 1. Velkus laughed smugly. "This is going to be fun." Narissa looked at him and said, "I'm really looking forward to working with you." "I'm Narissa." Han stood in front of them and said, "I don't really get it. Do you think life is all sunshine and rainbows just because you're in Team 1? It's the exact opposite. What we do here is much more dangerous than in Team 2. Velkus replied with excitement. "I know. That's why I'm here. I want to become stronger than everyone else." Everyone began to leave one by one. Then Han looked at Eren and said, "You can sit there all day, but it won't change a thing." Eren replied sadly, "I don't want to go anywhere. I lost because I was too weak. That's all." "Why didn't you aim for their weak points?" Han asked. "You had the upper hand from the start, so why give Velkis a chance to counter?" Eren stood up and answered, "I shouldn't kill my teammates." Han retorted, "Since when did you start caring about that? I don't think I taught you to be that weak." Eren, with a gloomy face, said, "I'm just like that, you know. I'm incompetent. Maybe I could have beaten him, and I was confident in that. But as time passed, he would just keep coming back stronger. Do I even have the right to kill someone who shines brighter than me?" He gave a bitter laugh. "I watched the two of you and realized everything I've done until now is useless. No matter how much time and effort I pour into training, when compared to pure talent," Han cut him off. "Is that why you held back?" Eren continued, "I couldn't do it. Both of them are important people. I don't see myself as someone like you or Jenna. The fog is covering my eyes, and I refuse to let it clear. It's like I'm just spinning my wheels." Han thought, "He's broken." Then he said, "There's an open position for an instructor." Eren looked up, surprised. Han said, "They guide newcomers in their training at the first floor training grounds. I think you'd be a perfect fit for that spot. Even in the CA, you'd just be training rookies in a safe zone. Usually, people fight tooth and nail for a position like that. Sometimes it's a 2-on-1 situation, but I'm specifically nominating you two for it." "Well, what do you think?" Han said. Eren asked instinctively, "Training others? Me?" Han continued, "What are you still hesitating for? What's your goal? To become strong like Velkist? Isn't your goal to return to your family?" Eren looked at Han and hesitated to reply. "Yes, but what?" Han wondered. Eren pursed his lips with an indescribable expression, as if that wasn't what he really wanted. Then he quietly walked away. "I'm sorry. I'll do as you say," Han said coldly. "Cut it out." Eren instinctively turned back to look. "What? Don't do anything you don't want to do," Han replied. "I once knew someone just like you. He was also pretty incompetent. His skills were only at level 2. When he was at your level, I tried to kick him out so many times because he was just that bad. Do you want to become stronger, Eren?" Han looked at Eren with an enigmatic smile. This left Eren a bit confused by those words. "No," Han said again. "I don't think you do." At that moment, Eren collapsed to his knees and shouted, "No, sir, I want to become stronger," he sobbed. "I don't want to have those pathetic thoughts ever again. Is there really any way for someone like me to get stronger?" "There is," Han said firmly. Hearing the captain's certain words, Eren stopped crying. His eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. Han spoke up. "Just wait. When that gate opens," he was referring to the gate to the highest floor, "I'll take you to Nefema. Where is that? Aaron asked. Han smiled confidently. A wonderful place. After the infrastructure upgrade, the floor looked much more respectable. Jenna, the most energetic girl, laughed and said, "Nice to meet you, I'm Jenna Sarai." Faced with her friendliness, Velkist and Nerissa smoothly ignored her. Oh my, Jenna must feel so embarrassed. Awkward, right? Han remarked. Velkist and Nerissa, there are some things you two need to know. You probably already know that when using the reconstruction stone to recover, we also fought alongside a fire element mage. You two need to get used to it. Nerissa asked. You mean fire resistance? Han replied. Learn it as fast as you can. Do you guys know how to do it yet? Velkist smirked. Just burn yourself? That method sounds a bit stupid. Han laughed helplessly. Stupid. But it works. Velkist replied confidently. I'll learn it in about 4 days. But I think this lady here will be crying in fear, he teased. To that provocation, Nerissa retorted sharply. Then I only need 3 days. At this point, Han turned to look at Jenna and continued. Jenna, you'll have to take Aaron's spot. Jenna asked. You want me to master using a bow and arrow, right? No further explanation needed. Han looked over at Velkist and said, Velkist, you and I will be in the same short-range position, but don't get too arrogant. Fight within the range where your teammates can support you. If you're too conceited and refuse to cooperate, you're worthless to us. Remember that. Got it? He smirked in reply. Han then looked at Nerissa, assessing her skills. Nerissa had all sorts of skills, swordsmanship, daggers, throwing knives, and other weapon skills. She also had speed boosts, stealth, and other movement skills. She even had sensory skills, plus poison and assassination techniques. Then he asked, Before coming here, what did you do? Were you some kind of assassin? Nerissa replied sparingly. Something like that. If she really was an assassin, the master would have to use a high-level summon, but this is probably mid-level. Han spoke up. Nerissa, your primary position will be mid-range, but depending on the situation, you will have to move to the front or protect Jenna and Ivanka. You can also target enemies from behind. You will also be in charge of gathering information. Do that whenever I ask. Is that clear? She bowed her head, responding with a firm attitude without a single complaint. Han thought to himself, people like her usually agree right away. But if they don't fully accept their role, conflict will arise. Maybe she picked up some bad habits when she was on the first floor. Just then, Ivanka suddenly interrupted, asking excitedly, What about me? What will I be doing? Han replied coldly, Running with a sandbag on your back. Ivanka instantly turned to stone, her face completely pale. Edis walked over to Han and sighed. Looks like your team is still short on people. Team 2 will always be short, because the master won't do any high-level summoning now. Just go down to the first floor if you can't find anyone, Han suggested. Edis asked in surprise, The first floor? If you look carefully, maybe there's someone useful. He replied, Dika has decided to become a coach on the first floor. Tell him to focus on that one notable person. That's your only way if the master refuses to summon. Since the master is still doing free summons, there are probably about 12 people on the waiting list on the first floor. Surely there must be at least one talented person. Edis thought about Han's suggestion. I guess I really have to do that. Han continued. When you find someone like that, don't make it too obvious. Others might have prejudices. You mean bullying? Edis asked. There are many types of people in this place. Those who pick fights. Those who look down on others just to elevate themselves. At the Team 1 training room, Han spoke up. Sparring like this will help us understand each other's strengths and weaknesses better. No rules whatsoever. You two can use your weapons. Velkist walked over and said with interest, I'm liking this. Han asked again, Are you sure you want to charge in alone, Nerissa? And you too. I think you'll want to know just how strong I am. Sounds good, Velkist said arrogantly. Are you sure? A real battle will be quite different from a one-on-one duel. Han asked coldly, You want to solo me? Velkist, like a stimulated stray dog, replied, If possible, sure. A notification appeared. Han, 2 stars has entered a berserk state. According to Chloe, the heroes on the first floor had come looking for Velkist a few days earlier. They were the group that had been expelled from Team 3 because they lost to Velkist, but no one could lay a finger on him. Some in that group still go around and pick fights with heroes they find annoying or those on the second floor. But of course, it's not a big deal. Right now, no hero can compete with those on the second floor. Velkist lunged to attack, but one thing needed to be made clear. Han drew his sword to counter. Velkist instinctively stopped. Han's strike had hit directly on his weapon-holding arm, sending his weapon flying several meters away. Because Velkist was too arrogant, Han would prove to him today that there were plenty of people here stronger than him. Han shouted fiercely. Seems like you've grown arrogant after taking down some weaklings on the first floor, haven't you? Velkus stared at his own sword, grinning as he replied. You're every bit as strong as I thought, you arrogant bastard. The outcome is decided before the fight even begins. Velkus drew his sword. I'm looking forward to joining your team for a proper spar. I'll need her help for that. Nerissa walked over. All right then. She proceeded to coat her blade in poison. Seeing this, Han asked, You're seriously using poison? Nerissa replied nonchalantly. Seems like that's what you want too. Velkus, ever arrogant, chimed in. It's 2 against 1 this time even for you. That'll be tough to handle. Han and the two of them entered their battle stances. Who knows how much time had passed. Outside, the second floor remained as peaceful as ever. Inside the training room, Velkus spoke up. I thought with the 2 of us teaming up, we'd be able to take you down. Han replied. Numbers don't mean strength when you 2 don't know how to support each other in combat. If it were Eren or Xena, they might actually win. But against Jenna, even the 2 of you combined isn't making a dent. Jenna looked startled at being called out. Han glanced toward the back. What are you doing? Get over here. They're waiting for you. Jenna hurried in from outside. I'm a bit worried. No need. You're stronger than them, but you're a team now. I won't allow any more solo plays. We fight until we beat Jenna. Velkus, arrogant as ever, disagreed. Aren't you underestimating us a bit too much? I can't lose to her on my own. Just you watch, Han replied. Velkus turned to Nerissa with a sneer. I don't want to team up with this woman. She's just dead weight. As if I want to team up with an arrogant prick like you. Nerissa shot back. Han, standing on the sidelines, spoke up. Then prove it to me. If you can beat Jenna, you can spar with me as much as you want. Velkus replied from inside. Make sure you keep that promise. Back off, he told Nerissa. Leave this to me. He took a fighting stance. Fine, Jenna replied, then fired an arrow toward Velkus. Velkus countered, dodging the first arrow. However, he didn't expect several other arrows to be flying his way. He swung his sword, knocking the projectiles off course. Jenna utilized her skills to track her target. No sooner had he finished defending against the first shots than a fresh volley flew at him, along with a lethal arrow, forcing him to retreat into a corner. Luckily, he managed to dodge it. Han spoke up from the outside. I told you, she's stronger than you. Velkus laughed. Maybe I'm just a frog in a well, huh? Han continued. I'll say it again. Team up with Nerissa and defeat Jenna within 2 days. You should have known this the moment you saw her. When we're on missions, we have to fight countless powerful foes. So why do you want to fight alone? You 2 don't even have any synergy. Nerissa interrupted. I've still got energy, Han said helplessly. You 2 are so stubborn. Time ticked away. In the training room, Nerissa was breathing heavily, her face covered in sweat. Jenna's arrows were embedded everywhere in the walls, just like Velkus. Nerissa had been driven into a corner, but her situation was even more pathetic. She was surrounded by a barrage of arrows. As if he'd predicted this, Han spoke up. You 2 couldn't even last a minute. Velkus said, so we just need to work together to beat her, right? I don't like it, but I'll try. Nerissa chimed in, this isn't going to be easy. The 2 of them were finally truly determined to fight together. They split up to attack Jenna. Han watched them intently from the outside. He muttered, how pathetic. Inside, a barrage of arrows headed toward Nerissa. She was far too focused on deflecting the incoming shots, and failed to notice Jenna, who was already closing in. As you can see, Nerissa was soundly defeated and taken down in an instant. Jenna, agile and quick, aimed her bow at Velkus. Although he was fast and dodged, he couldn't avoid Jenna's arrow. His body was covered in more than a few wounds. Han spoke up. What the hell are you doing? That was even worse than fighting solo. Velkus yelled angrily. Damn it. Han continued. Nothing's going to change just because you're swearing. Or do you want to switch to Team 2? We don't have that kind of training here. Velkus replied, annoyed. I'll try again. He walked over to Nerissa and bickered. You couldn't even last 10 seconds. What a total waste of space, says the one who couldn't even swing his sword once. Han watched carefully from the outside, silently assessing them. This had clearly bruised their egos. Jenna grew up in the forest. She was more accustomed to wild beasts than domesticated animals. You need to adapt quickly when facing intelligent monsters. Even ferocious beasts are nothing but prey in the hands of a skilled hunter. A monster also needs to get used to hunting in a pack. He was implying that Velkus and Nerissa's group were like wild, frenzied beasts that needed to learn how to hunt as a pack. Outside, the plaza was incredibly peaceful, but inside the training room, Nerissa and Velkus had both been struck by arrows. Both of them were wounded badly and covered in injuries. Han spoke up. Don't be so stupid. Just step off the training floor and your wounds will heal automatically. If you're hurt, get out of there. Seeing their miserable state, both Velkus and Nerissa stepped out, exhausted, to recover. Just then, Ivanka walked over and said, the two of them standing there together, they look like quite the couple, don't they? How strange. Han gathered up his arrows and asked, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be practicing advanced telepathy? If you're not gone in 40 seconds, I'm telling Chloe. Ivanka was threatened and hurried away. All right, I'm leaving. Velkus still refused to admit defeat. He was still acting tough, saying, let's go again. Jenna looked flustered. Han spoke up. That's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Nerissa replied, but there's still plenty of time. Jenna hasn't even been able to train because you two have sparred over 10 times already. Have some respect for other people's time. I'll go find other members if you can't beat Jenna by tomorrow. Velkus asked, looking annoyed. Are you serious? Yeah. Do I look like I'm joking? Han replied. Tomorrow, I'm only allowing one duel. If you lose, well, you know what happens. With that, he walked away. Don't disappoint me. Those words left both Velkus and Nerissa feeling a complex mix of emotions. Jenna followed him, looking a bit surprised. Are you seriously going to kick those two to the curb? When did I say I was joking? Han replied, cutting her off before she could continue. He gave Jenna a pretty sharp knock on the head. It doesn't matter how talented they are, Han said casually. If they can't work together, they're completely useless. Jenna rubbed her head, pouting. But there's no one else to join our party besides those two. You're not thinking of bringing Aaron back, are you? Han replied. They know exactly what they need to do. It's just that they can't trust each other, or maybe they just trust themselves a little too much. But if they could change that. Velkus, listening in, gritted his teeth in anger. I'll kill her, he muttered. The next day, at the second-floor plaza, Jenna spoke up, asking, where are those two? Don't tell me something happened? Han replied, no, they went down to the first floor. Why? Jenna asked. They wanted me to give them more time. Ivanka chimed in, looking excited. So, how about today's training? Han smirked. Since those two are gone, I guess I'll have to make your session even harder. He really knows how to torture people, Ivanka thought, her excitement instantly fading. I knew it. Jenna suddenly looked toward the distance in surprise, as Velkus and Nerissa were walking toward them. Han asked seriously, are you both ready? Nerissa replied, I did everything I could. The rules are the same as yesterday, weapons allowed. Besides that, no other requirements. You only get one chance. Understood, Nerissa replied. Velkus spoke up, teaming up. I know we don't mesh well, but I don't see any other way. Jenna stepped forward. Then, I'm starting. Jenna suddenly froze. She had warned them she was about to attack, but both of them just stood there. Why are they just standing there? Here I come. Jenna fired arrows toward Nerissa, but Nerissa didn't move. Ah, so Velkus was going to block the arrows to give Nerissa an opening. Meanwhile, Nerissa threw a dagger as a counterattack. Jenna quickly swatted it away. Velkus spoke up. I see it now. This caught Jenna off guard. Velkus started his counterattack, his eyes glowing. A notification appeared. Velkus had learned the ranged damage evasion skill. Now both of them charged at Jenna together. Not on my watch. Jenna kept firing arrows. They flew toward the pair, but Velkus took the lead, batting the arrows away while Nerissa hid behind him for support. Suddenly, the two split up and closed in on Jenna. Both Nerissa and Velkus struck at the same time. But how could a move like that actually hit Jenna? They both attacked, but Jenna dodged effortlessly. Before she could even catch her breath, a blade flew toward her. She dodged that too, by a hair's breadth. But this wasn't just any blade. It was charged with intense bloodlust. Jenna's expression tightened as a few beads of sweat appeared on her face. Before she could retaliate, Velkus lunged from behind. I'll kill you. He was like a wild beast, hell-bent on taking her down. Jenna immediately evaded his lethal strike. She jumped back a few meters, but she forgot about Nerissa. Nerissa was already behind her, holding a dagger to Jenna's throat. This move left Jenna with no way to counter or defend herself. From the sidelines, Han called out, "Match over." Jenna laughed, a bit surprised. "I lost." Velkus bragged, "Easy as pie." Han stood with his arms crossed, unfazed by the result. "Yeah," he replied. "You've been struggling with something that simple all day." Nerissa was able to mask her presence thanks to the focused bloodlust from Velkus. Clearly, when one person gets too aggressive, the other's presence gets forgotten. The power of a team is always greater than that of an individual. After finishing the mission, there's no way they wouldn't understand that logic, Han continued. "Anyway, You both passed the trial. Don't forget what you learned from this match. Velkus, unable to shed his arrogant streak, smirked confidently and asked, "If we fight like this, could we beat you? Don't you want to try?" Han said. Obviously, they had already lost. I activated Frenzy and gave them a beating. I don't know how many times I hit them the second the match started. There's still time. Until the real battle begins. We haven't been given any tasks. Maybe the master is giving us time to adjust. Just like that, Team 1's training was complete. Back at the second floor plaza, Han picked up his sword. From next time on, Jenna will be joining the sparring sessions. Velkus and Nerissa, who were sitting and recovering, asked in surprise, "What do you mean by that?" Han replied, "Jenna and I are one team. You two are another." This made Velkus and Nerissa, who already didn't like each other, even more annoyed. It was written all over their faces. Han said, "Relax. I didn't say these teams were permanent. The teams will be rotated constantly. We need the ability to coordinate with others." Velkis, serious for the first time, said, "I thought this team was mostly about one-on-one training. On the 5th, 10th, and 15th floors, I always saw you carrying the team. Honestly, I don't think the other members are even that strong. What's the point of group training?" Faced with Velkus's naive question, Han tried to keep his cool and replied, "Are those eyes just for decoration? I can't do everything by myself. Conversely, even if a team has great chemistry, if the members are weak, it won't amount to anything. The mission will fail if the members can't coordinate, no matter how strong individuals are. Of course, if one person is overwhelmingly strong, they could carry the whole team, but I don't think there's anyone that strong in this group, including me." Han looked at Velkis and continued, "Stop complaining and whining. We'll move on to individual training until you're sick of it, right up until you're used to working as a group." Velkis stood up, helpless. "I'm really looking forward to it." Those two improved very quickly and could now handle 2-on-2 sparring. Han thought to himself, aside from basic training in the morning and weapon training in the afternoon, we spend the whole day sparring. Every time a team wins, the team members are swapped out. The problem is that whichever team I'm on wins, but over time, they've learned how to coordinate with each other. After 1 week, I added Ivanka to start formation training. I took note of Ivanka's and Jenna's weaknesses and how to fix them, as well as how to maximize their strengths. I also kept an eye on Velkus and Nerissa regarding these points. At the Team 1 lounge, Nerissa spoke up. "The more I learn, the more surprised I am. Every tactic is so precise and effective, I can't even imagine what your previous profession was." Han replied casually, "Didn't I tell you I was a farmer?" "Tell us something more believable," he said. The announcement blared, "Team 1, head to the first floor city square." Han listened in silence. Velkus spoke up. "Took them long enough to let us move." Han stood up and chuckled. "You really love killing things that much? Better than those boring training dummies, right?" Velkus replied. Han sighed. "Let's go. You two know we aren't here for a vacation, right?" Aaron called out from behind. "Be careful, Han." "Don't worry," Han shot back. "You think I'm some kind of newbie?" Han replied with confidence. As they reached the first floor square, everyone seemed to have gathered. Han asked seriously, "Are these people AIs?" Nerissa replied, "They're the ones summoned after the 3rd generation split." "Generation 3? Han thought to himself. "You might not know, but there's a strange rumor going around." "I know," Han said. "For those of you who don't understand, let me keep it simple. The first heroes, Jenna, Edis, and myself, are the 1st generation. Velkist and Nerissa are the 2nd. They were chosen after I provided guidance to Water. Once the high and low floors were divided, the 3rd generation was summoned. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, 'Arrogant jerk.' This set the hot-headed Velkist off. Where is that dog barking from? If you want to fight, step up. Don't just talk," Han warned quietly. Suddenly, a man approached Han and said, Are you Han Isoad?" "I am. I'm Melkat. I was summoned here 4 days ago. I need a favor. I'm suffering from a severe chronic illness. My life is a living hell. Can you help me get to the 2nd floor?" "Beat it," Han replied coldly, showing no mercy. He pushed the guy away, staring at him with razor-sharp eyes. "Cancer or whatever else, the lobby's healing energy cures everything." "Are you kidding me?" Isoade raised his voice. "What the hell are you guys doing here? Don't block Team 1's way. The master is waiting." Han looked at Nerissa and asked, "How long has this been going on?" Nerissa bowed her head. "Since the floor division. That's when everything started, bit by bit." Ivanka asked from behind, "Why? They're all complete strangers." "That's a side effect of the floor division," Han replied. Don't worry about them anymore. The mission at hand is what matters. The notification pinged. Main dungeon challenge, current floor, 16. The portal opens in 10 seconds. Get ready, Han said sternly. Once we step into the battlefield, you follow my orders. Any objections? No, Velkist and Nerissa replied. The light of the 16th floor opened. Floor 16. Mission type. Exploration. Objective. Investigate an unknown territory. Velkist spoke up. Investigation? I've never seen a mission like this before, Jenna answered. I went through one once on the 6th floor. It wasn't hard at all, right, Han? Han looked back, his expression serious. This place is completely different from the 6th floor. We need to figure out the setting. Is it a castle or a manor? Nerissa hesitated, looking doubtful. This place is. She trailed off, deep in thought. Seeing this, Han asked, You recognize this place? I'm not sure. I'll let you know once it becomes clear. Han stood before the door and spoke. In that case, let's scout the area first. The door to the next floor must be around here somewhere. Definitely not this one. He tapped the wall a few times. As you can see, it's outside the mission area. He ordered Nerissa, You go first. Stay hidden. Observe the surroundings and report back if you see anything strange. Understood, Nerissa said, then vanished. Han drew the sword from his back and spoke. Move in formation. Use the investigation layout. The scene inside the manor was deathly silent. Statues were lined up perfectly. The hallway was lit by lamps. The order of the investigation team was Han in the lead, followed by Jenna, then Ivanka, and finally Velkist. Ivanka looked around as she walked and said, This place is a bit creepy, isn't it? Maybe it's a haunted mansion. Why is there no one else here? Han, leading the way, replied, This mansion has been cleaned, so it's not abandoned. We'll probably run into someone soon. He tapped the doors with his sword, but none would open. Han thought to himself. After a while, Ivanka asked in surprise, Is this place actually this huge? It never ends. Velkist, walking behind her, replied, It's just a unique layout. The size of the hall doesn't really matter. It looks pretty strange from the outside. Ivanka looked back at him and teased, Look at you, actually being smart for once. That compliment made the arrogant Velkist quite unhappy. His face turned red, and his eyes filled with murderous intent. He gritted out, What did you just say? He didn't just get angry for no reason. He was also incredibly sensitive. Faced with that glare, Ivanka stammered, Nothing. Hee, I was clearly complimenting him. Quiet down, Han ordered. Suddenly, Jenna noticed something. Look, there are 3 paths in front of us. It's a maze? Jenna asked, looking bewildered. This isn't a normal manor. The paths are as tangled as a maze. Ivanka asked seriously, Where should we go? Stay here and wait for Nerissa, Han replied. The investigation team sat down to rest. Han leaned against the wall and crossed his arms. Looks like we've stumbled into a difficult manor. Jenna sat, with her knees hugged to her chest, exhausted. I've never been to a place like this. There's no one here. The paths are bizarre. The other missions were so simple. Velkist chimed in. I agree. This place is so boring. Han glanced at him. Are you here for fun? Velkist replied. I'm not allowed to be bored? I thought I was finally going to get into it with some strong enemies. What a disappointment. Frustrated by his arrogance, Han didn't bother arguing. He looked at Jenna and Ivanka. You two can rest. But don't let your guard down. There has to be an enemy somewhere. They're definitely here. Good, Velkist said. His face looked like a wild beast's again. 5 minutes later, the lights in the mansion were still burning. Han suddenly glanced in one direction. Nerissa had returned. As she walked, she said, I went to the middle hallway, and it seems like all the paths lead to the same place. It's not complex. I didn't see any enemies or traps. She looked away as if she had something difficult to say. There's just one strange thing, Han asked seriously. What is it? It's hard to tell. You'll know once you get there, Nerissa replied. The door to a room slowly creaked open. Inside, someone was slumped on the floor, a maid, kneeling and moaning in pain. Nerissa whispered, She can't sense us. Her condition was bizarre. As they got closer, the maid kept retching blood, a sight that visibly unsettled Jenna. Velkist scoffed. Serves her right. Wouldn't it be better to just finish her off? If you don't want to kill women, leave it to me. What a cold-blooded guy. Even a woman. Huh. Han looked at him and replied, Leave it be. It's best to stay put if something seems suspicious. They turned away. Jenna glanced back one last time before leaving, saying with pity, She looks like she's suffering so much. Maybe it's some kind of serious illness. Seeing his subordinate like that, Han asked coldly, You want to help her or what? Jenna smiled awkwardly. I'm not that kind-hearted. Let's keep moving. Han looked back at her, appearing a bit puzzled. As they continued through the mansion hallway, Ivanka spoke up, bored. I'm starting to get tired of this. Jenna approached a door and tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. There has to be a key somewhere, right? She said. The arrogant Velkus, who was itching for a fight, couldn't hide his disappointment. He probably thought this mission would involve some intense battles. Been looking forward to it forever. But in reality, they hadn't even seen an enemy yet. Han chimed in. Stop whining. Something's coming soon. The team had passed 3 identical grand halls. This maze wasn't difficult. In fact, it was just a straight line. However, things started to change when the team reached the 4th hallway. Nerissa suddenly spoke up. Enemies in the next hallway. There are 7 of them in armor. They're equipped with swords, spears, and crossbows. Han looked at everyone, giving instructions and dividing roles. We'll ambush them as soon as we enter. Jenna and Nerissa will handle the archers, and the rest of us will take care of the swordsmen and spearmen. Inside the hall, soldiers were standing guard tightly. Han pressed against the back of a door, observing and assessing the situation. He signaled with his hand 3, 2, 1, and a fist, meaning the whole team should attack. They rushed in quickly. A soldier, about to take a drink, suddenly froze. He saw something. His eyes reflected Han's silhouette. Before he could scream or warn the others, the unlucky soldier was taken down. One of his comrades saw it and looked terrified and confused. The soldier only managed to ask, "Who?" before Velkus slashed his head off. Velkus maniacally hacked at another soldier. The 2 remaining guards suffered the same fate immediately. Before they even knew what was happening, in less than a minute, the team had wiped out all the guards standing watch. They died miserable deaths. Han looked on coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. He and his team headed toward the door in front of the stairs leading up. The entrance was right behind it. Han looked at the door, conflicted. Then, he threw his shield at it. Instantly, a barrier appeared. Just as I thought. You can't reach the 2nd floor that easily. Han gave the order. Ivanka, prepare to hit that door with a 1-star fire spell. Ivanka was surprised. Ah, what lies behind that door? At a corner of the hallway, a group of soldiers in helmets, swords, and spears in hand was heading their way. Notification. Human soldiers, level 14. Quantity, 18. Human soldiers, level 17. Quantity, 5. Ivanka entered her fire-casting state, and a massive circle of flame appeared, burning several soldiers to ash. Han ran along the column of fire Ivanka had opened, shouting, Velkus and Nerissa, right behind me, get ready to fight. The soldiers were frantic in the face of the raging inferno. Suddenly, they were ambushed from the front. Velkus slashed away gleefully. Nerissa wasn't to be outdone. Using her poison-coated sword, she quickly took down the soldiers in agony. Jenna provided cover from behind. The scene was pure chaos. One soldier, even though he was being consumed by Ivanka's flames, still tried to attack, but Captain Han quickly dodged the blow. You guys probably already know how he ended up. He died right after taking a full slash from him. A miserable death. Han flicked his sword to shake off the blood. Job done. Recover your strength. Ivanka put her hands on her hips and asked, How did you know? Han looked at his sword and replied, About what? Han asked back. Why did you know more enemies would appear? She asked. He explained. The barrier leading to the 2nd floor didn't open even after we killed those enemies. That means the number of enemies we already killed wasn't all of them. Saying that, he threw his shield at the door again. See? The barrier is open now. We'll finish this mission once we get up there. We need to prepare thoroughly before heading to the 17th floor. Han's group slowly climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor. Velkus grumbled, I agree. This floor is boring as hell. Han asked coldly. Is destruction your only hobby? Indeed it was. Han's footsteps suddenly stopped. A few seconds later, the barrier slowly faded, the door appeared, and a notification popped up. Mission complete. Velkus, 2 stars. Nerissa, 2 stars. Leveled up. Reward, 50,000 gold. MVP, Ivanka. Outside at this moment, darkness had fallen, and a few leaves were swept away by the wind. Jenna put her hands on her hips, asking, Do you think the 17th floor will be like this one? Han looked toward the waterfall and replied, Maybe. Jenna continued, I don't like that one bit. I want to get everything done quickly. As they were wandering around, the master even left. She stretched and said, It's too late. I'm going to take a bath. Han looked at Ivanka, Velkus, and Nerissa and said, That's all for today. Everyone did a great job. They all left one by one. However, Nerissa, she didn't go. Han was a bit surprised and asked, Why haven't you left yet? Is something wrong? Nerissa replied seriously, There are a few things I want to tell you about this place. Han was silent for a moment. Later, in the team's lounge, Han was pouring tea. Narissa sat opposite him. His face was still calm, not a bit hurried, as if he were completely focused on pouring the tea. What do you want to tell me? Han handed the teacup to Narissa. Narissa took the cup, slowly enjoyed it, then set it down on the table. Narissa said seriously, "The mansion where we just completed the mission. I know that place." Han's eyes looked a bit puzzled. Narissa continued with a cold expression. "And it's not just that I recognize it. Actually, I've worked there before," Han said, sipping his tea coldly. "Why are you telling me this?" Narissa replied, "Because I think this information will boost our survival odds." She placed her hands on the table, face turning dead serious. "That place is called the Golden Manor. It's the residence of the Hanjin family, one of the 4 legendary houses of Tauria." Han chuckled. "Is that so? Back then, I was just a farmer, so I didn't recognize it." Narissa stared blankly at the protagonist's casual reaction to the news, the fact that Han used to be a farmer. She still couldn't believe it. I don't think anyone would believe that lie. According to Narissa, the land of Tauria is ruled by an empire, which houses 4 noble families with power equal to the throne: Asanish, Lentia, Hanjin, and Sutan. Narissa continued, "Even the emperor can't control the heads of these 4 families. So the manor from before belonged to the Hanjin family?" Han asked. "I think so, but I'm not certain." The entrance and the exterior looked similar, but the interior was completely different. "I don't know why it changed. I also don't know the purpose of this mission, but I think it's linked to the mansion's transformation." Narissa looked away, voicing her inner doubts. "I'm certain of it." After reviewing the previous missions via playback, Han's expression turned serious. "You said the Golden Manor has 5 floors, right? And that the 4 noble bloodlines are mixed with monster blood?" Narissa didn't hesitate. "Not just some common monsters. It's unconfirmed, but rumors say it's dragon blood." "Dragon, huh?" Han thought to himself while drinking tea. In the tower, they were climbing. The floors were segmented. Floor 20 was mid-tier, and anything below floor 20 was considered the beginner zone. That was the divide between rookies and players. The mid-tier of big makeup players who passed floor 20 are considered true experts. The reason is simple. The floor 20 mission is fixed, meaning players must fight a boss, a unique monster with its own traits. Unlike those easy ogres out there, these things are on a completely different level. Compared to medium or large-sized monsters, Big Makeup's first barrier appeared on floor 13. The master's loss count was there. Not even half the players made it to floor 20. Narissa interrupted Han's thoughts. "I saw you save the princess on floor 15. I just don't get why the Golden Manor disappeared on floor 20. Han sighed. "I don't need to know what you did there, but if you don't want to go in, just tell me." Narissa flashed a dazzling smile. "I have no intention of skipping the mission. They're all just bastards who deserve a fate worse than death." When a girl who rarely smiles suddenly flashes one, it usually means she's happy about something, or it's a lethal, terrifying smile, foreshadowing something horrific. She stood up. "That's all I can tell you. I hope this info helps." Han remained calm, just sighing. Suddenly, he spoke up. "We're done talking, right? How much longer do you plan on lurking?" Yisoo, hiding behind the door, flinched when discovered. She floated out, smiling awkwardly. "You knew? How could I not? You're glowing like that. How are you supposed to hide?" Han turned to ask. "Yisoo, you need something?" Yisoo stammered. It's good that you're climbing the tower like this, but I'm feeling a bit anxious." Han replied, "This is only the beginning, especially floor 20. "True. The online forums and official sites are all complaining about floor 20, Han said calmly. "Yeah, it's tough for anyone." Yisoo asked, "What info did you get from Narissa?" Han answered, "With the info I've gathered so far, the pieces are finally connecting. A group of people wanted the floor 15 NPC to kill someone, and they're connected to the Hanjin family, because most of that group's funding comes from the Hanjin clan. I don't know their true identities, but looking at the situation on floor 15, I suspect this has to do with the Saintess." Yisoo asked, "You think floor 20 and floor 15 are linked?" Han stood up. "Possibly. I got 2 pieces of info from Narissa. The Golden Manor has 5 floors. That number perfectly matches the floors. Between floor 15 and floor 20, floors 16 through 20. The 3 families living in the Golden Manor are rumored to have dragon blood in their veins." Yisoo gasped. "What?" Then, Han continued, "I think the boss on floor 20 is a dragon. It's incredibly strong and honestly has no particular weaknesses." Han chuckled. "Maybe the only good news is that it's not a purebred." Yisoo hovered next to him, panicked. "Even if it's a crossbreed, It's still a dragon, he said seriously. The only thing we can do now is prepare as thoroughly as possible. Yisoo, despite her worry, remained silent in the face of Han's resolve. We are the ones carrying out this mission. You just need to help when we ask. At this request, Yisoo's expression softened as she looked at Han. All right, outside the window, the moonlight was still shining. The next day, at the square, everyone was training hard. Group 1 continued their mission. The dungeon gate opened once more. Han's group was ready. A notification appeared, Main Dungeon. Current trial, Floor 17. Once again, it was a mansion. But unlike Floor 16, 5 different entrances stood before them. Velkus spoke up. 5 entrances? This is a headache, even more than Floor 16. He seemed annoyed. Han added. If this is another maze, who knows how many days it'll take to get out? Jenna spoke up from behind, sounding worried. We won't starve to death in here, right? Han replied. Don't panic. As long as we follow the rules, it'll be fine. The problem is the difficulty of this stage is very high. They split up to scout. Jenna and Han in one group, Velkist and Ivanka in another. Just like Floor 16, they had to fight soldiers. Of course, these guys were no match for them. Soon enough, a notification popped up. Mission complete. Reward, 50,000 gold. MVP, Velkist, 2 stars. Who knows how long they've been here? Everyone was resting in the hall. Jenna and Ivanka were sound asleep by the fire. Han was dozing off for a bit, but only Velkist and Narissa stayed awake, probably keeping watch. The next day, the group set off once again. Han was tasked with mapping out the terrain of the mansion. A notification popped up. Mission accomplished. Reward, 50,000 gold. MVP, Jenna, 2 stars. Meanwhile, the system showed they were heading straight for the 19th floor, since they had already cleared the 16th, 17th, and 18th. They had finished their tasks on all those floors. Jenna pulled off a rapid counterattack, wiping out the enemies. A notification popped up. Mission accomplished. Reward, 50,000 gold. MVP, Jenna, 2 stars. The dungeon gate opened again. Jenna rotated her shoulders, confidently saying, Climbing to the 19th floor? Too easy. Why do you have to scare us like that? I thought we were going to starve to death in there, Narissa replied as she turned back. There were some dangerous spots where the path kept looping. We made it through safely thanks to him. A notification appeared. Constructing facility. Please select the facility you wish to build. You have selected Archive, Level 1. Ivanka asked in surprise, Master, what are you building? It's so noisy, Han replied. An archive. A place where you can store things. Ivanka, still bewildered, said, An archive? Don't we already have a storage room? Han said coldly. That is our grave. Ivanka asked, shocked. A grave? A notification appeared. The archive has been completed. You can now view the heroes who have returned to the embrace of the divine. Tip. You can view images and data of lost heroes in the memory album. The album can only be used when your hero is inside the archive. The next day, at the training grounds, Han spoke up. Finally, Master has let the second squad clear the 16th floor. The support squads need to improve too, and Master knows that. The third squad will enter the 16th floor soon, too. Surely everyone knows we're almost at the 20th floor, right? After that, Han assigned tasks to everyone. Jenna, from now on, you need to train your archery. Ask the others about useful weapons. Focus on mastering the heavy bow. Ivanka, increase your fire magic power. Try to push it to 4 stars if you can. Ivanka asked, a bit stunned. 4 stars? That's not going to be easy. Narissa spoke up then. I'll go to the dungeon every day. This time, I'll prepare lethal poison, instead of paralytic toxins, so it might take a while. Meanwhile, the arrogant Velkist challenged the protagonist. I want to spar with you using real weapons. To that request, how could Han refuse? He replied, Let's start in the morning. Why is the time so important? The guy asked. Han smiled inwardly, thinking, he really is an interesting guy. Even after losing countless times, he never gives up. He has a completely different mindset than Aaron. Seeing that, Ivanka chimed in loudly. I want to spar too. Why do you always leave me out? I can fight too. You know, Han replied with a straight face. You were the one who said you didn't want to. Ivanka looked a bit flustered, turning her eyes away. I changed my mind. I don't want to go into that creepy archive. Back to the conversation after they finished their mission and stepped outside. Our grave, huh? Ivanka asked in astonishment. Han, not appearing surprised, replied, It seems Master is already preparing for the 20th floor. Faced with Han's attitude, Ivanka began to lose her patience and exploded. Building a grave to prepare for the 20th floor? What is that supposed to mean? That's way too creepy. And besides, why is it even called an archive? Han calmly explained. It's like a grave. Of course, we can't retrieve the actual bodies. It was created just to preserve what we used before we died. Velkist spoke up then. What a ridiculous place. Are you building it to mourn the dead or something? I'd rather build a new training center than build something like this, Jenna said with interest. I think it's fine. It means Master cares about us. Maybe we'd just be forgotten after we die. Ivanka panicked and shouted, Why would you say something so scary? It's like someone is about to…